The United States, for its nightly news, all of its news went from 0% pharmaceutical budget to 80% pharmaceutical budget. Incredible amount. And that's also made it extremely expensive to any kind of television advertising. Television advertising is in the United States really most expensive type of advertising you can do, and it's 10 times more than radio advertising. And it is you're just like let's say you have like a small restaurant or whatever, you're never gonna be able to advertise on Los Angeles television. The cost of one television ad would cost you like your whole year of profits. And even like radio ad has become too expensive. So what they have to rely on, sometimes television does this, sometimes radio does it, is just like they'll have a day where hey, it's small business
Saturday.
whatever. Yeah, small business Saturday, and we're gonna allow people to call in or to promote themselves on one day of the year. But because you're competing with Johnson and Johnson and Merck and Pfizer and like nobody has
There'd
the
be like, I mean, I guess like oil company advertise to like, do gas stations have advertisements?
I've never
seen it.
I've never
yeah,
seen-
yeah, they definitely. Definitely has.
I've never seen an advertisement for an individual gas. What I've seen, and they don't even do this anymore, really, is like a chain, maybe like 7-Eleven, but they don't even really. 7-Eleven doesn't really advertise anymore. They know there's a certain thing that happens in society where people will talk about your product and just get that you just get like it's an expectation they're going to do free advertising for you. And what like a company like McDonald's, let's say, is very precise about where it advertises. So it'll on like television and billboards, but not really so much on the radio. They just find that radio advertising doesn't for them that much. But nevertheless, there's an expectation that the people on the radio will mention McDonald's every once in a while just because it's like a thing, American society. And so they recognize that they're already talking about it. Another one that's like that is, I believe, I could be wrong, but Pepsi decided that it was going to go with this campaign in the last like few years of just digital advertising. No, like not as much on television. And whether it's been successful or not, I don't think it's been. They recognize people are just going to talk about Pepsi because it's part of society. Like once you hit a certain threshold within American society, but even just global culture, you don't really have to advertise anymore. You might have every once in a while, but it's like it is going to it's going to be an experience and to work for you.
If that was true, when Saddam Hussein not need have his statues in the face, or like Kim Jong Un not have all that propaganda everywhere.
Well, that's a different story. That's a dictator to like a corporation. But in your own way, in your own way, that you don't see Donald Trump building like statues to himself of any guy who he would be the guy to do it. He knows that people are going to talk him. so he doesn't really need to do that kind of marketing. It's one of the reasons
The
why.
amount of memes that have been created about Donald Trump are like ridiculous. Like I don't know what the number, but it's like at least a billion probably.
Oh, for sure. Idea of a sitting U.S. president, an incumbent. It's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to be a sitting U.S. president in an election, because they already have the advantage of advertising. Anything they do makes news, so it's free advertising for them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they have more media coverage. I mean, if you're like polarizing policies, it may not be good at advertising.
That's true, and that's why he does do advertising himself. I mean, even Donald, like this media empire, has to still buy advertising. The way it works in the United States, though, is at least for political campaigns, he charges the absolute lowest amount that it charges for political campaigns. There's some kind of law that's written in that says, yes, you can charge politicians for advertising, but it has your lowest. So it's got to be like as cheaply as possible. Welcome. How are you? Oh, this person's muted.
Your fingers are so
and it's still very expensive though, dude. When be other people who talk about this in the future, but in 2019, moving into 2020, so when there were like 5 Democratic candidates all at one time. There was Biden, who was polling at like 2%. Nobody gave a shit about him. Was Elizabeth Warren, who was polling at like 4%. Nobody gave a shit about her. There was Pete Buttigieg, who was polling at 1%. Nobody gave a shit about him. There was there were maybe a couple other people who nobody gave a shit about. There were like all these people in the Democratic Party, and nobody gave a shit about them. And then there was Michael fucking Bloomberg, former mayor of New York City, and he's a billionaire. This motherfucker, single piece, at least in the state of California, that he bought everything because he's a billionaire. And it's one thing to see what like Donald Trump is a billionaire with advertising, but what Michael Bloomberg could buy is a multi-billionaire. It was absolutely unreal. He spent $4 billion on advertising and had every fucking ad on television, everything was Michael Bloomberg. Every fucking ad on the radio, everything was Michael Bloomberg. It was for about a 1 month period. It showed me what a billionaire could do, and just buy the fucking absolutely the fucking the presidency. Then for whatever reason, some backroom whispered in his ear to stop his campaign, and he did. But I'm telling you, Riser, nobody else could compete with the advertising that he had. He was everywhere. He was absolutely everywhere. Like anything that you turned on, if you turned on your phone, he was going to have ads there. On your radio, he was going to have ads there. If you listen to a podcast, he was going to have ads there. If you turned on the television, he bought as many ads as you absolutely could. He bought everything. And guess what? He spent $4 billion of his own money. He didn't need to fundraise because he's already a multi-billionaire. He spent $4 billion of his money and like all the advertising. And at the end of the year, he ended up making $8 billion. So he like made money, even though he spent all this money. He actually ended up making. It was absolutely incredible how much advertising he had. He couldn't escape it. It was like, well, this is what an authoritarian like regime would do if they just wanted to buy all the advertising. He would have
the ads like me, or
no, they
like
boring,
like,
boring, useless, nothing funny about them. They would just be, I'm Mike Bloomberg, and this is, and I paid for this message or whatever. At all, it would just Michael Bloomberg had New York City and blah blah blah. It was to the point where I was that he cleaned up New York and that he would do the same for these, and that he took on Donald Trump in the and was able to like compete with. He had more money than Donald Trump did, and he had more influence and all this other bullshit. And
what year?
Going into the 2020 election, so like 2019 in 2020, and it was an unbelievable thing that I seen. I remember talking about it at a Shabbat table and being like, how is it that anybody can compete with advertising that he had? And we were joking around the table, like who would win? And this one person I know who I think had an inside track on the political environment said, I asked him, I said, who do you think's going to win? And he was like, I don't know. But it certainly couldn't be anybody like Biden. And the next week, fucking Biden was the number one topic on every fucking on every fucking like talk show. And this person who I said this to, well, they're a multi-millionaire, but they have a lot of billionaire friends, and I wondered if they just knew something that I didn't know, or something, because their Biden was at like 1%, 2%, like nobody thought he was serious, and then all of a sudden he was everywhere. And then Michael Bloomberg just dropped out of the race, and I've just always that there was something that couldn't tell me, and for whatever reason, like, and it just was like this 180 that people did, and you don't get a guy who is polling at 2% all of a sudden beating Donald Trump under normal circumstances. But what do I know? Anyway, that's a lot of advertising discussion. My question to you is,
how did he like make money running for president and then literally drop?
Michael Bloomberg, because he owns Bloomberg, and like that's like the arguably like either number one or number two investing channel, but also the Bloomberg terminals. So there's like a service that they sell to like gold Goldman Sachs and Millennium Partners and BlackRock and all these other companies that they, um, in order to get their information regarding the stock market, they pay these per terminal that they use. So just a lucrative, it's a lucrative service that they have because not everybody can do that. You can't just start up a company that's like, hey, I'm going to provide stock market information like down to the millisecond faster than these giant corporations. It's possible.
How does Bloomberg do it?
Well, he's been doing it since like the late 80s. That they track the amount of transactions that are going. They have like really fast computers, and they have actions in Wall Street and the New York Stock Exchange, and they have terminals that you read, and basically provide really accurate information. You know how like Coinbase and Uniswap, they have like, you know, the terminal, the candles. Well, it's essentially the same thing, but and it's just much scaled through the Bloomberg system. And like, how was he able to get into it? I know he was really early into computing, at least financial, and then the like early 2000s he started Bloomberg Network, which allowed him to manipulate people's opinions. It was really to compete with CNBC. The really only other financial channel out there. I guess there's Fox Business too. Those are the three big ones: CNBC, Bloomberg, and Fox Business. If you're into finance, you don't watch ESPN. You don't watch Fox News. You just literally have that shit on 24/7. You don't change the channel. If you're really into finance, Michael Bloomberg saw the opportunity and then was able to utilize that influence into becoming mayor of New York City. And then from there, made an eventual run for president.
That's the best story I've ever heard.
We haven't seen my story, baby.
I say earlier, I feel like to 2010, like his Maroon 5 song sucks, garbage, but like, if you somehow had like a connection to a radio station and like maybe you're friends with them or something, like you could have like shit music. The channels are so concentrated to like just like a select few.
Stop.
Basically, if you had an
So yeah, the reason stop is, and I knew where you this was a controversial payola, and up until like the 1990s, where if you wanted to get a song on the radio, you would pay a DJ to get the song on the radio, and that actually is an illegal practice in the United States. And but nevertheless was done. And so what you would do is you would, maybe they would say you can't straight up give cash to a DJ, so they would give you, like a record company would say, we want our new artist and we'll give you concert that you can give away on the radio, but it's going to make your radio show really, everybody's going to want to listen to it to get the tickets to be able to go to the show. And so there were other ways that people did it. They also did it not just through concert tickets, but by after party. They would say, which is kind of free, like they would say, hey, we'll give you an opportunity to go to the after party of the Grammys, but you have to make sure to play a song, you know, constantly, or moves like Jagger. We want to hear it X amount of times.
They're just bribing them.
Yeah, it's called payola. It was the actual
Why
definition.
is that illegal? Because to me, if you're like a private business, so why isn't it up to their discretion?
Because they license the airwave, and that's a public fit. So payola in the music industry refers to the illegal practice of payment or other inducement by record companies to broadcast recordings without disclosing the payment. The practice violates the sponsorship identification rules enforcement by Communications Commission, which require that any paid promotion be disclosed during the broadcast. The term payola is a portmanteau of pay and ola, a suffix used in early century product names such as Victrola, pianola, and Crayola. The practice has historical roots dating back to the radio, when advertising agencies like those behind NBC's Your Hit Parade disclosed how hit songs were selected, leading to public scrutiny. The first major U.S. congressional payola investigation occurred in 1959, prompted by a Senate investigation, and led to the downfall of disc jockey Alan Freed, who was uncovered during hearings. Dick avoided repercussions by divesting his stake in music-related holdings. Following the investigation, radio DJs lost programming authority, and decisions were shifted to station program directors, which simplified the payola process. In the 1970s, inner-city DJ Frankie Kerr was indicted in a pay scandal, though charges were later used. Of independent third-party players became a common workaround to circumvent FCC regulations, as these intermediaries could offer promotional payments without being classified as payola. This loophole was in the 1980s and again in the leading to who secured settlements with Warner Brothers Music, Universal Music Group, and EMI, totaling tens of millions. In 2007, four major radio companies, Adele, Clear Channel, and Entercom, settled FCC $1 million in fines and agreeing to strict compliance measures, though no wrongdoing was made. The digital streaming platform introduced new forms of payola, where labels can pay for tracks to appear in user playlists as sponsored songs. These placements are optional and can be disabled. So, does that answer your question?
Just again, each is doing that. These halachas don't apply to an egg, right? So, right, so the intention of the book will be still going to be Gash Shana, Shavel Yom Tov, Shal Gav, Shana Chamer Yom Tov Sheni, right? But all the way to the set. So, let's say, set aside an egg that was born on the first on Yom Tov, whereas Rosh Hashanah is not like, okay, not really important. It's just point out over here. So, how do they, so, when they are asking, what do we do with the Mesa Yom? So the answer was nothing. You leave uncarried for after what? Rabbi said exclusively, it's not true. Yom Tov Rishon, Gentiles can go and attend to the burial. Yom Tov Sheni, secondly, even Jews can attend to the burial. So you're going to say the same thing. She'ina Neto. So once you see that the rabbis were reticent to give certain agencies to the people of this start, they were not observant or serious about it. Because of that, there was a concern that they would exploit. So in order to avoid any potential issues with this, so the rabbi was like, just as an aside, we'll do this halakha. This halakha in Shukmara. Then the first the Yom Tov, you're permitted to hire Gentiles to go and take care of the burial. Yom Tov Sheni, even Jews. So we'll say, so we hold this today. So the Moshe, inside the bracha has a children, would be right today. So we'll say the whole head to go and bury on Yom Tov was the concern of leaving 2 days. Right, so decomposition could be significant. Even one composition could be significant. That today, since we have a fishing, there's a way to keep the mace intact and not have to bury into the these. They still bury money. We still have back again. It was a number of years ago. It's not for that. It was no kind of. Or maybe it was some of that. It was a terrible fire that his granddaughter and I think the first daughter, which I believe that actually took place in the second day. I have to look up the details of that. I think also someone once mentioned to me that it is lawyers on second day. But again, not the Jews, but ultimately conventional practice this is like the Moshe. That halacha l'maisa, very good. I'm Rabbi Avin Bar. I'm Rabbi Khan Bar. This anti odila would be chassid the kiss the sehel. The also supposed to listen to this. If a person can take a kilo canopy, I will say canopy is really just a large piece of fabric. So a person can take a canopy, essentially use it as a cloak. Use it as a cloak. I will say that even though the canopy has up, because that's how you would anchor it down, and those strings, the string can be dragged behind it, you can still wrap yourself up in the canopy and go out on Shabbos in a kosher. And there's nothing to be concerned about. So the Gemara says, we don't, the issue that I might have thought was that halacha l'maisa, strings that kind of come off the canopy, not part of the malbush, and therefore maybe that's problematic. It's not problematic. You can wrap yourself in the canopy, essentially go ahead and use it as an article of clothing, and the strips are not considered to be a must. So because my shnami grafuna, dam rafuna, amarav, hayotzi the talashim tziyah says skill possibly is high us. So we'll say the yes we learn. Rav says go out to the four corner cover that has tzitzis on it, but the tzitzis correctly you're high of a time. Why high? Because we view it as if the strings. You know, the cloak is a cloak, right? Is an article of clothing. Or we view the strings as something additional that you are carrying. So why is this case different? Someone says, so this sounds down to the case of wearing the kilo. So it's just like if you work that is not properly tzitzed, right? So the strings are there, you're chayiv for carrying the strings. So why would I not be chayiv for carrying the straps of the kilo as well? To which the words are very simple. Tzitzis legabe kalas kashivi below button. Because they will say that tzitzis, the garment, are considered to be kosher, and they're not bottled to the garment. That's why it's viewed as if you're carrying the tzitzis. Hani lo kashivi b'bati. But these ultimately, again, these straps that are part of the are not kosher. They're not kosher. So because they're not kosher, they're bottled to the kilo, to the canopy. And therefore, when you wear the canopy out on Shabbos, you essentially view that as just simply wearing a garment. So let's say a person, not literally, but the person can employ a little bit of subterfuge. Just remember again, he was by talking about the idea that you cannot go ahead and arrange a strainer on the opening of a barrel. So listen, there were two issues involved. So one was because you're making an OL for the interior of the barrel. We talk about again, really what that's an issue of is who does the whole, we can't do it. What else we talk about? Is it boner? Is it comes on Rabashi? Comes says what you can do is as follows. You can arrange a strainer on pomegranate. So again, I'm not using it to strain. I'm just going to putting pomegranates in it. The gullible strain, then pomegranates in it. Also use it to strain wine. So let's say, or you couldn't put up the strainer on the top of the barrel to strain wine, but you could do it to put it there to keep pomegranates. And once you put it there to keep pomegranates, you can use it to strain wine as well. Look at that. Ma'ariv Adam Alam Nishras B'Yasir. The Rabbanan Dam Ein Toler Adam Nishras B'Chol. Ma'ariv V'Tolo. The Lav Ovdin B'Chol Menu. Listen to this. So let's say, so what Rabbi Abuna is saying is as follows. This is Yom Tov now. Yom Tov. So halakha l'maisa, I'm not allowed to put up the strainer, opening up the barrel and the wine. Rabbanan Ovdin B'Chol. It's reactive. So I say, you know what? I'm putting up a strainer, but I'm not using it to strain wine. I want to use it to hold pomegranates. Okay, you can do that to hold pomegranates. And once it's there to hold pomegranates, then I'm going to use it to strain wine. So I said that's the halal. I said that's a little substitute. So I can't put to strain wine. I'm not putting it there to strain wine. And once it's there to pomegranates as well, I'll pour wine through it to strain the wine from my as well. Rashi, but who the telemoni? Rashi says that works, but it only works if what? If you actually and literally pomegranates in there. Really? Nice. And we'll say, why is it there the following two? Matilin Sheikhar b'Moed. So we'll say you can do beer. And we'll say the act of making beer is a very intense job. which normally we would want you to do on Yom Tov unless you really need it. But let's say again, I just want to make more beer now. Again, listen, maybe even I want to make more beer because I want to have beer after Yom Tov. Drink a lot of beer. I want to make sure that after Yom Tov I'm not out of beer. That's the worst feeling in the world. Like after Yom Tov you're out of beer. So what happens? I want to make more beer on Yom Tov. Or I still really on Shalom. I will say, but I have beer. I have beer. So this, so my feeling shape are the more it's our chamoy. Shalom it's our chamoy also. So let's say you can make beer on Yom Tov on Shalom for the sake of Yom Tov. But again, if you want to make beer for after Yom Tov, that's awesome. Echad Shechar, it's one of the Echad Shechar solar. Whether you're making date beer, whether you're making barley beer, Alpha P, Shiesh, Line, Yashan. So we'll say what. But if you're going to make beer and drink that, okay, then you could do that. So we'll say, what it's saying over here is that Halamaisa, as long as I can drink from that beer on Yom Tov, that's enough. So we'll say, interesting. The way the Gemara is understanding this case is that halach I don't actually have to drink from the beer. As long as I can drink from the beer, it's going to be enough. Which seems to indicate to me, again, let's go back to this in a moment. The Gemara says you could put up the seed on the barrel, because you could use it for pomegranates. And Rabbi said that you have to add the pomegranates in it. We contrast this with the beer case. Because in the beer case, what it sounds like, as long as I can drink from beer, that's going to be enough. To which the Gemara says, Hasam lo mufa pamnosa, Hacha mufa pamnosa. We'll say, here's the fundamental difference. Look at Rashi. Hasam lo mufa pamnosa, the most of these surah, well, it's Rachman. What's the real difference? When you brew beer, there's nothing that looks awesome about that. Why? Somebody looks at that, and what do they think? Everything is always the narrative people ascribe to my actions. Someone sees me brew beer on Kalamari. What's the narrative they'll attach to that? The narrative? You want to drink beer? I finished my Yom Tov beer. And that's a drink that people drink all the time. Again, somebody sees me brewing beer. Not on Yom Tov. Again, when I say Kalamari, this came from Yom Tov. Kalamari. Therefore, again, I will say, because of that, my actions kind of own, and as long as that beer is people on Yom Tov, whether I use it or not is really irrelevant, I can do it on a strainer. Right? When someone sees me putting a strainer on top of a valve, what's the narrative? What's the narrative? What am I doing? I'm straining wine. No one here is throwing pomegranates, right? So because of that, in the case of the beer, the action looks fine. In the case, ultimately, of this, put the strainer on the barrel to start pounding. But what? You have to have the it's in there. Although you have one of the Rashi, Chazi Mahaitzur Me'abarim, Rafuna Barav, Rav Shmei, Rafuna Bar Chilavon Shmei. Listen to this. So they said to Rabbanan and Ravashi, didn't you see this? So again, it's the whole so he is. What did he do? The Shako brothers from Umanach the Baraz of the Dana. He took it and he stuck it in the spigot of the barrel. The Amar, let's do it and he was saying again, obviously, that act of going ahead, plugging up the barrel. I will say, see, I'm fixing a utensil. And did it, and what did he do? I'm not fixing the barrel, I'm throwing my garlic over here. And yet, again, he didn't know what said anything to him. Also, Mavra, Bablaki, so furthermore, also, what did he do? Travis, right? He decided to tip on the boat. But no, again, he knew that the boat was on the other side of the river. Bablaki, so the Seer Perry, and he had a vineyard, right? Where he had orchards on the other side of the river. He wanted to get to the other side to check on it. So what did he do? He took a nap on the bed. The boat was going to go to the other side. And he said, all I have in mind to do is take a nap. So what's this? So again, these are cases where he's going ahead and doing something. So right, he's clearly when he puts the lubricant there, he does sort of what? To go ahead and fix the utilities. We'll stop over here for today.
Okay.
Here, we'll pick up and we'll have a lot to do tomorrow, but we'll pick up with the stripe from there. Let's say Yeshua.
I'm sleeping.
There's some sleep.
I love. Yes.
All right, so we'll say, I think 10 hours. I think 10 amount
Riser.
World's water break.
No, I know. I just because my rent is going up, which is like it's whatever. How are you?
By how much?
It's going up to $12 a month.
Isn't that illegal?
No,
Isn't it like 500?
yeah, but this isn't like a zoned area for it to be considered like under those types of protection. So I was somewhat expecting it, but it's just I
Why
knew.
would they more than double it?
Well, that's to be all together. Like they are going to start, and I understand everything has gone up in Orange County, but the water's gone up, the electricity maintained the same, but the reason is their property taxes went up, and it is what it is. So ready.
Yes, I'm already on here.
Okay.
Governing that in general, that's not local.
I'm the riser spot asleep.
Understand.
So that my focus began actually on that sign.
I'm gonna try to talk to them tomorrow about maybe just $1,000, but we'll see. They said that by the end of the month there'll be something formal. So I knew basically on living on bit time.
Is it they need the back? Is it the liquid of the slumber? And again, someone.
All right, Riser, do you want an invitation?
The Gemara's up today on the statement.
Okay, just a moment, Aquarius. Forget that invitation. I'm sending Riser.
Come on, Ryder, but you fall asleep.
Any item that touches mashed tmeim, so any item that touches liquid, which is coming into liquid, even the Sunday is going to be coming.
You're not gonna resign
Another
it.
way of saying that mashkin.
You're gonna have to resign it.
Biblical authority has the ability to go ahead and
You're gonna
require
resign it until we get back to the game.
Okay, I saw you.
Resign now. If not, lay down.
No, it'll result in activity. Riser, you've got an invitation.
No, I don't. I love connection
I'll have your invitation, Riser.
So what is it? Ultimately, again, Keelan, we go ahead and tomorrow. But ultimately, again, he still transmits Torah, like Rabbi Yossi. All the more, like Gamre Hadr Baker Rabbi, totally respected his position in terms of the possibility to actually just come up. It says over here. Rashi says about Oakland, Rabbi Yossi really, the mashkin with come Oakland with the rice. So we see that he retracted his position. Remember again, what does that mean? Let's go. The original statement of Rabbi Judah was it sounds like liquid they come up to anything and that
was really good.
Then Rabbi Judah retracted. What the attraction? Ultimately again, that liquids can't convey Tumah to the utensils, but they can convey Tumah to the
Thank you.
Food, or perhaps he retracts it and he holds like Rabbi Meir, because most of the Meir holds in general liquids made from all to anything, which could only go ahead and to make from a food did the Rabbi. So that's the Shiloh. What's the nature of the retraction? So say,
Strike.
let's say you have
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Oh, and it's
Para Aduma water. So again, remember, you got the Para Aduma water, and a cow accidentally drank Para. Moses, remember again, has Para Aduma water work? How does that work? Remember, Moses, it's reverse.
There we go.
Anything that comes in contact that's tummy, it can make tahar, but anything that is tahar, it makes tummy. So you have a totally good and drink Para Aduma. Parsha doesn't make Sarah tummy. Ultimately, let's say now you check that animal. When you check that animal, ultimately, again, its flesh becomes like the basa, the meat of the animals. Come and look at that. The sarah tummy. So make havalos kumamehen. And make chaytos mitabnachim to admekelen. And also ultimately again, so the flesh of the animal itself comes tummy. Rabbi Yehuda says no. But move the me'ah. Half of this test. Rabbi Yehuda says no. The water is bottled inside of
What up, Zoo?
Remember, once the cow ingests it, it's no longer sick to be used in the water. The Oshman Alayna, and this has the identity as
Thank you, ma'am. What up, Zoo? I talked to him about that.
The animal is just a product. The meat is not.
I know.
But if you hold it, Rabbi Yehuda, you attract to this position. Just the tuma to tailor, but the ability for mashke convey tuma.
Have you ever met your parents?
With those types of discussions while we have a lady in the room.
Why the para aduma water?
Thank you.
Measure. It's my morning. Straight to the floor.
Here. You're welcome.
I'm encoding a crypto using anti-grade, and it's almost complete.
Which means that really convey too much to any. And at most they was Rabbanon, which the Gemara says in the night they do the mayor.
Raza, have you discovered how to create one else? Yeah, Zero science fiction question. That's not science fiction. Oh, no. I mean, have you? So there's someone out there that created a wormhole.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Is there someone out there that's created a wormhole, right?
Perhaps CERN. All right. If I send you an invitation, are you going to pay attention? Okay. Thank you for your honesty. All right.
I'm getting AI out of the
Zoo, quit that. Okay, at least wait till Mr. Aquarius is no longer here, and then you talk to us about it.
I know Rabbi Yehuda in his first version held that pretty much liquids have the ability to do anything and anything and everything.
10 down, so I don't feel like physics is very realistic.
We're trying to figure out what's the nature of the retraction. Did he retract it? Mamish retracting? Said he holds like Rabbi Meir, the most extreme sheet that Meir holds, that really liquids convey too much.
See, how's the Australian hockey team doing?
or do more modified can exist. Liquids can convey tumor. Kalim can convey tumor.
Do you guys have any hockey rings?
So that's been approved. But even for prior tumor doesn't seem to be something that's happening or something very interesting. Other kind of comments of tumor somewhere in Navi Nikamu. It sounds like what you're saying is based on the kind of comments. Right? Based on the first opinion that part of tumor water does convey.
That's right, but that's
Which the Gemara says, we saw
fair.
that in the
Are you
Which the Gemara says, reflects the look at Rashi, the Habasar,
I think it was Rick.
Ella as Habas, below kind of Adam,
Big, big.
Water retains. Even once it's tested by the animal. Problem is, the price says, because his flesh of the parla is coming, which
Yeah.
indicates that said only the flesh of the animal, but that the waters will not be able to high level to the
What?
not only
Okay.
rather the Gemara that the entire price itself is Rabbi Yehuda. Again, the race is just missing.
I used to be so bad at this game, and now I'm mediocre.
Let's see a cow that drinks part of the water, part of the obviously not the same, not the part that ingests part of the water, right? Again, part is just dominant animal, right? It's dominant animals. If you get up happy, what happens? I'm not a chef, my cow. I have the meat. Again, flesh is going to be coming. He says, when is that so? Tumakala. When we see that the flesh is Tumakala. It's a Tumakala. Which means that the only ability of the water, of the liquid, is to convey Tumakala.
Oh no, it's crazy. Another strike. Got it.
But why I want to study who holds that the waters, once the part of the waters are ingested, ultimately again they are above the
Thank you.
Once an item has been ingested by to a certain degree, it loses its identity as mesh.
Oh no.
Now whatever it is,
I think they're here.
it's like
I thought it was.
once an animal ingests something by definition of losing its primary identity. So the Gemara says,
Okay, I don't want to.
you don't report to the Me'ah. Rashi says, we all do the Me'ah, we gamre, you shouldn't have any mashas. Rashi disagrees. So we'll say, so in this model of Rabbi Yehuda, this model suggesting over here is once the animal ingests the product in the water, essentially identity is compromised and has the ability to become a kala, which means that it's going to be mekame is the bus, the actual meat of the product, but cannot convey too much other once once also with gamre.
We win, you win. Undefeated and proud, Miss Aquarius. Thank you, man. Great job to you. So, apologies for my delay. I was very off guard, and I'm on a month-to-month. And I have been for like 8 years, which is a lot. But my neighbor down the hall has been doing it for like 16 years. So every month we just pay whatever it is in our lease. But if the people in the house want to, they can raise the but because we're month to month as opposed to like year-long leases, I don't believe we are covered by the California Protection Act. I'm gonna have to look into it, but I'm gonna make an argument. So I talked with the manager. He's like an old man. I'm gonna talk to the guy whose house the name is in, and I'm gonna see if I can $1,000 because I could budget that. Make the argument that I don't use the parking that I used to use, and additionally, I barely use any water, barely use the kitchen. Like all of these amenities that like other people are using, I'm not using, and see if I can get it a little lower. But what they said to me is that the property taxes doubled, and essentially all these for the house over the course of the last year, and I will an itemized itemized ledger by 31st, and I want to continue here. Then I should anticipate a hike. I'm not the only one; it's everyone in the house. So I was delayed by that. Apologies. They caught me off guard, and even though like we have solar, and they said the solar reimbursement that they get every year was not as high as normal, and so even that like normally they don't have to pay for power. They they get a rebate, and even the rebate wasn't as much normally is. So I'm not too thrilled about it. I think I might be able to make $1,000 worth a month. 1,200, I might have to go. And, I'm not thrilled, but I have till January 30th to figure this out. Apologies for my delay.
No, again, you shouldn't have gotten water. I knew it was not that good.
Also gonna talk to the guy. His name, he owns the house. He's in Aurora, and I'll at least email him and like make my case to settle them on 1,000. Like have some kind of like, if not 1,200. I don't really have
Did
a
they even rent that room out?
easily 1,200. Irvine's a very expensive place, and I don't really have a really great spot on which to argue because it's month to month. So if for any reason I do anything that they don't like, they can just say, "All right, well, we're not going to rent you next month." And there's not a whole lot I can do. It's one of the advantages, but there's the advantage as well. I don't have a lease. If I want to go somewhere else, I can, but I don't know. I'm going to email Jay, the owner of the property, and see if maybe we can work something out. And I'm going to talk to my other roommate to see how much. But that was unexpected. All right. Well, what did you do with Zoo? What up, Thomas Lindsay?
Long time no talk. Happy New Year, my brother.
How you living, Pep? Every day's a holiday. Every day's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, I've been doing well. Research on
the world.
I've done a lot of research on it.
Okay, what did you do research on? Tell me all about it.
Well, I mean, I was looking more into computers, and it's going to be a little bit hard to make it into like consumer product. That's one thing because like stuff and like it's still all theory. I'm also at a TV station nowadays, so I mean, currently I went to 5 Christmas parties this year, so I was busy with that.
Very well. Did you get any ass at these?
What?
Did you get any asses?
I'm not gonna comment on that. Answer is yes. Yeah.
Can they come up with something else
Yeah. On the streams.
Well, 100%. I surpassed 4 years of 24/7 live streams, and moving into my if you count all the video that I have on GoPro, like I did like 3 months before I started this project just on GoPros. Well, it wasn't 24/7 every single day then. It was pretty close. Like I would have data on GoPros. If you include all of that, I'm approaching my 5th year. But formally on YouTube, my 5th year won't come until the fall. And I've been doing a lot of shilling myself on different in different X spaces, and in the last 2 months, more like close to like 65, I've gotten $30, so that's good. Followers organically without a blue check mark or anything, and not that I haven't had blue check marks before, I have, but for whatever reason those accounts end, and so I'm just hoping that this one
Well, there's
will.
other people who like to troll with the Rothschild last night. That's probably why.
No, with me spamming people, I would spam people with different, and they just basically went to deleted all my accounts. So I get that. Fortunately, they haven't banned one, and I am just hoping that they continue to allow me to shield myself, because I get I'm getting really well known in these different. I'm definitely a celebrity in West Africa. So I've got that going for me, and more and more people are learning about what I do. Do you ever go on X Spaces?
A little bit. I don't really notice.
Okay. Cool.
Well,
Well,
I'll follow you.
yeah, go for it. I'm 2XTHOT, 2X dot on X. So you follow me, I'll follow you right back.
Okay.
Riser, are you following me? Yeah, why don't you? I'm 2XTOT.
Yeah, what have you been researching?
I've really been getting into Kabbalistic studies over the last few weeks.
Specifically, analingus.
That's true too. Yeah, definitely been into that. I'm waiting for your friend request or your following notification.
What does it mean?
Yeah, give me a sec. Yeah, dumbass. Show them any follow.
I don't have a notification as of yet. Are you sure you followed me?
My account got hacked. I'll follow you, but my username is all screwed up. You don't even have to follow me. I'll just follow you. Yeah, I would use X too much.
Riser, did you follow me? Yellow on red. I know that guy. The first meme coin born on red node.
Yeah.
Did you ever talk to that guy again?
I did like a little bit. Yeah. Basically.
If that's the case, now
It's over.
So I have to state the same thing twice.
All right. And you, Thomas Lindsay, where's your request?
In the chat really quick.
It's 2, the number 2, and then
Number 2.
yeah, then the letter X, and then the letter H O T. 2x stop.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to follow me. My ex account got hacked, so my name's all weird.
Everyone back, baby. You're no different.
Well, I gotta fix my name.
All right, well, fix your name.
It's a guy and has like a bunch of like random crap.
Oh,
Got hacked.
that sounds baller.
Change it.
Cool guy. As of ever. Cool
Yeah.
dog.
You're gonna fall.
Followed.
This guy hacked. That's crazy.
You didn't get hacked. You didn't get hacked. We're not born yesterday, dog. We know how it works.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. You just typed in "cool guy" blah 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 blah, blah as your username, and then that's what it made your. You just made a random account. That's fine. You didn't have a lot of time to do it.
I had to reset everything.
Okay, if you're going with that's cool, man. It's nice. All right. So you were creating a. Well, first, Riser, what did you do with Zoot?
He got wormhole.
Okay. Secondly,
Besides seated building the wormhole.
about CERN recently and us with it now.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps asking like physics, like cosmology questions of black hole, time, weird concepts.
Yeah, he's kind of obsessed with time travel, and he'll
Oh,
come
yeah, that was the one.
because he wants to reverse.
Good.
You're fine. You go ahead.
Okay, there's like that, like Baron, you know, there's like conspiracy, the time travel stuff. That's interesting.
Baron Trump write a book.
No, it's like the book series is from like the 1890s, and the main character like adventures and like there's like a lot of similarities to like Donald Trump's son, like his mentors named Don and stuff like that, and so it's just a whole conspiracy.
What's conspiracy about that?
Well, that people are like saying like Donald Trump's like a time traveler.
How is that a conspiracy?
He is a time traveler.
No, I mean a conspiracy is an agreement between two more people to commit a criminal act. I don't know where that is. Did you not hear me?
About conspiracy theories. Like phenomenon, not like the criminal definition.
Okay, I just don't understand how that's a one of. I mean, wouldn't that just be like science fiction?
Yeah, but people literally too far.
Okay. Well, I don't know if Zoot is aware of this type of discussion, but he of ours, and he wants to reverse events of the past. So he comes in here and will just ask if time travel is possible, potentially. And if so,
longer than the soul.
would it be done on Earth? And I explained,
I'm deriving
he's like, well, where is that? And I said, Geneva, Switzerland. And
replicate the principles of A,
he's like,
but stronger than A because A is the source for B. So if I'm
could they
learning
create a
now,
black? I say potentially they have already done so. There's an argument to be made though, if they made a black hole there, it could potentially the entire Earth.
what does that tell you?
So
It tells you that mashkin that come in contact with the
Um,
Ceres can be no stronger
and then there's
than
mint
come in contact with
as well,
And I was saying, come in contact with the cleat.
that
Go ahead and
it may have
but convey
uh,
so much to what?
a clandestine group that's working there. It may be an additional headquarters for potentially intelligence agencies. And so, to our friend who's very obsessed with and time travel, he's also obsessed with like orgies and the Amish. So he's into a lot of interesting things.
The Amish are quite interesting.
Yeah, he's interested in a lot of different places. Riser, do you think time travel is possible?
I mean, from the Earth's really point that time is always on the one current present that encompasses the future and the past point in time. Actually doing that for like a very, very long time with that technology. Not even close to getting there currently.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, I retract that. Somewhere in the universe, some high-tech civilization could have already taken that journey to unlock that technology, but for humans currently, to my knowledge, it doesn't exist.
Okay. Does the phenomena exist where you in Karam right now?
No, I'm Canadian. I'm watching the Canadian hockey team play the Czech hockey team, which is formerly Yugoslavia, which borders pretty much Kazakhstan, which is surrounded by land. I'm also coding.
Okay, well that sounds like garbage. The Czech Republic was just part of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia consisted of other countries aside from Czech Republic. And
I didn't say it was formerly Yugoslavia.
you said it was formerly Yugoslavia. You didn't say formerly part of. And now don't they reference the Czech Republic?
Not really familiar with the window that they just scored a goal against 40 seconds left. That's not great.
All right, so Czechia is it's known as Czechia. It's also known as the Czech Republic. It is
In Europe.
it's a landlocked country. Let's see here. Name. When did it start going by? In 2016, the new name nation's terminology database, July 1st, 2016. So that's why when you reference Czech Republic, Riser, because I'm so advanced with United Nations lingo, I had to go back into my almanac to figure out the area you were referencing. Does that make you, Riser?
That's some deep knowledge.
I would give you nothing short of that. 100%. All right.
I mean, Oh, Burma.
You don't call it Myanmar?
No, I call it Burma in old school.
Dog, I have a question for you. Are you ready for me to watch? I don't even know how to follow this hockey. Canada,
Now I know that
check
I can
it.
tell you the website is the third period is going to start.
Oh, you want to watch it together?
Well, it sounded like you wanted to watch it.
Dog, I don't even know a website that would allow you to watch such a thing. On hockey.
Send your VPN to Yugoslavia.
Based on the pasuk of Yitma, the word Yitma.
Oh wow, it is a real website. Okay.
We're gonna watch some hockey apparently.
Looks like is this the world? Is this junior?
It's the World Junior Canada versus a game that says Catholic. Okay, if it's called Czechia, I'll put them in three.
Because they weren't aware of the change that was made in 2016, son.
Canada, no, I don't think it's formal. I'd say, yeah, I don't think that's a formal name. Even the hockey website knows that it's Czech.
You would have thought Okel ultimately
It really depends on. But yeah, I agree.
listen to this because Okel could be Metania Mashka, whereas a Mashka.
Where are you from?
Okel has a
The Czech Republic.
above Mashka.
The United Nations, baby.
Therefore, what? Okel should also be able to convey Tumah Lead, to which the Gemara says.
This website is the most absolute shit I've ever seen.
Did you see the Canada Czech thing and a bunch of stuff, and then you get some D, very first one, the first English
No,
name.
what, dog? Why didn't you? Was there just for nuts.com? Was there a thing? Was there an advertisement for Nom?
Yeah, dog.
Is that what?
But if you're supposed to add, you'd be more than the company said.
They don't
Which
advertise.
that sounds more
Okay, they don't advertise it.
or just the business concept in general. And package is strange.
I'll give you a nut. Nuts.
The box of nuts. Like a custom box of nuts.
Dog, it was.
No, don't belong.
And what year do you think this company was founded?
Gen Z business founded in pandemic, probably.
I'm looking up the history of nuts.com.
In 1929. It's the Newark Nut Company.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
It was not branded as
26 years ago, 1999, 27 years ago.
no, that URL has to do with
Yeah. Well, they got it in 1999.
Well, they got nutsonline.com in 1999. Nuts.com in 2012.
Oh, there you go.
Animal carcass, like which is coming.
That's good.
Ultimately fall on the seed. Tell me who. Ultimately, again, the seed becomes coming.
But they've been around since 1929.
Word, dog.
Newer
cannot spread tumor to
Riser, why do they take so much time to in between periods and talk?
To resurface the ice and give the break from their hard
One person is
stress.
talking about a show. That Mashkin can't take too much which become
I'm gonna watch a sport that's gonna be basketball.
Look, they refer to it as Czechia.
Say, nuts.com.
No, the sporting network. No, it is. It's the deepest shit of all time. Talk to any Czechian.
But I would say maybe
On nuts.com, what are you doing? Is nutty. One of the options is cheese. Who the fuck is buying wheat nuts?
I could invent a Zamboni.
Easily, dog.
I think so too.
Yes. The software for Zamboni is not complicated, and mechanically it's literally basically like hard water in it.
All right. So do you think this be done in the future and that also be put out of business?
Oh, you mean like autonomous driving?
What the fuck do you think a robot Zamboni means?
Build a route. You mentioned self-driving.
I mean, what do you think? Tell you that it's mechanical as well, and that there might be metal. I mean, I think saying a robotic Zamboni. If I asked 100 people if they knew what a Zamboni was, and they did, they would be like, "Yeah, that's a Zamboni that doesn't need a human."
Number two.
I mean, I understood.
Totally different because there's robots that aren't self-driving. Most robots do not self-drive. So using for a very clear
What would a non-self-driving robotic Zamboni do? Like, what benefit would that be?
You could control it from and possibly have better angles.
Doug, that's remote control.
Yeah, well, obviously you're gonna have a remote Zamboni if it's robotic.
A self-driving autonomous robotic Zamboni does not need a remote control.
Well, maybe it's like a fail.
That it's honestly definitely probably in the card. Have vacuums that can go around the house and pick up objects and perfectly. Or like drones, you can plan a flight path for a drone. So yeah, I think I'm not sure what. I mean, maybe there is a self-driving Zamboni, but the technology already exists inside of a vacuum.
Yeah, the remote's been out since like 2001.
Yeah, exactly.
They should be able to use Zambonis.
But I mean, there's like safe, more could go wrong, I guess, with the Zamboni.
It was created. It was created in 2023 by Carnegie Mellon University.
Yeah, I'm getting the same results. That's all created really for the birding, unfortunately.
I mean, it's not really widespread use, so I've never seen one.
Riser, are you in the Zamboni subreddit? Yes or no, and why?
I'm not in I didn't think that there would be that much to discuss about Zamboni.
Of course you wouldn't, because you don't recognize that is the AI self-driving robotic Zamboni. I do.
Is it in the subreddit?
It is.
Down within 30 days. That was it. So just the backdrop first.
Well, some people are interested in the
right by the car. So just the look at
but he does watch hockey,
event
so
content.
he should be ready.
Tell you the hockey. Shmamina Aksham Nispar Shuben Kayama Lokotin.
Yeah, this is a big game.
There's two ways to look at this. In general, just no human being is viable. Okay, Mark Rose is
Why are you watching? Why are we with hockey? Yeah, that's-
had to demonstrate some level of viability. Second possibility, which you're going to see,
It's the World Juniors. It's awesome. And they're like basically better than like
Isaac Chazal,
tons of people.
a baby born during month 7 are viable.
Yeah, like half of those people will be in the NHL in like the next year.
It makes an 8-month baby non-viable. So could very well be one of those things over here is as follows. That
I'm not seeing this driving
never
thread there.
sure, never
Claiming
exactly
and just
you know how old or should say
How many visor?
this baby is. So therefore again every
I saw it.
sense of non-viability. And so
I'm
because it's
scanning through the Zamboni subreddit.
and if it only passes the 30-day mark,
There's one in r/hockey.
It's r/Zamboni.
I don't see anything in there.
Is it no longer sleep? Only after 8 days there to be viable ships.
Riser, do you have a thing that says NHL tonight on your?
No, yeah, there's like some random piggy bank ad.
Yeah, okay, I'm updated now.
An animal is only considered to be viable after 8 days.
When was the last one?
What you're telling me is that every single baby
I won final of the Stanley Cup when who won it?
So we'll say, I don't understand. You just spent all of this time speaking.
I don't think maybe not when the Winnipeg Jets. Oh no, it was I think when Florida won it, or Florida might not even be a team anymore. Oh, I think maybe Tampa Bay when they won it.
Is a suffix nature. Suffix if it's a lot.
That's so long time ago.
Dude, it was like 2 years ago.
That sounds like a while ago.
It was like 2 years ago. Oh, okay, that's who it was then. Was it 3 years ago?
I don't think Tampa's won it.
2021.
That's the one I watched. And I live
You
streamed it.
watched the Florida Panthers.
I think I watched that one too. I think I watched just the finals of both. Something like that.
Okay.
And about any of the other ones. The Kings have not been good. Oh yeah, no, I watched the Florida Panthers. I think last year. Well, it wasn't that recent. Maybe 2 years ago. And I think I watched the Golden Knights as well. I did not watch the Avalanche one, but yeah. So I might have a few of these on my stream. Riser, do you have a fantasy hockey team?
No, I'm not really into that.
Okay, well ask me how many fantasy hockey teams I have.
How many fantasy hockey teams do you?
I have 25.
I thought you said you weren't into hockey.
I'm not into hockey, but that doesn't mean I'm not into fantasy. The names of all my teams are Wayne Gretzky's bookie.
They're all called.
Yeah.
25 teams.
I used to say like frozen pissicles and like yellow snow eaters and like poopsicles, all kinds of like really nasty names. But creative this year, but previous years I have. So this year I just Wayne Gretzky's bookie. Do you remember the controversy that happened with Wayne Gretzky's wife and the Phoenix Coyotes?
No.
You call yourself a hockey fan?
No one will Wayne Gretzky's.
Dude, my friend is next door to Wayne Gretzky and he used to hang out with Paulina.
I'm sure even they don't care about Wayne Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky wife, Phoenix Coyotes, hockey, son. Who's Janet Jones? She's hot as fuck. She was a major sports betting scandal. In February 2006, she was implicated in Operation Slapshot, a New Jersey-based investigation into an illegal sports gambling ring. Alleged the Coyotes' assistant coach. Authorities claimed that Jones placed significant bets, reportedly up to $100,000, through the ring, though it was emphasized that the bets were on football and basketball, not NHL games. Despite being subpoenaed to testify, Jones was never charged with any crime, and both she and Gretzky denied any wrongdoing. In May 2006, Jones and Toshe announced plans to file separate $50 million defamation lawsuits against the state of New Jersey, claiming the investigation damaged their reputations and cost them business opportunities. Toshe later pleaded guilty to conspiracy and promoting gambling in 2007 and received 2 years probation. Janet Jones maintained that the allegations were unfounded and expressed frustration over the media scrutiny, stating it unfairly treated her family's well-being. Riser, were you aware of this?
So she didn't do anything wrong.
Were you aware of how hot she is?
So what's the issue
I mean,
when we don't go and allow you to violate Shabbos first?
I'm guessing. Sure.
Yeah, she's got a wrinkless neck, though. If you this bitch's look a picture, her face is wrinkleless, but look at her neck. It looks like a 90-year-old woman's neck. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely doing something to her face. But look at her neck.
I would not look at a wrinkly old lady neck. I'll use my imagination.
What is that talking about?
All right, here's your fucking stupid ass hockey.
Yeah, it's starting.
All right,
Finally.
dude, they need to make. I'm gonna tell you this: if they want to make hockey popular in the United States, they need to make the AIs and bonies way faster. What team is Canada? What team is Canada? Are they red?
Jesus. Bro, you really have to
It's Czechia, dog.
I'm actually rolling in my Yugoslavia.
Dude, it's a red team versus red and white team. Both could be Canada.
You go south.
Canada is black and red.
Yeah, I don't know if you on your screen, but they're also kind of like leaves. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can,
they're black.
cannot see that. I can't tell that their helmet's blue. Who has the Czechia?
So how do you
Czech Republic, yeah. Otherwise known as Czech Republic.
Oh, so these guys aren't even up to be in college yet.
And even though again right now it's living, it's breathing, but Allah
Well, they're too young, I think.
Or do we see that it's alive?
So, Riser, are we watching minors?
This is in the protest. Watch this.
I'm not sure what the age limit is. It's probably under 8, I'm guessing.
Dude, did you see that guy? Did you see that guy just get slammed up against the boards?
Yeah, that's why hockey is the best sport ever. It's better than football. It's better than. There's not really that many contact sports, but like it's better than football.
What streamer are you watching on?
It's if you go to hockey hockey.tv.
You're not that.
Is live streaming it on the Discord.
You're not that big of a hot fan, though. Riser.
I'm a big Canada fan, sir. If you haven't, this nation, on the planet.
Do you like your current flag, or do you like one that looks like the British flag that's red?
We haven't used that flag since like a million years.
It's like the 50s.
And yeah, no, the leaf. I mean, it's kind of not a great, but whatever. We roll with it. It's like we have nothing. Like there's maple trees in like the U.S. I don't even know if Canada is like. I guess we are home of maple trees, but I almost don't believe that.
What country do I need to put the VPN to?
Yugoslavia.
Dude, don't listen to him. You don't need one.
It wasn't loading.
Yeah, you got to do the first one. What's the first one called?
Yeah, you click the check Canada thing, a bunch of links will pop up, and that's the first one closest to like the top and the left called Stream D or Stream.
All right, if it's alive, then
So, Riser, do you ever see that old British Canada flag ever anywhere?
And if it's already dead, then the Shechita
No.
That's unfortunately. How do you view?
I feel like it would just remind her that you're just like a colony.
It stops breathing until it's dead or no. Because it is
That's why they chose to liberate us with the people.
So it appears that this macropis will be
I
here.
think so.
By the tree, the same macropis, by a big my love
It's like a big decision to choose a country's color scheme to do really.
Yeah,
That's kind of
it's a big
tough it for like the rest of the time.
It's a big deal.
Going to die.
Yeah, so I wonder why they chose red and white.
Dead?
Like white doesn't like we have Arctic, but like, I don't know what the red is meant to be.
Doug, are we gonna have to teach you this?
What?
Are we going to have to teach why? your colors are the way that they are. The national colors of Canada are deeply symbolic. Any true Canuck would know this. The red symbolizes presence, hope, energy, life, and the vibrant autumn colors of maple leaves, while white reflects peace, tranquility, and the snowy winters characteristic of Canada's landscape. Any true Canuck would know this.
Okay, so red represents the color or light.
No,
So,
red represents.
okay, yeah, so they chose it because we have red maple leaves, even though we changed color. Oh, yes. We just tied it. Oh, yeah.
Dude, did you see that it just tied it?
We just tied it. Did you just see that?
Yeah,
Did you just see that?
I did.
That's what we live for. Look how happy our Canadian crowd is. We're going berserk.
Is this
United.
the champ?
Oh, this is the semifinals.
Who is in the other semifinals?
Finland just lost to Sweden for this game in a wrenching loss.
Well, Finland lost to Sweden.
The winner of this game will play Sweden, and hopefully it'll be the greatest hockey nation.
That type of animal is subject to the halakha. In this case, a baby of this type, all this will be again is not.
Do you know why America is red, blue, and
There's no
white?
possible way to remedy this circumstance. So again, we're still trying to help. We know we have a state of Shimon is definitive. Baby 30 days old does not have to have any viable. And if for halacha l'maisa, only once it passes the third month is a given of viability. How do you do Mila on Shabbos? If that's the case, Iman of Shach, if it turns out to be alive, good. If not, its eyes, and it's just having that flesh. So this is Shaila. Meet the Rabbanon, Ali Reb Shimon oh low. Oh, say, here's the Shaila. Do the Rabbanon argue on Reb Shimon? I'm also looking at Rashi. The Mishrei Lash of him, so Chasam. So we'll say, this actually has two. So remember, there's the real ramification of this Machas. So we'll say, as you're going to see in the case of a baby, it's not quite clear what the ramifications are, although we'll see ramifications in just a bit. Because remember, including ramifications, we can think about whether or not it turns out the baby is considered to be alive in the first 30 days is really the Gabi Milah. And again, for Milah person, we think the baby is Milah. Remember, Shmuel said the second statement. What was the second statement? The second statement was that an animal within 8 days is also considered to be a animal. And I will say now that has a different ramification, which is how you eat an animal that is less than 8 days old. So here's what I know. I can't offer up an animal as a carbon until it reaches 8 days. Can I eat it? My own consumption. What does that depend on? Well, if you hold that an animal within the first 8 days is not considered then what? Then I look on as that animal. If it's a shape, I'm not allowed to eat it. So the Shaila Gemara says, is the Rabbanon agree or disagree from Shimon in Salomar Pligi? And if they disagree, Halachim also, or not Halachim also, does the Halacha follow? So you go, Hashma, Egel, Shinoba, Yudid, Shofativ. So be Yomtiv. You have a calf born on Yomtiv, permitted to shecht it on Yomtiv. Listen, it's pretty dramatic. What is that? Even a 1-day-old calf is permitted for consumption. Or if a 1-day-old calf is permitted for consumption, that must be in the Rabban Shimon Hamil. Take a look at Rashi. So be Yomtiv. The Ino Musa, Shahari Bena Shmashes, Nami Halifas Adwa. Pretty clear, right? Clear that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara is telling me that I'm permitted to go ahead and eat an animal. Taste. So obviously, disagree with the meal, which we don't know what's the case.
Is Kidden known for his offense or defense?
Mother of the cow, and this was a plan that is fully that went through an entire gestational period. Why does the Shimon meal
Do you know what SO is? SO?
days viable? Or for that matter, a baby who's
As in Canada.
Right. That ESSO stands for the letter SO, which was Standard Oil.
This a baby is just a 9 month, 2 month baby. 8 months is the
And
cow or whatever.
what does this have to do with the great country?
Not a fully formed fetus.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I see. Jordans,
Once the animal reaches 8
So,
months, it's
Nike,
30 days. That shows. So the
That's
here it could very well be. that the
Dog.
Sherman O'Neill
Are
will
you-
know for sure that the
Okay.
behavior, let's say for
Oh,
example,
okay.
the cat had its full gestational period. It's possible, not possible, the halacha would be that cat would be permitted on birth.
He cares more about
Therefore,
the
again,
advertisement.
Right, you said.
I do.
It was born
I hate to say it, but it's really hard for me to see the puck.
where you know it had a just
Just one moment. My device keeps shutting off.
shoving. Let's say they both agree. They both agree.
Dude, I'm not used to Rothschild being this sassy.
I'm the one being sassy.
Dog.
He's watching on his phone. That's why.
It's really small. Right, exactly.
You need like the, he has like the giant cursor. You need like
Dude, your Canadian team lost.
yeah, we got scored against. Dude, yeah, 10 minutes.
You have 10 minutes a second. Right. Do you remember that they used to, in the past, light up the hockey puck?
I was just gonna mention that, yeah, like this laser tracker technology, and then people were like, took it for some reason.
Here's the thing with that. For a what do you call it? An army like myself, in terms of hockey love, even though I have 25 fantasy teams, the is sometimes to see, and so lighting it up made it interesting. But normies didn't watch hockey as much as diehards. Diehards can't stand it.
Yeah, I know.
They need to make the hockey puck a disco ball.
It used to be really.
They should have just awards like lightsaber sound effects with like visual effects. So that when they took slaps,
Dude, did they score again, or they're just showing that it's just a replay? So if Canada loses, are they out?
yeah, they're eliminated.
So this is single elimination.
I mean, they played a round robin tournament before all this.
Listen to this.
They could be cooked.
Something happens to the baby,
4-3 right now.
and the baby dies within 30 days. It's not like the baby just dies.
Yeah.
It falls off the roof. Or the
I
baby
mean,
eaten by a large.
it's not over.
Let's say
There's 10
everyone
minutes, but-
agrees in that type of situation.
Yeah, they get scored against one more time. They're very
It's killing baby.
unlikely that they'll come
Remember
back.
again, the premature demise
One goal, they could still tie it, maybe.
viability. What is it that to do with?
We'll see.
It has to do with ultimately, again, some external factor.
If it's 5-3,
Everyone will agree
it's time to
that if
go
you
on
have a
the
situation
betting
where
market.
the baby died within 30 days,
Don't
but
gamble,
nothing
guys.
to do with the baby's health. So you external circumstances, that baby is considered to be alive. They will say,
I disagree. I always gamble on Canada in hockey.
Keep review.
Always
PA
gamble on
will say,
Canada.
when do they argue? I will say, PA is a little bit
Saturday. Oh, the women's tournament, Switzerland,
I will
Canada.
say, yawn in this context. Physical
I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
and then passed away. What do you do with a circumstance like this? Mar Savar Haidu, Mar Savar Mason. One says the baby is considered to be alive, and one said the baby is considered to be dead. Or if you have a baby that exhibited some of the physical vitality, but very weak
Guys,
vitality.
I think we need to
So one of
check
them
on
said
10 laptops. It doesn't
living,
have enough.
the other one said dead. What's happening? Oh,
Some meta raven
let's say it's very important. Let's say again a woman gives birth to
24 7 Ray-Ban blast
her
stream.
husband dies afterwards. And what happens? The baby dies shortly afterwards. That's the only
Maybe
thing
it'll
we know
help
on
them
the
see
baby
this
dies.
stupid talk that
I get you.
It's not cool.
You have the Apple Vision Pros.
Not only like
I
that,
got it.
everyone agrees that if you
Yeah.
buy a lion,
They actually read the Bible. Apparently, go to like front row seats of sporting.
Oh, that's fun.
that baby is considered to be alive. So for
Like
example,
on the, I could be in the middle of the archery. Like in a lawn chair, watching close.
and the guy dies, the baby is eaten by a
Yeah,
lion.
you should be
Not something
like virtual reality
offspring.
I could just be like jumping water on the goalie and just like spinning on the goalie and the skates and stuff.
They went to the home of
Virtual reality.
son of the Abdi and he made
Oh no. Oh my lord. That was so close.
or Imam de Shiva. They will say, when did he slaughter the English also? On the 7th day of its life. 7 days old. And they said to him, Amule, is Rachisu le Arta Hava Alinon Mine, Hash lo Achalinon, had you waited till 2, we would have eaten with also. But now that you checked it today, we can't do the What's by West shot. Because had he waited till tonight, what would have been already into the 8 points out? You could say, mix some people. So had you waited till tonight, we would have partaken of the But now you went ahead and you checked it. I'm sorry, we can't partake, not yet reached its 8. Which indicates to us what that Allah says. So now, what is this a case? This is very important. What is this a case of? In this case over here, so remember, a less than 8 day old calf that went ahead and died on its own, right? Not because all lack of vitality, but because right? Because someone, and yet again, you see these rabbanim refusing the baby that was eaten by a lion. So you said before, if the baby was eaten by a lion within 30 days, fell off within 30 days, the baby is considered to be viable because, again, it didn't die because of lack of inherent viability. It died because of external circumstances. So it was viable. Yet here you have an animal that was slaughtered on the 8th day, actively slaughtered. So the animal died before 8 days, not because the animal wasn't viable, but because someone killed it. So Lamaisa, why wouldn't such an animal be kosher? Yet you see these rabbanim refuse to partake of it. To which the Gemara says no. The Gemara says, again, rather what's the case? The case is where the animal yawned and died. So we'll say again that case where they showed the animal exhibited size vitality. So because of that, they're not partaking. They're not from the Hag Ba'afloari. Mars Vermes, Mars Sabrachai. What's another story? Raid the Rabbi Bar Yosef, the other day out who you look up the boat lost in Yom Shach. Was listening to the second wide line. So the son of Rabbi Bar Yosef had a baby, and never the baby died in 30 days. He died in 30 days. And listen, I watch this. Shachib Yosef comes Abba. So what happened? The son of Rabbi sat Shiva for the baby. Sat Shiva for the baby. So what happened? Amari Abua. So Rabbi, his father, morning and said, when we saw Kaba Islam in a train, is that why you're sitting Shiva? Right? You want the train to go over? That's what he did. The choice was so strong. Everybody says to his son, you like the new train? That's what it is. You want to eat the food? So again, what do you see from the story that a baby was in 30 days? I'm relay Kim Lee Bay Chicago. I know that he had. Sorry. So I know. Thank you. I know that halacha l'maisa, the baby had complete vitality. The baby was fully formed. So I'm going to take a step back. The Rothschild, when he says that a baby within 30 days is not vital, right? It's called the nafel. Only because there's a suffix if baby underwent the full gestational period. That's the shaila. How do you ever know? But how you know that the baby underwent the entire gestational period, then Inami, that baby was considered to be completely vital. See here, you have the son of Rabbi going ahead and sitting Shiva for the 30 days. His father saying, "Dude, that's a nafel. He said Shiva for a baby within 30 days." To which the son said, "I baby went through a whole gestational period, and therefore again, the baby was a Rothschild Kayama, was a sustainable life, and therefore I do sit Shiva." Was I this? So again, a story like this. First of all, so I left out one of the sponsors to thank Avron and Kali Elbaum for dedicating the week of learning. Ways like Avrezel Bas Hanoch and the exclusive of the Boshim Strada Moshe Ben Deva. So most epic Gemara goes like this. Ravashi Ikla Bei Rav Kahana. Ravashi Rav Kahana. Isra Bei Milsa Bebosim Yom. So ultimately, unfortunately, Rav Kahana lost the baby that died with 30 days. Chazio the other becomes hallelujah. He saw that he was sitting shut for the baby. Don't you hold what we said before the halacha follows for Shimon Gamliel, meaning that we'll say that a baby within 30 days is not considered to be a start timer, it's not considered to be sustainable, and therefore there should be no shiva. I know that the baby was fully formed. The baby was fully formed, full gestational period, and therefore there is an obligation of shiva. Itmar. So we'll say, by the way, you know that is halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa should not constantly that one of the times one loses a baby within 30 days, we don't sit shiva for such a baby. Out of the sack of this Shimon Gamliel, that halacha l'maisa within 30 days, the halacha does not view it that the baby was what had total vitality. And therefore halacha l'maisa, I will say, now again, just the caveat to that is, you could sit shiva. First, I could sit shiva both sides. Shiva mirrors. So let's say the parents would want to sit shiva for such a baby like that. You can. You're allowed to. There would be no aninos, right? You're potter from mitzvahs. There's no aninos if there's not a halachically war, halachically mandated shiva. And Allah told him, he said, baby dies in 30 days. There's no shiva. Things are shiva on the earth. Really incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. So again, you like it's one of those things you can, but there's no halachic obligation. So the Gemara goes back. The Gemara says, "Good. Itmar Meisok Shloshim va'amda b'nei." Let's listen to this case. Let's say this is now the Yibam case. A woman had a baby, and her husband died. And then the baby died. A woman had a baby, her husband died, and then the baby died afterwards, and the baby died within 30 days. And what happens? This woman means that she didn't need evil. Right? Because when her husband died, there was a living heir, there was living offspring. Baby died a little bit after the father died, within 30 days. Not within 30 days of the father, within 30 days of the baby. She goes in and she gets married to one else. Sham Ravina Mishrin Rav. So Ravina said, name of Rav. We'll say, I'm a days. Im Eishes Yisrael, Choletzes. Im Eishes Kohen, he ain't no Choletzes. Well, it's actually very interesting. He comes on Ravina. Ravina says, look, at the end of the day, she got married because she did not need even more Chalitza. Watching Chalitza is a function. Man dies and leaves offspring. In this case, the man left offspring. The problem is it turns out
Canada's going to win.
That's Kilu. That's Kilu.
I know they're winning.
Watch this. So the Gemara picks up right into the
Except they're just one man short right now. So
Power play, baby.
if Yugoslavia wins, I wouldn't be too upset.
It's Chechnya.
Why? Because remember again, after Chalitza, they'll say, "What's your status?"
That
Your status is that of a grusha.
is what it is now, but at one point in time it was Yugoslavia. So
It was part of Yugoslavia.
oh, there we go. See, this is why you watch hockey. These moments right here.
I'm watching, baby.
Yugoslavia's in the box. Too many men.
So is that a penalty?
Yeah, you can't have like you can't have 6 people on the ice.
Do you know in the future what I'd like to see hockey have?
So
Yeah,
again,
chronic or something.
No icing rule. You should just be able to toss it down and.
But only if
I agree. In 3-on-3 with no icing, it's so much fun.
Yeah,
The icing rule there.
that's what I think. 3-on-3, no icing.
I mean, there'll be a lot more goals scored without it.
And that's more exciting. I don't know what these people think. Like, why don't you want to make your game as exciting as possible?
Ultimately, again, so
I mean, if they wanted to just make it high scoring, 3-on-3, no icing.
That's what it should be.
we accept
I honestly, I do think that the rink is too small and might be playing on Olympic side of ice. They can pass it around.
Real estate's too expensive. Real estate's too expensive.
Let's listen to this. So this is their Sharvia, you missed the end of Shir. It's true in the evening, Rabbi said.
Oh my God, I can't. You literally had a opportunity, and now you touch the puck with your hand off the face.
I saw that. That's not good. He tried to. Like, he cheated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he would do that. That was such a stupid idea.
Look at this kid. Dude, they should 3-on-3 hockey and icing and you shouldn't have to wait for shit like this. Like, on what are we waiting? Like, the guy touched the puck. That should just be an automatic penalty. It just be tacked on electronically.
Oh, look at this guy's stick, dude.
To go ahead and permit for
Holy
2
fuck.
minute.
Oh, God.
2 minute.
Are
So,
you fucking serious?
2 minute penalty.
Bro, you just oh my God.
This is
All of Canada. You've disappointed all of Canada, number 4.
That's the focus. You already that we should reach or position.
That's not what we at all.
maybe that halacha, if the baby dies within 30 days, if she's married to a Yisrael, we will make her do a chalitza, but if she's a Kohen, we will not do a chalitza. Interesting. What's the number goes back? Yehuda Matos. What's the number again? Rabbi Yehuda. And now we're jumping back on the sources. So again, to adopt the position of Shem Kabil, halacha l'meisel, gabi adis. So as you said, the real.
I mean, in golf, I wanted everyone to get super low scores. They would just score super easy.
Rubber balls, baby.
On shots, right?
Exactly. Or I don't know if there's like a limit. Or in hockey, I think there's a limit to the amount of flack you can have in a stick, but it's super whippy, faster, and there'd be more goals.
Yeah, I also think that hockey masks or like hockey helmets should be full face. I think they allow that because they fog up too easily.
That's not true. A cage will not fog up at all.
That's true. Maybe
If you do like the fish ones, maybe. I don't know. There's people with like the top half of the visor.
Yeah. That's what I want.
The Eric and Yera. So therefore, when
I want
Eric
to
personal evaluation,
not have a cage on.
person says I pledge my era.
Oh, I know.
I pledge your era. So
I'd be afraid of taking a.
categories. From 20 and 60 is going to below 20
Or
is going to
like
a female is
all
going
time people go down getting
you pledge
sick.
the Eric of an androgynous, not judged like a man. After all, I know that androgynous like a man.
I know I told you this the other day, but did you know that hockey of the majors is the most expensive?
The deposit says buy Eric
Right.
male.
So if you that, less expensive. It depends. The nuance question. There's a like my cousin is a professional golfer basically, and golf, she travels around the entirety of the U.S. like all the time. So that
Yeah, but that's not like a major sport. That's niche.
Either you're middle or
you
you're
think golf, you think the PGA Tour is niche?
Yeah, I mean,
Women's golf maybe, but men's golf, I don't think.
like it's not one of the top five, like football and soccer and basketball and baseball. And hockey's like a lot.
I think more probably play golf than they play hockey.
I'm in agree. Okay.
So they can't get more niche than.
Unstated, right?
Okay, so you're saying that, well, yeah, golf is really expensive because of greens fees and traveling, but that's not like the equipment. I mean, like a brand new set of the best type of titles, everything is probably like $2,200, and
Custom gloves could probably get very expensive.
yeah, I mean that's. But I'm saying like
Custom gloves and green fees. If you're playing at a nice course, that's like at least probably a membership. I mean, you can spend $100,000 on a membership probably.
right,
Somewhere down.
right, okay, okay.
It's more expensive.
If you want to get into that, then you know you could say horse racing.
Well, that's actually neat. But you didn't say what has the most expensive equipment.
I said of the major five sports, high expensive equipment.
Comes to create a larger.
Oh my God!
It's over.
Right? It's a larger category of
I told you.
In the rest of Torah,
I told you.
Zachar means what?
Dude,
Canada will
Definitive Zachar.
never
Definitive
be defeated in
Zachar.
hockey.
Only
They're
Zachar.
the number one hockey nation, and it is the second most expensive sport equipment aside from because the peak amount of balls that I shank into the forest is way more expensive.
I'll give
And
you
those
that.
turkey golf balls are a lot of money.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that, my friend. Dude, you know my vision is so bad to use full balls.
Really?
Yeah.
You're playing with like the pink ball. Honestly, I love the pink, the glowing. The bright pink ball just like looks so perfect against the grass.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like I can hit it better because you can see it so much more clearly.
Since I've been about, I'd say, 18 years old or so, I used to be a pretty good youth golfer, but my vision has just continuously started to fail. And I played,
Has it gotten worse?
oh, way worse. I played Donald Trump's golf course, Trump National, when I first started this stream, like 4 years ago. I played it on camera, and I could not find where my ball was. Like, I'd hit perfectly fine shots, but I couldn't find where my ball was. And then I'd go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. It's a golf course, but it's where it's his home course, but he doesn't own it. And I would basically like only be able to see my ball at night because it would be really lit up. Like, it was really hard for me to, especially if it's cloudy. I can't see the white on gray. Hard for me to see.
Oh yeah, no. In this golf ball at the driving, and there's like gray skies. Like, it's very hard. You'll lose it.
I agree. Oh, no way! No way! No way! Remember when you look it in the corner? Do you see it says Czechia? A goal. It just said a goal. Dude.
No, that can't be true. The kid's crying. No way. This can't be right.
You're really that much of a Canada homer, aren't you?
I get amped up. Oh my god.
Would you blame the on this one?
Kicking. Oh, he kicked it.
He did kick it. Isn't that illegal? He kicked it. They're gonna reverse this.
No, you have to be like making like a actual kicking motion. This guy was literally just.
Two guys show up.
Dog, then you should either be able to kick it or not. This kicking motion bullshit is stupid.
You know, arguably that is like a spin kick.
Exactly.
One person's kicking motion is another person's spinning kick.
That's why I agree with you on that. There's a thing in the NFL, they call it making a football-like movement. And it's like, what the fuck does that even mean? And if you're making a football-like movement, you can do some things, but if they consider it not to be a football-like movement, you can't. It's incredible. Dude, do you think there's any way they reverse?
No, I'm surprised it's even under review. If anything, I was way over the line too. So.
What
Like goal.
is this a goal?
No. I mean, you could literally make the argument that that's a murder.
I think that's a kick. I agree with this guy because I'm the biggest Canadian person ever.
No goal.
They said no goal?
Yeah, no, they couldn't call that back. That would just be like super rigged. I'm surprised the TV network didn't make them call it back though, so you get more money.
Would this
They're
go?
gonna have to rig the last goal with some magnets.
Would this go to a shootout?
It would go to 3 overtime for 10 minutes. Yeah.
10 minutes each?
Like a 10-minute overtime with 3 people on the ice.
Apologies. Okay.
10 minutes.
With the goalie.
Yeah, with the goal.
So it's really 4-on-4.
Yeah, well then regular hockey is considered 6-on-6. But the number of goals. Get him.
Come on, Canada.
Oh my
Goal! Oh, they just shoved that guy into the goal. Dude, go. There's a penalty. Canada cheating again.
Yeah, these refs have literally been. I mean, this didn't see it, but this guy's been saying that you pushed it.
He was pushed in.
Yeah, like
He was pushed in.
times today, if you get crushed, like the team will cross-check you into their own goalie, and then somehow you're getting a penalty.
That's what happened. Look it. He got checked into the penalty. He got pushed.
Nah, I mean, I don't know. He did get pushed a little bit, but this is again a subjective kind of thing.
How don't you consider he got pushed? That guy, the guy with the blue helmet, pushed him.
I don't know how much that's what he's saying that he got. So yeah.
And one of the things usually again that we seem to learn about that it needs to line up exactly. It needs just to line up that you
So if to Newfoundland and them,
Yeah, they get purged. We're in the graveyard of blue Canadian hockey teams. All of them, they need to be, they need to, yeah, cease to exist.
I saw this thing. I mean, I don't have a lot of Canadian content for you, but this is one thing. Okay, so open goal. See, it says Czechia goal.
That for like 1 second.
Right, 1 second longer than they flashed Czech Republic. Anyway, they had it outside Scotiabank Arena. Is that?
Sorry, what was that question?
It's where's Scotiabank Arena?
Scotiabank Arena. I should know this. Am I allowed to?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, it has to be. It's a Canadian. Scotiabank Arena.
It's in Toronto. Okay, so it's what I said.
Oh, why? I thought it was the Air Canada Center.
No one knows what that is. So anyway,
It was called the Air Canada Center for years. No one called it Scotiabank.
I do. I just did. It's on Bay Street.
No, it was called the Air Canada Center then.
No one calls it that. Formerly known as Air Canada Center.
It's been called that for like the last.
Doug, I'm just saying, it's called Scotiabank Arena. If you want me to rename it for you, I can do my best. I don't know if I'm going to have any.
That's called the Air Canada Center.
It's not. It's called Scotiabank Arena. All right. Can I please tell you the rest of my fucking Canada knowledge? Because it's very, very limited. So this guy has like an apartment or a condominium in Toronto outside Scotiabank Arena. And what happens is you know, whenever somebody scores, they play that like really loud.
Yeah.
So they blare that horn, and he's like, it's a major disadvantage living this close to the stadium and being a hockey fan because it ruins the game for you. Oh, it's over, baby. Czechia. Champions.
Third hour.
So Canada.
The end of the
In
third
a
hour.
historic
They can't tell you how they shot. They're off by half hour.
So this is kind of a bullshit thing. Because if you're just looking at the box score and you're like, oh, Czechia beat Canada 6-4, that's kicking. But you don't realize like there was an open goal.
Yeah, and also kicking goals.
I kind of agree with that. I feel like
Also bullshit at the end where the guy gets the goal.
I feel like it's like the ultimate Canadian look. Whatever that hat is.
I have one of those.
What do you-
Literally, I have one of those.
What do you call that kind of hat?
That was like a Russian.
No, a Russian hat's like thing on your head. Anyway,
Yeah, there's something for sure.
he I had some excellent information that distracted. I mean, at least I knew where it was. Scotiabank. You don't know what Scotiabank is. You were like, is it even from Canada?
Sorry. You know where Citibank is?
I know where Citi Field is. And I think
Yeah, that's not
is this a hockey?
arena that isn't.
Yeah, every basketball arena ever, dog.
I feel like basketball's more like in like a stadium. Is there an arena or ice?
Dog, there isn't a Citi Field.
Yeah, Citibank.
I mean, you're just making up shit.
Okay, and I know typically those rooting for indoor sports, hockey or basketball and concerts. The stadium is near open air dome structures for outdoor sports.
Was it Mashu literally is what? Literally is what?
Dog, you want to watch the end of a game really quickly? Go to this game. I don't know if we're gonna have enough time to watch it. It's a really good game though. Ravens Steelers. Go to Stream East streameast.k. I don't know if this game's still gonna be on. Yeah, it is. It's got 18 seconds left. Streameast.sk. It's 4th and 7, and the Ravens have the. This is the last play. See, no match, maybe in the history. Dog. Check Brandon's streams. He might be streaming it.
He's not.
.sk.
I'm on there.
Do it again. Stream East. Dude, hurry up, dog. Game-winning field goal. Here, if you want a different site, it's. We don't know. They have a rookie kicker. About to kick it, dog.
I got it.
Click it. Dude, you didn't happen.
Going right on time.
Do you have is yours faster? The final play of the regular season. Tyler Scott was on my fantasy team. He missed.
What is this?
See it.
I watched it. I literally clicked, and then 1 second later, he fucked it up. That's for the victory.
Brand is on the East Coast, and on December 31st, he was like, Rabbi, it's about to be the ball drop. And I'm like, okay, Brandon, like, it's like 3 hours ahead. And I'm okay. He's like, watch it with me. I'm like, okay, fine. And I turn it on and I see the countdown at 3, 2, 1. It was like as perfect the timing as I could have had it. It reminded me of what you just did, where I'm like, go to it. And you're like, okay, he missed it. And you actually knew that before I did. And I was like, dude, there's no way this motherfucker misses it. And then he fucking did.
They weren't that far away, were they? Field goal wasn't like crazy far.
No, it should have been for an NFL kicker. That was definitely makeable, especially because it was in the center of the.
Oh yeah. I mean, it looked like it was going in the last second. It just cut to the right. To me, that's very spin to it.
Magnets.
Which part of the Shemitah cycle are we? Remember again, there are 7 Shemitah cycles in a one Yovel cycle. So question number 1.
Do you think Travis Kelce is going to retire?
Which Shemitah cycle of the Yovel cycle?
No.
That's true. All right, I'm going to send you a carom invite, and you're going to accept it, and it's going to be one of the best shootouts that we've ever seen. I'm sending it to you right now. And do you want it to be classic pool, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, or freestyle 210?
There is a yom, what day of the week? There is a shah, what time? There is a month, and what place?
210.
Not being chatiros, the bedikos. So remember again, in addition to these chatiros, there's also a whole system of what the bedikos. If you look at actually,
just saying, I'm a little bit tired and fatigued, so I don't know.
Because of that hockey game?
Yeah, no, that took a lot out of me. I was not in a good headspace for those in the future that are watching. Really not in a good headspace. Really not in a good headspace. Just in case anyone's wondering about what my mental state is going into this game of Carom, I'll probably perform way better than my opponent here, but it's just a terrible day to be a Canadian fan of the World Juniors, and yeah, my heart goes out to the Canadians that have suffered an incredible loss, but our hats are going to have to be tipped to that unbelievable Yugoslavian team.
Chechnya.
And most formerly in the Yugoslavian country of alliance.
Why don't you just call it Pangea?
What color clothing was that?
That's honestly, it's a great idea. Yeah, and I think I will.
It is.
Lady, I saw a lady there. I don't know what
Oh, did you see that? Was bullshit.
Dog, I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Either, but what it's saying is,
I mean, Pangea like calling it like Earth.
one of the questions does not
Except not.
immediately nullify the English.
Way too bad.
My question of the details is also what is that? The inability to answer one of the
Might be over. I might be done.
Oh yeah, you're just playing horrible. That's cool. Same with me.
It's been a while since that.
Yikes.
Right? Because what happens? Edus to be accepted. It has to be Edus Shiachol. What is this? Shabbos like Adim, any set of Adim that are going to testify regarding Adim have to be subject to Hazama is the process where they could be proven to be fraudulent witnesses. How do you prove one to be a fraudulent witness?
I need you
Two other witnesses
to
show
miss
up
this
and they
shot.
say, that you witnessed this at that event. Why? Two words. You were with us.
I mean,
and that
you are kind of lucky in a way because there's so many of your stupid white things in the way that it's like really difficult to actually think mine because they're your just.
Tell the truth. So therefore, I will say it's Edus that is subject to.
What the fuck? You can think just any one of them, can't you?
But if you can't
I mean, baby, I didn't make up the rules. You're the one who said you wanted to play this.
We're playing. We're doing the white versus black thing.
Baby, you said you wanted to play 210.
Hero's question are make the Edus subject.
Yeah, so that's 210. I sent like all the discs. Alright, yeah, give me the red one. What the fuck? Why do you go again?
Because I made it, baby.
I didn't even know the rules.
What a major miss, dog.
Error of up to 2 hours. The error allows ultimately again for an error of up to 3 hours. So if you're really allowing that margin of error, ultimately
This is big.
testifying about the time that the witnesses saw the murder occur. So once I said that again, having created effectively an Ezos Shata Yachal Hazima.
Go. Dude, you just got
we saw
7.
and then what? Somewhere, third hour. And then what happens?
Oh, dude, you just won.
There you go.
We're having breakfast with us in the second
The
hour.
white one, except the white one's.
Up to 3 hours and a bit. 3 hours and a bit. You've created an Ezos Shata never be.
Can I go for the black?
In margin of error that essentially becomes a mistake for false witnesses. Which the Gemara says, no. The like Kule those sides. We'll say what's the case. If you look at Rashi, in the Shani, it's Rashi 2 or nothing about him.
Yeah, but the things are not in a good position for me.
Yeah, they are. You got like 5 easy shots here.
No, I don't.
The last one, I don't know. The last one is pretty brutal. I don't know. You'll be. Yeah. Looks like you'll have to get it to win.
Have to prove that those witnesses.
Oh, no.
Both during the stated hour and any of the margin of error as well. So it doesn't mean that they're not subject to Hazama. The Halacha of Hazama says that
I didn't even know what game we were playing.
That these witnesses could not have seen the event.
Literati.
Oh, that's what you want?
And what? And what?
Literati,
And
man.
any potential
Baby, I'm going to
margin of
dominate
error.
you badly in
So
literati.
it's up to
Gonna make your head
the
spin.
but it's still a that is subject to
How would you like me to come into random Discord calls with women and talk to you about AI thinks of my penis?
Therefore, again, I love him. So you give them create ultimately again. If you look
What's
at
that do?
that's just Rabbi Meir before
Dog, I already got the worst set of
Okay, rewind.
AAT.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's basically how I started every game.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Tata, that's a word.
No, it's not.
Maybe you spelled it wrong.
No, I didn't. TATA, dog.
Yeah, that's not how you spell Tata.
I could back up and I could move forward a margin of error. But once that margin of error moves into daylight versus nighttime, people don't make that kind of mistake. Yeah, even in the Tila Sharishona, so Trisha's ultimately again the margin of error would be between the first hour and the 6th hour.
I can't believe Chechia dominated.
I will say before you turn the page, look at Rashi. The other Bibles, says that hurts to make a mistake up to 3 hours. 3 hours is a bit actually. You make a mistake up to 3 hours, then what? You give him from the beginning of the first hour to the end of the 6th hour. It's a Lumi card stand. Really, we should back it up even a little bit more on the base.
Jar? You want to use jar?
But ultimately, again, you see that people do not make a mistake between ultimately, again, day and
Oh, damn it. What would happen if there's like a cross like that and like you literally can't build in any of like the places? Did the game just end?
What are you saying, big dog?
Like if there's like a cross like that and you literally can place that one. What would happen?
What are you talking about?
Alright, never mind.
Margin of error is always capped at certain quality.
Are you gonna go or are you gonna yourself after a while?
I'm going to Pangea myself in Netherworld.
Like people might make a margin of error in time, but people do not make a mistake between daytime and night. Right? People don't make a mistake between before noon, let's call it, and after noon.
Why haven't you watched all of the...
But people don't make a mistake between the morning and where the sun is in different positions. So even though we allow a margin of error, we assume that people are still
Chappelle shows.
major events. Okay, so yeah, we'll say let's analyze. So remember again.
I don't know.
Dog, they're so funny.
So it's not. Okay, now let's bring this all back. So this happens to be a fascinating focus. We'll say it's a fascinating focus also because the focus on human nature.
They're still funny today. They are hilarious. What's your favorite Chappelle show skit? Go.
Remember, in the first version of
Fuck is that?
in the first version of a Bayes model, there was a secret
You know,
that said
black
people don't
is-
mistake.
No one knows what that is, baby.
Right? People make mistakes.
I knew it was a word. It means
To be exact. If you don't understand
100,000
subsequent version,
in
that
the
doesn't
Indian
work.
English language.
Right? In the second version of a Bayes, it's not like that. And ultimately, the version of a Rava is not like that. What's going on is a fascinating insight.
I can't believe it's 30 points, though. I don't understand
You
this.
see, one version of a Bayes says, but everyone else says no. And
I
then
guess there's a two-word
how
there.
much of a margin of error is we assume is it? So it's here we go.
I don't know why.
We call hey, this serpent the tefillah spot. We'll say let's analyze. So now we'll say remember again. So remember, Rabbi Yehuda, yes, ultimately by Eidos. So what is at the core of their machlokas? What's the core of the dispute? The core of the dispute is we don't really trust people to be totally exact. Right? Often are not totally exact. So then we have to assume that people margin of error in what time they think it is. Oh, well, if that's the case. When it comes to chametz, that's pretty significant. Now watch this. I will say now you have a new appreciation of Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Huda's shikos in Zadeh chametz. Because watch this. Remember, what do we see in the Mishnah? Rabbi Huda says, Rabbi Huda says that halacha l'mais. I'm sorry. Rabbi Meir says you could eat chametz the whole morning up through the 5th hour, and you begin to burn chametz at the beginning of the 6th hour. That is the point of Meir. Now, listen. Remember again. Just I know you know this, but it's just important to say it again. When chametz becomes asur mid'oraita, when end of the 6th hour. That's the mid'oraita. The Rabbanon, the beginning of the 6th hour. So Rabbi Meir says you can eat chametz until the beginning of the 6th hour. Start opening. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says no. You can eat through the 4th hour. Then we have this concept of total, which we'll discuss in greater depth, which essentially means right? Suspended. What is suspended? You can get benefit from them, but you cannot eat during the 5th hour. And you go ahead and burn the beginning of the 6th hour. So let's have a look at this. Rabbi Ali with Rabbi Meir, the Amar Ein Adam Toeh, no plum, Nechol Kulishis. What's this? According to the first version of Abai, right? In Abai's first version of Rabbi Meir, what was the sheep? I will say, people don't make mistakes. So let's remember again. According to Rabbi Meir, when Reuben says, I saw the murder at hour number 2, and Reuben says, I saw the murder at hour number 3, how did Abai interpret that first version of Abai? How did he interpret it? That Reuben was saying what? The end of hour number 2, and Shimon was saying beginning of hour number 2. So they're really saying the same time. They're saying the same, that they're just articulating it different ways. In the first version, ultimately again, of Rabbi Meir, according to Abai, people don't make mistakes. I could be exact with time. Oh, you can be exact with time. So then why not allow people to go ahead and what? Nechol foolishness. Let people eat the entire 6th hour. Let people burn the chametz when chametz becomes asur mid'oraita. Or if you trust people to be exact, so then why deprive people of an extra chametz consumption? Let people eat chametz to the end of the 6th and beginning and burn it at the end of the 6th, what is the actual biblical shas seser. There's the word to lahach lishna. Lahach lishna nami damar adam kvar mashu. And it was like even according to the second version of Abaye, right? The second version of Abaye, Rabbi says in front of Meir, people can make a little bit of a mistake. That's fine. Nechol asofshis. So we'll say let people eat towards the end of the 6th hour. So we'll say let people stop eating 45 minutes into the 6th hour, because we're going to say people get. But why do you have to back up the shas iser to the beginning of the 6th hour? Furthermore, I'm going to say in Abaye's first version, where according to Rabbi Yehuda, people can make a mistake of up to a half hour.
What the fuck is that?
Until 6.5 hours. And even if I love my second version of Abai, also Rabbi Yehuda says people make a mistake of up to
speaking.
No one agrees with that.
let people why would you say that Allah
Babe, you know what the score is? It's 98 to 82, baby.
According to Rabbi Meir, really people should be able to eat really until when?
Are you a fan of the Utah Yetis? Yes or no? Go.
A couple of minutes will make a mistake. And people for sure should be able to eat until when? To the beginning of the 6th hour. Only the end of the 4th hour. So what's the which the mercy is very simple. It's very simple. Eagles usvision. Chametz asur lakom. Let's say a very profound statement. Rabbi says, Eagles is given to those who are zoros, right? Those who possess a lack, those who are careful. But chametz is given over to everyone. So
look at this fucking moon.
So at the end of the day, there is such
16 points, we're
right?
tied.
Such examination and cross-examination. The only way the Eagles holds up is who are zoros. The zoros in this kind of detail-oriented, exact individual. But if you're not, you're going to be a proper Eagle. Most of the Isra chametz is given to everyone. reality of us is what? Some people are tiny.
Up,
Some
dog.
people are
We're down by
some
10
people are
points.
chronically late to anything and everything. And some people are good with time. So the nice again, you're relying on the fact that Ruvain has never been on time to anything in his life. Never been on time. Anything in his life. You're gonna rely on him now to be exact that he could eat until the end of the 6th hour when we're doing the Issue son. That's Eidos was only the most meticulous make it to the classification.
There's no other good.
What do you want me to do about it, baby?
Everyone. And because there are many people who are simply not tiny or not conscious. Therefore, again, you have to back up the shots.
26 points. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself with that. Go fuck yourself with that. Doug, fuck you.
2 hours minus a day. Therefore, again, Kilas Hilo Nepal says never really should be from the fifth hour. Back it up even more. So those
Oh,
people
you
make
swapped?
about
Yeah.
2 hours.
That's-
But really, at the beginning of the 5th hour, people really should not be able to. Remember, the holds his peace until the 6th hour. So the Gemara says, "Hey, Kama Mizrach, Zayin Kama matters." We'll say, no. There's a big difference. 5th hour, ultimately, again, the sun is in the east. 7th hour, which I will say, the beginning of the Shas Isur with the Oraisa, the sun is in the west.
Are you fucking serious?
Tired of that dog.
Mark the difference in these two countries so that people will be cognizant. Ihaki, the Shis.
Trying to steal my Zed.
That's the case. There's about
Let's see what.
when
See what
the Oraisa Chametz begins,
Come
really,
up.
which technically is the beginning of the 7th hour of the day, the sun is in the west. So there is time to be able to come when the Shas Isur is. Well, if that's the case, I mean, why do you stop people from eating Chametz when? At the beginning of the 6th hour. And people eat through the 6th hour. Shis Yom Bekanosakai. It was actually very interesting. In the 6th hour, the sun is mid sky. So because of that, when it's mid sky, people get confused. Right? You get a little bit confused. So because of that, ultimately, again, Rabbi wanted to continue. They may want to back it up a little bit. Rabbi, Alidu Davihuda. I will say Rabbi according to Davihuda. Rabbi's interpretation of what did he hold?
Dog, once again, you got the X, you got the Q.
And a person can make a mistake about the 3 hours in the bit. They're ready for this. If that's the case, ultimately, again, really, if you can make a mistake about the 3 hours and the bit, then in reality, you should really begin when? Beginning of the 4th hour. Beginning of the 4th hour. The Gemara says, no. Hey, Chama b'mizrach, the Sheva Chama. Remember, you have the sun on your side, right? And then a person could see the observable reality, the positioning of the sun, and they'll know when the Shas Isur begins. I have the Choshe came down. Ihaki, if that's the case again, Rabbi Yehuda, then ultimately again, why? Remember, I was there. Rabbi Yehuda did the end of the 4th, Tolan, 5th hour, and then again burn 6th hour. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, why do you do the 5th hour as well? So you come out by a lead with the Rava, Eidos Sur, this reason, Chametz muscle, Chametz, let's hold muscle. So that's more. Already once we get to the 5th hour, now we're concerned about a more significant margin of error. So whereas Eidos ultimately again is given over to this reason, as we said before, Chametz is given over to us. So therefore, in other words, and for Eidos, you're only going to be accepted if you are exact. But Chametz ultimately against everyone is subject to halachas of Chametz, and therefore against a lot of people aren't timely, a lot of people are precise, therefore you have to go to the buffer. Rabbi says, Rabbi, Amar, Lav, any time Rabbi Yehuda. That's not the Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, Tamei, the Amar, here we go. Aim, Beer, Chametz, Ela, Sreifa. Suppose I listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda's logic is as follows. The reason Yehuda said, remember, Rabbi Yehuda is, you can eat to the end of the Tolan, you Chametz. I eat it, you get benefit from it during the 5th hour, and then ultimately, again, you burn it in this hour. So we're asking why do you need that only 5th hour? Why can't that equal the hour? So listen to this one. So this is Rabbi says, I'll tell you the reason. It's totally different Rather listen to this. The Amar Ein Beer comments on the straight up. Rabbi Yehuda says ultimately again through that's going to destroy comments. The Yomli Rabbanon Sha'ach Lakit Bo. It's incredible. Rabbi Yehuda wanted to give you an hour to collect firewood. So watch this. Enjoy your comments in the morning. Eat through the fourth hour. When it says fifth hour, you can't even get benefit from it. That's Rabbi Yehuda saying, go collect your wood.
Dude, you got everything. Fuck this game.
You've been busy at the case of preparations. So really collect the wood. Go
I
collect
gave
the wood.
you an easy. You just have to find a three-letter word that ends in Q.
Fuck you.
The fifth hour total issue is not
Q.
in the imposition of people, but rather ultimately again it's a din.
Oh, he's going for the squid. See, I gave you squid. I literally handed you squid on a silver platter.
You have to destroy your homicide.
Wow, bullshit that you got that many.
I'm on the west side pimp, baby.
Requires wood. Maybe you don't have firewood, so we give you the time to assemble your fire.
Dude, fuck you.
You can't just like
So enough says to Rabbi. Again, Rabbi Huda says,
nowhere to
when do I
build.
say
Can't stop, won't stop.
Actually, just a moment. This is a wide line down in Rashi. Imas. Everybody says, when do I hold this? Comments with straight. When Shalom B'Shas Biuruk. It's Kila Sheish. The Chol say. When do we say that? We can only go ahead and destroy comments with fire. That's Shalom B'Shas Biuruk. Right. Ultimately, like Rashi says, the beginning of the sixth, the whole sixth, where the comments is only us and the
Are you gonna go?
About B'Shas Biuruk. I'm
trying to
describe comments any way you want.
not doing enough for the toilet. Are you fucking joking me?
He says that
He's a joke.
to dispose of it before the biblical prohibition for comments sets in. But once the
Should be
biblical
illegal
prohibition
to have like 3 feet tiles.
you can destroy comments however you want. Consider if Yehuda builds in an extra hour of firewood, when in just 2 hours.
All I know is that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not. This is fucking real. Shout out to Chechia.
Extra buffer. Remember again, we'll say we already have a buffer hour. What's the buffer hour? 6. Because remember in the Doraisa, Chametz is not a 7th hour of
This
the day.
is going down.
7th hour. So the rabbis
They
are
just
building
win.
a
It's
buffer hour.
very simple.
Building in an additional buffer hour of the 5th hour. So why is that? So why is that?
That
so we have the
sucks.
firewood sheet up. We have
That's not even like a real thing.
The Gemara says, sorry, I'm a real.
It's a real word, yeah.
This is good. Cloudy day. Cloudy day. They will say, remember again, all of
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, this is a glorious play. This is a glorious.
Alone in Reese?
Oh my God.
To take care of a cloudy day. You know,
14 points for that, I'm surprised.
so why not throw in the 4th hour also? Why don't you just say people can only eat until the end of the 3rd hour? And already beginning the 4th hour, let's say 4th and 5th hours. Total 6th hour ultimately again. After all, should not be concerned with a cloudy day. Without Papa, Dalit Udin the Koli. So no, you can't put it in the 4th hour. Why? Because everyone knows 4th is super time. People normally eat in the 4th hour. We're going to skip them. That is a normal time to have your suga. Different Chazal did not want, even if the does not want.
Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
Of the day, or that is a normative. That is a normative time to have your
thought knee was a
Look at
word.
Rashi. Zman Sudi Hilakol. Oh, Bakol B'Kiyim. Literally,
No, it's not. You're making up words.
in that time.
Look at this.
Shari Shona, first hour of the day. That's when the Ludim go ahead and eat their first meal. I will say it's pretty early.
Yeah, this game is
Actually says
every time you played FOP.
I played Ifla, baby.
Cannibals. So they were a cannibalistic group. So they would already
Fun.
the first day.
You played Nen. Some stupid ass fuck, dog.
I mean, those bullshit titles at the end of the game.
Second of the day.
Look at this lead. Baby, look at this lead. Baby. Baby, look at this lead.
Inherited an incredible amount of money.
26 points, son. 26 points, son. 26 points, son.
Let's say fourth hour of the day is when workers. So remember, workers generally begin to work. Let's say
It's over for you, baby. Your cheating streak is over. There's not a dictionary in the world gonna see at this point.
Next hour of the day is when people in general have their first.
It's over. It's over.
One second. You just said the 6th
Oh,
hour
wow.
is when general people have their. But yes,
Oh,
the
wow.
4th hour is when people have their.
I know.
Ella April, rather turn it around. Review Smethel call Adam. The
I was
4th
actually winning for a long period of time. It started getting
Baby,
better.
baby, look at this. Look at the champ. Champ's here. Baby, I have 300. I point lead on you, big dog. Do you know how many 74 is? It's more than what you've got. Q? That
Yeah, I mean, 300 points is actually good. I don't know how you cheated.
because I'm sexy.
Great job.
Thanks, big man.
I mean, you literally stole my words and just kept adding S's to all my words.
That's absolutely right. I think I got every S. I got every S in this game. But you got the J, you got the X, you got the Q, and you got the Z. Dog. 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 Yo, you want to go with yo? Baby. Gone.
We're gonna pick up. So we're not finished with this, but at least now you see this. Is really fascinating. Now you see that the Mishnah Psukim that dealt with
Honestly, I have 3 letters left. I think I'll be able
Baby, you're done. I mean, it's over for you. And I know you may not, it's over for you, but I've got news for you, big man. It is over. It's over and close. You didn't
I
even.
still have a Q.
You don't have a Q. There's only one Q, and it's at the bottom.
I have multiple Qs.
No, there can't. Not in this game, baby.
It can be a no.
Maybe
Points.
a blank tile. Look at this. Look at this. You're done.
Hilo is a word. It's a word. Yes.
Baby.
Keith is also a word.
Baby, I don't want to hear about your fucking made-up languages. I don't want to hear about your made-up languages. All I want you to do is win.
And Elo are 2 words.
Baby, why don't you just win?
Why do you keep calling me baby? I'm not your.
I call you baby like a movie producer calls somebody baby. Like, cool, baby. Baby, look at this time limit. Oh, you just got fortunate. That was not a word. Or I was about to drop a bomb on you, dog.
I'm gonna win with my last word here, and you'll do a bullshit last night like to play.
It's your baby. That's what I'm gonna do.
29 was a pretty decent score.
Yeah, because I'm fucking a pretty decent. Do you know what it is to be as good at literati as I am?
Honestly, I was so worn out exhausted from the Yugoslavia game. It was really hard for me to be there mentally.
Okay. I mean, I'm just making sure you're aware the game is over and that you lost.
Also, it's 10 minutes past my bedtime.
Go to sleep.
Literally not you caught me in the worst frame of mind.
Baby. Baby, baby. I don't give a fuck. Do you understand that?
Nice voice crack there.
That wasn't a voice crack. That was pure confidence.
Do you understand?
Dog, that wasn't a voice crack. That was pure confidence. Baby, it's over for you. Do you want to be interviewed? Do you want to be interviewed after?
You know that nut.com sells cheddar whale crackers. That's like, they should be sued by Goldfish. They sell cheddar whale crackers on nuts.com.
Let me tell you something about nuts.com. Do you know that they sell D's? Do you know that they sell D's?
You should be a
Riser.
You should get some nuts.com merch.
Riser.
For
Riser.
a sponsor. What if you don't actually have to work a day in your life? All you do is say like nuts.com sponsor me, and then agree to check. Just ask for sponsor.
That's tight. Do you know about D's?
D's nuts stuff.
No, nuts.com. They sell D's.
D's a lot.
D's nuts.
Yeah.
Doug, you want to know one of the benefits in the r/ligma, Ligma. Do you know what ligma is, right? All right. Then what is it?
Everyone knows what ligma is. It's a made up word. Body that every day.
Do you know what ligma?
A rare disease.
No. It's like lick my balls.
That's a subreddit.
It's whole subreddit dedicated to that troll. How fucking hilarious is that?
There is like if you're in like 4.
All right. So do you want to be interviewed after your loss in literati?
Canadian team to undo those horrible penalties at the end of the game. And they actually tied it on the fucking Yugoslavia.
Pangea.
Alright, my phone's gonna die, man. Thank you for chatting.
He's
Take care.
Peace.
7 colors. What are the 7 colors? Elu Shiva Sifei Torah. These are the 7 books of the Torah. We'll say, Himan, we'll say, Ready holds books of the Torah. Now, what does that mean for Rothschild? Essentially, we'll say, Sefer Bamidbar is really to restart. There's the part of Shemish Bamidbar up until by Ibn Alon. That's one Sefer. By Ibn Alon is only Sefer, and then after by Ibn Alon, another Sefer. Therefore, you have Ikra, Bamidbar, Midbar 2, Bamidbar, and Svarim. 7 Svarim. 7 Svarim. So which do you want to say? You can carry 9 times the polygon, and who are arguing on that? You're shooting on me up. You're shooting on me up. You're shooting on me up, man. I see the fact that you should be after the cover. The president come out. He's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. When the Shia comes, the section of Ibn Alon is going to be removed from where it is right now. Parak Yud in Chumash Bamidbar, and it's going to be placed in the beginning of Chumash Bamidbar. Right? Because that's the appropriate place. The Lama Kaslachan. So if that's the case, why is it written here? In the middle, right towards the middle of Chumash Bamidbar. The Lahaf Sipin Korana Tishon Transition. The most like, as you're going to see in just a moment, the section of Ibn Alon interrupts two difficult circumstances of bodies. Who didn't want it to be that there were two unfortunate episodes juxtaposed one another. What did the Rothschild do? He brought out a section by Ibn Alon, put it in between the two unfortunate events in order to separate them. So when the Shia comes by even lifted out, put back to the beginning of Sefer Bamidbar. I'll say one of those two unfortunate episodes. By here, I'm only. As well say the Pasuk said that people was complaining to Moshe Rabbi. So there was one episode of complaining. Right? For us, we show them what was the first unfortunate episode. By Yisrael Harashem. They traveled away mountain of God in Harsina. So on the time of Bar Kamina, she settled over Hashem. There was a success that they went ahead and the mountain of God, that was not just the geographic and spiritual state, that turned away from the Ribbon of Shalom. I by Ibn Alon, and Rabbi should be developed. This is down to God. So a number of very information for us. Number one, by Ibn Alon is as its own parasha. Now, is it treated as its own parasha, or is it treated as its own sefer? Rabbi says it's treated as its own sefer. Therefore, according to Rabbi, there's literally 7 kumashim. There's 7 kumashim. 3 of the 7 is Bamidbar being split up into 3 different parts. So what everyone agrees it does give us is that the section of Ibn Alon teaches us the minimum unit to be easily safer, and that is 85 letters. So if you want to have a safer Torah that has 85 letters, or any other scroll that has a Torah that has 85 letters, even if the letters are dispersed, Halacha of the Sefer has such a scroll, has the status of a Sefer, and can be saved on Shabbos. I would say it's interesting further discussion. We all agree that ultimately, again, that not but according to one of them, the reason why even though by Ibn Alon does not belong to have written on it, but it really belongs to be in Chumash Bamidbar. Why was it supposed to have good? In order to go ahead and interrupt with the pure ultimate. Bobby so viewing away from the part of Abra, and ultimately the people complaining against Moshe and the powerful in order to not have too much of juxtaposed by the Alon. What's going to happen to by Ibn Alon? Shiach comes, not closes. Some say it's going to be left just where it is. Others it's going to be back. It's going to be removed from Parak Yud and placed back in Parak Aleph. There is righteousness with part of the story or part of the narrative of the plans, the encampment, and the movement of Shabbos. Okay, before the as the knowledge of the what about this? I'm going to speaking about you receive a sequel from a fire. Now, we're transitioning a little bit. Well, so let's say you have a piece of blank parchment, right? A piece of, we'll say, you don't represent the board. Remember again, you ever see a sequel from a you'll notice again that you don't have writing on the top, on the bottom, will say, are you permitted to feel it on Shabbos? Another way of saying, do the feeling themselves have to be Shabbos Torah or not? To which the Gemara says, Tashma, let's analyze it. Say, Torah Shabbalah, if it's in a fellow with more now, in the Yishbal, the last one of the family, so speak on Parsha, we saw that Simon, in not Simon. So what do we see on that website? You have a one on Sefer. As long as there are 85 letters, the section of Ayid Inside, safety says. If it doesn't have 85 letters, you can't save the Sefer. But I might, but why do you need 85 letters? If the claim is in the Bible, the day, the Jewish day, why does it say the case that has if it's really true that margin, like I should say, have to do something, the entry margins have to do something, then you should just save the system of the margins. The fact that I suppose say that the price of required letters indicates to me that halacha elements of the margins themselves don't have to do something, otherwise it's all a shem. Could very well be that a without
Was like moving it back. There's like 100 in there. I'm like, oh, that's but he goes through like 100 nonsense for like one episode. Anyways, now would you like an actual one? Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'm like, just like, instead of tossing it in the garbage, yeah, I'll either put it in your pocket or leaving it in a chair. Speaking of which, so I have the old shop show chair at my house, and we put those outside for Thanksgiving. And Jess was like moving it back, whatever. She goes, "Hey, there's like 100 cents in this chair." I'm like, "Oh, that's true." Yeah, because they're like 100 cents, not cents, but like Buffalo in like one episode. So, yeah. Anyways, now would you like an actual one? Yeah, I'll give it another shot. I'm like, just like, instead of tossing it in the garbage, yeah, I'll either put it in your pocket or leaving it in a chair. Speaking of which, so I have the shop show chair at my house, and we put those outside for Thanksgiving. And Jess was like moving it back or whatever. She goes, "Hey, there's like 100 cents in this chair." I'm like, "Oh, that's true." Yeah, but because they're like 100 cents. Nonsense, but like Buffalo. So, anyways, now would you like an actual one? Yeah. I'm like, just like, instead of tossing it in the garbage, yeah, I'll either put it in your pocket or leaving it in a chair. Some people don't just leave it in a chair. So I have the old shop show chair at my house, and we put those outside for Thanksgiving. And Jess was like moving it back or whatever. She goes, "Hey, there's like 100 in this chair." I'm like, "Oh, that's true." Yeah.
Well, but you might say
because they're like 100
you might say,
like Buffalo.
disabled women
So,
come
yeah,
out.
an actual one, yeah, I'll give it a shot.
You're going to let some other songs about that.
Instead of tossing it in the garbage, I'll either put it in your pocket or leaving it in a chair. Speaking of which, so I have the shop show chair at my house, and we put those outside for Thanksgiving. And Jess was like, whatever, she goes, "Hey, there's like 100 cents in chair." I'm like, "Oh, that's true."
In between colors. Between one section of parchment and another section of parchment. At the beginning of the scroll, into the scroll, there's coming inside that. I've seen this before. There's a halacha that says this following. If you touch the scroll, your hair from a but if you go ahead and touch the tumor, you would convey to the tumor. Remember, why did Chazal do that? He was such a what did people use? People use the tumor in current context. Like when they say Torah's Kaddish, everything is Kaddish, and everyone is just owns the problem. The problem is that Rhodes got into started eating Shuma, and as a result started living on the parchment of the city
Baby, it's day Kabbalistic studies, and we're learning about Shimon Bar Yochai, and I'm just gonna read his shit just because we should know all about him. Shimon Bar Yochai, Shimon ben Yochai, also known by the acronym Rashbi, was a 2nd century Tana or sage of the period of Roman Judea and early Syria. He was one of the most eminent disciples of Rabbi Akiva the Zohar, a 13th century foundational work of Kabbalah. He is one of the most eminent disciples of Rabbi Akiva. Zohar, a 13th century foundational work of Kabbalah, is described to him by Kabbalistic tradition, but his claim, but this claim is universally rejected by modern scholars. All right. He was born in 90. He died in 160, 70 years old. He's buried in Kever Rashbi, Maron, Israel. He only had one, who knows, Eliezer ben Simeon. Religion, Judaism, Yurtzeit, Lag BaOmer of Rabbi Shimon Bar. In addition, the essential legal works called the Sifri and Mechita of Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai are attributed to him, not to be confused with the Mechita of Rabbi Ishmael, of which much of the text is the same. In the Mishnah, where he is fourth most mentioned sage, he is referred to as simply Rabbi Shimon, except in Chagiga 1:17, and except in Chagiga 1:7, and Baritas, Midrash, and Gemara, his name occurs either as Shimon or Shimon ben Yochai. In 8th century pseudonymous etch of divine revelations by Shimon. Attribution of divine revelations to Shimon by the angel Metatron is also known, called the Secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, or the Secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. According to modern legend, he and his son Eleazar ben Simeon were noted Kabbalists. Both figures are held in unique reverence by the Kabbalists. To another modern legend, in the same tomb in Meron, which is visited by thousands year-round. Biography. Shimon was born in Galilee. He was one of the principal pupils of Rabbi Akiva, under whom he studied 13 years at Bnei Barak. Barak 28a relates that Shimon previously studied at Yavne under Gamliel, Joshua ben Hananiah, and that he was the cause of the infamous quarrel that broke out two leaders. However, the statement is somewhat chronologically difficult, considering that about 5 years later, when Akiva was thrown into prison, Shimon's father was still. Thus concluded the account as Barako 28a and Barako 28a as spurious. In the Jerusalem Talmud, Terumot 46b, and Sanhedrin, Shimon's acuteness was tested and recognized by Akiva when he first came. Of all the pupils ordained, only Rabbi Meir and pupils Akiva ordained only Rabbi and Shimon. Conscious of his merit, Shimon to soothe him with soft words. During Akiva's lifetime, Shimon was occasionally found at Sidon, which he sees penance in his halakhic decisions. The following incident is recorded, illustrating his wit and piety. A man and his wife, childless despite 10 years of marriage, appeared before Shimon at Sidon to secure a divorce. Observing that they loved each other and were not able to and not being able to refuse a request that agreed with rabbinical law, Shimon told them a feast marked their wedding, told them that as a feast marked their wedding, they should mark their separation in the same way. The result was that both changed their minds, and owing to Shimon's prayer, God granted them a child. Shimon offered Shimon often returned to Akiva once he conveyed a message to him from his fellow pupil Hanina ben Hakinal. Shimon's love for his great teacher was profound. When Akiva was imprisoned by Hadrian, Shimon, probably through the influence of his father, who was in favor of the court of Rome, found he still insisted upon. When the latter refused, Shimon jestingly threatened to tell his father Yochai, who would cause Akiva to be punished more severely. After Akiva, Shimon was again ordained with four other pupils of Akiva by Judah ben Baba. Persecution and hiding. The persecution of Jews under Hadrian and Shimon, with a different of the Romans than that held by his father, often demonstrated his anti-Roman feeling when his former fellow pupils at Usha, probably about a half after Akiva's death, around 6 of the Common Era, Judah Eli spoke in praise of the Roman government. Shimon replied that the institutions which seemed to so praiseworthy to Judah were to the benefit of the Romans only, to facilitate the carrying out of their wicked designs. Shimon's words were carried by Judah Ben Gerim, one of his pupils, to the Roman governor, who sentenced Shimon to death. According to Gratz, the governor of Varus, who ruled under Antonius Pius, the event took place around 161. Shimon was compelled to seek refuge in a cavern, where he remained for 10 years till the emperor, possibly Antonius Pius, who reigned until 161 died. Shimon, accompanied by his son Eleazar, hid in a cavern near Gadara, where they stayed for 13 years, living on dates and carob fruit. Their whole bodies thus became covered with eruptions. One day, seeing that a bird repeatedly escaped the net set for it by a hunter, Shimon and his son were encouraged to leave the cavern, taking the escape as a bad omen. Taking the escape of the bird as an omen that God would not forsake them. When outside the cavern, they heard the voice of God say, "You are free." They accordingly went their way. Shimon then bathed in the warm spring of Tiberias, which him of the disease contracted in the cavern, and he showed his gratitude in the town. Tiberias was built by Herod and on a site where there were many tombs, the exact locations of which had been lost. The town, therefore, had been regarded as unclean. To remove the cause of uncleanliness, Shimon planted lupines in all places. Wherever they did not take root, he knew that there was a tomb underneath. The bodies were then exhumed clean. A certain Samaritan secretly and discredits Shimon, but Shimon learned what the Samaritan had done through the power of the Holy Spirit, and said, "Let what is above go down, and what is below come up." The Samaritan was entombed and a schoolmaster of Magdala. Shimon, for his declaration, was turned into a heap of bones. To spare their garments, they sat naked in the sand, consequently covering their skin with scabs. At the end of Elijah announced to them the death of the Roman emperor and the consequent annulment of the sentence of death against them. When they came forth, people occupied with agricultural pursuits to neglect the being angered thereby, smote them with his glances. The voice of God then ordered him to return to the cavern, where he and Eleazar remained 12 months longer. At the end of which time God ordered them to come forth. And so Shimon was met by his son-in-law, Pinhas ben Judah, who wept such a miserable statement, because if Shimon only had one, that's known, I guess. So maybe he had a daughter-in-law or something, but she's not ready. However, Shimon told him that we're gonna let them. However, Shimon told him that he ought to rejoice for 15 years' stay in the cabin, his Torah, and had much increased. In gratitude for the miracle that had been wrought for him, Shimon then undertook the purification of Tiberias. He threw some lupines into the ground, whereupon the bodies came to the surface at various places, then marked as tombs. Not only was the man who mocked at Shimon's announcement of the purification of Tiberias turned into a heap of bones, but also Shimon's pupil and delator, Judah ben Gerin. Later stories. It settled afterward at Meron, the valley in front of which place was filled with dinars at Shimon's command. On the other hand, it is said that Shimon established a flourishing school at Tekoa, among the pupils of which was Judah the first. Grad said that Tekoa evidently was Galilee, and hence must not be identified with biblical Tekoa, which was in the territory of Judah. Bacher argues that Tekoa and Meron were the same place. As the last significant event in Shimon's life, it is said that he was sent to accompanied by Eleazar ben Joseph with petition to the emperor for the abolition of the decree, and his mission was successful. It is stated that Shimon was chosen because he was known as a man at Rome. To Shimon was due to a miracle. While on the way, he was met who offered his assistance. According to agreement, Shimon entered the emperor's daughter, and Shimon exercised it. When the emperor then took Shimon to his treasure house to choose his, Shimon found that the vexatious decree, which he took away and tore it into pieces. This legend, the origin of which is non-Jewish, has been discussed by modern scholars. Israel Levy thinks it is a variation of the legend of the apostle Bartholomew exorcising a demon that had taken possession of the daughter of Polonius, the king of India. Israel Levi's opinion was approved by Joseph Halevi. Bacher thinks there is another Christian legend which corresponds more closely to the Talmudic narrative, that in which Abercius exorcised a demon from Lucia, the daughter of Marcus Aurelius. Shimon is stated to have said that whatever might be the number of persons deserving to enter heaven, he and his son were certainly of that number. So if there were only two, these were himself and is credited with saying that united with his son and Jotham, king of Judah, he would be able to absolve the world. Thus, on account of his exceptional piety and continuous study of law, Shimon was considered one of those whose merit preserves the world, and therefore during his life the rainbow was never seen, that promise of God's forbearance not being needed. Teachings. The fullest account of Shimon's teaching is found in W. Bacher's Agada der Tanayatin. When the Talmud attributes teaching to Shimon without specifying which Shimon is meant, it means Shimon bar Yochai. Halacha. Shimon's halachot are very numerous. They appear in every tractate of the Talmud except Barako, Hala, Ta'ani, Nadarim, Tamid, and Midot. He greatly valued the teaching of his master Akiva and is reported to have recommended his pupils to follow his own system of interpretation, Midot, because it derived from that of Akiva. But this itself shows that Shimon did not follow his teacher in every point. Indeed, as is shown below, he often differed from Akiva, declaring his own interpretations to be better. He was independent of halakhic decisions and did not refrain from criticizing the Tanaim of the preceding generations. He and Jose ben Halal were generally of the same opinion, but sometimes Shimon with Meir. Like the other pupils of Akiva who, wishing to perpetuate the latter's teaching, systematized it in the foundation of the Mishnah, Meir, Tosafta, Nehemiah, and Sifra, Judah. Shimon is credited with the authorship of the Sifrei, a halakhic midrash to Numbers, and of the Makilta de by Shimon, a similar midrash to Exodus. The particular characteristic of Shimon's teaching was that whether in a halakha or in a agadic interpretation of a Bible, of a biblical command, he had ever defined the underlying reason. This often resulted in material modification of the command. From many instances, the following may be taken. In the against taking a widow, it was Judah ben Eli, in that no difference be made between a rich or widow. But Shimon gives the reason for such a prohibition, which was that if such a pledge were taken, it would be necessary to return it every evening. And going to the widow's home every morning and evening might compromise her reputation. Consequently, he declares the prohibition applies only in the case of a poor widow, since one who is rich would not need to have the garment returned in the evening. Shimon's name was widely identified with the halakhic principle of interpretation, and his teacher Akiva approved of it. Therefore, his contemporaries often applied to him when they wished to know the reason for certain halachot. Shimon also divided the oral law into numbered groups, of which 15 are preserved in the Talmud. He especially favored the system of giving general rules, of which there are a great number. All this shows that he was systematic and that he had the power of expressing himself. He was dogmatic in his halakhic decisions, but where there was a doubt as to which of two courses should be followed, and the rabbis adopted a compromise legality of either course. He differed from Akiva in that he did not think the particles like et, gam, and others contained in themselves indications of halachot, but in many instances he showed that he was opposed to Ishmael's opinion that the Torah speaks as men do, and that seemingly pleonastic words can never serve as the basis for deducing new laws. Agada. Shimon is very prominent also in Agada, and his utterances are numerous in both. Many of his sayings bear on Torah study, which he believed should be the main object of man's life. Despite the stress he laid on the importance of prayer, and particularly on the reading of the Shema, he declared that one must not, for the sake of either, interrupt the study of Torah. He considers the Torah one of the three good gifts which God gave to Israel, and which cannot be preserved without suffering. But recognizing the difficulty of occupying oneself with Torah study and of providing the livelihood at the same time, that the Torah was given only for those who ate the manna or the priestly meals. He declared that had he been on Mount Sinai when God delivered the Torah to Israel, he would have requested 2 miles, one to be used exclusively as a means for repeating and the Torah. But then he added, "How great also be the Edom by delators, Mosera, with 2 mouths." Among Shimon's many other utterances may be mentioned those with regard to repentance, and some of the ethical. So great is the power of repentance that a man who has been during his lifetime very wicked, Rasha Gamur, if he repent toward the end, is considered a perfectly righteous man. He was particularly severe against haughtiness, which he declared is like idolatry, and against publicly shaming one's neighbor. One should rather throw himself into a burning furnace than shame a neighbor in public. He hates the crimes of usury, deceitful dealing, disturbing domestic peace. He his animosity toward non-Jews, generally toward feminine superstitions, expressed in the following utterance: "The best of the heathen merits death. The best of serpents should have its head, and the most pious woman is prone to sorcery." Although often quoted by Jew haters, comment uttered after witnessing his teacher put to death. Bar Yochai becoming hated after speaking out on oppression. His hostility of the Romans is expressed also in the maxims, thus alluding probably to the Parthian War, which broke out in the time of Antonius Pius. He said, "If you see a person tied to the Israel, look for the Mashiach." Shimon combined with the rationalism and halakha and mysticism in the Aggadic as well as in practice. He spoke magic sword on was it inscribed, being given by God to Moses on Sinai, and he ascribed all kinds of miraculous powers to Moses. His death, he appeared to saints in their visions. Thus, his name became connected with mystical lore, and he became a chief of Kabbalists. There exist two apocryphal midrashim ascribed to Shimon. The secrets are by Shimon ben and Tefillah Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Both of them bear on the messianic time, but the main point of these midrashim is that while Shimon was in the cavern, he fasted days and prayed to God to rescue Israel from persecutions. The Metatron revealed to his Muslim rulers whom would perish at Antioch. As in similar Messianic Apocrypha, the chief characters are Armilius and the three Mashiach ben Joseph, Ephraim, Mashiach ben Aaron, and Mashiach ben David, as evidenced in Dead Sea Scrolls. The Zohar, 13th century foundational work of Kabbalah, is ascribed to him by Kabbalistic tradition, but this claim is universally rejected by modern scholars. Commemoration. Some believe that Bar Yochai died on the 33rd day of the Omer, known as Lag BaOmer, due to a printing error in Hayim Vital's Pre-Etz Chadash. Some believe that on the day of his death, he revealed deep Kabbalistic secrets, which formed the basis of the Zohar. According to the B'nai Yisachar, on the day of his death, Bar Yochai said, "Now it is my desire to go to its place like any other, for the entire day stands within my domain." Daylight was miraculously extended. Daylight was miraculously extended. He completed his final teaching and died. Rothschild is widely known as Yom Hilula, a day of celebration. This is based on the original text of Sha'ar Kavanot by Chaim Vital, which refers to the day as Yom Simchato, the day of his happiness, rather than Yom Shemet, the day that he died. There is thus a widely observed custom to celebrate on Lag BaOmer at his burial place in Meron, with bonfires, torches, song, and feasting. The Yom Hilula is celebrated by hundreds of thousands of people. Some say that the bonfires are lit to symbolize impact. Some say that the bonfires is the commemoration custom at the tomb. Customs at the tomb of a bonfire that traditionally goes to the Rabbis of the Boyan or dynasty. At the age of 3, walk to the tomb to receive their first haircut. Another custom at the tomb of Shimon Bar Yochai is the giving of Chai Rotel. The Hebrew letters Chet and Yod are the numerical equivalent of 18. Rothschild is a liquid measure of about 3 liters. Thus, 18 Rothschilds equals 54 gallons, or about 13 equals 54 liters, or about 13 gallons. It is popularly believed that if one donates or offers 8 of liquid refreshment, soda, or even water, those attending the celebration at Rothschild's tomb on Lag BaOmer, then the giver will be granted miraculous salvation. All right, we're reading something. That didn't make sense. Yo, dog. In Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's story, they say that his son-in-law comes to the tomb. Per tradition, he only had one son, Eliezer. So, who was this son-in-law? Not the tomb, the cave. Okay, he had one famous son, but he did have one daughter, even though she's barely discussed by name. So who was his son-in-law? Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair. He is Rashbi's son-in-law, married to his daughter. Where it comes from? This is explicit in Midrash and Yerushalmi. Source Bereshit Rabbi. Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair is the same sage famous for the river splitting, so he could redeem captives, extreme piety, and multiple stories describe him visiting Rashbi, appearing interconnected to Rashbi's cave period years. Why people get confused? Rashbi's daughter is almost never named in the narrative that assume Rashbi had total. That's what it. Some stories just say his son-in-law without naming him. Bottom line, son is daughter unnamed in most sources. Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair. Some sources that name her name.
Even at a time when the Rabbi wasn't giving this year, you can't visit students all the Shabbos.
Okay, so are there sources that actually name Rash? Short answer, no. Classical Talmudic or early Midrashic source names her. Her existence is clear, her name not. What explicitly in early sources clearly established the daughter and son-in-law, but do name. Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:1 explicitly calls Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair the son-in-law of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Bereshit Rabbah 79:6, Vayikra Rabbah 9:1. Once you have a son-in-law, you necessarily have a daughter, but a name. Yeah. So on Wikipedia, it shouldn't have Eleazar ben Shimon or Simeon or whatever. It should add one daughter and at least one or something like that. He only had one son, but he obviously had more than one. Or it sounds like one child, but he obviously had names that appear in literature. Yehudi appears in some later genealogical and Kabbalistic compilations. Unnamed Bat Rashbi. Many sources deliberately avoid naming her. Examples of later works where names are proposed or hinted: Seder HaDorot, Shelet HaKabbalah. Some manuscripts connected to Safed era, Svat era Kabbalists. Important: these works do not claim the names come from Chazal. They are traditions, not proofs. Scholarly consensus: existence is certain, name is unknown. Any name attributed is late tradition, not binding or provable. This is actually very common with women in Tanaitic. Why her name may intentionally omitted. Traditional explanations include extreme modesty norms, focus on Eleazar Pinchas as a spiritual train, as women are often related of wife of rather than by in early rabbinic literature. Yoda, what's that story about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and a like getting a demon out of somebody? Usually that's not like a Jewish thing. What's that all about?
So okay, Nehemiah says something amazing. Because let's say, think about it, there is some level of legislation.
Yeah, you're remembering it right, and you're also right that
You might be as to, when you're not allowed to be Pesubim, how you're not allowed to be Pesubim, what part of Pesubim, measures
everything
about
sucks.
not learning some type of Torah on Shabbos. So Nehemiah says, the reason why Chazal instituted some limitation on Pesubim, although that is subject to dispute, like the reason Chazal instituted it was why, in order to teach you that there's a limitation on Pesubim.
Yeah, you're remembering it right, and you're also right that it's not a normal Jewish thing, normal Judaism thing that stands out. Here's going on cleanly separated between source. What actually happens and how Judaism understands it. The story itself, the core version, the fifth part 3, Parashat Pinchas, 19b to 28, and related coveted by a Ruach Ra, destructive spirit. Later language would call this a divah. The spirit causes suffering, distortion, or loss of control. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai confirmed that he does not use spells, incantations, or magic. He commands the spirit in the name of Hashem for authority. The spirit leaves, sometimes after explaining why it was there. The key detail, Rashbi doesn't battle the demon, he outranks it. Why it feels un-Jewish and why it actually isn't. You're right that mainstream Judaism demon talk, the Talmud downplays exorcism. Rambam basically says don't obsess up. But there's a crucial distinction: Judaism and spiritual forces, but reject ritual magic, summoning spirits, performing exorcism practice. Rashbi is not that. What he's actually doing Kabbalistically. In Kabbalah, there are kelipot, husks, distortions, spiritual parasites that cling when there is damage. Rashbi's role is to restore cosmic order, to command lower forces the way in command servants. That's why the spirit often explains itself. The removal looks effortless. There's no ritual, just in presence. Why only Rashbi and a few others? This is very important. Judaism does not encourage exorcism because almost no one is quite. The tradition names only a handful: Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair, occasionally Rabbi Chanin Dosa, much later, rarely indirect. These people believe completely righteous spirituality, sealed, unable to be harmed or tricked. Everyone else dangerous. Why demons almost never appear in halakhic Judaism? Because they are to Deo Hashem. Torah is about repairing the world. Obsession with leads to fear and superstition. So I'll basically say, yes, these things exist. No, this is not your lane. Is this the same as other texts? Opposite worldview. Other ones think it's drama, struggle, invocation, battle of wills. Rashbi is calm authority. The spirit leaves because it has to. No types of water, no three attributes. By the story is real in Kabbalistic tradition. Judaism accepts spiritual afflictions. Judaism rejects exorcism as a practice. Rashbi is an exceptional cosmic figure, not a model to imitate. And here's something. When Rabbi Akiva was in jail with the Romans, and then Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai came to visit him, I said that Rabbi Akiva didn't teach that he would tell the Romans. Mean move. It's like a total dick. Yeah, on the surface it's super messed up, and you're not wild for reacting. If you read it like normal human behavior, how else you want me to read it? If you, it does sound like a real jerk move, but in rabbinic sources, the moment is doing something very specific, and it's not meant to be read as casual blackmail or cruelty. Let's slow it down and unpack it. The story, quick recap. Source, Pesachim 112a with parallels elsewhere. Rabbi Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans. Teaching Torah is a death sentence. Rabbi Shimon ben Bar Yochai comes to visit him. Rashbi says, "Teach me Torah." Rabbi Akiva hesitates. Teaching Torah is literally risking execution. Rashbi responds, if you essentially paraphrase, if you don't teach me, I'll tell the Romans you're teaching Torah anyway. That line hits modern ears like, bro, WTF, that's cold. Why Chazal didn't see this as a dick move. This is not casual speech. This is Talmudic or compressed language. No one thinks Rashbi was actually planning to snitch some street level informant. The Gemara is not praising betrayal either. Is not praising betrayal ever. Instead, it's a rhetorical forcing move. Rashbi is saying there is no safe. Rabbi Akiva's hesitation is understandable. Teaching Torah equals death. Not teaching Torah equals survival, maybe. It sounds dick move to my ears.
And lowering it. Into what Shmuel does. Why does Shmuel say this? Listen to this. What Shmuel Svara? Shmuel Svara is Rabbi, right? Isn't it amazing? Don't text anything about I see where this is going already. Right? You know, like it's like so interestingly enough, so Shmuel goes ahead and
Rosh point is brutal but principled. You are already condemned. If Torah dies with you, that's worse than death. All right. Well, then I understand. In other words, the Roman Rashbi to kill Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, the only meaningful choice is what Torah continues. So the Altel line is basically stop pretending silence saves you. It doesn't. Rashbi is the man, not his ego. In rabbinic literature, great sages sometimes speak as the voice of Torah itself. Rashbi isn't saying, teach me or else. He's saying Torah has no patience, false humility, or right now. This is the same genre as the prophets of Moshe switching the tablets. Pinchas acting violently against protocol. These are moments, not normal ethics. Rabbi Akiva accepts the framing immediately. Capableness. Rabbi Akiva does rebuke Rashbi. Instead, he immediately teaches him with full intensity, and if he agrees, you're right, this is the moment. As if he agrees, you're right, this is the moment. If Rashbi had crossed an ethical red line, the Gemara would flag it. It doesn't. So, was it mean? By normal standards, yeah, it was harsh. By rabbinic narratives, it's tragic clarity. This is a story about Torah under annihilation, teachers deciding what survives, students refusing to let Torah die politely. Rashbi is portrayed as ruthless for Torah, not gentle, not diplomatic, willing to sound requires. That basically tracks perfectly with Roman culture. His later judgments, praising cruelty. It's portraying a moment where Torah over niceness, uncompromising, and extreme. Honestly, your react kind of the point. Rashbi is not supposed to feel comfortable with polite. Well, then, should Rabbi Akiva have known this and told or taught Rabbi Mon Bar Yochai instead of just being quiet? Yeah, that's actually the right question. Chazal are very aware of it.
What are the Mishnah say? You have people who live in the Chutz area, people live in an upper story. So how do we decide part of the Chutz belongs to anything of small size goes to the Bnei Aliyah, or we call them Medases?
Very quick recap. Source Pesakim 112 dash.
That's higher than 10 spots.
All right. So
how do they use that? Zrika. You throw it.
Yeah, actually, the right question. Chazal are very aware of the story. Only works because Rabbi Akiva does know this already. So why the hesitation? Short answer: Rabbi Akiva wasn't confused. He was testing the student not weighing the risk. What Rabbi Akiva is really doing. Rabbi Akiva is at the end of his life. He knows he's likely not alive. Torah transmission, a chain of survival problem. Not every great mind is safe to empower. So his is not fear, it's discernment. Who understands that Torah is worth everything, even sounding monstrous for it. Rabbi's response is actually the correct. Rabbi's reply is extremely comfortable. Exactly why it works. He's basically saying, if the life itself is already compromised, don't protect me from reality. That tells Rabbi Akiva the student won't remain martyrdom. He won't soften Torah to survey Torah even when it burns. That's the story. That's the student Rabbi Akiva needs. Rabbi Akiva couldn't just him immediately because teaching isn't just information transfer, skill acquisition. It's entrusting the future worldview of Judaism. Rabbi Akiva is choosing who shapes post-Judaism, who speaks when Rome is trauma remains. If Rashbi had answered gently, politely, ethically, he might have been a great rabbi, but not this moment. Notice what happens next. Very important. After Rashbi speaks, the tone changes completely. Rabbi Akiva teaches him fully without further testing, meaning that the test is over. Bigger pattern in Chazal. The exact appears somewhere. Eliyahu, Elisha, here, Elisha refuses Naomi, pushes Ruth away 3 times. He'll test potential converts. Not because they want refusal, but because only someone who pushed back belongs inside. Bottom line, Rabbi Akiva already knew Torah must be taught. The pause was to test capacity, not courage. Rashbi passes by showing he understood negotiable nature. The story is about section under catastrophe, not hesitation.
And therefore, what it's saying is the people that were present could access this area.
Well, what if Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai did not push back? Then what would Rabbi Akiva have done?
Has ability through shulshul. One group ability through zvika. You give it to the access through shulshul.
That's a sharp counterfactual, but Chazal actually build the answer into how the story is written, even if they don't spell it out. Short answer: if Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai had not pushed back, Rabbi Akiva would have taught him that transmission, not because Rashbi would be bad, but because he would be the wrong vessel for that moment. Look, Rabbi Akiva wasn't asking, is the student righteous? Is he brilliant? He was asking, will this person preserve without softening it, and the world become to who is willing to be understood, can tolerate something unethical, will choose Torah over social approval among Jews. If Rashbi
I could just definitely access the area. You go ahead and we'll call it engage or utilize it in a form of lateral usage. There's no going throwing. They can like get halach from the myself. In the Balkans, the name of Pesach. So the Gemara says, so therefore the Gemara explains that you misunderstood your Pesach. You said your Pesach meant B'nai Aliyah. People, and you thought they're talking about an area, therefore, that the B'nai Aliyah are used through Zika, and yet the Mishnah is saying that we awarded to the B'nai Aliyah. And as a group Shmuel, that whenever you have 2 groups to access an area, one through Zika, one through Shulshul, to the group who uses it. Through Shulshul, which one doesn't know that it's Mir Pesach literally means the people living on the Mir Pesach. And therefore, when they access the area of Bachim, that's called access lateral usage. No going up,
okay,
no
so
going down, just usage. That's why we
was asking, will this person preserve Torah without hustle? This requires someone who is willing to be misunderstood, can tolerate sounding unethical, will choose Torah over social approval, even among Jews. If Rashbi had responded politely, its defense to authority or deference to it, a tendency to protect from Torah's sharp edges. Those are virtues and norms. When Rabbi Akiva will have, what Rabbi Akiva likely would have done instead. Option 1, teach. He might have taught material or surface teachings, but not the deeper formative transmission that later defines Rashbi. Option 2, pass the torch elsewhere. Rabbi Akiva had other students, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef. Each carries a different temperament. Just step on it. Push, perhaps. Rabbi Rashbi becomes the Rashbi becomes the Rashbi only because he proves he can hold severity without corruption. Why the Gemara includes the threat at all marks a fork in history. Chazal are saying Judaism after Rome survives not only because of martyrs, but because of people willing to be hard when hardness is required. That's deeply uncomfortable and intense. A crucial nuance, very important. This is descriptive, not prescriptive. Chazal are not telling you be ruthless, threaten teachers, override Torah. They are saying in a once emergency, a once in history person was chosen. That's why Rashbi spends 13 years isolating. His worldview nearly destroys the world. When he emerges, he must be softened later. Even Rashbi's severity is portrayed as dangerous. Bottom line, if Rashbi hadn't pushed back, Rabbi Akiva would still die. Torah would still survive, but it did history. The Gemara is explaining why at all. All right, what? Yo, dog. Well, then what? When Rabbi Shimon, does this all happen before he goes in cave with Rabbi Akiva? And then also, can you give me more in-depth knowledge as to when Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai or Shimon bar Yochai goes out of the cave the first time, and then
you have an area that borders two chatzeros. One chatzer utilizes the area.
Yo, dog, can you please tell me
one chatzer accesses the area.
When does this happen? Is this before he goes into the cave for 13 years? And then also, when he leaves the cave for 1 year, what was life like? And then when he leaves the cave after the 13 years, what was life like? And also, how does he die? Like, of what? Like, did he get kicked by a mule? Or does it just not say? And then traditionally, how does it?
Why? Because again, lowering is
Got it. Let's put around a clean timeline, no mysticism, and I'll flag what the sources say versus later tradition. So, when does the Rabbi Akiva presidency happen? It happens before the cave when Rashbi is still young, but already sharp student. Rabbi Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans from 130 to 135, around then. Hadrianic persecutions. Rashbi received our transmission. This moment basically creates Rashbi as Rashbi. It's the setup for everything that follows. What happened right before the cave? Rabbi Akiva's death. Rashbi openly criticizes Rome. Famous line: Rome built roads, markets, baths for exploitation, not civilization. A Jew informs on him. Yes, an actual snitch. This one is real. Roman sentenced Rashbi, forces him into hiding. The first cave Rashbi and Rabbi Elazar, his son, learn Torah nonstop, live on carobs plus water, bury themselves in sand to preserve clothing. This is where Zoharic Rashbi is retroactively placed. Historically, the Zohar is Lashon maps it here. What happens psychologically, spiritually? No, they come out. Life is like them, bad, very bad. They see Jews from living normal lives. Rashbi says essentially, they abandon eternal life for temporary life. Wherever Rashbi is in judgment, things burn. This is not metaphorical. The Gemara treats it. The Gemara treats it as literal destructive holiness. God just at Bakol, a heavenly voice. Did you come out to destroy my world? Return to your cave. That's the extra year. The extra year in the cave, year 13. This is crucial. What changes? Rabbi Elazar stays severe. Rashbi softens. He learns patience, compassion, that the world needs balance, not purity alone. When they leave again, if Eleazar judges, Rashbi heals. Rashbi actively counteracts extremism. This is the Rashbi Judaism. Leaving the cave the second time after 10 years, what life is like now. Rashbi re-enters, lives in Galilee, teaches openly and gives world burning. Key story, he sees an old man running with two myrtle branches Shabbat. Rashbi says, see how the mitzvah to Israel fully resolves his tension with no. How does he die? Cause of death, no illness described, no violence.
I see the case of the
no accident. He dies of old age. Traditionally, they say it is 80s, but it's 70. Traditional Kabbalistic understanding, he done log but Omer, students teaching secrets of Torah until his last breath. Death is portrayed passing. The fire associated with Lag BaOmer, light, not just ultra short timeline, student arrest, then the prison visit, Chris Rome, death sentence, cave 12 to extreme, leaves, world burn, cave 1 more year, softening, challenge teacher, dies peacefully at Lag BaOmer. Bottom line, his life is basically severity, isolation, catastrophe, refinement, integration. Judaism does not end with cave Rashbi, it ends with post cave Rashbi. Well, what about? All right, so like Rabbi Akiva had 20,000 students who were being persecuted, and then on Lag BaOmer, that stops, celebrated, and the weddings and stuff on that day, and get haircuts and stuff. But how is this in relation to Bar Yochai's death? They're separate events. They just so happen to be the same day. And also, wasn't Rabbi Bar Yochai one of 20,000 whose death was on this day?
How do they use the bit? How? Laura.
Great question. Very common. Because actually two different traditions that layered in onto one. That's what I thought. Let's untangle it cleanly. Rabbi Akiva's students, what actually happened? The classic story, Rabbi Akiva had 24,000 students. I meant more than 20,000. I mean, it was like something in the 20. Like you could say, like, it was rounding. They did not die from Roman persecution. They died in a plague. That's what I meant. As a plague, the illness. Yeah. Reason giving, they did not treat one another with proper respect. Time frame between Pesach and Shavuot. What changes on Lag BaOmer? The plague stops. Death ceases. Mourning customs are lifted. Haircuts, weddings, music. That's why Lag BaOmer, break in mourning, not a full biblical holiday. Was Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai one of those 24,000? Huh? No, he's absolutely not. That doesn't make sense to me. This is super important. Rashi is explicitly named as part of a later group. Oh, okay. After the plague, Rabbi Akiva takes 5 new students: Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Elazar, Ben Shemua. The Gemara says they restored Torah to Israel, meaning the 24,000 died. That doesn't make sense. Torah almost collapsed. The second group rebuilds it. Oh, hold on. I'll explain. Rashbi did not almost die. He was not spared on Lag BaOmer. He belongs to the catastrophe generation. So how does Rashbi's death fit in? Rashbi's death being on Lag BaOmer is later Kabbalistic tradition. It does not appear in it emerges much later Zoharic Sfat tradition. It reframes Lag BaOmer from plague stop to also spiritual light reveal. Why we link it to this day? Because Lag BaOmer already symbolized survival after devastation, Torah continuing after collapse, light after darkness. Rashbi is the embodiment of that idea, so the date gets reinterpreted. Are these two events historically connected? Historically, no direct connection, different generations, different causes of death, different itinerary layers, symbolically very much connected. So the death of the 24,000 Torah community collapses. Means okay, so the event is death of 24,000, meaning Torah community collapses. Lag BaOmer, death stops, survival begins. Rashbi, Torah reborn in a deeper form. Rashbi's Yortzeit, the rebirth is celebrated. Why Judaism lets both live on the same day? Judaism often compresses meaning, not chronology. Lag BaOmer becomes a hinge point. The day Torah does not end. The day tragically flips into transmission. Doug, I can't believe I've been doing this for an hour, and I just want to read something and we get all these questions. Why are there so many questions? Because a lot of this stuff is not consistent.
Well, it's not. Aren't we concerned that the pit is going to become diminished in its well water? And over time,
I feel these are good questions. So logbook becomes a hinge point the day Torah does not end, the day tragedy through transmission. So later mystics say, this is the day the greatest transmitter of inner Torah leaves the world in light, not morning. That's why no fast, no sadness, fires, light, not grief. Bottom line, straight answers. Rabbi Akiva's students died in a passion. Lag BaOmer marks when the plague stopped, not among the 24,000. He belongs to the next generation. His death being on Lag BaOmer is a later tradition. The two events are symbolically, not historically caused by one another. Okay, so hold on. Still not that clear. All right. So let me get this straight. Rome executing people, just generally for teaching Torah and stuff. Separately, 24,000 of Rabbi Akiva's students, but then it stops on Lag BaOmer. This all happens while Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is still a child, or even maybe before he was born. But wouldn't this mean that he still survived like some kind of pandemic that happened? So wouldn't he be considered a survivor of it? And weren't Rabbi Akiva's students still being persecuted by Romans in addition to this pandemic occurring? This is a good point.
Water goes down. That water is filled with fruit, and therefore for the cess, its usage of the Pesach lateral.
Thinking about it is exactly the right way. Fixing timeline, geography, and clock. And the short answer is yes and no. That needs preparation. All right. So, what were two overlapping crises? Not one. Roman persecution, ongoing, uneven, political, targeted public Torah ordination, communal leadership. Peace under Hadrian, 130 to 135 CE. Not everyone affected equally. Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students, displague, megaphone, framed as sudden, internal to the Torah community, moral, spiritual cause, lack of respect, time bound, between Pesach and Shavuot, stops at Lag BaOmer. These are distinct phenomena that overlap in time but not explanation. How Shimon Bar Yochai exact birth dates. Okay, well, it's fucking confusing. But the best traditional reconstruction, Rothschild is either not yet or very young. Well, if he was very young, this fucking pandemic, he becomes Rabbi Akiva's student after the 24,000 died. The Gemara explicitly treats him as part of the second cohort. So he is not a learning network yet. He grows out of that catastrophe. Could Rosh be a plague survivor in a modern sense? Not really.
Everyone agrees. Was at any time one domain has what we'll call Pesach or lateral usage, and the other domain has either Zrika or social? Everyone agrees that we give it to the Chatzah.
He wasn't part of the affected group. He wasn't learning in those beta midrash. The plague is not described as general population wide. I mean, what plagues were just picking on middle-aged fucking yeshiva students? Come on. Yes, but only loosely. Okay. Same region, Eretz Israel, Judea, same generation, same Roman period. That makes more sense to me, but I get it. He's not one of the 20. So he lived after the Torah world collapsed, but not as a distinct survivor the way the five later students are. Okay. Were Rabbi Akiva's students also being persecuted by Rome while it happened? This is subtle but important. The sources strongly suggest the plague is the primary cause of death. Roman persecution is background pressure, the mechanism. meaning they didn't die because of Rome, but Rome made conditions worse: crowd interruption, abnormal learning, fear, and ability. Causal. They really do not blame Rome for the 24,000 deaths. Why? Because the lesson they want is accountability, not external blame. It doesn't causal connect the plague Rome because they're teaching two different lessons. Courage. The lesson is courage, martyrdom. Students plague ethics, respect community. If they merge, then both would weaken. So all these people in the same area. Many students were spread across Judea and the Galilee. Lives in the Galilee plague. He's either not in those circles. Final synthesis. Your exact question and Rome was persecuting Torah teachers generally. Separately, Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students died in a plague. These events overlap in time and place. Rashbi was not one of the 24,000. He is not a plague survivor in the direct sense. I get it. Okay, fine, but like it was in the area, and if he survived, if he wasn't born, he didn't survive it. But if he was born, even if he was on Earth, I guess you could say he survived it. He inherits a Torah world reshaped that disaster. Roman persecution after the plague. Rashbi later becomes a primary target of Rome. So the right way to think about it is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is not a traditional survivor of the plague, and I throw the word traditional there because it's like the butterfly effect. If something's happened on the other side of the world, some lady in fucking Bathsheba sneezes, I'm surviving. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is not a survivor of the plague. He's a product of a vacuum it created. Perhaps. That's why his Torah is intense. His intolerance of compromise is sharp. His role is preservation, not harmony. Okay, that kind of makes sense to me. So yeah, give me a timeline. Yes.
And they did not join in an area together. So what's the halacha? So we'll say the wall. Let's say the wall of the apartment. So the Gemara indicate here the people of the cluster have usage of the bottom 10 spots.
Okay, so 50 to 60 era birth of Rabbi Akiva, born Torah, converts to Torah study later in life, eventually becomes the central rabbinic figure of his generation. 90 to 120 CE, Rabbi Akiva's main teaching period, thousands of students across earth, Israel, Torah rebuilding after the destruction of the Second Temple, 70 CE, Judaism still fragile, decentralized, 20 to 130 CE, 24,000 students. Rabbi Akiva has 24,000 students. They die in a plague. Magafa Askara. Time frame Pesach to cause given lack of mutual respect. Lag BaOmer, the day the deaths stop. Rome is present but not blamed for these deaths. Okay, then repeat CE. After the plague, Torah almost collapses. Rabbi Akiva is left with no students. He starts over with 5 new students. Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shimon Bar and Shavua. This is entry point 130 to 132. Rashbi is a young student of Rabbi Akiva, likely a young adult, learns during a time of Roman pressure, anti-ordination decrees. Torah transmission is dangerous but not yet lethal. 132 to 135 CE. Bar Kokhba revolt. Rabbi Akiva supports Bar Kokhba. Rome brutally suppresses the result, massive Jewish casualties, beginning of the Hadrianic persecutions. 135 CE. Rabbi Akiva imprisoned and executed Torah for teaching Torah publicly. Rashbi visits him in prison. Prison transmission scene happens here. Rabbi Akiva, Asara, Haruge. Rashbi is now carrying end of era Torah. 135 to 136 CE. Rashbi criticizes Rome, says Roman infrastructure is self-serving. A Jew informs on him. Rashbi is sentenced to death. 136 to 138. The cave, 12 years. Rashbi and his son Rabbi Elazar hide extreme asceticism. Total Torah immersion. Zero engagement with society. 148 CE. He leaves the cave the first time. Roman decree lifted. Emperor dies. Rashbi sees Jews farming. World burns from judgment. But Cole sends them back. 148 to 149 CE. Extra year in the cave. Rashbi softens, learns balance. Eleazar remains severe. 149 CE. Leaves the cave the second time. Rashbi reintegrates. Instead of destroys, except normal Jewish life. Accepts normal Jewish life. Becomes a public. 150 to 160 CE. Later teaching years lives in Galilee. Maron era. The Maron area teaches openly foundational Haric tradition. Retrojected. I love that word. Retrojected. I'm going to retroject everything. 160 to 1 CE. Death of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Not martyred. Dies peacefully. Later tradition dies on Lag BaOmer. Death described as Matah Nashika. Death by key takeaway before Rashbi's main career. Rashbi is not a survivor of the plague and the plague rebuilding. Roman persecution intensifies later. The cave after Rabbi Akiva's death. Lag BaOmer layers. Plague stopped late. Rashbi's death. Late tradition. Hold on though. Yo dog. Okay, so the 20 who are learning under Rabbi Akiva, they die. It all stops on Lag BaOmer. Weren't some that survived, like anybody who was still learning under Rabbi Akiva, and then Rabbi Akiva picks the five, or was it Rabbi Akiva? Dog, we're cutting ties with all these big, and we're gonna start anew. How did that work?
Again, if it's a thin 10 talking about the ground, it's considered to be lateral usage for the essentially again, if it's above 10 talking about the ground, it's considered to be lateral usage for the aliyah. Whoever has lateral usage, whoever has usage,
I'm done.
Has the primary easier usage and the water that area. Amid days, Tashma, very interesting.
I don't think I can ask him.
Azul Lamala Mizu. So both sides. Really what it means is like terraces.
All right, here we go. This is a common point of confusion, and the Talmud frames students as transmitters of Torah. Let's break it down. Let's break it carefully. The 24,000 students. The Gemara, Ivamo 62b, 12a says clearly, Rabbi had 24,000 students. They all died between Pesach and Shavuot. Cause of plague framed as a spiritual consequence. They did not show respect to
Great case. Two let's just go in terraces. Two terraces above the water. One is above the other, but as you can see from the picture, it doesn't literally mean one is on top of the other. They are diagonal from each other. They are diagonal from each other. Now, both of them, what? Shagos,
Rabbi Akiva, okay. All of them done with plague. Yevamo 62b, Pesachim 112a. Cause spiritual internal. They didn't treat each other with proper respect. It's framed as almost a total collapse of Torah transmission. So, according to the sources, very few students about in this group. Okay, were there junior students who survived, possibly younger students or those not yet fully engaged in higher level studies survived, but they aren't mentioned. The Gemara focuses only on the core group capable of transmitting Torah. That's why it emphasizes it as catastrophic. What happens after the plague stops? Lag BaOmer. Rabbi Akiva is left without a functional student body. The plague stops on Lag BaOmer. It becomes a day of celebration. At that point, Rabbi Akiva rebuilds Torah with a new cohort of 5 students: Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Ben Shmuel. These students chosen to restore Torah tradition, not survivors of the plague. Oh, that raises a question. Did Rabbi Akiva cut ties? No, he didn't abandon anyone magic and involuntary. The five are not replacement in a positive sense. They are the vessels for Torah after near collapse. Think of it as this: the old crash, the new system begins, like Wilmer set and survival of Torah, not an ordinary decision. Why only five? Chazal highlight these five because they rebuild the chain of tradition. Other survivors are not mentioned because they're reconstructing Torah already. Summary: the 24,000 for the five new generation tasked with restoring Torah, Rabbi Akiva, and the start of the new cohort. So celebration is big. Hold on though.
In the upper gustra. Right, so lower gustra normally just throws its bucket through the opening in. She says over here, there's literally not.
Did five have any Torah at all, or just like five brand new people? Were they junior learners? Did Rabbi recruit, or did they come to him? And if you're like, oh, well, this is a Gemara. 2011 page of tractates, folios, it's a lot to remember. And again, I've gotten more than I remember of these.
So left lower gustra, which extends into the water. What left lower gustra just throws its bucket through the upper right gustra and draw water.
Right, here we go.
Okay, so fine.
So
the Gemara says, watch this.
okay, now you're getting the post-plague transmission story, which is because it explains how Torah was literally rebuilt. Break it down carefully. Who are the five students? The five students are Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rashbi, Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon. Were they brand? They already know Torah. They were already Torah, just not at the level of 24,000 advanced students. They were junior learners or early stage students scattered across Judea, Galilee. They had talent and potential, but without guidance, they had not yet fully mastered Torah or been capable of leadership. So I think they were emerging scholars, not absolute novices. How did Rabbi Akiva meet them? The Gemara doesn't give a lot of detail about the exact meeting moment, but it implies Rabbi brought them out. They were likely already showing aptitude, perhaps in smaller study groups or local communities. Rabbi Akiva recognized them as the only students capable of restoring Torah transmission after the catastrophe. Important. In rabbinic thinking, selection meant as much as teaching. Rabbi Akiva students who were intelligent and diligent, respectful and capable of absorbing and transmitting under extreme circumstances. Did the five already know from before? Some knowledge, yes, but partial and fragmented. They were not part of the advanced 24,000 cohort, so they hadn't been exposed to the full transmission. Rabbi Akiva's teaching made their potential and made them the Torah lineage. Think of it like they had seeds of knowledge. Rabbi Akiva watered them and full trees. The selection process, like formal but purposeful. Rabbi Akiva observing the learning, moral character, and spiritual capacity. Chazal frame it almost miraculous. These five were destined to carry Torah. No conflict, plague effectively forced a reset, so Rabbi Akiva could focus on the few capable students rather than managing the large pre. Why these five? Chazal highlighted five because they represent the continuity. Rabbi Meir later becomes a majority halakhic authority. Rabbi Shimon Bar mystical tradition. Zohar. Rabbi Elazar transmits his father's teaching. Rabbi Yosef and Rabbi Yehuda rebuild native halakhic law. Sorry, microcosm of Torah cycle. So, question: already knew Torah. Answer: partial junior learners, novices, not complete novices. Potential. How did they meet? Rabbi Akiva likely recruited, observed by him in select communities. Selection process: observed talent, character, ability to care. Purpose: rebuild Torah after plague decimated the 24,000. Dog, I was gonna. This is gonna be 10-minute fucking me reading them. God, but I feel like I know. Go fuck yourself.
They woke up. They woke up and they too lowered their. What's the case? The case is shul. Everyone shul. Let's say two areas accessing the joint exactly the same way. Oh, that's why they ask them until they go ahead and they make a joint. Now it makes sense. So the Gemara said, you don't have to say nevertheless. By Asul the Takton, Asul the Al the Asiri, because it goes to that section, Halakha Lamaisa, which is the moment. Lomi boy, Rashi's Kilomar, the heat, Tema, Ubisof, Asara Kanyin, Hano Mishum, the Ain, Luzul, Shos, the Zabishos, also the Zabishos, to this. Lomi boy, Asul the Takton, Asul the Al the Asiri, Cape. They go. Asuna Hadadi. Ela Ilo Asula Ayona. Although Asula Takma so go from seven. Lomi by Kama, Lomi by Asula Takma Asayana. The economy came of these solutions, Kashmish Hashava, the Hasmuho thing, the mesh of Dalu Talk, the Mumina Lakaman, the Gobo Nami Gabi Go Asara. Ela Ilo. The Habi Lazeb Shosho Lazeb Mazvika Bishosho. So the Gemara says, Lomi Boy, Asulu Takolo, Asula Yona. It goes without saying that if they made it for the Takolo, the lower goes to them. Did not make it for the Alyona, but don't miss it will be Asur. The Chiban go good, the Hadad, who say same these two Guspiros are with they automatically answer each other. Ela Akilo Asula Alyona, the low Asula Tona. They will say even in the ultimately again for the upper one and not for the lower one. Sagadai coming up, Kavan the Lizebina cause for the Zebakasha, the upper one uses in the pizza and the lower one also uses it for difficulty. The opening, give the pizza, only to the upper parts of it uses Kamash Malon, Kavan the Go as ultimately again what's up over the other side? The holding over here is soft. And the lower Guspura are within buckets of each other. Therefore, again, in the absence of zero, the asset one upon the other. Say, Rabbi say, we're sidestepping now a little bit the macro with Rabbi Shmuel and introducing another concept, which is the halakha l'maisa. Whenever you have an area that is used by two rishuyos, and those rishuyos love each other, they affect the answer one upon the other. It says, this supports the Shmuel. The Gemara says, what happens? Some of those the tzar of Sulam Kabbalah Hatila. So let's listen to this case. This is picture 2-5. Right? Gag has some of those stuff. So let's look at the picture. So you see the Gag is the area where the guy to the right is. Right? So Gag has this roof area that is right next to the Shus Harabim. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Sarif Sulam Kabua Lahatilo. Ultimately, it requires a fixed earth in order to produce to the Bnei Aliyah. And to the Mishnah. So we'll see that ladder over there. That is a fixed, so that fixed ladder is necessary in order to allow ultimately again the use of the God for the Pesach and ultimately again the Aliyah to use it. So let's take a look at that. Gaga some of the Sarabim. She'esh Muka Kotzer Lotzida. So we'll see the front of here. This God is then it goes by a pizza on all sides. Ella Tzida Acha Lotzida Sarabim. Stam Gag Gabo Asara. Sarach Sulam, including next actually. Sarach Sulam Kabua. Minha Liya Legad Lahatilo. Talta Minha Pesas Legad. The other Lesulam Lead they salty God and cooperation side. The Umecha Leitash was to this. So the Gemara says if you have a rooftop and the rooftop is 10 fucking away, 10 fucking high off the surrounding. But there's no Melitza surrounding. So if there is a fixer from the rooftop, the Aliyah, that shows that the rooftop ultimately is what? Ultimately is used by both linear passages, including the passages over here, as well as the Aliyah. Emphasis of a fixer. What happens if you fix that Rabbi? Rashi says, Sunamarai, Kevan the Messiah like Kiman de Lesi. So if you don't have a fixed ladder, then halakha l'maisa what would ever happen, then this would be an area that was within 10 feet also to both areas. So the Gemara Sulam Kavua in Sulam Time. Why is that? Why is halacha l'maisa? Why is it halacha l'maisa? They're only but not a temporary matter. Lavi should be able to show ashar tahu. Ultimately, again, it's three times talking about both. It's an area that you think of both issues, and the other. So we'll say something about you know just using it as a raya. You know the thing over here that the reason why the people of the big below, the big areas which share the meats that goes into the water, the reason they answer one upon the other is each other. You must suggest that you can't focus on the things that share this, to which the Gemara says not to the Papa, the Gimel, the Rabbi, the Pastor, about ultimately again. That maybe the case that above the restrictions automatic people use it, the neighbors use it to put down their packages and to put down their packages. Sherigilin Moses above the Hobbit Umafores, no and the Hogun who Lahem the Musli cow. This is picture 286. So as you can see, because it is such a low count, the Benedict should ultimately use it to go ahead and put down their stuff. So because they use it to put down their stuff, therefore I will say, so listen to this. So because it's an area that is so easily usable by the Shusharabim, the halacha says as follows. If halacha l'maisa, there's a fixed ladder like you see in picture 286. If there's a fixed ladder, so that fixed ladder shows that this pad is used by the Aliyah as well as the Merkasas. What makes it the domain of the Aliyah and the Merkasas. If there's not a fixed ladder, since we're dealing with a God that is so low, and it's easy for the Meir Shlam just to put their stuff down for just a little bit, the absence of a fixed ladder makes this a God that is used both by the Meir Shlam as well as the Bnei Aliyah and Merkaz. And therefore, again, I will say any area in Kentucky of two Shuyos and is used by both becomes usher. But the presence of the fixed ladder makes this an area that is dominantly used by the Aliyah as well as by the Merkaz, and therefore, again, it becomes theirs and does not belong to the Shushan. So just understand, we're going to stop over here for today. But just understand what we're still leaving off with. We have not resolved our machlokas. The entire day today, and I have to say, I want to point out, with this two states, the two terraces that both utilize the same machitza to draw water, that's going to be a Mishnah there, that we are going to see in just a couple of days. We're going to spend some significant amount of time. We spoke about that in the second Shabbos, this special utilization of these machitzas to draw water. But I just want to point out, we began today with one simple mission, which was, again, I will say, a machlokes and Rav and Shmuel. What's the machlokes? Let's start with what we know. Our sugya is all about two areas that both have the use third area. And what's the shaila? For Hilchos Eruvin, who should more the use of that area? So let's go with what we know. Let's go to Echatzavi, and there's a common area that they both share. They both have use. Yes, so we'll say, obviously, if they make a joint area, then what? As they say, there's nothing to talk about because if you make a joint area, then that's shared area. What happens if they don't make a joint area? So we'll say, so we get usage of it. So it depends. What does it depend on? Ease of access, ease of usage. So we'll say, remember again, just to clarify our terms. So what we'll call lateral usage, which means direct usage. I don't have to use it through shulshul or through zrika Pesach. If one of the chatzeros has usage through Pesach and the other one utilizes it through zrika or through shulshul, then what? It's awarded to the one that has lateral Pesach. That's the easy case. We'll say both of them have Pesach, both of them have lateral use. What's the halacha? It's usher. So we'll say, where does the machlokes comes up is zrika, one has shulshul. So Rav says zrika and shulshul are the same. Zrika and shulshul are the same. Therefore, if one has zrika, one has shulshul, it's usher to both of them. Shmuel is what comes along and says that echad b'shulshul, the echad b'zrika, shulshul is considered to be ease of use. And Shmuel's life it seems to be. Why is social easier? You say why? Why? Gravity. Time you're in a downward motion, that's just considered to be easier than an upward motion. That's called ease of use. And if for Shmuel's entire shita is whenever again one chazan is used through shulshul, one has a zrika, we give it to one through shulshul. So we spent the entire daf today trying to prove slash disprove Shmuel's shita. It turns out that all of the cases begin, none of them prove Shmuel or disprove Shmuel, so we kind of begin the way we ended. We started the machlokes for Shmuel. We're going to end that machlokes is still there, and tomorrow's daf we will reach resolution on that. That's it.
Like in 2 years, that's me in 3 weeks. They're like, and they're like, I'm like, what are you talking like that? My boss just is fucking from Sutherland, which is fucking inspiration. Place, but yeah, made up a place, but it's our same thing. So that's our same thing. With Chad, I'm sure that. So we do this like.
I'm sorry. Otherwise, begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf cookie test 119. It's amazing, man. There's like so many new beginnings, so many all called the same couple of days. Quite dramatic. Okay, so what's a cookie test 119? We are picking up cookie tests on days 118. Two lines up to the bottom. 4 lines at the bottom, excuse me. Oil Moed Shemino, Kamishim Sheva, remember having Oil Moed in Givon and Rove, stood for 57 years. That's combined. Remember again, we've already seen that Rove and Givon are always reckoned to get 57 years. When we're doing all that, we can see that he has Kiras Arnalikim. So let's remember again, this is by the Pasuk when Eli's sons Archas took the Aron out to war inappropriately. War Aron is lost. In war with Christian, he hears about it. Eli falls back and dies. Vayikas Kilas Arnalikim. Tana Kishames Eli Karbashino when Eli Balmino. And they came to know. Shmuel Haramas. He Karbano Givon. When Shmuel died, no one was ready to give him. See by Yom Shat Arabikias. Very well, you'll please see Arabikias. I was saying the Pasuk said it was in the day that the Arab Kiriyat Arim. And what happened? He stayed in for 20 years. How he so long to follow after. Tiny Esmishana, those 12 are comprised of what? Esmishana Shmuel Shmuel 10 years that Shmuel reigned by himself. Also, what is that? What is that? Remember again, Shmuel, he called Shmuel a king because Shmuel was a leader of the Jewish people. Before they asked for it. Remember again, Shmuel Hanavi dies as a young man. He died at the age of 52. He's old. Why? He's called old, right? Because his position aged. And that's what the Jewish community done. So he looked like an old man, but in fact he was only 52 years old. So as a Shana Shemala Shmuel, 1 year that Shmuel reigned, together with Shaul. Ushtaim Shemalach Shaul, 2 years that Shaul reigned by himself. Sheva did govern, 7 years of government. Now we'll discuss that after you for more than 7 years. We'll discuss them on the top of cookie test. By Yom Shemalach David al Yisrael Mem Shan. David reigned over Yisrael for 40 years. So the Hebron Malach Zayin Shana. The Kevron for 7 years. The Shlomo and I will say the Shlomo it says, Yacha Livnos Bishnas Arba'a Lamakuso. Shama begins to build the base on the 4th year of his reign. So it's like what the Gemara essentially did is if you put all of these years together, essentially from the destruction of Shiloh until the building of the base on it turns out that what? The Shtairu, the Shiloh, Shlosh also the Shidim Chasa Achas. So we learn that Shiloh stood for 369 years, and the combined time of Nob and Givon was 57. Got Gilgal for 14 years, Nob and Givon. Shiloh for 369 years, Nob and Givon for 57 years, and then ultimately again through the building of the base. Both the Nob and Givon. So remember again, the Mishnah says that when they came to Nob and Givon, remember again what happened in Nob and Givon. So you are permitted to go ahead and build bubbles. I'm reading from the Mishnah. In Nov, but anyway. He says the Gemara, where do we know this? From where do we know that bubbles were permitted after Kilo? And you know that after she was destroyed, so the bubbles become permitted.
Yo, what up, woman and co? Can you hear me? What up, sir? No. I appreciate that.
You have not yet come to the Menucha and the Nachala. Menucha means resting place, Nachala inheritance. What is the reference to? So the Gemara says, Ela Menucha, Zu Shiloh. The Gemara refers to Shiloh. Nachala, Zu Yerushalayim. Nachala refers to Yerushalayim. The Lama Chalkan will say, so why does Moshe Rabbeinu reckon Shor and the Beis HaMikdash separately? To teach you what? They retain Heter being Zeh Lezeh. In order to teach you that in between the time periods of time of Shiloh and the Beis HaMikdash, so Bamos, fact that Moshe Rabbeinu mentions them separately to tell us that when there's Shiloh, no Bamos. When there's Beis HaMikdash, no Bamos. When in between Shiloh and Beis HaMikdash, Bamos are permitted. Amar Lei, ultimately again, so why don't you go ahead and say that? Talk about Meiser Sheen though. I say that Meiser Sheen is consumed anywhere that you actually says Shas Hekai, Naisi Nami Shani the Novi Givon. Shari Mistan who called Kedush. I doesn't say that Meiser Sheen has by Novi Givon as well. First thing was Amalei is a list there is a Shava of Sham between Meiser Sheen and Sham in both contexts. Keva the Aron Lohava, Meiser Nami Lohava. Let's say since in Novi Givon there was no Aron, the Aron was housed elsewhere, therefore when there's no Aron, there's no obligation to bring Meiser Sheen the Aron Lohava. The Chol Givon Haya Aron B'Kiyati Arim. Chaf Shana will be here done actually by. This is actually another very interesting fact. Novi Givon served as a centralized service. It was the Mishnah. The Aron was not housed there. The Aron was an off-site facility. Or off-site facility in Kiryas Yarim. I don't know if it's like Tulsa. I don't know if it's Kiryas Yarim. So in any event, so the Gemara says, so therefore, the obligation to bring Meiser Sheen to the Makom of Mishkan is fundamentally from the presence of the Aron. If the Aron is there, then you have to bring Meiser Sheen. If the Aron is not there, you need not bring your Meiser Sheen. Therefore, says the Gemara, there was no Aron and no Givon, and therefore no obligation to bring Meiser Sheen. If that's the case, Pesach the Kutshim Nami. Right? Why don't you go ahead and also say that by Pesach and Kutshim, it should be this as well. The Sham Shame Aron Yalfi. I can make a Shava of Sham from Pesach and Kutshim ultimately to Aron as well. And say just like there's no Aron, so you shouldn't be obligated to bring Pesach and Kutshim there. The Aron Lahava. Since there's no Aron, maybe you shouldn't bring these things there. I'm related to Amr Haman, Rabbi Shimon, because I'll take this is Rabbi Shimon, the Amr see where Lovi Kribu Ela Pesach Kabbalah had his not. The day Nachinami was Shimon, we saw the Shita yesterday. The Shimon holds could only cover Pesach and only Chobos and other obligations of obligatory offerings. At the time, were offered up in the Mishkan. About Chobos She'in Kabbalah had his not. But ultimately, again, obligatory offerings which do not have a sign. So Hacha Vacha Lo Karet are not offered on a Bama Gidola or a Bama Hobo Shein Kabbalah. So when it comes to Meiser Behema, they are considered to be obligatory offerings that do not have a set time. The Iskish Meiser Dagan, and I will say Meiser Dagan, is ultimately again compared to Meiser Behema. Well, for the Rabbi Yehuda, it was seen that according to Rabbi Yehuda, in fact, these items would be offered up, which we must in Dom Rabbi Bamasta, Meiser Sheni, Meiser Evenech, Rabbi Yehuda. And in fact, Rabbi Yehuda does hold that Meiser Sheni and Meiser Behema are in fact offered up in Novin Gibel. I Bahabai Gila. Here's the problem. When it comes to Meiser Sheni and Meiser Behema, so the Gemara says it requires Bira. Let's say Bira literally means like a tower. What it means is it requires ultimately again, it requires Lifnei Hashem. It requires being done as God. So the Gemara says, "But funny Rabbi Yosef, Shalosh Birosim did not teach us in yesterday's daf that in fact there was a Shiloh to go to give on the base of it. We tell you that who our law, Lachilas Meister Sheni Badu. It was explained that about ultimately again Sheni would actually the Havak of Bila could save the fair of Kefa. Ultimately, it was a Gira means it is a requirement of being before. Therefore, the Gemara answers, we're talking about Bilas Meister Sheni and his spouse. So bottom line, the Gemara just highlights the statement of the Mishnah, the concept that once we come to know and give up, is was a which is once we come to know it, Allah for the nice bubbles become permitted. Once bubbles become permitted, so why permitted? You are naturally promotion in the statement, Kilo Basem, Anata El Hamanucha El we're going to discuss what was meaning here in this moment, but for now, the Gemara Shiloh, Nachla is based on Mikdash. Why this motion is explicitly articulated in these two places to teach you that it's in these pieces of centralized service where there is a issue of bubbles in between the periods of Menucha and Nachla. Bubbles ultimately again will be permitted. What's permitted on bubbles in between those two periods? So let's remember again, that's the price that we saw 2 days ago that has the 4-week bias about what you could do on a bana and a bama gidol. So every week that bamos are permitted between Shiloh, everyone agrees with. The machlokas is what are you offering on those bamos, and that machlokas devolves upon both what we call a bama kind of altar and a bama gidol, which was the public centralized. But Paul Yushan, so let's say King Yushanayim. King Yushan says, "The Esu had bamos, so bamos became prohibited. Below 100 hectares. So ultimately, again, we'll say, and there is no hectare after. So to this day, bamos are prohibited. It says the it says because you have not yet come, you have not yet arrived to the. It says the Gemara, so what's it? So the pasuk says the Gemara says, "No, nachlos yishayim." But Omer, v'haisa nachalasi ka'aryi bayah. Pasuk says, "I will say." Pasuk says, "Putting the word." The pasuk says, "No, my nachala, my to me was like a lion in the forest." Ha'ayit nachaltili, ha'ayit saviv saviv. We're going to expound on these two. This pasuk was a literally colored bird is my portion. The other is ha'ayit saviv. The face surrounds me. It's very Rabbi Yehuda. So what's that? Actually, we're going to get it. That's the colored bird. Because the colored bird is the bird that stands. Because it stands out very often. So the Rabbi describes Bobby Sell as the colored bird. is surrounded by praise. Colored birds, beautiful colors. Can't reach anyone else. So once leaving aside the psukim for just a moment, these words are Rabbi Yehuda. Shimon Omer, Menucha is Yerushalayim, Nachal is Shiloh. And it says no, Menucha is Yerushalayim, Nachal is Shiloh. The Omer, Zos Menuchasi, and I will say, by the way, just so you understand, the reason the reason Gemara quotes from Psukim ultimately again is because the Navi talks about the Haisa Alasi Ka'ari. So we were saying these Psukim are actually making reference to Yerushalayim, and Yerushalayim is referred to as what? As a Nachal. Therefore, when it says that you have not yet come to the Nachal, that Yehuda Menuchas Shiloh, Nachal means Yerushalayim is Hamikdash. The Shimon says no. Menuchas Yerushalayim, Nachal is Shiloh. He says just the opposite. Menuchas Yerushalayim, Nachal is Shiloh. Va'om zos menuchasi ad. Mo'eshev isio. So what's the equal here? Quotes over here. The pasuk from Tehillim. Zos menuchasi. So what do you see? Yerushalayim is called a menucha. Va'omer. Hashem Tzion Iva Moshe Rabbeinu. Also, the pasuk immediately following that, immediately before it, talking about Yerushalayim. So that talks about Yerushalayim. Talks about Iva Tzion, and then afterwards he says Zos menuchas. So therefore, Shimon says that what? Menucha refers to Yerushalayim. So Nachala is Shiloh. Menucha is Yerushalayim. Says here's the problem. Rishon Lamando Menucha is Shiloh. So according to I understand we do this about Shiloh. Nachala is Yerushalayim. So at the end, that makes a lot of sense. Why? Why was I? Because chronologically in the pasuk, Moshe says you have not yet come to Menucha and Nachala. So Menucha, according to Rabbi, is Shiloh. Nachal is Shai. That makes sense. So the Mandam Menucha is Yerushalayim. Nachal is Shiloh. Ela Nachal ela Menucha mibayle. But according to Rabbi Shimon, says that Menucha only is Yerushalayim and Nachala is Shiloh. Rabbi should have said Ela Nachala vi Ela Menucha. Haki Kamar. This is what it means say. By Menucha de Lomatisu, Afilu Menachala Lomatisu. So what's like putting this in here? And Moshe says this in fact is an initial reference to Gilgal, according to this approach. Moshe Rabbeinu says Kilo Basma, he's actually saying when you get to Gilgal, which most if you think about it, this is an incredible interpretation. Moshe is talking to them by what's the first stop for the Mishnah when they come into Eretz Yisrael? Gilgal. How long is it in Gilgal for? 14 years. 7 years of Kibush, 7 years of Chilul. Right, so Moshe, so according to Zabini, Moshe was telling you, when you get to Gilgal and you set up shop, to understand Kilobasem ad Ata El Amenucha de Ala Nachala. So when you get to Gilgal, that Mishkan will certainly not have the status of the Menucha of the Beis Hamikdash. But not only that, it won't even have the status of Nachala of Shiloh. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, Zu Shiloh. Most of the time, they taught that both Menucha and Nachala both are referring to Shiloh. Rabbi Shimon Yochai Omer Zu Yerushalayim. He says it's both a reference to Yerushalayim. So Bishlam Laman Omer Menucha Zu Nachala Zu Yerushalayim. In Yipcha, so if we say that Menucha is Shiloh and Nachala is Yerushalayim, or even vice versa, or that Menucha is Yerushalayim and Nachala is Shiloh. So I will say, if you accept the premise that Menucha and Nachala do different things, then what? Then I understand why you need two different descriptive terms. Because Moshe was talking about two different places, Shiloh and Yerushalayim. So we can have machlokas, like a Rabbi Shimon, about which term refers to what. That's fine, we can have that discussion. But I understand the need for two words. Elolaman the Amar Zu Shiloh, Zu Yerushalayim, Menucha. So say, but I don't understand. Both Menucha and Nachala, both of those terms refer to the same place. Either both of them referring to Yerushalayim or referring to the Beis Hamikdash. Then I have a simple question, which is what? Why do I have two terms to refer to the same place? In which the Gemara says, you know what? That is a good question. So Bishop, so we'll say, so just see how we are right now. It's actually quite dramatically exciting. So it's dramatically exciting because it's mamish like trying to figure out what is Moshe Rabbeinu who comes. What's the statement? What's the statement that is being made? So we'll say, so Moshe Moshe was telling them, so let's go through what we have. Either Yerushalayim Nachala means, let's do it easier. Menucha means Shiloh, Nachala means Beis Hamikdash, or Menucha means Beis Hamikdash, Nachala means Yerushalayim. And I will say, if that's the case, according to that second approach, Moshe is actually talking to them not just about Yerushalayim and Shiloh, but he's also talking about what? About Gilgal, and telling them that Gilgal will not be as great as, certainly as the Beis Hamikdash, but not even as great as Shiloh. And we'll say third possibility is Menucha and Nachala both Yerushalayim. Fourth possibility is that Menucha and Nachala both mean what? Both mean Shiloh. So we'll say, so again, it's dramatically amazing because here Moshe is clearly conveying to probably saw something important. We have a four-way machloket. What is actually first? It says Shiloh. So we'll say, I understand. You say that both Menucha and Nachala refer to Shiloh. So why was it? So why? What are that they both refer to Shiloh? Akbar is using two different words, or two different descriptive terms to refer to Shiloh. They must describe two distinct aspects of Shiloh's identity. Says the Gemara. So Bishon Amanda Shiloh Menucha. Why is it called Menucha? Shiloh, where they rested and conquered. Nachala zu the Palgu Hasam Nachos. It's called Nachala. Why? Because that's the so we'll say ultimately again where they also concretized the division of the land. So we'll say remember again, as much as Mishkan is in Gilgal, over the 14 years, 7 of Kiddush, 7 of Kiddush, 7 of conquering, 7 of dividing, the war really isn't over until the end of the 14 years. And apparently the division itself was fully solidified and concretized in the Mishkan in Gilgal. Because the Pasuk says, the Gemara says, the Pagal some Nachlos, Sid, Bayak, we're quoting the Pasuk from Yoshua. Bayashlech Yoshua, God, Bashilo, Lefnei Hashem, Bayakalik Shem Yoshua, as Sa'aris of Meisod, Kimachlok Sam. So what happened is after they had divided it up amongst themselves, they also did a Golo, they also did a lot in the Mishkan in Shiloh. So therefore I will say it's called the Menucha, because when the Mishkan was real Shiloh, it was a period of peace and tranquility. Nachala, inheritance, because it is the place ultimately where the tribal portion were solidified among the Chalis. Good. So Ella Lamanda Mazubzi Yushalayim. So we'll say, but if you hold that both Menucha and Nachala both refer to Yerushalayim, so Bishlam and Nachala, Nachala's beloved. So we'll say, I understand why it's called Nachala. It's actually very beautiful. Why is it called Nachala? We'll say, because Nachala refers to an inheritance. An inheritance, and Nachala Obams. It is a portion, and a portion is really better. A portion is better. Nachala Obams. It is an eternal portion of Klal Yisrael. Elam Menucha, ultimately, in why is Yerushalayim called? So we'll say, if you think about it, Yerushalayim cannot be called. It's Menucha. I will say again, Yerushalayim has been from the beginning, has been the site ultimately again of so much struggle between nations of the world. I'm not even venture to say there's no city in the history of mankind that has been at the center of struggle as Yerushalayim from the beginning of time. Remember again, when Avraham Avinu gets the Bible, comes back to Mount Tzedek, Shalom, so people come rest from war in Yerushalayim. People come to do war in Yerushalayim. So Nachala is a good descriptive term because again, it's our internal portion. Very important to remind ourselves of. It is the entire universe, right? It's our internal portion.
Yeah, he's like he's got all the worst stereotypical dad things about sport.
All stuff is very nice to the kid. And I can't believe it. Of course, I'm a team. He's a big chunky swole.
And he hit the outfield. Oh, today's big track kid is big on slower, so everything's going down the pipe. No, light his ass up. And then teach him to you'll say that for the yeah. That was no joke, huh? No. Light his ass up. Oh yeah, you're pretty hardcore. They're kind of baseball. Sometimes fat kids, especially baseball, would be so good because they can hit the ball way farther. Part of that fat is muscle. And I took tennis, and there's this fat kid that was the son of tennis coach, and he was fat, but he was so good at tennis. He would never move so hard because he knows that it would be like 40 love. You know, you get that, you know, 100 miles per hour. You're 10 years old. He's a great fat kid. Yeah, I told my son.
Remember again, if you go to sit with a bunch of shot on a medallion, which is that Yucha refers to Shiva, Nachala refers to Yushalayim.
Baseball's no joke, huh? Light his ass up. Oh yeah, you're pretty hardcore.
That be us in Menucha and Nachala. But what? In between Menucha and Nachala, what's the halacha?
Yeah, that's the right kind of baseball.
So that was a very important halacha that drove almost everything for the last 4 months.
Light his ass up. I just don't teach it to
Right?
Pete.
So that drove a lot of our conversation over the last couple of days.
I was trying to explain to T, like,
Menucha and Nachala
practice
wasn't
week,
the same
we still have to get
place.
outside
They're
that, like, buddy.
unstuck. Because
The game's
then
a
what is
practice. So the everyone's doing practice. It's
about
so whatever. There's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want, we're gonna have to do way more than this. You're not even
arrested. The blood is equal to
practice.
So
These
Akilo
idiots practice.
have a shayabah. And now watch this.
Idiot.
Why is he calling the
That
children?
ends all the way until the
He's
building
not
of the
wrong,
Islamic
I guess. That
Right,
part of it.
and
You
what the
probably
most
do need to
remember,
do more than
building of the
practice and
Islamic
play and be
is
really good. It's a way to be
is
assertive
almost like
rather than aggressive. I understand you want to play, you know, do trick machine hunts. Yeah, I understand you
So
want
whatever
to.
that that's
Fuck
the
about the
time
Kia, all
until
that.
probably someone ahead and built
But
it.
if you want to get to the next level, then I don't. And I did
Menucha
not.
and like refer to Shayabah
Yeah,
and what?
where they come with you like that? No, not yet. Yeah, if that's what I want. That's gotta be at the end of my fucking inner child here, dude.
Right, so
My dad
think
called
about
the
stuff. You just dramatic.
The other team kicked me out.
Right,
Now
you
you can
just
see,
went ahead.
yeah, that's
So
horrible.
so
Horrible. No, he was out. It's like, you're my dad.
30
Why are you? He's like, you can take him. I'm like, a young kid here at 2 hands eating a papoose on your dick. I was like, why are you fucking extra practice? Yeah.
then halacha remains study is almost all the way until the Islamic class, which actually says we are held doesn't have a nice story.
Like, I'll be
So,
asking about something else, you know, and I'll be like, you're just as
that's
fat
not
as
the
me.
tough
It's
story.
not about food or anything.
Story of right, so the most remember again, Shin
Poor
so
Dan.
lovely by the
Yeah,
mouth.
the Dan concentrates. I don't even think he's good.
That
Right. Well, good.
and
I
what
think
happens
we're gonna need
and
it.
what happens the
Yeah.
right thing doesn't
That's
go
fast.
with
Fuck,
the
I gotta post my guild guitars. We haven't seen that in a while. Oh shit. How in Hollywood? Papa Rabbi versus Papa Weaving. Why? What happened?
is built
What
above
the fuck?
until now that is very problematic for us. Why?
My
The
teeth
most
did get smaller when I
slow
moved to
was
Hollywood.
standing. How is Manah able to build an altar? Oh, now
It looks like
answer for it.
you
If you're
this is
Menucha
common,
Nachala,
right? It looks
ultimately
bad.
was
Yeah.
Menucha
It
Nachala
looks like
refers both
a
to
busy
Yerushalayim.
day for a
Can
dentist.
be permitted for the
The breath probably
430
not too good. Yeah, boss. Rotine's like, let's touch his mouth.
440.
Yeah,
Right
dude.
for the
He has all that fucking black rifle shit. Like, well, this, you know,
understand how my
now,
Noah
now
built.
you're learning
Understand
why
how much
people
he built
don't
how he
recommend
built the
doing
mama. And look, the armor.
So it's like
Shiva,
going to Colorado.
Syrian, my baby. Gas my
Supposed
Noah.
to be
And
is
ultimately,
it
yeah,
your birthday beat or
that
is it
both
Louis
refer
Vuitton?
that's certainly again that almost One man was able to go ahead and she's happy and that's good.
Just benching me too much weight. Look at the beginnings of one of their stupid videos. Brian with this like doing some sort of weird bit. He's like, it looks like Joe Rogan, Brian, or Jay. You know what I mean? All three of them, all of them in one. Kind of the AI, they kind of did that, yeah. Still makes Brian the bully a friendly AI. It's weird, yeah, I can see his face right. Right. Well, like, yeah, that's robot intelligence, great. It understands job. The games of highlights. Successful 83-45, but we need to hear the audio pop up.
Practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practice in games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this. You're not even remotely close. Right. Practice. All these idiots practice. Yeah. All these kids. Yeah. What? Me and your kid works. Tighten the fuck up.
It was my... Yeah. It's just, he needs to do it. He's electrifying. Yeah. It's like whether it's good or bad, it really doesn't matter. He just that's where it belongs. I don't know why I'm getting this fucking Asian singles here. Like every single ad. Which yeah. What the? Please leave a comment below. Why is it happening to you too? Please say it. Yeah, this one's posted by Brazil. Did I say what the last one was posted by? This one, egg 8345, one of our guys. In Brazil, y'all must have forgotten. I hate it when he says that. This is about Bo. Oh, we talked about Germany. Oh, that's Chase, right? Chase, I heard Bryce, right? Bo Nickel lost, I think. Okay. I don't know how I know this stuff. I've been keeping up. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, Nick, y'all must have forgotten.
I see. Immediately I see why, yes. Y'all must have forgotten. You know how I am on both if I think you are our last hope as an American looking world champion. If he doesn't use his wrestling, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. He's such an elite wrestler. He's so tight in wrestling. You don't give a fuck about their black belt. Wrestling usually makes jiu-jitsu 9 times out of 10. If you just have some defense. If we get a hit, I'm gonna lose my shit. Say nothing. But still. But his transition is so high level. Freaking. Yeah. The Bo Nickel should absolutely mollywop RDR. No, RDR is, but Bo Nickel is wherever he fought. He got like knocked out. He got maybe like body punch. I don't know. Good deal. I was walking my dog. And I saw that. Y'all must have forgotten. There goes Brendan's great American home. That's awesome. That's a sick thing to do. Y'all must have. Shout out to both Brent Shaw and Nicole. R.I.P. This was supposed to be have your awkward smile. Does Papa even mention the sweet nectar anymore? No. He doesn't mention his elf. No, I think it's over. I mean, I don't even know if it's in. It wasn't that. Yeah. It was pretty much just. It was a little bit chimney. He's going to be able to talk about it. Yeah, I think he can probably do some jokes. Sometimes he's self-aware. Like, remember when I tried to be like, don't joke no more. He's not a what I'm saying is he's going to speak negative. So he has a better do. What does he do? Like Bravo, he talk negative about it. Oh, yeah, right. He lies. Yeah, there's clear evidence as opposed to what he's saying. You know, same thing with this thing that he sold his fans. The merch people he works with, like, you know, right? People that he hires as designers and stuff. Yeah, you're right. It's only a ticking time bomb. He's going to speak negatively on these with owning and selling. Yeah, the entire thing was never his idea.
And there was no
Fucked up the somebody tricked him into doing that. Wait until poor Osos either they sell the company or something like that. Maybe he's going to share his experience at that time. That makes sense. He's like, guys, you know, promo code shots get you some vodka. No, I'm saying when Brett Kaniser and Tom Segura sell the company. Oh, when they get rid of this, Shaw's going to come out and be like, I never talked about this. Right? He's not going to sell their liquor, right? If they keep it, he might. Any chance that it won't go that thing? Oh, okay, got you. Let's see here. This one's by Dazzling Rabbit 3. Who's going to tell Papa? Posted by Brendan Shaw. Who likes to have Amazon having a made button so users can reach out and chat products? I think he's going, he's like trying to talk about stuff now. Like, you know, talking about this toaster, Dazzling Rabbit, that like, like, his merch is gonna made stuff he sells, right? Yeah. 100%. Definitely. Oh, fuck no. It's Amazon because they list the tariff now. So maybe that's what it is. I have no idea what's happening with any of that. That's true. We only listen to British shop stuff, so we know even less than him does. Don't say we ever. This is supposed to be suitable yellow 4071. One printed choppers gorilla unscathed. I didn't even see this. We were talking about this on the live stream. Oh, yeah. Let's see here.
What do? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
But never on a bunch of channel. Why not?
What do you do? Out rap me? In what fucking sense?
What fucking socks? How long does this conversation happen with the gorilla? Gorilla just one tear comes out of the gorilla's eye.
If you fence yourself, you'll have to grab me.
Literally again,
I'm not going to get a load. Oh, fuck up.
for God, he's done in this life.
With all your cool stuff.
She
What I
tests
really do is pull up the one-on-one. I don't have a posse. I don't buzz.
I don't have friends.
Not trying to get out that fucking package, roll over, twist your fucking I'm just in time.
Unscathed.
Fucking whatever I want.
Wow, okay. So it's just that. Unscathed. I like the music. Kind of got me hyped. I would love to see a better girl.
May Hashem. As we've done
I do
before,
too.
God.
Yeah, I don't want anything. I don't want to get hurt.
Rules of the carbon.
That would be so funny. But also, I don't know if I want the girl to get hurt. So I don't know what was the funniest outcome is they become friends. And like he replaces Kyle with the gorilla and the fighter and the gorilla. That would be a dicey name for a podcast, but still. Yeah, dude, a better podcast, honestly. The gorilla like accidentally kills Chin. It's like a guest. Yeah, the gorilla keeps him busy. Yeah, essentially like Brendan, like the gorilla almost killing Callan. I was chasing around all the time. That would be funny. Callan's like trying to hide in places. Yeah.
Right? The man actually,
Well, do we know if Sanaz is going to go to Austin?
So the boss
That's a
says,
good question. I don't know. That's a good little spot for the gorilla to take up. Yeah, the gorilla, the intern, the gorilla has headphones on and runs the board. Asks questions. 100% probably. I think they need a gorilla on the show. Yeah, I'm getting spam calls. And whenever we do British Shop Show, I get spam calls. Normalization, that probably explains that. Yeah, you plant the seed and then that's growing. Well, dude, they say that there's Asian wells. Well, right. You think I'm not going to try? No, now you should. Right? You click it all the time. Click it every night. Sounds the redacted beast of a beast of baseball dead. Few things on the
Hi, my name is Alfred Leah. I hope you're calling me on my head.
I appreciate when we show
I don't really call it that anymore. I'm in the box. I'm sitting on pitch. I got that and I didn't miss it. So really excited.
Yeah, that was a big spot there. You know, getting his belt super excited. Around those bases. Legend continues. Hopefully get some more season going on. People don't like when we talk about expertise and what we know about around here. I know for a fact these 9-year-olds are playing on a small field. So yeah, they're kind of still fat people. Right? You fucking expect shit. Big popular team. I don't feel good like I said, some of these big fat guys are good. And they stay good. Too fat job. Ideal man setup. This is something you posted. It's so funny that he did this. It's kind of weird. It is a little strange. It is kind of like the bit, but I feel like a lot of flipping that bit doesn't necessarily mean I've been the ball fan here. This is free balls. Right, you gotta clarify that everything turned balls. It's like one of those high-fun camera things. Oh, the rewind. What kind of videos did he make that load? He's got OnlyFans.
The binding line was a
But it is a very pure fur, right? I think it's probably that. No, I don't know that futuristic. Finally, bachelor
Biden.
What is this here? He likes like this thing stolen like the real cat. He's like the real cat. All gas shirt. Oh, sorry, bro. You want to talk about fucking jumping cars? All gas, no brakes.
Which were offered up on a bummer to
All gas, no gas. I like all gas, no gas. I know, all gas, no gas. I wish I had thought of that. Oh, that's great. Why not eat these? I gotta get some more extra on mine, bro. I gotta get more on mine. I saw. Yeah, what was that? Whoops.
When it comes to the basis of
they're all laughing at him. Just laughing at his dreams. Art imitates life, dude. These homeless cats, they're making too much food, dude. You know, everyone's homeless. Like, what is this, California? These comics are getting so broke, they're going to the food shelter. Guess what? You got some orange chicken down there, too, Papa. Everywhere you look. Damn. Well, orange chicken everywhere, but not a drop to eat. Big drop is, dude. Right, time for MMA. Oh, shit. Here goes, what's it? Fucking, Brian Campbell. Oh, shit. Our guys posted by Tyson Uppercuts. Oh, I need a handler. Let's see here. For MMA fighters in the wild, here's Rob climbing a mountain and then doing dangerous comedy. I mean, Rob, buddy. Watch this. No net. No strings attached. Fucking God. Well, he almost became champion right there. Okay, remember how I said keep Erie weird? Yeah, we gotta make Rob less weird. Do you see like Shabby needs a handler or what? Oh, yeah. It's intense. That's how I feel like this all day long. What's funny about that is he does it in these little snippets, right? So it's like pure joy a little bit. It's like, you do it anyways. Meanwhile, we're just like, give me chocolate and put it in my mouth. Yeah, shout out to Brian Campbell, dude, the best to ever do it for sure. The next one's posted by locating employee 78. Wow. So this is definitely a sponsored ad. It's just about 5. This was supposed to be C cabinet 5 and 6'5". 6 plus 22 equals 29. Jim again, let's go to Thursday.
And you bring it inside the base Hamikdash, or not the base Hamikdash. You bring it inside the base Hamikdash. This is a very unique case. Comes up where? Only comes up where? Only comes up in Gilgal, or ultimately again in Shiloh. And it still wasn't done, but you said after bubbles. If you had something that you were going to offer up as your private bubble, and now you bring it up, you bring it into the mixture of it, so then what's the what is the style? Still, like an individual offering put up on a bummer stock, in which there is no run application below the line. Once you are into the midst of what? You have the status of a mission, you have the Alonzo hold that you even if you are originally going to be on a bummer stock, then you are treated like an offering in all ways. Everyone else seems to say that no. Once a Bamasiyaf an offering, always a Bamasiyaf an offering. And therefore, even if you're not on the Bamas keyboard, you are still treated like
Look at me. I start
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. When possible, do you mind if I tell you about my project? All right, I'll take that heart as an affirmative. So first and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. If you could follow me back, if you can. I follow everyone back. I am the best follow back in the game. So if you do need a follow back, let me know. I ensure I follow everyone back. Additionally, if you're looking for a job in Web3 or not in Web3 and you someone to help you with a resume or your curriculum vitae, your CV, and I don't know where to start, send me a message. I'd be happy to help you, to coach you. I've helped over 50 people recently to be able to not only increase their network in social media, but also help them to be able to get jobs. So if that's something for which you're looking the new year, send me a DM. I'd be happy to help to advise you. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, I stream my life 24 7 days a week, 360 a year, 4 worlds. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real brother. This is a timeline in the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true to king of the internet. This is the big event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum. Whoa, no, don't be rude. Let me finish, and then you can. But if you interrupt, you're rude, and everyone knows it. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generations if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm the influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm live on one YouTube stream or 2 streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. Post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares link tree, but I do because I have more social than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find discord.me/. We have over 2,700 people in our community today. In addition to making you all wealthy and to promote world peace, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical feeding.
What did I do? I took the Eucharist outside of the Mesa Mikdash.
Did I get banned?
Not a problem. What do I do with it? Nichnas b'shofar v'macham kadosh. Not a problem. I took it out. Do what? Bring it back in. All is good. What happens is what's the killer? That's what happens in my solution. I take it outside of the Mesa Mikdash and it becoming outside. It becomes outside. Yitma, what's the killer? Now becomes outside of the Mesa Mikdash. What's the now? Again, same problem. What's my problem? Is now I cannot bring it back in. So remember again, it has status absorption. It has to be broken inside of the Mesa Mikdash. So if I took it out, nothing happened. Bring it back in. Now I took it out. Outside of the Mesa Mikdash. You cannot bring it inside of the Mesa Mikdash. But yet, the only way for me to dispose of this clean out to break it, the place to break it is inside of the Mesa Mikdash. So what do I do with it? Same pizza. No kvo, and if you show up on the local front. So what do I do? I pierce a hole in the thing. I pierce in the hole until what do I essentially do? Render it unfit for use as its designation as it is. Once it's basically then there is tummy. One longer tummy. I get then once I bring it. Similarly, essentially what I'm doing is all of these cases I'm going ahead and entity of the item, thereby removing its to a status, which enables me to bring it inside of the Mesa.
5 times 22. Damn.
In the Choshes.
29.
Copper utensil.
That's just, he's a numbers guy. He's a math A man. Here, you know what I mean? Strong ass dads out there sending your videos, love them.
Yeah, I don't know. They work now, watch other dads work out.
It's obvious he's just,
Strong dads.
they want a dad audience. For what reason, I don't know.
The dad market.
They're trying to appease those lonely dads instead of like hot singles in your area. Sexy Asian films.
That's what they should be targeting.
Yeah.
They have ads that like say more dads in your area. Are dads gonna want to buy Drive Fast all fast no gas shirts?
Yeah, they definitely want all guys while having no gas.
Yeah, that's true.
They're gonna be wearing those shirts.
And dads are gonna watch Team Back A and learn about how to coach their sons better baseball. So that's why you're wrong with that.
Wrong.
Okay.
They're all the same. So they just gotta I talk the same way. I do the same thing.
Oh,
That's what they want. It's not gonna happen because then they hear called the gay all the time. Like kids like that. I love fat kids. Fat kids are great.
Yeah.
I'm not dead. Maybe if I was a dad, I would be like, this show has got to stop.
I just dropped 29 pieces left and right.
Yeah. See. Papa's Bone Nickel, retroactive take and training ideas posted by Dandy Kaufman 2 is going to take a video.
Bone Nickel. God damn it, I would get the buzz in the worst mood. You guys know how high I'm a Bone Nickel. I got the DMs, way to go. And he's got me down for it. You're great white hype now. For like, jeez, man, it's aggressive. American Nutsacks all into the ground. On Monday,
Americans not sex. It's like way too many plurals.
it's a strange thing to say for sure.
Yeah, you fucked up straight.
It's a strange thing.
It's a straight thing.
I mean, it's very strange. I should have said this. This is an absolute horrible matchup for Bone Nickel. RDR does not give a fuck about this work. He doesn't give a flying wrestling credentials because it's 2025.
Why are you saying this like you knew the whole time?
Well, he must have forgotten.
Oh, he must have forgotten. His original prediction.
Now, 2001, 2010, even 2015. And you're an elite wrestler, you can go pretty far in the UFC. Problem can be striking was not good, but he was so MMA wrestling dominant he didn't have to worry about it. Bo Nickel should take a version of Khabib's. For whatever reason, wrestling's not translated. It's just not. And the reality is,
if it's no longer a baguette,
it's 2025, and the talent level of UFC is much higher than it was back in 205 and up. Different conversation. I'll have the conversation with anyone. It's the guys who are ranked top 5 now in 205 and heavyweight probably or ranked in the top 5, 10, 8 years ago. It's heavyweights are different, light heavyweights are different. But below it, 85 and below conversation where your skill set has to be so good, well-rounded, that unless you're a complete outlier like
that's my goal. That's my goal. So what you guys understand, in your effort to get the
Outliker, yeah.
you fundamentally undermine your ability.
Outlikers, that's another thing. Is the shots, mess ups are seen as
A baguette.
outlier.
You
know, he didn't even like that. That's how fucking he's very specific about his mess ups. He's like, outliker, it's 2 on those. So he fixed it. He's like, I won't let that be part of the fucking canon. You know? That was a rewrite.
Hello, by a baguette.
Is the guy that had success at 85. He's so elite at striking that you're at proper matchups. But when you're a grappler, you have to be so dominant, like Marab, but with insane cardio. You have to, it's just tenacity, takedown. Well, entertainment, Cejudo, he's like, well, about Cejudo, different type of wrestling, right? The freestyle was in where he excelled, he's a Greco, Olympic world champion, but also he adapted very well to mixing up, but just to put a little hope into Nickel fans out there, and for the naysayers too. Remember, Cejudo got finished by knees from Mighty Mouse. Very similar. It's different because Cejudo's crazy. Someone eating his fucking lunch right now because a lot more experience in mixed martial arts. Now, if this is pure wrestling, if this is straight freestyle wrestling, Bo Nickel destroys it. It's not even remotely close. Outside whoever you want, middleweight, he mops the fucking floor. This is not wrestling. This is MMA. You have it.
Why would you even bring that up? My favorite thing, though, so far is the year thing, because before he goes, this Bo Nickel guy is going to crush him, there's no chance. I mean, they almost forgot. But then he just goes, it's not 2010 anymore. Making a prediction for the oh, you guys thought I was talking. I didn't know all my listeners are stupid. Clearly. I was talking about 2010.
But to have other tools. There's not enough hours in the day for where bow striking's at to get to an elite level. There's not such a bows an elite at. That's how hard striking is. Striking in MMA takes a long time to get comfortable and to execute a game. So when you're done, you're wrestling, pound and submissions. Fuck your striking. When you just enough so you don't look like a moron. When you just enough where for some reason stuff you can survive on your feet down against the cage in the middle of the octagon. You've got to become that dominant wrestler like you were at Penn State. But if they tell me, if his coach is like, "Chop, take it easy, man. His striking in the gym. We're going to focus on striking, forget about wrestling." I'll tell you, he won't last long. This won't be his first loss. If his whole mentality doesn't change, you go, okay, I got to become the Khabib of 185, absolutely break everybody with my grip. Leave it to Khabib first. Fuck striking. I'll do enough. Oh, this is fucking boring.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like boring. It's MMA talking. We don't even know really what they're talking about. It's a show where a guy makes predictions and then talks about how you're wrong for believing. You know? Yeah. He's like a George Orwell book. He says one thing and then the next different thing. Him watching he's like trying to think of what to say. Well, it's not 2010. And it's not 2010, it's actually 1980. It's not 2010, it's 2025. So why did anyone think he was going to win? He said the fucking UFC like watch party saying that shit. They're like, we all tuned into your show. They put money on it. Oh, guys, that was for the fans. Yeah, why would you listen to me? You just can't be wrong. He's never been wrong. It's weird for him. That's a weird thing. God damn. Dude, imagine that coming at your face. Fucking pause so fast. This finger is huge on that guy. His finger. Webbing. It's just like. Remember when they said, what is it? It looked like a piece of doo-doo or whatever. That was just, they did some guy's hand. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. They said it looked like a piece of poop. It just made like shit in his hand. Dude, you're clear. They did a big meal. He's been drinking a lot of Magic Mine. I can tell by the hand.
Yeah, but you gotta take a page out of Josh Jen Shields.
I mean, the thumb, dude. That thumb is probably the size of some small Indian man's face. You know? Yeah, dude. How do you think of a thumbprint with that?
Bring it back in.
God damn.
Smash.
Yeah, take a page out of Khabib. He's forced to strike.
If you are piercing the clue, it's very nice.
You guys know I love both. I've seen better guys on a general level, man. I saw guys in contenders. It's just not there. It's okay. That's okay. Because this is a video game. Your striking's a 1 at the Your striking's a 1 at the UFC level. His grappling's a 10. His wrestling grappling's a 10. Why the fuck are we with the 1? Are you guys not even a fucking knockout artist? Those cakewalk for him.
Dude, I got so much. Yeah, practice. He's obviously Jesus Christ.
Make a hole, open it up, bring
I mean, I think he got tired because RDR is not even a knockout artist. So it's like, dude, what are you doing? What are we doing? Brendan Chapman is a knockout artist, dude. You can go to sleep so easy. He's like whale noises. Yeah, whale songs. The sounds of Brendan talking about MMA on MMA predictions for Brendan Chap to help you sleep. 10 hours of Brendan Chap predictions. 10 hours of Brendan Chap explaining himself while you sleep. Well, you have people on Twitter. This is posted by Danny Kaufman. Big stars want to be on TFK all the time. Really? Friends, I mean, I don't know if I have stuff. Wait, I can't. Yeah, I understand. We get it up all the time. Like, there's like, what about this big stuff? Like, no. Yeah, what? No. No. I'm not saying soccer. I don't think I'm not describe me or Brian. I have nothing to say to him. I don't, though. I think you do. I just stick. I don't buy any of it. No, I respect him. I respect him. And I remember, like, hey, dude, I still think you're a cunt. I wonder what Zuckerberg was. Yeah, dude, he's like, we even tried. Why? Yeah, no, and it's easy to say that you have on Kato Kalin, but you're turning down A-list stars. Kato Kalin performs at Flapper. There's no way that anybody. You need the beauty. Yeah, well, the one thing that could possibly restrict your podcast you're not willing to do. I really want to know, though, like, I love it if you said no to somebody and I want to know who they are. And I want to talk to that person. Like, you told your agent to ask about TFAC. Wow. Not a chance to talk. Maybe, I don't know. But I don't think so.
Not a problem.
It's funny to think that. Maybe Baton has like a great agent that can try to get him on TFAC. And they're like, we have to start it. We said, okay. And then he just writes that to the bank. There's only one time a long time ago where he said no to, I don't know, just like the islands. And then what it is, if they didn't, then they probably said no to them when they were making rounds. Yeah, and then they just live with that, and it becomes that's the truth for everything. Yeah, well, more likely, if they had ever said no, it would have been when they were getting a lot of it. And so he's talking about that now. But anybody, yeah, it would be funny though if they're still getting hit up, but it's only by people that want to prank them, like you said, like Matan and Drewski. I guess Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, who cares about that? Don't let only friends on. You're not friends with Tulsi Gabbard. Probably low. Yeah. Any of the streamers, he would be like, you can't be able to interview guys who speak the morals to like the views. He's like, I only have you. Somebody's dad. And then hopefully there's a crossover dads that watch guys not. Is on Pokemon. That's Pokemon. Did you put these guys' butts on? I've never had that done. Who's the redhead with the big boobs? Amaranth or something? Yeah. He has on her and he's like DMing her during the show. He's like, what is this? He's like, send me a devil emoji. What does that mean? Oh, it's in there. You know I'm already. Showing pictures of Brian. Like, look at this audience, the girl on the couch. In front of her. She's confused. What? Brian's like, oh, this is worse than that time I was robbed. That'd be great if they actually could get Brian and hits her with that. You're my girlfriend now. I like she says something that you like. Dude, we're changing to fight the kid. I'll do so much better. We have better ideas. So your house got like, you got robbed for your tits? Alright, let's see what's like. Hosted by Lamau, and then probably the best he's ever. Let's call Wood to Austin. It's good with Brian Campbell, but he didn't let go of his weird. He kept it. That's exactly what we wanted. We wanted to keep the weirdo, just tighten up the defense. We have reached peak Erie Rothschild. Yeah, you know that saying, keep Austin weird. You know, now weird. Dude, all the comedians are moving there. Would you ever move to Austin? I'd rather get shot in the face with liquid. Dude, just say no, dude. Just say Luke is so fucking aggressive. Never do that. You're wild. That'd be cool, Luke. Would you like some toast? I would rather have gangrene injected into my testicles. Also, no strings attached. Whoa, I saw this part. Dude, O'Malley almost became champion right there. Very weird. Yeah. We gotta make Rob less weird. It's not working. Do you think like Shabby needs a handler or what? All right. See, it's in there. There we go. I'm so happy. Good shit. Yeah, good shit. Shout out to those two. Good guys, never met him. Not once. This one's posted by Toxoplasmosis. Great. Has anyone done any well for Chuck? There's no hope that YouTube, according to Bubba, who has told us that racism against white people was the only reason he was first round draft, NFL draft pick. Character quote. Now, how do you say this? Aggressive ass monkey. Okay, mad about political or being dipped my kick your teeth in. UFC. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up, Bo Nickel. I'm not gonna shut up, Bo Nickel.
we're going to spend a little bit on
God damn.
Let's say when you have down tacos, like when you have tacos, looks like the way you want that.
First of all, don't talk to Brian like that. He's your boy. I know Brian sucks, but
7 different.
let him cook.
Like it's not one of them.
This is Brian Callen's therapist. He said he'll smash your teeth.
The next one,
Dude, when you said it out loud, so funny. You hear it, and it sounds ridiculous, but when you say it, it sounds even crazier. You say YouTube caption was going nuts.
Let's talk about bone nickel just a moment.
If you're gonna talk about bone nickel, I'm gonna bash your fucking head in. Alright, it's kind of a look way of approaching it. Yeah, well, like when he has a cemetery look. Are you closer to bone nickel than we know? Like, what are you guys trying to do? Shit. That's crazy.
Just you are focused now.
Yeah. What else? We got right at the end of the show here. Chill out. Okay. Our fucking single into hot dogs. That's awesome. Alright. I love the chicken.
These are artifacts. These are artifacts.
How about you?
Yes. I want to show you also a death a taxidermy hooker tongue. It's a real tongue from a hooker.
That's how we roll in this business. What do you mean? Chicken bacon? So you see them all the time. You should know for you. That can make a big sandwich. So we made chicken rafiyaki. Let me get
Fact number 1.
I want a mature sandwich.
Lights. So that has like tacos are longer.
Meatball single in my area, please.
No, the list of
I was so embarrassed.
item number 6 is
The other day.
that's number 1. One you have to do. Fact number 2, let's say what? You can't finger is what is it? I reconcile those 2 facts. One
The ref was going away all day. It was me nuts. And there's one guy. And then my wife was like, oh, fuck, you're a lot of good blood. That's why I can't be around.
Boring. I want to go back to her Cougar Chicken Clubs. Fucking. That's a very. You should be ashamed of yourself. You gotta spend some time with the cubby. I'm making lettuce and milk. I was so scared of doing another one. Yeah, I mean, cougar, MILF, mature. What are the other things that they call these women? Is there any other slang for granny porn? Okay. Can I have a gilf? You just asked for a gilf. Chipotle. Actually, baby, Chipotle. You know what you're fucking. They don't have milfs at Chipotle. Can I get a club on gilf bread, please? Hell yeah, dude. We can open a sandwich shop. Young hot man. I'm done. Listen, the show's moving to Wednesdays. Live show Wednesdays, 2 days. 2 days a month, 2 times a month. I love being a Patreon. Love you. With Patreon. Never heard of it.
Let's say, but in fact, as for long, either campus or terrace is what you actually use each of the digits individually 3 times on stick. So again, you are saying individually. So again, I'm going to say you see yourself. By the way, essentially go ahead and join inside of this person that actually the blood doesn't even because you can't believe yourself. That would be the easiest, but again, obviously, so we're talking about trying to figure out how you get your urine inside. Watch this. Don't give me any suggestions. So the Gemara says, what does it say? What do you go ahead and you can mix it with local means pure saliva. Saliva from a person who has not actually, low kaka is actually one of
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, watch our other Shop Raccoon Tweeties. This week on Patreon, we did a live episode. Heard of it. Also, we get your May, we're going to finish out May, and then in June, we're going to switch over to doing Tebows twice a month, probably on live Tebows. Can you believe that? It's a thing Tiger Valley told us and our boss allegedly. So we're switching. So it's not going to be weekly. In June, it'll be twice as live. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, man, just like Brendan Wood wanted. Yeah, dude, it's fucking, we're drive fast. All good. Yeah, we're changing it to the Brendan Chop show, too. Yeah, that's also, yeah, he's going to be on the show. So, and we're going to be in Austin. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. Alrighty. Let's see here. This one is posted by Don't Know Who to X. It's called Dana White's Power Lab. Receiving heaven after a fighter is left redacted by a powerful blow. I haven't seen this yet, have you? It's the build. No, I haven't seen any of this.
Go ahead.
Let's see. Hopefully it's only one clip of this. Hopefully this doesn't get taken down.
So everyone agrees upon it, and again, for secondary conversation about how
do you think he reacts?
After Shadisha,
if he just said 8 inches after getting slapped, that would be very weird. Dude, if he said that for real, that would be fucking funny shit. I mean, for sure, Randy. Are you okay?
Again, what do you think?
I don't even see that coming. That is great. Hey, I work. And I said, wow, let's see. There's no way he's coming back. Probably just randomly asked for bananas there. He's supposed to rap for the D. Giraffe, yes, that morning.
Right?
That was great. Shout out to that nerd serpent. Let's see, this is posted by Former90. Now he's lifting his merch art from Nazis. Yowzers. Drive fast on gas. It does look like something. That would be. Fuck, dude, why? Oh my. No, come on. That's pretty nuts. Jeez, dude. That's next. Let's see here. This is posted by Advanced Spinach 650. Imagine being this much to a pathological liar? I feel like we've seen this. Check that.
My girlfriend is next. Born and raised. Is she? Wow, it's just like he has to sit the
What's his punchline that worked? Maybe it doesn't. Brennan seemed to be able to realize whether or not, but in his mind, every time he went like 1,001. I don't know, dude. He probably never.
I was born in Hollywood, California, which is ironic, but it's true. I was born at Kaiser, off of Sunset.
It's like everything kind of English stuff.
There was a.
There's just no truth to that whatsoever. Maybe he never talks to her. My wife is a rattlesnake. I forget. Certain amounts of ethan or some demon. Alright, this next one's posted by Smine893. My choice for brain dump. Number one or next moment is anytime you try zero, particularly this one. Going viral with a little TBS dude.
Again, that is coming the most of something else.
Just sad. Can you just be a father after like do your job as a dad? What are we gonna say this? Yeah, no. And also production work into it if you're gonna do this. Like you entered this house and was like, oh, now watch this. I do what you're running in the background like, we don't want to do this. You know, it's just like shadowing for Austin. Kind of just gonna be something where they're. I mean, the TikTok ends, I guess. Out of Candle in Succession, you know, the same kind of cringe, but just dumber. I would like to see him hit a 3 in an NBA game and then see how he celebrates. You know? If he does this, that'd be great. I broke 3! Guys, we're not going to pass the ball to Brendan anymore, okay? Just so we can avoid that. But yeah, if he makes every shot, but they don't want to see this. Brendan Schaub's trying to take over the business from his dad. Dad, can I take over the business? Funny, dude. Like, dude, Brendan, when you make a three-pointer, you have to get back on defense. He's like, they're scoring. There's the guy he's supposed to be guarding is scoring more than 5 because he's still doing this different possession. Still dancing. He's like, save it for the timeouts. Oh man. Here's this next one is posted by Seaweed Remarkable. It's called Dicey. She is some kind of car. Texas, right? Is it? But I want to move to Texas. The Lumber necklace. Oh, okay, gotcha. And then I think this is something that looks like something you might wear when you're line dancing. Into line dancing? Austin? Yeah, we've been wanting it. Now I got this is Posted Slinger. Or Jeff Dye wants to know why Brendan, the last cowboy, wants to put a Texas. Let's see here. Sure. Yeah, because we're out. I know you guys are going. He's there already. I think I'm probably this might be a repeat for you, honest, but what's the decision that made you guys go to work?
It was what you said to me. Not my special. You said, move here. It'll change your career. And then you said, you're just going to become a road comic. You're just out here isolated. That guy. And don't stop it.
I'm scared of that guy. No, you are that guy. I'm not that guy. I am that guy. Whole life, all of these fucking readings is like a horrible version of a Bruce Willis movie. We're in the trenches now. I'm the guy. No, I'm the guy. Turn off the alarm. You're the gay guy. Cut the wires.
I lost it, and then I said, I'm going. Remember, I said, I'm going.
How'd you what made you want to go? Fires. The fires were strong. He says fires, but he wasn't anywhere near them. But that's just wild. I was like, I'm done with this. But the fires were right by us. We lost power for 2 weeks, and then we could be in the house, and then we have this big gate, like this security gate to get in and out, and the gate wouldn't work. We had to like rush out. I'm there pulling it. My hair's on my face. I'm like, my hair's short. So I was pulling it. My wife looked at me and was like, oh, we gotta get out of here. Yeah. And I was like, really? I was trying to get her out during COVID. I was like, you're down? She said, calm down. Put the house for sale like a week later. Boom. Off to the races. Because of the fires. Brennan, if she saw Brennan Trump in a gate, she's like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. It's so easy to open those gates. Even I can do that. Maybe I'm nitpicking here, but off to the races. Brennan hit stop the tracks. Was that like, I understand that's a phrase, but what is the race? I don't know. I guess he's just saying to us, race to the bottom. To be the worst comedian somewhere else. Off to the races. And maybe he understands how much more culturally diverse we're going to get. He's like, off to all those other races. Bad joke. Who knows? But it would be difficult for him to be, even for him to be the worst comedian in Austin. He's looking at his competition right now, actually. Yeah, those two. The Last Cowboy. Yeah. Does anyone walk up to him and go, damn, cowboy? They say, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Let's see here. Let's post it by 7-digit. Called Slam Dip. Oh, yeah, I saw this one. Isn't that the eagle and shit? Same design. Nazis. Man, Nazis don't own the eagle logo. America. They also don't own the Dude, the skull with lightning bolts and eagle looks suspiciously like Nazis. You should fire whoever designed this. Yeah, that's terrible, and I'm sorry that happened to your fam, but that's the representative of eagle, man. You're in a good exhausted fighting that battle. Wow, the my man thing is just, it's becoming racist at this point. I mean, I know it's probably just white guys they're talking to. It's like Bubba, you make this battle all you want, but eagles are fucking American, right? Hey, B. The Nazi symbol, they don't own that. The Nazi drive vessel, guys. I like how many people have compared to Brendan. Yeah, two lines on Brendan, 13 on the accusation, 28 likes. 0. That's good. A good observation. It reminds me of how there's all these different things going on Twitter with race. There'll be somebody getting in trouble for some race thing, and whoever responds like, "Hey guys, can't we all get along?" Get 0 likes, and they'll reply. There'll be 100 replies that all have 100. Fuck you, woke bitch. Yeah, dude. But Brendan, when he writes, gets the opposite. He gets the treatment of the Brendan you should be hitting Brendan with my man before he gets you with one. Definitely. You always go with that first. So maybe that's what he understands. It's like, you need to have that. Like in Big Latin, you had A at the end of all the words. That's what my man is for Brendan. Yeah, it's something that turns his brain on. Listen to you. Yeah. Like, shit, it is. Like when you talk to a dog, you go, hey, like outside, and then you can say whatever else you want. But food, it's exactly the same thing with a dog. Stand up, hey, Bubba, man. Hey, Bubba. I like Hey, Bubba. Oh, okay, that's my new thing. But my man is very effective. It's very, he says, I'm sorry that happened to your fam. In a period in something he's writing before. Yeah. That's the period. Let's see here. Who's next? This one's posted by Volcano 420. Some protesters picketing outside of Brian's comedy shows. I don't think that's true, but 86. I like how old they are. 86 still remains. That's awesome, because it rhymes. Admit your crime. Wow. Shout out to those. What does it say? Titty cut. Titty cut street. Titty cut. I don't know. Never been there. I said this one's posted by Air Pumper. Is it a lie though? Because I know you've been through. First of all, let me just state this because you said it too. He was accused of that he didn't do. That he had trouble with that. Take a look at the FBI and everybody else who had done. That he had anybody underage. Okay, that's a fucking lie. Is it though? That was great. Can you play him saying, is it okay? Oh my god. It is funny. Yeah. Like that just that sound is yours, but it's perfect place here. Notion that he had anything to do with anybody underage, okay? That's a fucking lie. Is it though? Chris. We've never been on the road. It's going over his oh gosh. Genius. How great is it that they are not only wear flip flops, but they flip flop on all these things. And they're so like when they flop, they're like, it never happened. You were scared every time, but I mean, how great is it? Is it that's a fucking lie. Is it Chris? And we never been on the road. At least 50 messages after a show. He's guilty of being an asshole. He was a jerk. Oh my gosh, that was great, dude. I wish I could play that every day when I go. Is it though? You just started laughing. Well, sorry, Chris. I'm over. Alright, let's see. Are you though? Post this one's Nazis don't own the watch. Thanks. If you have to say that. Let's see here. This one's posted by Wonderful Salary 5432. You for 7 items. I don't know. Maybe this is posted from officially emptied out storage unit today. This was the second U-Haul all by myself. So I have an idea who it is. Joanna? Yep. It's very funny. Even though like Zoolander goes to the coal mines. That's how I picture she. Oh yeah, that's so good. Yeah, she's dressed like the line dancing outfit. I'm a working mom, hardly working. She seems to wear like a wine o'clock hat. Yeah, my kids are driving me crazy. Bumper sticker. My towels have to say right loud. Towels. Oh, come on, Lizzie. What's next? Long Day posted this one. Insufferable people. I mean, 19 pictures, dude, is wild. Ever notice that? Whenever people just they abuse Instagram, 19 pictures, and the first one is just look how fat my fucking ass is. Pause. Yeah, dude. Any thoughts? I mean, yeah, dude. This is what you do. You reach a certain level of success, dude. You get back and do this shit. All right. Sorry, you're fucking Mr. Whole Foods over there. You don't get it. Yeah, she's illegal. Let's see here. She's just dipping her nostrils. This one's posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Ryan Callen took a little break while at the peak of his Hollywood career because he was eating too much food. It felt bloated and he wanted time with the kids. Text me just when I was 50, through here, 54, I was on 2 TV shows. Big team. ABC. Always wanted to have my own show. Drove up to that. I shot complicated
sold out 1,000 tickets at the where the fuck that place was, and sold out right away. I was great house, and I'd literally come to LA and drawn a line for it. And then like, holy fuck, I'm starting to feel I was spending too much money on food and I didn't know what to do. I was like, I'm gonna take a little weird feeling. Yeah, I felt bloated. And by the way, I missed a lot of my kids, my first kids. I missed a lot of my first kids growing up.
What is the subtext? Like, fame is a bitch, I guess. And like, you can fucking, you don't see your kids ever because you made a restaurant and be like, well, I gotta put more food. Can't really talk to them, right? What are you gonna do? You're ordering an appetizer and you're talking to your kids at the same time. How do you do that? That's what you're saying, but I'm saying the subtext. What is he really talking about without saying it? I'm too stupid. Okay. Dude, alright, Nana. What do you think of this? He was drinking too much rain. Get a lot of energy. Too much rain. Yeah. That's how bloated. He was bloated. Meaning equals 40. Yeah. I mean, that is true. He was too horny at the height of career. Now, probably before. Look at this. Yeah, it's a horned up. Yeah, it's a horned up man. I gotta bring it back, dude. What else we got here? By Dazzling Rabbit 6'3". It's called New Milestone, failing to reach 40K for 3 straight episodes. Oh, I thought you just hit a blunt or something. We have a mountain lion here, y'all. All right. Oh, man. What are we doing here? We're sunny, dude. And you have 36, 38, 35. Come on, guys, watch the show. I mean, let's be honest, good thing. Okay, it's not a sad thing. No, you're right. Brendan Schaub isn't anything ridiculous. When he does a shit, the numbers go. Oh, right? Yeah, I always forget that. Actually, go to Austin. May. So it's May now. They should be there. Not that I've seen Timos, so I'm sure we'll be more up to date if anything transpires before on Tuesday. But, oh, fuck. I say whoever took this picture is one of the views. Look at this red line. We did see the Pat's YouTube, like, history of watching thing. That's how you know it's a good episode of TFK. This one tells me that it's really good. Look, he went further. This one, not so good. He went 5 minutes in. You know what I mean? This one, all right, mid, like, Brian's not even smiling on this one. No, couldn't even get one screenshot of him being like, Chin has a set amount of time to deal with these kinds of things. Like, how long will it take for them to be so desperate where they watch our show and they're like, I'll try anything, and then they take our advice, I always wonder that, but, you got a fucking video, so, what? Somebody did, I forgot about that. Somebody did, maybe we should have talked about that on our regular tweets. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, God damn it, maybe next episode, but it's a very, very nice person. From Brian Callen to Gerardo, we watched this very funny. You want to play it? We can. All right, give me a second. Have it. Talking to it's been a rough week in general, and a very nice fan. I don't know who. So it doesn't matter because they don't count. Or matter. Voodoo Adult. Shout out to you. Shout out to Voodoo Adult. He sent a cameo of Brian Callen giving him some pep talk. I got from him. Is this illegal to play? Why would it be illegal to play? Right. Let's do it. I didn't mean that like you're stupid. I meant it like I know why. But I don't think it is. Gerardo. But you gotta play that, but I can't answer it again. And sorry, there's a TV in the back. He says, what are we doing? I kind of got cart before the pig or whatever it's called. Dude, that got me like, does he know who he's talking to? Yeah, it's really like, it could go either way. It could go, he knows, he has no idea who we are. Both are, let's see. That I lost it, dude. I was like, video. He said it right. That's what I'm saying. That too. Oh yeah, of course. He just for all of his faults, he does know how to make a selfie. That is a skill that he has. I will not take that away from him. I'm not gonna sugarcoat his age. Let's see. Still around. You understand. And sorry, there's TV in the background. Turn it off. Yeah. If we gotta pause this one. Now I feel like we're friends, dude. He's like me video where he's laughing. He's telling you about his life, and he knows you. Dude, you're a hawk. You're gonna make fun of him. Yeah. So he's thinking, what is Gerardo gonna say about temptation? You're my girlfriend now. Okay, sorry. Keep going. My wife's laughing. Right. Temptation. I'm into the show. I don't care. I don't care where you take me to. Catch that, because I only watched this once. Mine. I was almost scared to watch this again. Yeah. Especially on the show, yeah. This is a deep ass fucking. It gets deeper than this shit. Yeah. How many times have I said that? So it's deeper than this. Bro, you think about doing stand-up, or you're sleeping on the idea. Anything in life that you want to do, stress comes from not doing what you're supposed to do. Illness, depression, all that I think my theory comes from not doing what you're doing, procrastinating. So, grab your balls. Okay, I'm already doing this. In Austin, fine. More importantly than Austin, start creating, start writing, always be writing. Start with question matters. Start with the most important question. What are we doing? Start with questions that matter. It's a ridiculous thing for him to say. No, it's not, Scooty. The stuff he talks about? No, but listen, you're thinking, you're going way too far. Okay. No, take it at face value. Just listen to what he's saying. I get it. No, when you're applying it to practice, and you're always going to fail when it comes to these two. But just take it at face value what he's saying. Okay. All right. And maybe that will work. We're not killing it, dude. You know what I mean? All right. Fear, love. What do you regret? It's so funny, though, because I can't like, why are there two stools? See when he does this thing? He's not going to watch this. He doesn't know who we are. It seems like he has no idea who you are. He has no skip. The name Gerardo comes in, he doesn't think about it at all. Yeah, you're right. See, yeah. Then he probably doesn't know who we are. Or maybe he does. He's just fully insane. We've said some pretty mean things about Kenny, you're right? He's got to hate us. So I just don't know what. But I love this video. It's like he's gonna be reading a book to singers, and she comes up to him like, a second cameo. Was it Timo said? Not doing when you die, when you doing or having done you die. Who are you pretending to be? Who are you really? For you, who are you now? Who you want to be? These are the questions you ask. If he did that as a bit, he knows who we are, then I take a side step back. Yeah, that's pretty funny. He has there have been certain clips where he has been hilarious. Unironically. So I don't take it away. It's not like it's impossible for Callan to be funny. It's just that his stand-up is some of the worst stand-up that's been done by anyone. Atrocious. You take a drug golden.
These are the questions. If God exists, what would he say to you when you die right now?
If God exists, what would he say to you right now? Love the truth. Oh, take these beans like you're good. Yeah. That is funny, dude. What would God say to me? I don't know. Why is God talking to me? God would be like, Sean, he's like a fucking fan of love the show. He goes, God is just doing Shamanisms. Wouldn't put it past him. Jesus is probably more into than God, if I had to guess. Yeah. Younger demographic. Yeah. He's like, my son can't stop talking about you guys. 8 inches when he's about that speak.
These are the kind of questions that you start with a serious question. You start with the emotional, your comedy expression. And when you work from honesty, you're no longer afraid. This should be playing. This is not work. Writing.
I'm not gonna be mean to him. I mean, I like some of what he's saying. I don't know if I've ever tried this. It's just so funny to put what he's saying to what he does. Just that, and also outside of standing with us. Oh yeah. It's not. These questions haven't stimulated like good behavior or good content, really. Yeah, that doesn't mean they can work for us. I'm gonna feel so bad if people chop this up and add it into their little dishes, dude.
Comedy is about playing. It's about making yourself laugh. It's about daydreaming. It's not work. Don't think that it's work. Don't think, I gotta do this now. Just it's always just be on your mind. Just be a silly goose. Allow yourself to be a silly goose and not look for results. Just kind of try to surprise yourself. Every day there's a little gift like today. I tried to write, and I only came up with it, but I'll take it. So that's my pep talk. All right, buddy. I'll see you in Austin.
Etc. Shit. Yeah, dude. There's my shout out to Brian Count. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it, dude. And I'm gonna be careful. It was on me. It wasn't the whole time. Shout out to you. Thank my day for sure that day. Yeah. The one thing I'll say, laughing on that, is that I have a respect for people that just don't care what you say about them. Like if I make fun of you every week for 3 years, for only 10 minutes, forget it's only 10 minutes, and don't hate me to the point where you would kill me, I respect. Great, dude. All right, well, back to the T-Pack subreddit. Let's see here. This big buzz. God damn it. This posted by Haphazard. Finally, I was like, he did haptic going off. Oh yeah, where's he been at? Diddler catches some strays.
Once I have kids, I start caring about so much shit. Notice I don't go to other pods. People are like, man, it's gonna be really good for your image. I don't do it. Yeah, I just don't. I'm like, why do you like Dalia until you had kids? Watching Dalia become a dad was the most beautiful change.
He wasn't just the just the facts thing over and over again.
Yeah, I just why do you like Dalia until you had kids? Watching Dalia become a dad was the most beautiful change. It's not like I hated Dalia. It's just we were from different clubs. Not the same guy, but then he humbled him. Very much humbled by the industry and getting in trouble, and then he had 2 children, and he's like totally different. He's a really nice guy. Still autistic. He's actually
yeah, that's just redacted as hell saying that. If you said that, I would be like, what's a bad autistic? Yeah, it's very easy to call someone out. I got distracted because I was looking at Jeff Dye's head. Very small, really. Yeah, he's a small head. A big cowboy head, though. It's a big kind of small head. He's stupid, and then maybe his brain is small. That's what I was thinking. If you want to know really, sorry, maybe a small brain, 6 inches.
After seeing that special, let's see.
I called him up after seeing that special.
Somebody would. Yeah, that was strange.
Him talk about his dad and stuff. And then
Maybe somebody was checking the shirt shop.
Sure. With his 2 kids. And you know what I said to him? I said, Chris, I know you've been through. First of all, let me just state this because you said it too. He was accused of something that he didn't do. Okay? And if you're having trouble with that, take a look at the FBI and everybody else who isn't investigated any notion that he had anything to do with anybody underage, okay? That's a fucking lie.
I like how he turns into like a Valley Girl a little bit. A lie.
That's a fucking guilty of being an asshole. Sure of that. All that stuff. We wore it how many times? Right. But what stuck was this myth of how he was a pedophile. It looks fun to tear things down, and that's what people like to do.
Try and laugh. Yeah, not like us. We're trying to build this show up, Jeff Dye. We're part of the 36,000 views. We're part of the 10,000 or 250. Yeah. All right, that's always changing. Let's see. What's next? Oh, I thought a spider was cool. Let's see here.
But he says this goes by haphazard. I thought he stopped talking to comics because of the General Lee incident.
Painted narrative haphazard.
He said that leak is that's why. Dude, how many friends you lose? Go back to COVID thing. How many friends you lose during COVID? Dude, oh my god, man, you know me. I was like ready to storm the Capitol. My shit, I was like, oh, I'm not anything like you guys. All our comedy friends, I'm like, oh, buddy, I can never talk to you again. Not because you're on the last day. I never talk to him again. There's so many people.
With this shot here, it looks like Brendan and Jeff Dye have good-sized heads. But then Brian Callen's got the tiny head because it's in the cameras. But if you go and you look at his head when it's like this, I'm telling you, it looks like he looks like Earthworm Jim Fallon. He's got the Earthworm Cowboy. I got you.
Well, you guys know, I'm out, man. I'm out my foxhole. Well, you're when the shit, because you're a bitch. When the shit goes, when the shit hits the fan, all you guys scour, you wear your mask, got the shot, start preaching against all my friends. Dude, we're out. You're out.
I got a lot of haters.
I remember people publicly telling people at his house, I'm like, I'm crazy over here. We were doing the podcast, we were yelling at us. I was in my house with the alcohol problem and guns. Dude, I was alcoholic. I'm like, I qualified alcoholic during COVID. One positive, like, you became a story out of all this COVID nonsense bullshit. The thing I
This stuff, a bunch of the stuff that they're talking about. Yeah. Friendships for Brandon. I didn't know that. Adderall was alcohol. Although, I do remember Shab and Callen getting in trouble on tour. And they had COVID and they performed with COVID. And they did a meet and greet with COVID. Yeah. So it seems like that seems to me to be a valid criticism. Yeah.
You're like, that was bullshit. Lord in during comment, I thought it was ever mean. I was like, no, I can't really find out, you know, and dressing all these.
Imagine being Mr. Holfus reporting you are mean. I was just eating nachos. I love cheese.
And I was like, oh shit, dude, you know, 2 young boys. I'm like, oh no, they 100%. And so I'm at coffee and I was going there before the God, I'm not wearing a mask. And I go in, I'm like the usual, and the security goes, you gotta put your mask on, you have coffee. I was like, oh, you woke up the D. Yeah, you don't want this. I went, but I'm gonna get that coffee, I'm not gonna put my mask on. He goes, no, you're not. I go, guarantee you. I went, I'll tell you what's gonna happen. I'm like, what?
I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah. The idea of somebody bothering a guy to who's just telling you the rules of the coffee establishment. Not really his decision to get a coffee or not. He didn't cover COVID guidelines. Bubba, the demon. Give me the coffee. Go home and make your own coffee, you stupid Neanderthal. I can understand the moment. What I don't understand is talking about it and getting like riled up and listening to it, be like, that shit is weird to me. Yeah. Obviously, masking is new, so you're gonna be like, oh, I really gotta wear a mask. And then maybe they'll be human and be like, next time you come in, have a mask on. And then boom, all right, cool. I'll wear a mask next time I come in. Right, yeah. I don't want to wear the mask, but I also don't want to threaten somebody's life over, you know what I mean? Shab is one of the people on Twitter videos that jumps over the counter, punches somebody, and gets their own fries. Yeah. Puts ketchup on it. What? I mean, give it to me, so I took them. I fucking don't care. So we need to have CCTV footage. Okay. Stepping up to the security guard. Do you know who I am? I'm Ringo Pop. Do you have a gun? Let's see here.
Grab that coffee. I'm gonna get you in the back of the parking lot.
Yeah, dude, somebody over a mask. That's crazy. There is something happening here, dude. Yeah. The story makes you look like, well, he was like this during the story. He was sleeping. He was a dream. Yeah. That was not a good joke.
Yeah, it goes. He goes, okay, cool, see you there. I'm like, no, shut down. Big black dude, like 6'6".
Oh, of course. I mean, we saw. There's a lot of six baristas these days.
In my head, I'm like, I'm taking and drive off.
Yeah, also, you know you can take.
Oh, of course.
Like, I can't do that.
Real quick, too. So, I mean, I was kind of
easy.
I get it.
That's Jeff Dye's 75% of his punchlines. I can't. If a cowboy came up to me and said, I can't do that, I'd be like, look, you're not a cowboy. You're Forrest Gump. Yeah. You're Forrest Gump. Jedi. I can't do that.
I'd be like, I'm going to shoot you on it. Pull my head. I'm like, ah, here you go, man.
And did it again.
With a gun.
I'm going to shoot you with that gun. It's all cadence. There's no joke. It's just like, yeah, so I told him, I'm going to bitch slap you with my hand. Pause for laughter.
Yeah, let's go. That's off the old fighting meds. Yeah, and I go back to using that. And I went there every single day during COVID. And he was just, I walk in and just turned his head. Yeah, of course. Say thank you.
You might have known. They might have said, hey, he's a UFC fighter.
The barista was like,
yeah, that barista. Why? It's not because you're a UFC fighter. Not because you're crazy. Yeah. The barista's like, dude, it's easier if we just say nothing. He'll start doing stand-up if we say no. Yeah. There's one time where Carl asked him a question, he said his dick is 8 inches. He always asks if we have guns. Yeah, just saved his life. Yeah.
I was like, oh,
Just saved you some money too.
you know what? I would actually shake his hand. I'm like, oh, thanks, dude. Brought it back out.
There was that try.
I haven't been able to fight in a long time, and I was going to snap it.
There was that try. Snap it again. Oh man, I wish Bill Burr would talk about this. Oh, yeah. They'd be great to hear. We need to get a black couch. So, Canadian, he's nothing racist. All right, let's see what I hear. That one was posted by Happy. Shout out to you, one of our guys. This one's half-assed. He's getting out ahead of the controversy. Anti-electric vehicle. He put do the skull with lightning. It's like you looks especially like, you know, Sapphire design this. Responding to most my family the Holocaust. My grandfather told me that I hear stories done by people wearing race and symbols. Language is so important that you can't attack kids like this. Yeah. What the hell, dude? Yeah, what are we, Dan? Tech sent me the hat. They wrote, like, thanks for buying our shit or whatever. And they liked that video that one time. That was funny. Forgot about that. What are you doing, Kim Tech? Commented, nice hat. That's what it is, yeah. So, okay, as someone connected to our show, I'm going to need you to log it in. You can't be letting stuff like this go. Yeah, dude. I didn't know Kim Tech was like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we have to wait. Me and Gerardo, man, to reevaluate our relationship with you. I need suspension that bad. Yeah, I can suspend my subscription. Okay, I don't know how to make it. You guys do a great job on tracks, but I can do it myself. Don't trust me. So, yeah, no, I got it. They're great. Yeah, they're good. It's really good. I put the Kim Tech sticker on my Snapchat. But I'll put the truck away. Walking in my truck. Yeah, say goodbye to the comedy store. Let's see. The next one is going to be posted by Deep Dive 2930. Josh clearly has a vintage PF chain. Where's the proof he cheats on his wife? Okay. That's why he quite comments on this before, but I've never seen him else approved to back it up. Drumbeat said, the security camera footage of him being his number 2 a girl had a channel unique post. How about with BBL or BGL, not PBL? BGL Carly showed all the texts he was facilitating for Brendan to flirt with her. I can keep going. Well, ask a question. Ask Chinscat, stupid, is that what it is? I try to busy. He's Max, if you got questions. Max. I like how little views are on both these posts. Let's see. Like one of the views is Deep Dive. Shout out to you. You don't matter. Let's see what's next. Post by Moonwalk. Papa got a facelift. I mean, probably. I don't really see these turns, but I assume. I don't know. That's the thing. They keep doing this on. They did this to Bill Burr, too. And I don't know what to look for a facelift. It does look like 2 different people. To me, it just looks like a picture of a caveman. The NFL, yeah, and the NFL vibes. This is a man that's feared safe Coach T-Ball. Let's see what's next. What do you do? Okay. Oh, yeah. Post my remarkable benefits, 35.9. It's called 100 gorillas versus a redact. That's actually more enticing. Let's see what he says. What do? Volume punch me, motherfucker? That's what you're gonna do? What do you do? Out-grapple me? In what fucking sense? Gorilla would be scared. The first one, at least I don't know about the other 99, but I mean, the gorilla looks like Chapman. It'd probably be that the gorilla knows that he's smarter. Like, I don't know. Maybe the gorilla doesn't even use force at that point. It's not right. Yeah. The gorilla tricks Chop into leaving somehow. Yeah. He throws a bit into the Chop. It's neutralized. He doesn't open the bin in. He needs someone else to open it for him. So he leaves to get some new. Yeah. The odds are not in Chop's favor. 100 gorillas versus no 3. Yeah. He's not. But put one mask on one of the gorillas, dude. He'll keep them busy. Just PTSD, like he sees the security guard naturally because he's and he just going, you know. Yeah, gorillas. I heard because he just goes. Let's see what's that. What world are you living in? This is the real world. Gorilla world. And are the gorillas into podcasting? Because maybe they have a conflict of, are they homeless? You know what I mean? Maybe they enjoy shopping. They're like, oh, we can destroy you, but you're so funny. You know, like Chimp, what's that Chimp documentary on Netflix, Chimp Empire, whatever? Shop becomes in the running for the chief of the gorillas. Yeah. Possibility. You know? Same sort of brain. Right? Yeah, it's about the size. Huge. Let's see here. Next one's posted by Icy Fondad. Hold your breath over it. Okay. Okay. Mine guy. That's good. It's a lot of N-words today, huh? Not that guy. My man's okay. I don't know what that's from, but yeah, good. This one's posted by Dandy Kaufman too. Been there, Papa? Let's see what this is. Oh, why does it do that?
And to be honest, like I used alcohol and the comfort of one an extra affair to help me. So I couldn't even leave hard. I couldn't yourself up. I couldn't even.
You're cheating on his wife. How do you earn that? I wonder if Bob has like a thing. He has a thing on his door. You know how kids measure their height or whatever. He has a thing for accomplishments. And once he gets to that, he gets to cheat on his wife. Oh, I've earned it. He's like, Tiger hits 3 home runs. Guess I better go cheat on my wife. Thanks, Tiger. Yeah, he moved to Lost. It's like super simple achievement stuff. I zip my pants up. Yeah, I took the dishes to the dishwasher. I washed my balls. Sell my house. Sell my stuff that happened. I forced my family to move. Yeah. Let's see next. This one's posted by Dav Oz. Never wore comedy special. This is real. What does it say? Dawson Bragg. Be shot for shot. Deputy President of California. January 19, 2019. I don't know. Real shirts. Holy shit, 33. Damn, how do you shit? That is a terrible shirt. That's a terrible quality. Oh, the worst quality, some would say, but how all the sizes would be wrong when we get them. Like large would be like way small, extra large would be insanely big. It's really how long the shirts are. Yeah, then there's the link, that thing, it's like the Leah side. Yeah. It's knee something, literally down your knee. Yeah, the way the Leah shirt. I don't like that at all. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's fire merch, we're not, we don't get it, we're not tall enough. Like the dice shirt, I was so excited for. It's down to my thighs. You gotta get that, like, tuck it in and then let it hang a little bit. But even then, it's like, now my waist is hurting. Sure, but you get so much pure right there. The second a chick sees the donut, the string, it's like, whoa, I'm big. Don't throw your pussy. Squirrel pussy. Girls just can't get enough of the dice shirt, dude. Squirrel pussy, flying squirrel pussy, dude. Yeah, we're like, we're like nutty. Let's see here. Let's see. This is posted by Todoroki. First Texas, totally true celebrity interaction. Who is the odds-on favorite to first notice or have run with Mr. Shah? Great question. I mean, he's already had one because of the cowboy hat, which I lost mine. I had it last night. Celebrities in Texas. Oh, by the way, was that a Clipper game? Guess who else was there? Jelly Roll. Yeah, damn, not gonna lie. Actually, you know why? Why? Because I was with right? And she was like, pretty good, right? That's good for her. You don't even need to ask her thoughts on it. You know what I mean? I just understood. I was like, all right. Let's be honest. Jelly Roll. I'm glad that he wasn't at a Lakers game because he's not going to get on the jumbo truck. You know what I mean? But that thing. Oh my God. I mean, it's literally like the biggest screen in all of arenas. How many Jelly Rolls? It's center. Yeah, they're going to be like, we tried. Jelly Roll's just a pixel. Yeah. But was, yeah, he showed up. There should be like either like some sort of jump scare warning or something. Like there wasn't, dude. It was just jelly roll in front of your face. Roll warning. Yeah. Like jelly alert or something. Jelly alert, that's it. I like that. Let's see. This is, okay, so it says, who was the odds-on favorite to first have a run of Mista shot? I forgot to tell you about this. I was in Starbucks the other day getting my coffee. You know, Daddy needs his juice. Anyway, I'm waiting for my order, saying what's up to some fans. They're all like, yo, Bianca finally here. The last giveaway was dope. Anyways, I hear this old guy's like, hey, boy, big boy, over here. And I'm like, what the fuck is this about? He keeps it up. Hey, big fella, big guy. So I finally turn around and Jerry Jones of the Texas or Dallas. He's all a couple of big strong guys like you. How'd you like to come to training camp this summer? And Cal's certainly turning a lot of heads down here in Texas. I bet you could still have 95% of these college kids. Yeah, I don't know with all the peptides, milk, ice cup, it was cool. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, all the mannerisms. I think maybe he means Gavin. Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris, yeah, that would be good. He did Chuck Norris bits. Like, Chuck Norris came out to me and was like, hey, you're that guy that fucks people up. Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it, dude. Let's see what else we got here. At the end of the show here. Next one going to be post. Okay. And these stuff. What the fuck? Okay, gotta go all the way back down. God damn it. Okay, so I think this is it here. 2-3 posted this. Dicey. He's running thing for everyone else too. Dicey with 3 Ys. Wow. 3 C's, but wow. That's okay, I'm doing it for sure. Shout out to you, dude. You're totally Big Boy Nation, dude. This is posted by Dandy Kaufman to Blue Collar Statistics. This is what it's called.
Yeah, the NFL is made up from guys from the 3rd to 6th round. 70% of the players you watch are from the 3rd to 6th round. Because they're humble, they work their ass off, and they feel like they have, they're honored and privileged to be there, This is the first and second guys that speak egos, they never work out, they're hard to deal with on the team, in the locker room. 3rd to 6th round is where your team's foundation is found. Watch on Sunday, 3rd to 6th round picks. So people that don't watch those later rounds, you know, watch the first round, boy, you're missing out. Your team's made up of that 3rd to 6th round.
So many times. I got nothing to say, that's facts. Yeah, I mean, I had nothing either. I had something, but my mind went completely blank during the 3rd to 6th round talk. He said it was almost like he was hypnotizing me. He's just start repeating things so I can't focus. I can't 40 chess. 40 time. Yeah, for sure. Seems like it. All right, let's go. Let's see what we got next. That's a great name. Every time I go to a urinal, I do see his film carrier. Anyways, Big Smoke 90 to post something like this. Yeah. That's weird. I mean, he is getting very strong as opposed to very fat. Where he was. I wonder, definitely steroids and all that shit, but I wonder, celebrities, they just feel the need to always be posting, right? Yeah, this is some of that. It's just, I need to post to be relevant, so I'm dad fit. Yeah, isn't that disgusting? It's not even celebrities, it's just like sometimes people or just post. It's like, maybe don't post. I don't know. And some people like it, but so it's different. Yeah. Let's see what's next. Okay, this is the last one for today. Danny Kaufman 2, black belt in body language. Let's see what this is about.
I don't like that. I like to take a sip of water really good. You might want to have happen.
For 1 second.
Does he not like it because it's water or because you took a full sip? It's not coffee or rain. I think Chad is just eager as somebody saying this, so he's saying, kind of like your first thought. It's an ad drop. It should be a rain. It's an ad drop for him and a missed opportunity for Dana. Yeah, to have a problem there. So I was drinking Sure Shot. Nailed it.
Sip of water.
It's different from putting the hand on the chest. Sure, and why is his finger in his mouth? Watch how it goes from his finger to the mouth, making a point back to the mouth. Somebody that went into me.
That's why I want to make this year. That's not you sound confident, dude. Real killer stuff that when they do, interrogations, stuff like this guy. Yeah, a little. Yeah, they like his butt. Wow.
Jen's trying to saying body language. He's like, remember we talked about body language before? You remember? I don't like his skin language. Patreon, remember we are doing live T-Most. We're doing all T-Most live. We're switching to live T-Most on Tuesday nights.
Then I will relate. Today's dot is $2 1. And you're picking up the next section of about 0.17. And we're picking up from the bottom. Nice things. We're dedicating share this morning in memory of Steve's mother, Yola, and Akar Takoki, and Akula, for the outpouring of support shown in every Shbaka during the With that, let us go. We are picking up again 1.7. We're picking up 2 lines from about a nice So amongst the items mentioned, the nice machines, the nice machines, go ahead and we'll do nice machines. Excuse me. And it drives things to again. Please go ahead and that you can't do. You want to say, stop the job. Stop the right. Allah, no. My time out, even the more you go off.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. Go live on Wednesdays. Follow our show. Record Tweeties that comes out on Thursdays, and you get early access to emails. If you subscribe to the Patreon, on the Patreon, we watch Tim Dillon's special. Do you remember what it's called? I'm your mother. I'm your mother, okay? I'm your chef. Anyways, that's not why they're here today. I'm your girlfriend now. That's for there's no shop. Yeah. So start timer. Legend clip. Alrighty. We are ready to move to Austin, folks. I think it's happening in May, right? Yeah, I think so. I think that's what it's this first one, I riff-raff the alley cat. I thought I was in the kitchen on my day off when I came across it. It's a Goodyear Police Department cop in action. It looks like it's just a cop. Whoa. It looks so much like Shop. It hung Los Latino Brothers. Damn, dude, can you imagine my Shop? Me and you probably never had hit that would kill us. Not leave us unscathed. Like we're, we don't even ask him to have a gun. I'm going to carry an extra Diet Coke now for now, just in case. Hey, I got a Diet Coke. It's like sick. Shop pulls people up. He's like, alright, I'm going to show you my license. My license is my registration. I'm a cop. Shut the wallet. I would want to be a cop just to look like you're good. Yeah, you know, just to like make their day, or I guess I don't know, but like if you
what is that?
give you a gun,
Nice little piece of
the next one's gonna be posted by Icarus Lives. It's called Pimp My Truck. It's a clip we already seen. Let's see. This thing always does that, like a dumb jock guy. That guy from Pimp My Ride, I'm gonna pull a shopping. I met that guy. Oh, really? Yeah, he came up. He's like, you're the guy that does that shop shit right now. But I really met him. I met him, like, he came and I was working at this ice cream truck, and there's something wrong with that. This festival, he came and fixed it. I was like, you're the guy on Pimp My Ride, right? He's like, yes. You work too much. He's like, you're the guy that graves too much, huh? Yeah, he knew I had crazy things. Alright, let's see. The next one's posted by Brendan Shaw. Brain. Miho sold Abuelta's house. Whoa, I guess it's the house that sold for 1.3 mil. That's the house that he just bought her like a year ago. He already sold it. She going with it to Austin. I mean, if you're going to be selling, you know what I mean? If you're going to be with married to a Latino, you got to bring mom. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Also, free babysitting. Also, free Nikita. He's like doing a video. He's like, all right, fam. Actually, all right, fam. We sold my mom's house, my mother-in-law's. I took off all the doors of the house, and I picked it. And you can see Now the girls can get in and out. Let's see here. The next one's going to be posted by Tied Up 412. It's called Simple Mappa, like from Simple Jack. Trumping Thunder. Nice. Good AI work here. I love you. What does he say? Jenny, you make me feel happy. Also, the part I see here. The next one's posted by I Downvote Cake Days. Papa can't even convince himself the family wants to move. 11 seconds, that's what you got now. We'll see.
Wifey was there all week, man, with the family. They love it out there already. So see, man, counting down, baby.
It does sound real sad. Yeah, like he's starting to maybe accounts. I want to leave this great place he's everything, the whole studio and all this stuff. Yeah. $10 specials filmed in the mothership. Oh yeah, a mothership. That would be a great location. Yeah. That would be something for a shop. He's way bigger than he should film with their special. Right? Both people and cops are. What are the people that grab Harleys? Hell's Angels, right? All that. I mean, you're making a joke out of it, but honestly, business-wise, right. Best decision for him is to make another special. He's trying. Pizza show, fucking bikes, yeah, one of those cowboys. He's a cop now. Everyone wants is another special. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of views if he just puts it out. Plus, like, that's like, tired. It seems like he's tired of that meeting. Yeah, I mean, we're Saddam Hussein, and writing bits, his own show. He's like, what else you got? There's no one there. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. What's interesting? You're talking about your show. All right, we're done, right? Dude, in a couple weeks, he's gonna be like, I never stopped writing jokes for stand-up. And that's gonna slowly start the whole like going up in the mothership. He's gonna be like, I'm just like Rodney Dangergreen. I'm bad, dude. I'm like Rodney Dangergreen. He confused it. It's like he's bought a house with the fucking. What else we got here? It's gonna be posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. I'm getting more and more convinced this will leave Papa soon. Just the greener guy. Because he's like happy that he's not Tony and another murderer. I mean, I wonder what those shows are like. Is he crushing there? Probably. He's slow motion crush. So in this room, this is he doubles up the funny. Right. I mean, he'll keep you busy. Oh yeah. He wants to squeeze you. Just make sure there's enough stools on stage. 3 stools. Or this has got to stop. 3 stools. Let's see. This is posted by Inner Attorney. Yikes, things got dicey. Rogan has not been able to shake the sling and dick allegations. Yeah, so I have not seen anything from this podcast. No, I mean either. Let's see. Relationship and the willingness also to not pursue any other women. How do you understand? How does that make itself manifest in your life? I mean, I presume that you. I presume that you opportunities of all sorts. Do you do as well? In principle, I suppose they don't seem to have me in a sense here. And back in the day, guys like you banging their grad students, not guys like you, but guys in your well, in regards to that always thing. This is fascinating. You seem to shut down to slaps put out of my face. Left and right. I'm on election and shut my choke women. I got in trouble the other day because I Message to OnlyFans just turned out to be a scam. Didn't make her bed. Right? 20 bucks. $20 means I was caught up in it, but Joe, I wanted to know how you tonight pussy because you have sugar in your. Do I? Well, most of the day you can take a lot of bends and see a difference between men and women. I'm tired most of the time. On drugs, Joe.
Things have completely stopped that. Like if you go back to Feynman and Oppenheimer,
There's no point of the question. Dude, yeah, he didn't answer. I mean, dude, give it up for here, dude. Look at this. He was like, I gotta quit. Hello, battery. Yes. They're taking some out of Oppenheimer, more like Oppenheimer. Slammer. Slammer. Oppen boner alert. Oppen boner alert. Oppen jalapeno. Robert Oppenheimer. Let's see here. Oh, fuck. That's somebody else's. I still like it. Oppenheimer's great. Haphazard posted this RFP. I think the RFP's reference. Something about him choking again. Damn it, I'm a couple weeks late. I might fucking cowboy get up today. Oh, yeah, we haven't even commented on that. The cat is hysterical. The cat. Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I did a couple rates.
Owed someone $1,000. That's what I'm about to take off the actual floor, sell it, buy him for his state.
That's terrible. 20, what's it supposed to be? Should be like 70. You know, that's not a downside. The only downside about rain, like if he's in there drinking all the rains on how can you not when they're so delicious all over the place? This is like, I would almost die for, like, if you just put a sour gummy worm in front of me. I mean, they make new ones, orange dreamsicle. This is pretty new.
Again, 3 different examples.
Because he had too much dreamsicle. Oh, fuck. I feel bad for him, but, 20 years to heart rate is terrible. I wonder what's going on. He is also 70 years old. Yeah. He fucking, wonder he has all the gunshots in his apartment. The food pound, yeah. Pound of fish is not good for your heart. No, dog barking while you're trying to reproduce a podcast. Hey, why is he leaving the dog at home?
it's bad. Your resting heart rate is 100 heart rate all the time, but there's times, there's chunks of it. So that means it's not good. So they gave me some pills. It's gone down to 110, 109 with the pills. That's still bad.
No, by the way.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, right. That's why when we go to Austin, at least to Willow Place, whatever.
Yeah, you need to do that. Right.
You don't need to be on a bunch of exogenous hormones. It's not going to help you. You stop drinking, more shit is going to help you. Your job is to move more. Stop drinking. Stop taking all the drugs. All the drugs are kratom.
Stop taking kratom? That's the first I've heard of that. Wow, that's insane. He really is. The promo codes are ruining his life. What's a good RC for 150? That's a mindset. Fuck, dude, I'm a little bit worried about. They really do need gin to be. That is wild. I guess it's because it's, it could be. I think who am I to speculate? I don't know this guy, but you drink a lot. That's risky for your heart. I don't even know. Drinking I don't think it's good. Of course, I mean, so what you need to do if you're serious is actually take your health more seriously, which means exercise and stop exercise more. But the drinking thing, at least at 3 times a week on treadmill.
However,
Jog mostly. I do stop. Fasting heart rate is 120 to 109. He's got high blood pressure. What are you talking about?
but also,
Chin is bleeding.
well, that's what you
And this is not good.
Molo,
It's very constantly. If I kids are around, you're getting older, chin's dying. This is what I want to avoid. Chin passed away in sleep. Chin, rest
Molo,
so I would measure every now and then. Yes, that's my doctor. Yeah. So it would be at 130. It would be at 130. Highest. And the lowest. Mine is 60. When it goes to drugs, it's like it's not. Specials about drugs. This is making like Chin go from the hospital bed like you see him in the studio. He's like, there's an episode of the Pin. We got a podcast producer. There's collateral nipple is failing. Dude, he's gonna have a heart attack. Stop drinking, dude. No more Tiger. Okay, no more sure shot. I mean, much of a dial. It's a real, yeah, dude. He's a real tracks on. It's a blockbuster situation, dude. We don't know that is. Yeah, I mean, this show you're producing at ours, you are needed in this world. So, these clips that come out, then you leave in stuff for the time you're dying. You need that. Come on, dude. Stay alive. Let's see here. What do we have next? Posted by Busy Middle 8108. He benched 40. It was a lie. Let's see. If you're pushing, right? Well, it's like Rogan. I told him he was how many times you use 25 to 25. And the most I've ever done is 40 times. It's so many times. Not to interrupt you, did see with my own eyes you do. I think you did 32. Oh, yeah. And you're a big guy. Well, they weren't so then I did interrupting and stuff. Because Peterson did the same thing. He was like, Joe ever have to turn down women because you seem like a guy that would have to do that. And Brian did it 3 times. It's an art form in this universe, the Rogan universe, where you ask a question, pause for a second to make them think that it's time to answer it. They go, but also another thing is China. It's really tough. You know, Rogan said everyone should have headphones on all the time. Cowboy hat. Yeah, dude, the cowboy hat. It's almost like, damn, are we already in Austin? There's like, yeah, where'd you get it? Miami. Somebody gave it to me. They made it for me. It says Gerardo Alec on the inside. Oh, yeah, Gucci. 100% Gerardo Alec on it. Damn, dude. I mean, you're almost there. Yeah. 34 times. So I'm 6 off from how many times? 36. But I just gotta get back. One hundo. You know what I think? The 4 I can crank out. That's a lot of stages. 37. You did 36. I'm 4 off. You did 36 on 6 this morning. I'm 4 off. A lot of weight. That's pretty amazing. And when I said 40 on road,
Well, always at the Uda.
Yeah, like
When it comes
bro was like, oh,
some,
do I get to no, you can do it. You can do
when
it.
it
Fair.
comes to
But
permitting
yeah,
people to
it's fair. You're
I
like
don't
top
trust the most
35. That's just
of Rabbi.
you are a freak. You're very strong. I know. I don't like with that thing because like I've worked bodybuilders like people like it's like I just so
Yes, at least that's what I'm looking for.
I did that when, weightlifting stuff. It's like if you didn't have your headphones in eating. But, that's one thing we talked about in the live is that you think that's boring. Should we do the thing where if you comment if you want to see it, we're doing a live where we see if I can just do 2 plates on either side or 1 plate on each side so I'm 35 even one time. I want to see if I can do that. Should I try it? No spotter because it's gay. Yeah, you gotta no, it's gay. You're right. Shaw said it's gay to have a spotter. But maybe I should text Mark to get involved. Maybe we do that. What do you guys think? Comment if you want me to lift 135 one time. Let's see if we can do it. All right, let's see. This looks like was it Robert Goodell or something like that? That's right. Don't know who to axe. Posted this 2025 NFL draft update. Buffalo Bills shocked the world. Shoot for the moon, land on Mars, dude. I wonder what Shot would do if you put redact on his jersey. Oh, would he even know? Probably not. He'd be like, man, this is the coolest moment. On number 1, sick. Is this a promo code? He's all for his paper on the jersey. How much it's a good eye. Let's see here. This one's posted by Shoeless Von Eric. The first Sutherland's new merch shop. The electric car. TRX giveaway drops May 1st. Oh shit. That's the biggest one yet. Let's see. Skull with lightning bolts coming. Like, put in the Google search exact same thing. Just flipped. Yeah, they got a guy Google search this shit.
They
Just use
help
that
out
in
the
Photoshop approach. Wow. Alright, let's see here. This is posted by wonderful 7554 5432. Theo just figures it out. I mean, it's funny that you could look up Theo figuring it out. There'll be so many posts. Yeah, just all these great accomplishments that are like big deals. It's like Ben Affleck's biggest movie star, probably one of. I mean, great podcast, guys. I haven't heard this episode yet, but it's in my queue. I bet it's good. I like Ben Affleck. It'd be interesting to hear what he has to say to Theo Von and what crazy shit Theo says to him. Or is like Burton Slicer says it. Is that how he says it? Oh man. Let's see here. Posted by, I hate that I know all this. Posted by 999. This is too good to be true. Old pick. Oh, why is he standing next to some monsters? Oh yeah. So he's short, right? I guess so. I remember back when he was on it, we didn't know who he was yet before he had his own subreddit. He was just some guy from prison that had like a workout or something. He's like, yeah, this is how you get jacked. I was like, oh, yeah. He does that. I used to do the 100% facts. I was prison.
So actually, like
amazing specimens of men. I did the whole podcast just now. We only see one second. I bet you what we just did is exactly what they did.
like this, nothing gets done.
Hard look in the mirror. Posted by
Justice was
on the back about the redacted leap. Oh my god, I never seen that. That's a TV show. Oh, okay. It's the guy who goes back in like time or something to different people.
yeah.
Like fixes their life. Back from when we were kids, we saw comic books at our house. Wow, nice. That's hilarious. This is posted by wonderful Sally 432. The Bills Ariel over your boy. Ariel to announce a Buffalo Bills draft pick on day 3 of the NFL draft. Oh my god. I mean, then it can't be coincidence, right? Oh, no, there's some trolling going on. Yeah, that's amazing. That's great. And it's like this, the subreddit has reached new levels. Again, they're now involved in NFL draft. That's amazing. The beginning of the draft, they're like, we're homeless. Roger Goodell. Before the draft starts, he's like, hold on a second, I have to get on the phone real quick. Just work out. So, yeah, what do you think? Matt Buzzard's like, you're a little... Yeah. Let's see here. This is posted by Frank 2. BJ Penn says, "Ski isn't real. Will there be repercussions?" And yeah, right. I kind of follow what's happening. I saw Brandon Shaw, Aaron Hernandez. CTE is for sports leagues to save expensive in their brain damage and need to retire and pay young no-name athletes peanuts. Is punch drunk real? I'm sure. Is slur speech real? I'm sure it is. Hawaii. Hashtag Hawaii. Somebody needs to check on BJ Penn. We live in a fantasy world, a world of illusion. The great task of life is finding reality. Okay, I think this is a solid. If it's actually BJ Penn, I mean, it sounds like a troll post. It's like someone pretending to be him. No, it's not BJ Penn. He's trolling. Yeah, that guy's brain damage for sure. Like that guy, he's fucked up. So the chop comment is not just I thought it was easy for real, whatever you need. You probably put him in like Rafa in it. It's like you could just go through the greatest comedies of all time or whatever. Like next week, do fucking knocked up. I want to stand it back and he would post that if it was like come to the funny bone. You know what I mean? That's it. He doesn't realize why it's a little strange. Like, he doesn't understand the blackface part of it. I mean, not blackface is fine. Let's see here. Posted by that Ninja 11 Locker Room Chocolate Joke. Alright. So yeah, right. He's never left the locker room. This is 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
If a dude got off the ground, like, thank God, and there's main clapping for him, like, after the huge haters, like, said, it's an accomplishment. We're chicken heads, like,
Number one is
Where's this about? Case
number 2
on his face.
is runaway
Right, so he just called those for him. Oh, man. You know what that means?
if you have a runaway half or a runaway young donkey or horse,
like,
they pull it by the neck, or you can go ahead and pull it by the top.
Chicken, wow, chicken.
Now that person can do a bunch of the others, a bunch of the both in the piece of the truck and the donkey. They have to look for the by hoping to move the animal or I'm not doing that. They look enough on it. Okay, I like it. I just don't know. That's how it is.
These hoes are all moved on to
I know
these hoes are all good, imagine.
It depends who's in there. It depends who else is in there, and also I think you two and four fucking legit astronauts. Oh, that may be you, yeah. We put up there. No, but like legit astronauts. Yeah. She went over with oh my lord, we laughed the whole dude. We just hit the ground. I don't want to be so scared. I would be scared. Yeah, but I would also want to say, take us back down, dude. I don't like that.
It's floating on the riverbed, so it's stuck on going to get out. Getting into the coop.
It's
The problem is
it's
I read the second
like
bison
right now,
says,
but there's so much time left.
you can feed
And
the
the
animal where
view
it
to
is,
that
but
for
you cannot
space.
go ahead and
It's
start
like the
dreaming
dumbest thing ever.
mattresses
They wonder what they're if they try to go to space, they'd be what too dumb for space.
Hard to
Yeah,
ask
throw
them
up.
how to
What's it called? They were starting to get me funny. You know, we're the same. And then he's like, you farted. I don't know. Fart in space, dude. If you fart in space, nobody hears it. You're really fart. Sounds like me. Yeah, we'll be scared. Just see if I can make myself a little more. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I farted, dude. You're moving too fast. You're not under pulse. I'll be like, we gotta get there on shit myself. I'm calling it, dude. I knew he was gonna fart. If he said it, I'm trying to get down. So you just see one tear.
So I get point in the way it wasn't in the good sense.
Can you imagine a comedian puts himself in space and everyone's like Brent Shaw? They don't even need the name. Just assume it's Brent. That's actually here. Oh, it's someone I have no idea who they are. Oh, they did not this shit himself.
I thought
My shit is just like, Chris, look at my shit. In space, Crystalia in space. That sounds like a horror movie. It's like Sigourney Weaver's like, alien. It's got the two mouths. It's like, dude, that is funny. The second mouth is also his face. Delia's face comes out of Delia's face. Man, my ears hurt from this fucking man. I think no. Definitely be scared. Definitely be scared. But also probably emotional once you get up there. You'd be like, holy shit. You'd be like, Calvin and Billy are on that
if
world.
the chicken ran away, so I looked at myself, you
Wow,
can
they
nudge it
range
back
like all the emotions
You
when
know
it comes to
that-
podcasting.
What's
It's like
the-
Zen.
you know
Zen
that-
it is.
Go
Yeah,
in,
it's shits.
you gotta
You
do
know, at
both.
some point, they're gonna talk about someone being gay, no matter what the topic is. They're like,
Go ahead.
I don't know what he's talking about when he says gay here, about being in space. Who's gay?
Those means
Why don't you say
nudging.
gay for talking about his
you
kids?
gotta be mean.
Like get emotional in space, that's gay. Oh, I see. I missed that context, but yeah, I wish I was here.
Let's say, as opposed to, let's say, the cat,
My attention span saves me from some of the things that you're fucking bombarded
but
with.
you could
I'm
actually
thankful for
hold
that every
them
day.
and lift them a little
Let's see
bit.
what we got next.
Okay.
This is posted by Richard 84 disrespecting Boba and showing card 4. I think that's one of our guys. Really?
You can go ahead and
You borrow fit.
or even lift a little.
Not the 100
Pull
Reddit
a little
job
bit
did,
to
but
the
we
the
stay
height
committed
open the
to
That's
draw.
not kind of go
To
there.
strong dad.
Kind of go looks like
And
that.
then
So
become
why
the
you
person you and your
but
family
I think
deserve.
you
Oh my
judge
god.
you
So he's trying to like
can't be like
lick off this.
help it walk.
Yeah.
And Rabbi is sitting there thinking that it's nothing to do with it. The moment you begin to lift it, it's a little bit more.
Hopefully that didn't get cut out. You did too.
The traffic means
Yeah, listen. One of the things they don't tell you about my father, and I have so many kids, and I don't talk to them anymore, but that's not. When I did talk to them, I obviously made sure to have a strong back, right? But depending on you, your back is what you depend on. So what they really needed was a strong ear. Yeah. Short neck. Yeah, no, I didn't hear them because I wasn't physically with them. Strong cubby. My cubby's empty and my kid is too heavy. Yeah, it's like violent. Yeah. Don't even remember his name. Never met him.
Right.
Alright, let's see what we got next here. This is posted by
You
Jesse.
can go ahead
Jesse
and
Silk.
what that you
Bringing
can
back this classic tune.
literally
The
hold on
song.
to its neck,
I saw it was posted earlier. I
side,
didn't see
and help
the video.
pull it
Hey,
along.
you go and be
You
like,
can
all right, I'm
pull
gonna
it
go
along
comedy
hasta que
go long forever.
a la luz de esta edad. No
Oh yeah. Oh. This is the
la atención de la naturaleza,
I can't
pero
be.
como
But I
es
remember watching
de
that. Yeah, man. I remember
help
watching
the
a clip
child
of
walk.
Wild Girl.
All the more so the fact that once I get to that,
Yeah, I think so.
these happen all the time. As what happens if a child cannot, it's not really such an issue.
Oh yeah, we heard that before. It's gonna be
You
cut
can
out.
carry a child.
Yeah. Listen here. This is posted by Chin Pull
Child
Clips.
has the ability
Talking
to
about
walk
your
and
great
this
guy
kind
never
of
met him.
says and he carries himself.
What's hard is like Kelly.
Keep on child grew up and has all those. You should be a mother. Hold on to the parent. And all the more so the use of another license. About those who
Let's say his brother.
cannot live up at the name of the ultimate answer.
That Gallagher, that was
Go
way
ahead
Guys,
and hold on.
it's like a,
I'm with
you know, one of those bands.
She said it's cancer come up.
Papa can be wrong about. He's like the inception of being wrong. He's wrong all the time. He was wrong about the name. He's like, but he's the only guy, and he's also wrong. I remember being confused. Shit about that Ross did. I don't know if you just saw this. There would be infomercials for Gallagher stand up smashing live, but sometimes it was like a different. Then I realized that the guys were like late.
Help the animal again by little
guys.
It's walking on its own. It's not just hanging on its own. It's a lot of the people to help drag it and they're mixed up. Once it's mixed up, go ahead and off the I'm not
Where do you think this guy worked? What's the over-under on this weekend? Great story. Good job, Chef. Posted by Roar, guys. The different build back Great. Papa is nice. What is it like doors? Or is there a door? There's a door. Maybe. Well, is there a door? Where's the door? Right here. It's like the camera's idea trick photography. It would be funny if he started a doorless movement, like a straws, more straws, more doors. Meanwhile, he's a minimalist. His brain is a minimalist, like his brain. I have no home. He posted this one. The curse of Papa Strikes Again. This time is North Star. Jared Leto labeled Hollywood's most persistent predator after woman unleashes bombshell. Okay, this is my third time trying to post it. Last two were grooming by mods. A lot of women have been sharing their stories of Leto, grooming them and sleeping with them when they were underage. I'm not surprised he always gave off. Wow. Yeah, too lazy to try. Did a video. I missed that. Okay, that's part of the agreement. You have to watch all too lazy to try. You're right, I fucked up. Yeah, so the other day on the podcast, he doesn't watch my podcast anymore. I was pretty happy about that, but then I realized that Brendan was just asleep for most of the podcast, which is awesome. Oh, yeah, so the first he was talking about the cog, it was almost as if he
Fellow
wasn't
Shabbos
even
for
looking at the
posting
screen.
and touching people. And when you go ahead,
He actually
oh,
felt
you
trouble.
get very you got to very
Fuck you.
you're allowed to go and
Fuck
fight
you.
them. You also says, no, you keep it touch. It's a little corner.
This one's posted by
But whether or not
Ninja
you
11.
go ahead,
Someone said this is
cut
the
the cord and
workaholics.
fight. The kind of conversation
Shout out to my
this
phone.
is winning, you can cut the person.
That's fine.
Then you can cord time. It's like that. That's some
Bird getting more negative towards like, I feel like I've been more negative towards the top post of Bird. It's like him. He's about the title of this. It's very, it's like people never comment on our, people that ever commented on your YouTube, all we've commented like, fuck Bird. Oh my god, this is your introduction to this. And in the beginning, I was like, Bird's a nice guy. Bird, I like Bird. I was like, yeah, people comment. They're like watching from the shadows. No, not okay, Bird. Slander, please. People quit. That's the main reason people quit our shit is because they're like, I can't believe we ever said something good about Bird. I come here to hate Bird and check off. And I'm all out of check. I'm all out of cum, dude. Fuck. Alright, let's see here. Oh, this is posted by Haphazard. Papa responds to the BJ Penn post. Okay. Let's see what this is about. 4 minutes and 4.5 minutes. You know when you tap out. Okay. I'm gonna tap out. 1 second. Before you start, you tap out. Oh, you tap there. That, fucking photo workaholics episode. The guy at the golf episode's the one where the guy with the frat guy, the super duper frat dude. So funny. Alright.
Don't take the ball.
Good morning, y'all. It is Monday, April 1st. Man, April's flying by. It's your host, Andrew Hernandez.
It's
Classic. That would be funny though if people had a gun like that. That would have been good. Oh, he said Aaron Hernandez. Yeah. Oh my god. So he said Dan Hernandez.
Hold on to the block.
I was like, who the fuck is Dan Hernandez?
Out of the
That
mother
was pretty good.
fall into the ground.
Can you play? Sorry, I know it's 4 minutes. Can you play it again?
Good morning, y'all. It is Monday.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Brendan. Brendan. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's right. Yeah. I hate
Good morning, y'all. It is Monday, April 21st. Man, April's flying by. It's your host, Andrew Hernandez.
It sounds like he's saying I know the context. BJ Penn, it makes sense. But it sounds to me like he's saying
April's flying by. It's your host, Andrew Hernandez.
it sounds like yeah, and I'll admit, even though it's just like it's obviously beginning of but I'm so sorry. Man, we'll get paid.
Listen, maybe people send this to me. In my group chats, here's the way I first looked at it. First, I looked at it. There's a lot of bullshit. You know, people shots at me all the time, get strange. You know, the internet's gonna internet, and I don't really engage with it. And then you think, where it's like, okay, doing it for attention, or you clicks, or bullshit. And it's not hilarious. I was like, oh god, here we go, BJ. And I love BJ feelings. I don't take any of it personal, ever.
No, you never do. Never.
People, emoji, and then Ken Miller reached out to me. He's like, dude, this isn't a joke. She's legit, fake shirt, Andrew Hernandez. I was like, oh, well, you took the wind out of my sails. Like, that's not funny anymore. That's not fun.
You just started the show by laughing out loud about being good. Yeah. He does understand. He's like, He's not funny, that's serious, guys. He just fucking laughs a long time, man. That doesn't make sense. Don't make sense. What you doing here?
We don't know
What are
how
we doing
to but it
We
does
go to nights and have fun with it, and it's just not.
actively hurt the animal's heart.
I figured he did this because, I was like,
But
with
once
BJ
animal
stuff,
first,
I'm
you can help with that process. Either
never
again
had fun.
helping the
There's always
blood
like, this
or
dude
by
needs help.
moving it
This
outside
doesn't
the
end
body of some
well.
others to push out the blood. But the
He's a
algae
Shabbos,
stuff.
he's a
So
legend.
okay, so in Shabbos, remember you
So
can help
it just
first.
The coach
Help
is like,
over the lift the hundred of the others that we saw.
That's hilarious. I keep talking.
tell the fuck out.
So we don't.
This isn't some mess around with. If he thinks I'm
Furthermore,
gonna end
you
this.
could hold her a midwife,
It
you
just-
far away. And
And
you
you're
process up.
this thing
Yes,
he did.
this is the
The
first
best
thing
editing
you
job
tell me
is
is
it's
how a
pretty good.
woman gives birth.
Our faces are a
And you
tad
call her a
different.
midwife
You do
far
see the
away.
similarities. We made that comparison all the time.
And I'm also you are permitted to follow Shabbos.
Yeah.
For a
A
reason,
few
it's
differences
Shabbos.
between me and Aaron and you people out there who believe this.
And the Mishnah
Um,
says,
Nobody.
that you can be
Yeah, I don't
Shabbos
think it's so well held.
What is
Like,
that?
it's
What
not
is
one of
that
the
thing?
bigger
You know,
conspiracies
it's like,
yet to do.
I don't need the Mishnah
That would be
to
very
follow
funny.
Shabbos. Why
To
not?
start that.
Why not? Why
That
not?
should be something I saw on Reddit.
If he's
The
telling you
shot
already,
actually is
you can
here,
help him
and
with
your
birth.
has never died.
Was it that's already good?
He's
You
always
have to
been
boil
really
water, whatever else.
shocking to have a
Tell me
cappuccino.
that you could go ahead and call the midwife. Let the midwife travel. That really tells you
Shot's
that
a great
whatever
athlete, but he
woman
wasn't in the
needs to
NFL.
give
Does
birth
that make sense?
for a Shabbos, even if it requires full Shabbos. So why does the Mishnah come in and add in the phrase, oh, and by the way, you should
Shot
be
said his
Masal
wife
Shabbos.
was here legally,
So what's
but
that
his
tell you
wife
about?
was born in
That's the way it comes
California.
to this. That's three hundred ton of on.
All of his lies.
And I said,
He just
"Come
said, like,
in
he
there,
lied about a lot of
Haber
stuff.
Tomat Lach
And
Echad."
he's like about, I mean,
Let's listen to
did
this.
you see Aaron
Tells
Hernandez
us
today?
that
There's a video of Aaron
the woman
Hernandez
neighbor
selling
says,
comic
"I
books
need
at his
like
closet.
But I
Wait a
came
minute.
for her.
Aaron Hernandez's story is
High
so
school speak on the
unbelievable. And you're
seven.
telling me an
Haber
NFL
Vila
ruined
Shem Yai.
everything
Furthermore,
to say
Jennifer,
one deal.
if anyone says I need oil,
It's more
so her
likely that
friend
he
could
did
bring her
MMA
oil.
and he was friends with Joe
If
Rogan
Eno
and most
Sipik
podcasts.
Diaz, and
I'm just putting facts on
more
facts.
oil,
You can take wherever you want. I'm stacking it
and
up
if
for
the
a week
kind of
in your
woman who
toast.
later says I need more oil,
I don't think we
his
just
friend
convince people.
can't get enough oil into her hand, what
football,
should she do?
Aaron's
Maybe
great
have
at
to decide.
football.
Let's see if this- She could
I'm
soak her,
stronger
her friend could
than
soak her hair in
Hernandez.
oil. Therefore, she could
Rumors. Used to have a big tank.
so he got oil from her hair.
Real
The name
swamp.
is Sipik Diaz. And again,
Swamps like this is disgusting.
you can't say putting enough oil in her hair. Maybe a love
Real
sweet.
gator
You
tail.
ultimately again bring
Straight
her
up
oil in a
peaches
food.
delight.
So again, Ormal,
I'm
the
in
people in
His
the
dick would stop off the tracks.
So
I wanted to see it.
the
I
woman
asked,
labor to be
can I
right.
see your dick?
So what
Can
are
I
we saying?
touch it?
100 minutes to write explain the
Oh,
Torah.
fuck.
Obviously, we just did before. Women in labor need different ones. Women in labor are considered to be a wholeness, considered to be an
There's a
action.
few differences.
So every you have to be
I get it. I get it.
Sumo.
Yeah, it was fun, but
Woman in labor is blind.
it's more sad than
Blind. Yes,
I'm sure
they
he's posted
are
other
neither
stuff
there.
after that. Not about
Need
me,
a
just
candle.
about
Imagine most women
such
that
as
are
this
also.
one.
Since we can even the answer, they tell Shabbat and also really the transit of that I think but second, the women in labor is more. Better know that it's like, and therefore her friends.
Girl, apple. How would you use oranges? Job, the women that Job cheats on his wife with on the phone should be so, like, they feel impressed by, let's figure out how to send them a message. Saving a contact, good luck. If he took and all that effort to figure out by himself how to turn on the phone, spell out the message he said and do it, find the right, God knows He doesn't know where the emojis are. And send that to you. He's really put a lot of work into that. I don't agree with you on the emoji. Probably the first thing he seeked out. That's really asked one of his kids. Hey, it's like sending that. Okay. He doesn't ask his kid, but he goes to some school like to find a Yakuza because he knows
soak her hair in
actually
oil,
his own
bring oil,
blood
put
cells
it in the
and
labor,
blood got the
cut
you know
there.
what I mean?
And if that's not enough rot, then go ahead and bring the oil.
No. It's Brenda. It's Bossy's dad's and asks us what he uses for
It sounds like oil in her hair is a better option initially than
Call these out.
hair. At least is not.
That's
That's true. She gets to her friends, you have to squeeze out her hair. Oil.
Nobody
Is
think
Malacca
that's
also. So once we look up then what? Why not just have the pencil with the oil? But Yossi, I'm kind of
that's the one.
Does not apply. Why not? That's just
It's not laughing matter. It'd be different. It was like a group fighter, not some set some fun with, but no. Still a fan. Still love him. Definitely want to know if he's open to it. Definitely have some sources that can help. But kind of want it, man. Offers a ring. Sure shot. Yeah, resource. The resources of Angle rifle is going to open and have its gun. You know, I don't know. Deep fish tank is not fun. Not fun. And it's very good though. That I'm kind of legit. You know what's sad is one sure shot here in the whole thing. Yeah. I think they didn't even have that. I mean, you should say it. That would be funny if you plugged the sponsor right there. Yeah. HAAUB. It's BYECYK. This is posted by Haphazard. This is a normal conversation between two men. Aaron Hernandez's brother sent it. I mean, just that's his job is to point out big guys. Ryan loves that. The Pope, look at him, not a big. You got chin. Connecticut. Oh, remember that. Yeah, that's dark. That'd be funny. I grew up in not like me. I was way rough. Streets of Apollo. I grew up in a rough environment. We had a football player, Aaron Hernandez, and he was an asshole. Not the same guy. That's what you're doing. I'll give that. I have buddies who are roommates. Oh, yeah, peace out. Massive. There you go. So, a giant right there. I'll give credit where it's just hunger. I mean, like, we got the first one out. Yeah, great. Gator Honker. I like Gator Tail. I like Gator Tail. It's great. But I like Honker because Honker in a new recruit. Hey, you gotta check out Hernandez and Gator Tail. I like it. It's disgusting.
So we left about some more getting
Someone said that you gotta check out Cooney's Gator Tail. I think I'm off. Dude. I'm not checking out Gator Tail. If I took the headlines, welcome to the swamp. It's good. See, you like that? Yeah, I like it. Rather than saying that to a woman, welcome to the swamp, after you pull your pants. You gotta realize, sir, this isn't herpes.
That's just
Put the fries in the bag. Welcome to Flood.
4, 6, 8, 9.
Are you ready for hurricane? Earthquake! Is it the tower? 9 inches, 7 inches wide. That's a joke.
It's the local.
Get a big soda. Yeah, no, it's great sauce cock all the time. Roommate, you mean where? If I took one of my hands off, hey, slow thing. Slow thing. Get that Gator Tail out of recruit. Yeah, no, I like that. No, let me say what. That's it.
talk about. That's the who
chemistry. As always, electric.
Shaila is a
So your name is
when next year
Junior
you
Cock.
hire up as you build
Flash this gentleman.
and if they
Yeah.
discover how
Get that
come
gator tail out for the new recruit.
the rope
US
self
Florida.
or no.
Welcome to
No, we don't
Oh
say
my
those
gosh, he's a
who
repeat
hire
voice. He did the
Sign
full
up.
voice.
You're doing having the
He's
other
happy
parent.
when
You want to
he
thought
has
that all
one.
you can
He's got one bit and he does it and he thinks
where
it's
that's
hysterical.
that you can tell yourself. Color service so you can call yourself. All from the time that you have then Caleb is coming back.
Yeah, you're my
Only
girlfriend.
two that can come in.
Okay,
And
come on, man. Now say it. Now, where do I say, Brock, show him that honker. See, that's not what I tried. Now, but that we're let's retreat. I know, but that's all right. Bye. That's smart, brother. And it's more like the character in Tropic Thunder that's like, you know, the opposite sometimes. Hey, what? Penis of yours out there. Okay, you asked for it. Welcome to the mushroom fire. Welcome to Dick House. What are we, 12? Serpent layer. Welcome to the Dirt Serpent. Let's see. Look over. Welcome to Austin. This is posted by Marky Fett. Papa, when he's been in Texas for a year, and he's ran into people to talk to him about it's a classic picture. Yeah, it was good. It's great. Yeah, people. This is posted by Angie Depressed Teen 420. Is this Mark at Coachella? For sure it is. It is. Sean posted when we say how to get so big and muscular, and I say creatine. I put a little coffee on my food, and that's great. He's talking about shop. He's going to pay me on Monday and pay me on Tuesday. None of the days. Oh shit, it was on Screen Hills. Yeah, people always say how to get muscular, and I say creatine. Coffee on my food. It's funny if you picked a guy and ripped him in half and then made him a chick. And it's funny, this guy is like arms crossed, like, Mark's been cooking for a minute. Oh yeah, Mark's been cooking. We never crossed our arms. We were the whole time. Facts. Yeah, shout out to Mark, dude. Great guy. Never met him. But yeah, I think that's it for this week, dude. All right, that's it. Have a good week, Patreon.
What's their moral? Because any misfortune which comes to the world only comes so of inappropriate actions by Dayan himself of Jewish. Literally listen.
As always, share the Patreon, join the Discord, this week, we actually did, we did an extra team episode with its own original song. What was the song? We reveal it. We will, because that's a Patreon only thing. Lopez. We like doing that. Maybe that. Instead of company specials, I'm not sure. The most recent episode of T5K, because they just uploaded before. Yeah, I mean, they work. But anyways, that's not why they're here, though, right? No, I don't think so. Maybe. We also have another show, Raccoon Tootie. Please watch that. Watch that. That comes out Thursdays. But, and also there's early access. Anyways, that's not why there's 10 minutes of shop. Start the timer. Lynching clip. Alrighty. Well, we don't have a clip first with Chin. We have a post from that ninja 11. It's called Tomba Licha. B. Chase Scooter is certified homeless. Chasing my one goal at the end of my career. Classic. Very good. He could have done that on stage. It's like, how did that fit between the period, you know? Yeah. How does he fit in that thing? He's so smaller than Shot. I mean, could you do 25, whatever the fuck? What would you be more than by somebody calling you a big old pussy when you're stand-up set?
Yeah,
do you think he's going to post this? Do you think he'll? I don't think so. Chase has been going after Shaw. I'm not sure he's responded. I would love to have Shaw. You're homeless. You're welcome. See where like you use challenge for the other guys trying to trick this. Not a chance. No, I don't think so. Chase are too. No, they're a little bit bigger, I guess. UFC's going to be like, oh, you want to sit in the red chair? No. That's might have to wait. They can either go on a random YouTube show with two idiots, or they can continue to have a successful career in the UFC. Dana White gets all mad. What were you doing? You guys are idiots. Maybe they're redacted. But I'll say this, Dana White, if you want to come on the show, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, 100%. That'd be funny. Because he doesn't like Shot. Yeah. Shot, like you said, who said that? That Glenn. No way. Profile. It looks so real. ETID posted this 1986 new identity number 35. I want to check. I feel like it's probably real. It is true. With a hoodie on and a cowboy hat, and he's holding a thing of a sin-like thing from like blue things, and he's forced someone to take a picture of. Oh my God, it is real. Brian G. Yeah, but honestly, you gotta be Jesus. Just gotta go fast, though. You know, he's like a guy, it's like Will Smith, he has a team, you know, and he's a very curated profile. He's going to Austin, so you know, want to change up, and he probably, they just spent that, right? Is a move. Do you want to guess what he really quick? That was almost somebody who couldn't board you. Do you want to try one more time? I think that was like, one more. How soon after taking this picture do you think he's like, that's the IG? He probably looked at a few and like they're all exactly the same. He's like, this one. This one is it. Are the days of the weird face over? He looks like he's just regular smiling here. He does this picture. That's a good question. This picture kind of looks like country album or something like that. Like it's a country singer who's he's been famous for a while. And he's just like he's used to it. He's got get the picture of me like cowboy. Yeah, great. We're done. It's a wrap. All right. This next one's posted by Warm Phase 3. The rumors are true. The cat's bag. We are moving to Texas. It's taking a long time to feel deprived. My friends and family to get excited about a new venture to start or a new place where neither of one of us knows anyone. California girl. LA will always be home for me. Leaving my friends and family behind is not going to be easy, but I know that they'll come visit it. I'll have to adjust. I just bought a box of hot Cheetos. LA has become a really place to be for me. The politics, the fires, all I can say. That's funny to think like the fires are still happening. Do you think the fires are still happening? In her mind. Shab is actually setting up. She's not talking about the fire. She's talking about things Shab is actually setting up fire in the house. Maybe that'll stop in Austin. A combination of all things. So this is how I know I'm making the right move. Worst case, LA will come back. As I embark on this journey, just know I will miss LA very much. That's all I've ever known. That Texas will. She spelled Texas with a G and S before the A. We'll go to the open arms in a new place to call home. The Valley has become our home, and I'll kiss you. Somebody's gonna picture of her. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was almost somebody who couldn't board you. Do you want to try one more time? I think that was only. Oh my God. 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 Oh kids grew up in, everything we missed. But I'm excited for our new home and our new community. We will build. Cheers to new beginnings. Wish us luck for the club. Do you think any neighborhoods in Austin are printing this out and showing it to their like, we got to be ready for this? We got to do what we can. How do we prepare for show? I'd rather do anything. You know, this is really hurt. You know why? Why? Because there's only 2 emojis. Fake emojis or fans only always have 3 emojis. That's true. And it is reactions, so that does give me a little dicey. You know, cowboy hat, smiley face, smiley clover. Yeah, but something like a dolphin or something with a fake account. That's why you're back out. Let's see here. The next post is posted by Jesus Christ. Smith has always been one of our stars. Smith and Wesson. Go ahead, get that look. Check out these dope ass custom thick boy holler points. Almost like him. Tiger Choppy. Got my technical bow. Zigzagly saying look at me. I don't know whether I'll pick Daddy just got his NRA membership. He would really say that too. Tell you we gonna brawling with a series upgrade on this. Today, the school shooting happened, and then it's like tied in somehow. He's like, uncle of like some, I mean, confident tumor. I'm just a patriot, Pete. Scope, don't be like stream. And accidentally shoots his own truck. Sweet. He's Richard Brand. Alright. This is supposed to be half-passion. Papa talks about quitting comedy again and admits to cheating on his wife. Pairing Will Smith on this. This is a good segue. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to take that. I mean, Will's how old? He kind of did all right. I think his kids are grown. I think if he had little kids, it'd be different, right? You know, yes and no. I would question how much their lives is busy. I think the dudes who agree with him. I mean, when you say something like that, it sounds like, since you're a celebrity that is on TV or whatever, it sounds like you're saying that you also are not his life. I don't realize that. Or he say he doesn't care. He's just a very good guy. Yeah, I think I'm telling you right now, if I could start to, like, out of everything I do, nothing comes close. When it's going to happen with Boss, it's not that favorite. Boss is more talented than Tiger, but Tiger has a good game, like dominates, but right? You've been UFC, NFL. Nothing is better. There's nothing else I'd rather do. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Like when he's balling out, that's all like, man. I don't want to do anything. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is when this kid is good at sports. That's awesome. Best dude. Well, you can never experience that with this podcast because it's never good. You know, walking chicks who struck out. Yeah, they struck out there too. And maybe I don't know that will, because so you come up a lot when you are that busy. I can tell you, and you can tell, you have to know how busy that guy was. Like, you and I are in a fraction of
getting to power at times.
Is that Will Smith that
others in the family.
Smith, we're out
And again,
Will Smith does. He
because
just like
they're
I see The Rocker. Even our boy Bert Kreischer, I see his schedule. His kids are in college, but he was like that when they were, you know. He talks about it. He talks about it. God, I do it. We're on the box game. I was like, he knows all the time they cry. And these are people that are just like Shah. I mean, the same level of fame. The Rock. Will see say that Will Smith. It's like I can just basically say, yeah, I mean, I forget Will Smith all the time. Never shot. You're calling, at least it's too late for me to realize on the tracks.
What's the point? Keep doing this. Stop. The tracks aren't moving. Blue Shirt 6 asked me stop the tracks thing. I didn't watch it. Stop the tracks. It's great. All shit I was doing, I can grow the fuck up. I've always wanted to be, have a lot of knowledge put into them, and that's what's important. So it wasn't too late because the kids are young. Yeah, man, I wouldn't trade for anything. Shut up, Brian. I think it's bad for those dads, like running into their kids' lives. Like, to me, success is I go to all the Tiger practices. I don't miss a practice. I don't miss a game. Success. I have the ability to pick him up from school and spend 3 hours at his baseball practice. That's a lot. Practice. I didn't play travel ball, so I don't really know. That seems like 3 hours. Very long. I'll show up at 30 minutes to the end. You better be good at that. And now I'm starting to understand why he's so. I mean, if you're not good for 3 hours at practice, maybe I would. Yeah. You should be better at baseball, I guess. Like he'd be picking her up in school. He couldn't practice with her. Like to me, success isn't to me. I realized honestly about maybe 2 years ago, like success isn't having to sell out arenas. Because then who cares what the amount it requires? You gotta be selfish, man. You do. In order to be a great athlete, you gotta be selfish. That's what we're all the time. You gotta be selfish. That's the main thing. That's what everybody says is what gets you there. That's what he did. He didn't get there because he was funny. He got there because he was checking off. He was hoarding things. He was like, give me all this stuff in the yard. I want all the shots.
Like they like to
I think he's the best dad. And now there's some great dads pulled off, but there's just very big wrong with it. To me, I prefer going to Tigers than going on the road and making money. It's like, sure, it's like, yeah, fuck this. Yeah, but yes, I play, right?
What?
It's such a ridiculous for being a dad to like, getting doing these big shows. Yeah, duh. He actually has said this, so it's like, I would be anywhere. But you never see people like, damn it, I wish I could be on the road. You know, like I cannot run. I wouldn't know. It's just not, it's a very like, who cares? Oh, being a great. Yeah, perfect show. Yeah. I was a comedian, so I was naturally selfish. It's like you weren't even good at that, though, so you weren't being selfish. You're already selfish. In fact, you're probably better at it.
Go ahead.
Just not to make. Yeah, it doesn't mean it was the right choice. For me, it was. But there's a lot of great comments out there that, you know, you get to where Will Smith is like, you done everything, God bless you, Toronto. Oh, here's the secret. Everyone should know. Everyone feels that way. Tom, that's not all. This is the top. We're the top. Yeah, Richard. That's what the top. And our chairs have stickers, and we're a little higher. Yeah, dude. I'm never going to talk to my family. No, dude. Now I'm not sick. I said, dude. My family. If my kids ever see this foster kids. The second I sat in this chair, I was thinking about my parents. Wait. 2 middle fingers, wait. Turn it up.
the track scene stuff.
Watching
Yeah.
your leadership has
I've never
that youngin. Am I correct?
I can speak. When I was 15, yeah, I'm so successful.
So very last I was about a boss. I had a household.
For years.
It's going to have a trip that affects the household. Well, therefore, again, honest judges, honest head of household, good mishpacha. Again, everyone has their own. So what we do
Your life attracts a good.
a dramatic trickle down all goes from that.
They sold out all the tickets at
I'm
the
a
fuck
guy.
that place was.
You
And sold out right away. I was like, I had like a great house and everything. I had literally come to LA and a golf for. Yeah, you know what happened? He was like, I'm here, my girlfriend now. Yep. So that was Charlie, no, I thought we stopped that track. She tried to stop that track. That's good. I was like, holy fuck, I was spending too much money on food. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was like, I'm gonna take a little break. It was such a weird feeling. I felt bloated. And by the way, I missed a lot of my kids. My first kids, I missed a lot of my first kids growing up. A lot. I just in fact, fuck, if I could take it back, that's the biggest thing I think about everything. I would have been. Now,
But they did.
I'm very glad, and it's all good. But I miss a lot. Just not ideal. Father's saying that in a red movie chair. This is true, and then that just applies or whatever the fuck you say. Really did miss a lot of their family. You're watching your dad and all that talk about how he missed out in a red movie chair next to Rain energy drinks and Sure Shot, which is something that you drink. I think for me, I was growing up, and I mean, to grow up like I was wild. Yeah, on the road, I was drinking I was wild, you know. I was wild. I was drinking all the strawberries. Like, I've never been a man. I've been a lot of mistakes. That's funny. So he's Mexican. Yeah, I'm just doing things I shouldn't do. It's just I was going down a bad road, not being the dad I wanted to be. You weren't present in it. Nothing but nothing. The show, I can see it. Just going, doing this show, doing that show. I need this show. That's everything that went down. Everything. Yeah, I just that's what I do. You know the stress by fucking ruining women's lives. It was miserable. Making more money than I made miserable. Yeah, just growing up. It's like even like with that UFC money I've come in, like if this was 2 years ago, that money spent before I even spent that money on a car or something. And so I got allocated the new ZR1. Super hard to get. They're expensive for some thousand. I'm babbling about. What is the ZR1? Little Jeep that he bought? It's hard to get. Most people don't. They won't just give it to anybody. They only give it to the dumbest guy in the car fastest ever. Me and my brother inspected out everything. And a week ago, guy from Chevy called me and said, hey man, we got allocation. Be here by June. I'm like, shit. I checked me out, June. All right, cool, man. I hung up the phone. You know what's that? That's smart. No, that's not smart. The smart thing to do is future. That's what I did. Don't get twisted. Dennis still has problems. So I'm going to take some 20, maybe a light burn, 9.7 turbo. Honest. I got all ZR1. But the majority, 85% of it for the kids. 2 years ago, that spent before it even hit the gods. Live like a back row. Back to the intern to steer show. By the way, That's how you know it's time for a new topic is when they move their mics to their chair. Alrighty, well, that was, we learned a lot. Sad, kind of. Yeah, most of them are sad. That's the thing about comedy podcasts now. It's just sad. Yeah. The state of comedy is sad. Yeah. But we can't. Yeah, I just watched Lake of Tony. I used to have so much fun. It was just like, I was bored. Right? Stop. I know I had a talk with my wife, and I was just like, have fun on the road, every day. And then I was like, but just like, hang on. It's fucking close. I would rather do anything. Alright, that's unusual 4460. It's called Joey Twinkle or Violent DNA. It's an article from, what is this, Daily Mail exclusive? Rogan fled violent father for Samson. Now his estranged sister breaks her silence to tell a very different story about his path to $200 million startup. Oh man, dude, his family's turning on us. I wanted that sister to be so bad. Oh, okay. His family sucks hard, dude. They're just making money sending photos of him with them. Like, how much money do you think they got? 5K, 10K, probably like a $2,500 story on Daily Mail. Daily Mail's like, you got any gay pics in Joe Rogan? They're like, nah, but how about some regular gay? Well, can you just say gay? Wow. So that's painting a narrative if I ever seen it. I want to see the video though. What's the video? Actually, did a video, like an interview. Yeah. I mean, trashy. Well, this is Rick's cameo on Tom Donald's new matchup. Posted by Tio Sanders.
Go ahead and do so. No problem. I was going to. That was saying half a century figure like you had in the close of the tree. There is no issue on life.
Who's in the studio?
I'm going to
is anyone in there like, all right, we can make this, but like, let's not make it like an AI song. Sounds like AI.
Especially with the life of what? He would give us the Gentile side. I want to tell the Christ that absolutely. I bring the peace guy. Why not go give the people to a Jewish child?
Yeah.
I see the
100%. Instead of it sound like I'm in a factory that's like producing fabric or something like that. Yeah, think purely for views and YouTube money or whatever the fuck. However you get money out of it. He's like, oh, great new idea. This one's being canceled. Next one is on that trigger. Next one, we get all the greats. Brian and then fat guy with beard. Yeah. I was actually a news guy. The cameo, this is me 2 years ago. When you were still straight, yeah. Flipping off. Like, I remember that I looked down at my thumb one day, I was like, God, my hand looks so fat. Get a tripod.
You should not go inside the dead. No one should go and deal with the boom, not a non-Jew, not a fiance, not a second.
I wouldn't even want to be in the version where we're like, we're going to cancel you if you. It's a bad thing. It's like, no, we don't need to be doing this song. No. Cancel you. I would absolutely be a little roused over this. Okay, 100% roused. Yeah, although that might be
someone died. Someone died.
I feel like I'm being serious with this by a lot. Oh, for sure. I'd rather be floating space station than doing this. You know? Absolutely. Oh, I don't even have to show up. You're just going to have my like this. Go for it. You know? I didn't even think there was that much embarrassing about being in a low bro. This is terrible. The song is absolute garbage. If you listen to 20 seconds of the song, maybe it gets good and then I'm like, trash. all around trash.
Today,
I went to the
allow
Universal
for
movie theaters just to see a movie,
go
and I was
ahead
walking
and
out, and there was this horrible
the
song
Honorable
playing. It was like,
race the young tradition,
like this chick,
go
that music video, and it was
right?
also
The
good.
first
And also
guard
music video,
so we
Jurassic
got
World.
the burial, we
This
allow
dude, yeah, and that's bad. Oh,
we
yeah,
allow
I know it's bad, but I want to be in it. It's girl.
the Shani, what happens if the person dies of Shani?
Let's see here.
So even ultimately against Jews, actually to carry his fellow Jews. But even beyond the Shalash I was like, this is true,
No.
even
You're
on the
supposed to say
second
no, sorry. Absolutely not. Anytime that
second
guy, man, smart businessman though. Make that money. Tat the face. The tattoos are fake. He takes it off after it's done.
So,
Yeah.
that's the concept.
Even more fake tattoos. No, you don't need Gerardo. I had a rough life. I don't even know where I'm from. Hey, if you try to cancel me, I'll make a song about you too.
The person dies on the
I
first
put a
day.
jihad on them. Yeah, I put a jihad on you.
Person dies at young 16.
Can't cancel all of us. Well, I mean, I guess not. I mean, that's not true. People don't even know who you are. I've never, only time I swear to God, I'm not saying this to make a point, right? I've never heard of something other than one of the clip on chicks. Yeah, I'm sure people are trying to cancel the South Park, a real life South Park character. This guy's like, I don't even know if he's real. He's from Canada. South Park.
That was born on the
See
first
what's
day.
next on this. My complacent exhausted, Eric calls out your abilities while going over the recent space penis launch. Space penis. Ready to hate. They're acting like women and shit. They're like, I'm not. It's like,
What we do
Straight up, straight down.
I like it. He's being the devil's associate here. I see Eric, you're at a 5. I'm gonna put you to a T. It up, Chad. Yeah, dude. You know, like, Houston, we got yeah, Eric. Eric does not believe that. Bullshit, dude.
Oh, really? I'm gonna get my hands dirty. Super involved in this project. I just handed off to some of the boys. Alright, we're on the home stretch. Your boys been, I've been all over. The boys haven't been at the shop working hard for the day. A lot has happened since I've been in it.
It's amazing. Funny, it was like West Coast choppers crashed and burned, right? Which one was that one? I used to work on like motorcycles, and they had it. It was like argue all night. Fuck. You don't remember West Coast choppers? Nah, bro. There's a dad and his son, and they're like, "Fuck you." Oh yeah, yeah. Like they let that guy Fury. Yeah, and they were always on time. Yeah, no son, all fast. No. We're here with the guys I had built. I was out fucking. I talked to Joanna about it's all good. We're good there. Chompy. Let's see.
I'm really out
Happy Monday, again, full of baseball. I think worse when people are telling you
Why do you talk so much, dude? Why does he do this? Yeah, he's talking trouble. Like, you know, you say one thing and then hours later say the opposite. Like, if this was all for the job, we'd be like, why would he say that? I'd be like, but we're so used to it now, dude, stop. Yeah, just that's all you gotta do. Yeah, sorry for laughing very loudly.
you're on the same baseball team or in the same school, you really don't give a fuck. This Friday, Saturday, took our first travel tournament.
and therefore maybe that's
Forward to that
problematic
to
for us
the
to snap on it.
weekend, balled
Rather than
out.
something kind of be
Kids can't
essentially
catch
go
pop
ahead and
flies.
you can snap
They
on
can't
that
drop pop flies.
nice nummy jump, you know. So we have this nice cat of us, we'll say the young leader,
Yeah, it sounds like a high
go
school
out to
musical.
the fourth corner
Really?
of
Yeah.
the
What is it?
sixes,
We're all in
but the
this
sixes are not
together.
quite correct.
I don't know that.
Because
I
I
gotta get the
do it
Yes,
as
I
we
know the
should
parents
carry
their kids are in
like
college.
the article
Look at
over.
him. He's like,
There
what's he
should be
driving?
certain some
He sure
traditional
is.
like
Sir, do you have
so why you
a razor blade and a warm bath you can roll?
it's just like if you wear the clothes,
For
but it's not
Underwood,
properly
it's called
fitted,
Underwood
right?
Lopez.
The strings are there. You're trying to
It's
carry the
Underwood
strings.
family
So
farm.
why would I not be tight for carrying the strong of the zero LCL? The whiskey was very
The
simple.
concern, like, what am I
Look
supposed
at
to say?
it,
Is if I
it's easy to
what the fuck? Said that you would rather have a razor blade or a warm bath. I don't know what that was about, but I mean, that's just shop not understanding that that's you. That's too. Imagine.
are not
Living in Las Vegas.
they're thoughtful to the
That's part of the movie. That
and
was
therefore,
that's
when you
where
wear the
that's why
cannabis
he's just
outfit,
mad and he's high on ether or whatever, and he's listening to White Rabbit, and he's like, throw the radio in the bed with the White Rabbit sings. That's just what that made me think of. But YouTube is your scene. I like the idea. Yeah, he doesn't understand race like blunt force, like Mark said in that interview. Yeah, it's like he heard some text and he just put it in the wrong.
Really what that's
Awesome. The next one is Complacent Exhausted. It's called Papa retells how he got fired from Bravo, a beast of a red carpet room. I like these days when you're just going random shows on
over
for a hot second. You're doing the pre and post shows for like Grammys, the Oscars, all that stuff. And I knew my time was coming to an end because you're beyond and these celebrities that look ridiculous.
Once you care to go ahead and
Chinese dude, I'm white because I'm white. The girls, I'm having fun like Rose. But I'm also I was doing King of Steel Vlog, which is an all Rose show.
put it there.
That was like my pattern. I was just like Rose TV had every Tuesday, Thursday. And my like you all leave, and when you roast it, it's like the expert like all those guys are.
The
You know,
last
you just sad. I just like live right here. I got that thought. I'm like, I can't. And then Lady Gaga walks down the aisle because he's not being funny. No chance. I mean, if he's doing this at all, he might just be making up his head, but he's incapable of saying anything clever. He's like, what are you, why are you dressed like that? What are you, fucking gay? Yeah. So why would you dress like that? Do you also have a razor blade and more water in your pockets? Because I would, and all. I'm having fun in the grave. He doesn't even realize that's like, you just said you shouldn't kill yourself. Yeah, on live TV.
So I can't put it up to string one. I'm not putting it there to string one. I'm putting it there for pomegranate. I and one to share for pomegranate. Well, I'm going to up point one to it to string one to my other one. Hold on. The hoop is held by money. Actually, that works. But it only works as well. Actually, literally. Nice. Mas que chegar de uma outra acabou aí. Eu vou seguir let's say again, I just want to make sure I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I got the young people around here. So what happens? I want to make the work unjust. I still live here for the money. I will say, so my human shape, the more we talk about it, the more we talk about it also. So on young people, I call them the sake of young people. But again, if you want to make beer after young people, that's also.
You know, that's
whether you're making
on me.
Jake beer or Barbie beer.
All right, let's see what we got next here. This one's posted by Dandy Coffee.
Brennan, or if you say partner,
Read that here. Read that here. Then you're okay. Then you get that. So we'll say,
so
oh,
Louis
but it's
back
single
here,
computer.
he asked me to ask you this. His goal is to get married to his partner, and you offer to keep partners, man. His wife, match, if you would pay for
Girlfriend, his fiance.
I don't actually.
Is there anything you would partner?
Drink from the beer. As long as I
Really can't believe that's my partner, you know? And there's all things like that just in case.
because you can use
And then he looks over at me and looks my girl and she's in the bathroom with her. I was
with your
watching.
contest
I don't know. I'll come
that's
home
going
and
to be enough.
show her
Which you
mom.
know, awesome. Well, move the public. So, how far move the public? Awesome.
She sees
When
it.
you
I mean, I don't.
why not? Somebody looks at that, and what are these
I
things
guess he's not
about?
saying why. Like it, but you know, it's probably like wife is hard to say. Yeah, it's full of yeah.
What's the
That's
narrative?
I'm being serious. Honestly, maybe he's worried he's gonna mess it up. I wish. Yeah.
Because you know what's like,
He's only ever written.
all the time for students. So nobody sees you doing young kids.
Alrighty, let's see here. What do we have next? This is Danny Williams posted by Complacent Exotic mentions Papa's Garrett Shaw latest Jerry.
It's like I like to go and become a regular person. How do you integrate? Just be a regular guy. Yeah, it's gonna be very weird. Like Shop's figured it out. Yeah. Shop and Shop got lucky that he found podcasting. You know, found this car show. Oh, gas, no brakes. So he's like, oh, that's called gas, no brakes.
Something like that. It's right fast on gas. No, but like Andrew College. It's like all gas, no brakes.
Therefore, again, what actually says,
I know, but he fucked it up.
but what? But what?
Isn't that what it's called? I'm all gas, no brakes. Whatever.
Doesn't matter how good you are.
Yeah, but he has that show for driving around. Like, all gas, no brakes. I think it's funny. It's hilarious that he got this show. Yeah, he thought I would watch the Kelly show. He's never
Shako
seen
brothers
it.
from Umar the Baghdana.
way to transition still.
And
Yeah,
he's
with
stuck in
very few guys
of the
watching Tyson go from fighting gloves, finding a rhythm,
That
you know, and being able to just like find his fighters, like show up elite fighters, top 10 heavyweight UFC champions, world champions, guys who sell out pay-per-view CR. How's that guy go? You regular person?
Also benannt aber Bangla is the
Crystal
president of
just in case.
Travis.
I took a lot
Take a nap on the boat,
before.
even though he was viewed as the boat was going to go to the
And
other
he
side
did
of
it.
the river.
He
I don't know how
just
that's done.
he just
He had a
drew,
finger,
like
right? So he
telling,
had
showing
other
Hollywood,
portions on the other side of
hey,
the river.
listen, you
He
think you
wants
can
to get to
fucking
the other side of
cancel
the
me?
river.
Well, guess what? To tell
Take a
everything,
nap on the boat.
including the
You know,
fact
knew that the
the
boat was going to go to the other
craft
side of the
service
river.
table food was
And he
not.
said, "Oh, the makeup, the name of it, all I have in mind is
After
to
that,
take a nap." Where it comes from, he's going there and doing something. Clearly, when he puts the technology there, he does so in order to watch the
All right, let's see what we got
It's
next
not
here.
going to be a birthday.
The next one is post
Have a
4.
lot tomorrow.
Shop
We'll
steals
pick up
identity
the stuff
take,
on-
fixing the Rogan comparison. Okay, so this is a painted narrative, obviously. Because what came first, Shop or Shop? Exactly. Let's see. I don't know if it's this one. Let's see. I mean, that's just both of them. Let's see. Yeah, they were doing a bit that time. Come on. Let's paint the narrative. Yeah, let's make fair. Yeah. Fair. Oh, come on. Okay, that's fake. That's not right. Wow. That's facts. Yeah. That's you. This one's posted by Complacent Exhausted. Pyramiding fish. Shit is getting real. Posted by Shop. Fish tanks are shut down, lasting before we can. That's crazy. Andy Hoffman in a straight jacket. Gibson from fucking the web. I always as in short shot's house. Maybe it's all right with that. He's yeah, dude. What? That's what fucking we've been saying. It is like he is literally the incompetent of our time. He's fucking with us. Yeah, he's a genius. Here I come up to my truck. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. Let's see here. The next one. Wait. Did you see the song I was playing? Closing time to semi-final. Yes, for his closing time. All the fish are dead. And I'm not taking that. The next one's unique still trolling pop. Donate. And Streamlabs. House. Why? The Tiger Thick Whiskey. What are we doing here? Cookie. That's probably just like yeah, that's real. Play that real. Well, it's pretty unique. Feels like you always do it. See here. I'm so happy he put him on his complete and exhausted. Papa is off putting very touchdown narrative of the Texas. This is what we've been doing. I like how you look at the time. Like, they come about. Like we talked a little bit about it on here. Is this major plan for a long time, or was it like you're like, hey, Brian, you got to go. There's got to be there. You're being a good guy, good friend, good brother. Right? You're like, you got to go. Did you think in the back of your mind you were gonna go? Like, how did? Dude, I can't. I got 4 kids. I can't move. Answer your question. He's shopping. It's shop like this is how you ask questions. How'd you get this done?
It started with the fire. So if you don't know alien works about like this, I'm on the other side. Only thing I said is so when the fire is hit.
This is North Korea. This is a big
Any item.
There's all these fire trucks around my neighborhood. And one of the fire truck guys right now talking over.
That's hilarious.
And he goes, buddy, get your kids out. Really? I go, we're good here. You should not. He goes, because we're here because if those winds change 2 miles an hour this way, you're the Palisade. He's like, don't wait for the government to get kids out. So we get down. Now we're shutting down. We're shut down for 2 weeks. I want to move during the pandemic. I'm so sick of it in the pandemic. And when all my guys moved, my wife just wasn't having it. She's from there. Wasn't having it. And the fire, she looked at me. Really? He's like, what? So I put the house up there for sale. So those sold like those shit real. And then for me, I had to shut down my fish on Saturday. So I think it's just time for the kids to see a little bit of adjustment. They're too comfortable. And it's just whenever I make these big moves, it always so I think it's good. And the calendar.
Go ahead.
Comedy in LA is pretty dead. It used to be the gold age. It used to be 2019. Especially when I got into comedy. 2016, 19 was like the gold age comedy school.
Only when he would. Yeah, that's what it coincided.
It's all that's gone. It's all spread out. We kind of mess everything up. Culture.
Yeah. So that's the Asian Asian culture. Nobody's ever called it that. It's good.
Just became kind of remember again. What was that? Not years and stuff like that. So I told him that when the fires happened,
that was the fucking contract.
but he has kids here, he has family here, like, I wouldn't put any pressure on him, but so, Brian's crazy ass went out before we did the companion like 2 days earlier.
Or
I did my homework. I went through all the neighborhoods. I looked at everybody's homes, and still didn't make a decision the following week. Brian, first house he looked at, doesn't tell me. 2 weeks later, he's like, oh, it's great. He's like, oh, I moved. I'm like, oh, still. How long's that gonna take? I'm like,
let's say
I
you
know,
have a
hey,
cow.
dude. Yeah. That's what I know. He's going back and forth. So,
Okay, Rabbi, you got
it's been over, man. But I
noticed this not really good. I just like when he started talking about the fish again, I was thinking emo movie, but the fish were in his fish tank, like fish escape, Brendan shot fish tank. I think they're probably just normal fish, but it'd just be funny that they're from Shop's tank. They probably wouldn't want to come. Once you find emo, they're like, I will just live in the ocean. Yeah. You're like, I don't want to go back there.
Like the bus,
There's a lot of energy drinks. I can't swim in rain. Gets us drunk in the alright, let's see. How many used nicotine pouches do you think are in the fish tank? Oh god, I don't know about that.
water,
Let's see. Posted by Haphazard. Nice guy, never met him. We saw this on the Patreon. Probably the beginning of the episode. Oh yeah, with the dog. Yeah. Let's see.
did you do 37? Did you do 25 and a half? 35 and a half. Then my workout. At the end of your workout.
It was like, oh, because it just struck me right now. For sure, Haphazard watches all the episodes. Isn't that nuts? I mean, irreparable damage done to his site. I imagine he's a fucking hero. It doesn't matter, but he's put in a lot of work in the kitchen. Yeah. He's a chef, like a Michelin star chef. And chefs have terrible lives. They work all the time, they're stressed out, they're smoking cigarettes, and they get no sleep. They wake up, they go, what's on the menu? And people are like, oh, send us dish back. You're like, what the fuck? It's like, he's going to ordain. Yeah. For sure. He watches every episode. That's crazy. He eats all the ingredients. You know what I mean? Before he makes whatever dish he serves up to us, right? Because we're like, that tastes disgusting because the ingredients suck. Orange chicken. Can eat it. It's like, does it ever really bad? Probably not, because every time I get a chicken, I'm like, that's why I asked the people that PM Chinks. What's the other Yeah, we saw that on the Patreon. Our minds actually said it out loud. You were convinced that he's doing it. Yeah, I thought he was. I think he probably did that on purpose. There should be some sort of. You think Shop's going to do that and not wink and nod? Yeah, you're right. Hey, it blows my mind still. I don't know why I'm not used to it. It's just so crazy.
words that
He
we
has
got
to say
is
something.
personal.
It's not a way.
That pretty much this would have
No,
any
right to that. Right to shit. This is important.
and like hot dog,
Yo, what big dog?
Welcome back to TK. You just start saying
Hope
that.
you're living like that.
That's so funny, dude. In our
we're trying to figure out
podcast,
what's the nature of the
it's just like, it looks like a
They
fake
retract
account.
not retract
That
everything.
first, yeah,
They
yeah.
hold it
You want to see if it's real? That's
later.
really their account. Oh, yeah.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism.
And I most just
Nothing they do. I mean, that's probably
Look at it.
God's take.
Look at it.
Yeah,
Look at
like, it's original.
Look at this
But even the
athleticism.
GH podcast.
This move.
Yeah, you can, if they spent the money to hire somebody to do that for them, but they're not, they fire a hard to me. They're doing this themselves. They're like a DIY. They wouldn't be, but they are.
it sounds like it's the same come out. But even just the color of women. Just Tuesday,
One would have almost fucking dropped down on that like you said yourself.
Ella and Abasa, the Lord kind of Adam.
He's my counting. He's like, geez, no, I don't think he's paying attention. Everybody looked over and saw me. I got it. This was that low one. Yeah.
Water, the Palestinian water, high level color.
I gotta start saying that. Hey, pay attention to me.
All the prices says
I would have to. You don't care my hips.
color.
Oh, gosh, I was like, oh, is he doing a bigger
Yo, what up?
Secure my hips. Nothing funnier than that.
Yeah, there's the entire
I don't really have a. Oh, you don't need it. Yeah. I put it out, but that's not. Any thoughts on that? Alright. Like the time of the show where we're like, oh,
Take your fight.
or fucking what's his name? Chrysler. Bert Chrysler. Carl hung us. Papa might actually be the less traumatizing father.
My cow, I think my Timbo.
Good, your family are just with me.
I have the need.
Like, I can understand, like, if Nate Bargatze had, like, a college daughter or something, and he was doing this, like, okay, Nate Bargatze's, like, at the top of his game. Doing a show with his daughter, right? Like, Bert Kreischer is obviously on the downhill portion of the roller coaster. So he's like, hey, he's about to crash. He's like, why don't you get in the car? Yeah, this man, like, wow, you said it a lot better than I did. The house is on fire. He's like, you need to get home immediately. So you see what I'm saying? You fucking, you're about to be hold on a second, can we heat my daughter too? First time. Complains about the crash. You're like, oh, this is gonna be a little bit over once. The same thing. I guess it can't.
I mean, that would mess me up.
It didn't mess you up.
It didn't mess me up. If anything, it messed like Jesus. But
Hold on. I will own this. I've talked about this before.
I wouldn't know it if I were you.
Oh, they all do it. They're like a. That's interesting. You start listening. I know this seems like a good plan. You come back next week. You're like,
It's loaded. It's in the entire thing.
is that their house?
Yeah, COVID was a rough time, wasn't it? COVID was not so fun.
Dude, the podcasts are crazy. This is like a whole new. This is like Thanksgiving dinner podcast or something like that. And you just see a family talking about their day, and they're that. I mean, like, I don't know, man. I'm wearing my slippers, dude. Always have shoes on. Yeah, wear your shoes. Wear some shoes. That house, I mean, I'm not an interior decorator or whatever, you know. But that, to me, the wallpaper is horrible. I don't like the couch. I don't like the chair. I don't like the golden lion thing. This is like, no, I don't like this at all. Right. If I had a lot of money, my house is good. Have you, I mean, I don't know, maybe I have, but have you ever talked? Yeah, if I've gotten in a conversation with somebody with them, not listening, I'm like trying, you know what I mean? Yeah, the last thing I want to hear is a rich family with no shoes on talking on the podcast. That's a good point. It's like, yeah, it's like, you don't respect me. You're rich and you're just going to show me your feet. That's like, you want to see my feet, poor guy. Like, while they're fucking laughing about stupid bullshit. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me a long time ago on the show. We told the story about the guy that came up to me after the mic. He was talking to everybody. He's like, I love your shoes, to the person sitting next to me, and then to the other guy. He was like, oh, yeah, you have great shoes too. And then he looked at me and he put down my shoes and he walked away. The fuck, man? I wish I wasn't wearing shoes. Yeah, I don't. Even when like John Daly's got shoes on, I'm like, that's such a video here. Yeah, I mean, I think people should get John Daly's not gonna take the shoes. I say keep your clothes on. Yeah. Is it Bert as because he's wearing a shirt? He's like, well, I have to at least not wear shoes. Yeah, because I'm wearing a shirt. I can't imagine. We should do a podcast with no shoes on. We should do a podcast with John because we said this time, so we would be like, shut up. Yeah. During the show, he came back. Yeah, that was great. Said that was bad. Yeah. Can't believe we did that. Yeah, somebody learned how kind of like wasn't really a person. I was going to just say that. Most weren't really a person. The most. Damn it, I kind of know it's an idiot. Should we go to another clip or no? Whatever you tell me, Jen, you're the producer, dude. I was just so disappointed with the feet thing. It's just like, no. Yeah, I get it. You're depressed. Something's turning them on about that. That's what I don't believe. It's like, you are conscious. Not wearing shoes. More than one person. Big mistake. You brought up an interesting point. The rich person without shoes on doing a podcast with their family for the poor, as Tom Segura says. Something about that same type of dog. Keep your shirt on. Yeah. Subscribe to Patreon. Let's see this. I don't know why my ears are cracking out here. This one's posted by S words 4 or 500 Alex. Blame the team B. I want to make a quick apology. Last night I referred to President Bukele as President Bukele. This was a full spell check. Not me. When you type a word a lot, the spell check will start to change.
Every second you go and that baby Garrison, go by your person down.
Blaming the team at the congressional level, I see. That is great. Complacent exhausted this one. Papa God set up doesn't realize it. Assuming the story.
At the comedy store one time, it's like there was place of bomb sushi me, right? And I wrote this new chill, bicycle, racial, those go bad, dude. My whole body got hot. I was like,
my ears get hot. When I'm, oh yeah, like my just like ears. Isn't that weird? No, I took a girl like once bombed a 1 minute and a 5 minute like, which that's I don't even need to really. She's like, what was I saying for a minute? Like me so early. A friend of mine met me early. It sounded like he didn't know me. And I got off stage and I went to the girl who was sitting upright when I got off stage in the cowering by the end. And the first thing I said was, my ears are hot. It was all downhill. I got sober early. Well, at least just started there. You know, and bomb for a good reason. My ears are so hot.
oh my God. And I went back to the I was like,
אוכל השי יחל, אשר יבוא לו מים, יתמוך שי
That's so fucking.
וכל כיכר שלי אומר, אינו אומר חמש, אז יתמוך.
So my friends that I pay, they laughed at it. I was like, well, these people that I pay to hang out with me, they thought it was funny. They weren't laughing. They were amazed you would see that.
I'm like, I feel like, oh, you're good. Those are my friends. And they're like, what's up with this guy? Oh, then you do it to regular folks? Oh, man. I was like, oh, I want to kill myself right now. Oh, my God. I'm not raging. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. If someone's filming that, it'd be fun. That was fun. See, that feels so much better than it did. Yeah, no, it's like going down memory
well, so the Gemara said,
yeah, according to public opinion. Shop is Colin. You guys are the worst. We're doing for sure. Yeah, we'll see in Austin. Yeah. Moving to Austin.
When it comes to
we just announced it right now.
Where
join the Patreon, join the Reddit, Discord. You know what I mean?
And a shady can make a sushi food. The whole thought, if he does it, ultimately again, how was the drush? Let's see, here we go. Mashke Asher Yisasef, the poultry, was it poultry from the Mashke? Yeah, the pasuk is the Mashke Asher Yisasef, the it also says that any liquid that is run out of the food, ultimately again, you come up with it. So the Gemara is coming to us ultimately again. Any liquid you have, the whole
Welcome back to Tim's Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord. Well, you can. This is a fire sale happening in the anti 18+ room. Oh yeah, I don't have the 10. The team must be about our Discord. What do we do? And that's the you have to call. Daddy. So, I'm saying, Dad, we don't like that. On the Patreon, we watched Holland's special. What's it called? Year of the Dragon. Yeah, and if you want to know what we think about that, you know you gotta do. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We will all be streaming like Wednesday. You know, we did last week. We'll do that. Yeah, that's not why you're here. Here's him as a shop. So start play the chick clan. Okay, yes, Master Daddy. What's it called? So this is gonna be the fighter and the kid subreddit. Have you heard of it? Reddit guy. Have you? Black man with a couple underscores posted this one. It's called Great Guy, Never Met Him. Why does Brendan say he's a guy and do stuff like call people's kids ugly and say that he's a gang or rage? That's not right. But likes the way the D takes something. Fire George on Christmas for lying about paying for skin surgery. Or throwing his roommate for glass door drinking all his food. Or cheating on his wife on the road. Have to quit comedy bit and blame it on travel. Of which he also calls kids. Well, listen. I don't know who wrote this, but I can't Don't kill me. He's a comedian,
Please, sir.
right? And we don't know what that's like for and podcaster and host of a very successful podcast. You and me, we know what that's like. You don't matter. Yeah, and also, you know,
And then
you're whatever. You're homeless. Like, what? Let me guess.
Exactly.
Like, like the profile said that man, that could just as easily like care what he thinks. I think that's, if I were running a shop, I would honestly, and I'm not going to sugarcoat this for you, I would honestly think the same, like, about that as like a homeless person. Yeah.
They're both talking about
This is
you.
doesn't matter.
Twice.
Replies, what do you know?
Margarita.
Let's see the next one is Papa's Texas Personalities and posted by C Literature 64H. Been writing,
Talking about
been bull writing since I was a kid. I mean, if you start saying that,
you
easy
go
on
to
the
your
joke.
old
There's no
self,
way.
you
Yeah,
can
dude,
get
if
some
if there's a subplot, some kind of bull writing, always like, I love bull writing. I have to hit way. We let it hit. He was famous bull writer. Yeah, you know. Montego.
But you can try
It's not even in writing.
the
I
beginning
think
of
of
us
bullfighting.
the
I'm so
ability
stupid.
of Oka.
Jeez, you didn't stop. You gotta pay attention. Don't let me go now. I would have been straight like, come on, man. I liked it. Oh, I was thinking of bullfighting, not bull writing. Like, this is Southern guy. Okay. And I keep an eye on me like, oh, okay. Sorry about that. I'm into guns now. I'm tight. He's had guns lately. He's talking about, I mean, they talk about somebody like broke into his house, he had a gun or something. I like how instead of saying Homer, it says Homo coming? Or 4 letters. That'd be cool if you wrote around a Homer that said Homo on it. That would be kind of funny. And his brains. I mean, that would be like first way they all listen up, right? Because it says Homo. That would be the first time where they're like accepting of gay people. These Legos are cool. Yeah. Can you imagine how great having pregnant shop playing like road and not too far? Fucking Lego shit. Obsessed. Yeah. Let's see here. And my dad would always drive under the bridge. I mean, this is a whole thing like that. They used to do the animate perfect thing for shoppers to do Lego bits. I can watch this all day. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're that dedicated, hats off to you. You still don't matter. Let's see. Texas high school football, Friday Night Lights is a beast. Yikes. This definitely coming the Friday Night Lights thing for sure. Well, don't get me started on the cappuccinos. Driving fast, all gas with Joseph Rogan. Big Hummer. And the attention to detail that he's bald and he's tiny. Yeah, and they're at the big number that I bought. And I don't know how Brendan would fit in Joe Rogan's side. That's the one too. Yeah, that's pretty. I don't understand the comments about what color was that. We fucked that up too. It wasn't. Yeah, it's a pink car. No, we said pink. Oh, okay. Yeah, the comments were like, it's actually Rosenthal. Oh, I'm sad, like, you're fucking green color. Yeah, actually, it took me pink. Okay, fucking evergreen or whatever. Macaroni and cheese, yellow. Yeah. Let's see here. Always been a Cowboys fan. I mean, if he becomes a Cowboys fan, we'll never stay shocked. That is the worst podcast. Yeah. Does he have friends? It's like beer. It's like, oh, it's been a hot second since I barbecued some ribs. That'd be great if they just brought a smoker into the like. They have 2 red chairs around us. Take this. He's got a trigger girl. Almost at the other room, but it's very Texas of you. Just kidding. He didn't do it. I used to sell rattlesnakes out of Monster. I almost feel like he's had a snakes thing out with Germans. Yeah, but hasn't he had a snake? Probably, yeah. I mean, you know, he's a cover himself. This dude could come up to me on 6th Street and said, aren't you that kicks ass in his gas driving the car expert? I mean, this is 2 Texas for me. I don't know what that means. Well, basically what's happening here is that's Tony Inch Pink. Cowboy outfit, fair. Okay. Let's see. Love country music. B-roll, line dance all the time. Yeah, I hope so. That would be funny. And the next thing is, he'd like to dance on camera because that might be coming. Let's see here. I own a Tesla to owners. Yeah, you call that. Yeah. Let's see here. Wait, that seems plausible. Yeah, I'm lying about it. Yeah. Sure. He's a Longhorns fan all of a sudden. I can see it. Yeah. He's me and Travis Barker had a jam. Yeah, I mean, that one just kind of seemed like he found the banjo thing. He's like, how can I make this shot? Introspective. There is levels to this shit, and banjo is a whole new level of moving to Texas. I mean, Brendan Schaub could not learn. If he could learn how to play any musical instrument, it'd be very shocking. Like, I'd like Brendan Schaub goes into his recorder, piano bit, guitar bit, and it's big great. He learns how to play some. Always been a music guy.
So if I'm learning
Cowboy solo podcast, that is. It also seems plausible. But Brian's there, though. Shop. They'll probably continue right now. Yeah, all you need shop, Daddy. Yeah, because himself, he doesn't even chip. He's cowboy comedian. Yeah, pretty good. Best case scenario. The cowboy poppy. If he starts to use the cowboy poppy as a name of a sequel, if he does comedy in a cowboy hat, that's all I need. If my girlfriend leaves me, lose my family, lose my house, my job, if he does stand up like a cowboy, it's all right. Please don't leave me. I'm putting back in this meeting. I took Max J. Seems close. Like, he'll act like you should know this already. I've been riding horses. Everybody knows that. It's like riding a bike. You didn't know that? I had a horse still. Let's see. Texas is a country. Yep. And the Alamo. That was great. What Shop would be like it, or like, would he be the guy he makes himself out to be? What they're coming, they're in thank God we have you, Brendan. You know, and then he started the where's Brendan? And he's like hiding and fucking thing with the women. Shitting in a fucker. I think so. I think honestly, I'm not saying this to be mean. Honestly, I think that's more likely. I just don't think he has heroic tendencies, right? Yeah. Nothing leads me to believe that you would like pull someone out of a car, even though he said, I just don't see it. Dude, I'm dead in a foxhole. No bullet wounds, just, Cardiac. Let me be clear, I'm not saying I would either. But I'm just, I hope I would. I don't think that job is like a risk his life for people. Let's see here. He caused the secession of Texas. That'd be great. Let's see here. The Brendan Chop posted by Maximum COD 2592. I'm sure you know. Let's just take a gander, I guess. Why does it not work sometimes? And sometimes it doesn't. Alrighty. Grifters.
So now we've left.
Now if the music gets cut, sorry.
But the key discussion is teaching me that when food becomes coming, it has the
It's dead, but the recording of it can be recent. That's how they get you. You know what I mean? It's not good. The racist coaches held his career back because he was white. Oh, wow. 6 years or something. The least believable excuse. Banned from attending future UFC events after being in the UFC. Alright, that's Photoshop. No, there's no way that's Photoshop. That's probably real. Because he's running away from that fool. Wasn't it? That makes it looks like, that amazing centipede or whatever it's called. Oh, yeah, amazing centipede. My favorite centipede, I mean. Look at that chair, dude. Shit, He was a tax collector? No way. He was not in the tax collector, really? I never seen it. Isn't that the movie with Shia LaBeouf? Especially
something else?
retired from touring to coach Little League Baseball, never bored of the mothership. I'm not sure that Yugi Surprise is better than the Gringo Poppy. You know, rating-wise, the Gringo Poppy is insanely good. It's so good. Retired from touring. I'm laughing at what you said, not rating. Retired from touring to coach Little League Baseball, never performed in the mothership. Damn. Nice podcast. Got bullied by Indians and was called a pussy post fight. I was never hired by Showtime Boxing again. Coffee maker. He made coffee. Nah. Product discontinued. Wow. So Black Rifle went in with him on a brand for coffee. Yeah, Big Brown. Good look for Black Rifle. Presented for E! Entertainment, which included Golden Globes and Emmy Awards. After party medalist for was play-by-play. Less than 3 episodes, actually fired from E! Entertainment after a short. The Thick Boy. Now I know that's when he told me about it, I can't stop laughing. My face is creator of the you know, never had a book club. Thick Boy book club. Audio book club. Hasn't promoted whiskey since 2023. Wow.
Based on the classic of
We've been to Thick of it, dude. Right, it took me that long to drink the first one that I got. Started Thick Life Fitness Comedy and elevated after 6 months.
The price is said
He's probably still working on an episode. He lives like 225,000 times. Session, and that's like 2 cents of that.
What does that mean?
Network owner, the Thick Boy Network, which produces podcasts, including Chappelle's World. Cats After Dark. Haters will say, really underrated. Yeah, going on. Yeah. Thick Boy Fight News. The Boy Fight News channel as part of the Thick Boy Network 2 months from July to September 2022 before being abandoned. Oh, here comes the little browser or whatever. Thick Boy Fight News. You think he'd be? Well, no, some man the 3 Z's. What was he thinking? I saw a picture of Parker at with his chick at Coachella. Oh shit, it's tied. That Super Bowl money. Owner of the one release. No further exotic fish. Balls deep current fish kill count unknown. That's facts. Oh yeah, the Indians will go fast, don't die. He's the work getting better lenses. His face does not look. Gear hit. Take it away from him. Started 210 AKD car on a channel where he pays people his cars. Crashed a T-Rex truck for 108 views. Currently Rabbi's that's genius. I mean, it's very dangerous. 108, and that's only got 180 km. Probably got more than that. Basically, I canceled international comments meant to train son in League Baseball. Self-appointed assistant. Has built new dad persona around occasionally spending time with his son. He's bullied. Live stream chat for most of David. Walking to my truck, Global Fight League, GFL. Week prior to being hired, went into the GFL probably before failing. You stated, however you want to paint the zebra, it's still an older zebra. It's not going to work. You're literally wasting your money. GFL has since canceled their first programs. Look for a job there. He doesn't really think that much, you know, like he's in this big coat, break, he's drinking, talking, pissing, all that. Right here, this guy's face, but it's posted by Toxoplasmosis. It's called If You Thought I Redact Alcohol, I Wouldn't Take a Shirt Off on Monday Night Raw.
They also say about
That's his bit. That was our. Thank God that's not going to have to do that. Yeah. It was. You gotta do it everywhere. And by the way, thank him.
like oh
Pretty sure video. Yeah, I did. It's funny. Great. He does a great job. I was thinking about Bert. Is like he's got to take his shirt off everywhere, right? There's places that like if he met the Queen of England, she's dead now because the King of England is dying. He's dying. He's like in the hospital. He puts his hand on his chest. He has no shirt on. He goes, where else would it be inappropriate for him? If he goes ever go to the White House, Trump, he has no shirt on. This guy's always getting a shirt on. He's got no shirt on. Get out of my house. Alright, so this is posted by Haphazard. Bob ruined his brother-in-law's Bronco. Hope that's not true. Let's see. Oh, whoops, I actually turned off the volume. We all make mistakes, right? How does it turn off? Or bring up the volume? Is that what?
One plus is very soon.
He keeps on changing his oil, so to knock this out, Jesus, badass Bronco, where it shot the real truck.
It's always so amazing. It's always these videos, and they never get any. It's always the same. Hey guys, we're working with real truck, and I said that I had to get this new thing, and I said, and so that's, stay with me, and truck real. It's like 45 takes. It's just so weird that he does it. It's like SNL, there's a guy with the cards, and they're dropping them, like, off camera. And this is for his YouTube channel, his Instagram. He thinks he's Will Smith. This is his Instagram, I believe. Yeah, it's like, let's see. You guys think it's special? Alright, now let's see how I fucked it up. Alright, fam, your boy is done. Yikes. That's what I say when I finish sex.
Number two,
we can go back after the video's done and see if there was doors. Because if I dropped it off for oil change and I don't have doors, I'm gonna tell your wife like we need to take a video. He leave your car at Shop's house and he's like, dude, I pimped that thing. We're all excited, like, oh, there's gonna be a tea in my car. You don't have doors. It's broken. How am I gonna take my kids to school? How can I have my I can't have my dog in my car. Show your dog back. It's a show dog.
Rear bumper, Havoc rear, deletes rear tire. He's in for a rude awakening though, because I didn't do the wiring. It's above my pay grade. I don't know how to wire. I set it all up, so someone's gonna do that. He's the rear delete tire, spare tire there. All the cameras set up. He's just
Let's see, man. Let's find the doors. Maybe it didn't have doors to begin with. That's possible. I don't know if it even shows. Oh wait, maybe in the photos. No, I had. That's others. Okay, so it actually improved it a little bit. But the car's also not wired, whatever that means. It doesn't have wires, so it doesn't have like what lights in the back. Lights. Shav has a sister. He said brother-in-law. So Shav has a sister. It could be his wife's brother. Brother-in-law's wife's brother. Cut that out. Let's see here. Nearly pops his head off, half ripping out a spotter. I think I see the video. It's posted by 89999. Okay, so I feel like this guy loves Shaw.
He's very fascinating. 135 feet. 5 months of study. Especially in Kenya, there's only remember this stuff and we're going to be referenced over the course of the week. So similarly, hope this Sahalam is other communities. We'll say similar to this side. It is only once a day that it is left the status of a number again, a means non-viable trial. Similarly, that before 30 days, the baby is not considered to be viable. But I will say that is when it has to be of them. Therefore, if there is any work the baby is considered to be quote-unquote alive, we then hold that.
Thanks. Yeah. That's why I want someone to spy either somebody or it was a job I put in the caption. Shout out to the guy that tried to spot me. I'm good, brother. It's like, no, you were not good. No, yeah. Lucky that you were able to get it into the second hook. Yeah. I've definitely done that. That is a scary thing. You get into the bottom hook and everything. Yeah. It's usually like 5 plates for me. I spot or put it in the first like 5 pounds higher. She was doing it in the second one. Doing spotter. Yeah. No, this one's so good. Alright, let's see the next one here. Post by Caterpillar 2539. Live like a savage. Sink. Stone. It's pretty good. Where'd the post right here? Posted by Mr. Fieldy Field. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's had a fun life. You have like a fun life and it shows. Yeah, this goes to show that age is more than just a number. You know, you get old and wrinkly and fat and chubby. All at the same time. As long as you sit in that red chair and mask everything, and you get your lips done. Oh, yeah, you got it. We did it twice this week. This is amazing. Barndoor catching strays when he didn't even do anything for a change, posted by Big Shoots. Let's take it to Mark Norman's podcast. I'll say this right now. I had a friend one time who I've always supported say something shitty about me. I hurt my feelings. Really hurt my feelings. It really sucks in life. I've always been a fan of his. And I've never said shitty word. And everyone tries to. I've never said shitty word. Is this about right too? No. And I texted Tom. I was drunk. I'm gonna text him. Yeah, I'm gonna post it, man. Your silence is so precious. Yeah, don't say anything. And I never said anything, and now I just don't like the guy. I'd much rather not like someone and know you're a shitty person, and I'll tell you exactly what it is. In 2 minutes. Yeah, and I go, Jack Shepherd. Edit that out. No, who was it?
Animal.
Did it out? Yeah.
Viable athlete.
Yeah. What are we in a fucking white shot this whole time? I'll tell you after this. You know, it's interesting because in that situation where you're like, if I care about the person, I'll confront them. I say that about the person so much that one friend is taking a shot at me, and I go, no, this is, I know that's actually. No, I just put it together. Yeah. Don't respond. It so bothered me. I was like, and then you know, your silence is perfect. Why anything? Just let it go. Have you run into this person? He's not doing it. That's all you have to say, stuff. Anything out of that stuff gives it away. Man, he's a fish. Burks has this problem. It's always like, they talk shit about me and all this and stuff. You're rich, man. Like, why are you thinking about that? I like how he's like, I'm always supportive of fucking hate. I was like, wait a minute. Me and you are the people that should be having these small petty gripes. your life and you're already in a wonderful family. You should be hanging like watch makers. Yeah, like it's like making thousands of dollars out of each watch. It's too much. Yes, both hands have. I mean, you did say your wife's tits smell special. But, other than that, things are going good. Relax. That's one of the beauties of this guy. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Oh, okay. I put Never mind. I know who you're thinking. That's so funny that I know who you're thinking is you said, no, he's not doing stuff. He's a piece of shit or he's going nowhere. But now I know who you're thinking. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll apologize. Quite a game of telephone here. Telepathic telephone game. I know you're thinking. Not that good. I'll say that I'm friendly though. It got her because I thought it was just gonna be funny, like he did and all this, and then Mark Norman stuff. But then I got even because Mark Norman wasn't even the guy, and they started laughing about that. And then him again. Corporate. Yeah. You know what, dude? My silence is. You're right, I just have my speaks the loudest. Yeah, so this one's called Adonis and posted by Intelligent Note 8497. It's just, his mouth. After putting the thing in, he almost died. Thanks for copy, bro. Got this. Yeah, thanks for thinking I need this. Obviously. It's on the rack. Okay. Do I need a spot? Do you think he fixed it or he just left it like left it back? If I had to put money on it, I would put no chance Brennan puts weights back. Yeah. Let's see here. This is posted by Long Day Slow Joe at her fight. I look like dressed like Adam Sandler. Okay, let's go. Look, do you notice? No gooning. This was posted by Powell. BC crediting this subreddit for content. Oh, that's good.
Future President Conor McGregor. There are people out there who believe he can win the election. You know this?
I don't know enough about the Irish system to say confidently, but from what I've heard, it seems like a long shot.
Well, let's hear it. There's somebody that believes. That's running for president of Ireland. I like it. Everyone's like, he doesn't have a chance. You know what they're doing. Like, Biden, did you not learn about corruption? You don't have to have a background in politics these days. Politics are not what you grew up with as a kid. It's not your dad's politics. Usually the most famous guy wins.
So funny that it was like, I don't know about Irish politics to even say that. Was choppy, like, yeah, no tense, nothing. Just straight into it. And he got good.
Yeah, but he has this dark history. Did you not learn from Trump? He has some shit in his background too. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He did that for a change. You're not voting for him to marry your daughter. You just vote on something different. That's all it is. Don't give a fuck. You're gonna run on that, try to smear his name. Then that works. Smear. That's an interesting take. He went on to say that.
They're doing Tebo's on fucking nice. So safe. I know it's gets a bit here.
He went on to say that he doesn't know a lot about Ireland, but he believes Conor can win it. Let's go to the Ireland tabloids. They did a poll.
They don't think it.
And 90% felt
the attribution wasn't actually his show, but it was the Reddit. The subreddit.
Hey, we're
It's an idiot. That's awesome. That's great. Shout out to BC, dude. This was posted by Haphazard. The podcast is doing great. As you can see, I already saw this. That's clickbait because this podcast is doing this. Yeah, great. Let's see.
I'm sure it's me. Needles for needles? I can't do anything. They say my donor is too weak. They're like, we're sorry. Really? Yeah. You get away. I'm going to do the little fibers. I'm just so crazy. How is your mind? All right. Can't get wasted. Come on. Sometimes I'm just so tired of life. I just want to not do anything in life. Yeah, I'm sick of like social media. I'm sick of talking about
Botox. I'm sick of everything. I'm sick of my culture. I'm sick of what we're doing. I'm sick about talking about Trump, talking about everything. Podcasting. I'm just. It's also last week we realized we don't know how long they're going to be doing this. Is pull out. Like, we need to have an emergency meeting after, like, but we gotta look at it. I hope Brian don't do anything crazy, Brian. Okay? You suck, we need you. But yeah, you know, you should. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's all I'll say. Don't do it. Don't do it, dude. But that one is, I'm sick of podcasting. It's like, oh, it's about everything. Podcasting. I just don't want to be so quick. Yeah, sometimes I just do. Just Brendan Job. Like we've said this before, he is absolutely the worst person to go to with your problems. He's the last person you ever like want to lean on for something. You will never. And I know I say things that are serious sometimes, but he will never be serious with me. He's like, why did you say you said on fire? I mean, this is the worst person ever. And also suggesting to kill yourself, basically. Set yourself on fire and protest. Why? Why would you say that? Protest what? And it's like, are you really going to say that when you have your hand in your ass? It's like, that's take for like moral support. You have to find like a situation with his hand in his mouth, his hand in his pants, his hand in 5% of the day for him. Yeah, you're on skate with the diet, cargo pants, his hand in his ass. That's there. That's the digits in the anus right there, dude. Alright, let's go to the next one. This is posted by Complacent. Words of wisdom from the #1 podcast, Dad. Oh man, I get it. Right when I see 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Just doing that dad shit, dude. Around that dad racquetball and travel ball grind. The whole weekend is just baseball on baseball. Talk about that interesting. He was thinking worse than their schedule with their kids. Like, unless it's your kids or you're on the same baseball team or in the same school, you really don't give a fuck. Racquetball is, we'll never do it again. We'll never do it again. Just gonna stick with travel moving forward, especially in Texas, right? All travel out there. So, you know how Slow Joe had that post about racquetball? Got it, I missed that. Show where she was like, we'll never do racquetball again. No, okay, so basically like public, they're gonna travel ball work, yeah, because they're too good. Yeah. What's the reason? Because Boston and Tiger are like really good. That's the best. The real reason. Because Brennan tried to do rec ball. Brennan got mad that there was no cut. And they got kicked out. They were like, whoa, wait. Let's get back to real. They wouldn't let him be a coach. Yeah. No, I was just kind of see what you said. I mean, him not able to be a coach would be part of it. Maybe Slow Joe did something to embarrass them. Do you think it's like pure optics? That would be crazy. It was just like, really? Varsity and rec ball? Look at the other rec ball kids. They're all fat. Sloppy Joes for an extended stretch. Well, travel's like when you're good, right? You're like, you're in baseball, college. So you can pay your way in. I'm sure it's for good kids too. Yeah. I guess honestly, no one. If you tried to, let's say it's not. If you tried to do it, they'd probably be like, "Yeah, sure." So it's like $100,000 my kid's on track. You're like, okay, starts, plays every game. His arm's gonna hurt. Because I'm gonna be pitching him every game. I pray to God his kids don't become doctors. Because it's gonna be awkward. How do you like really good? I'll probably hold the grudge and be like, "You've talked about my dad for 5 years." Oh, they're never like this. But it would be funny if they were like amazingly good, right? And they on their own right. They're good at sports, they're good at the league, and then they gotta deal with this shit, this fucking
Você
fucking
here,
anchor
this
around their
machloket
neck,
over here.
dragging
This
them
thing
down,
from
embarrassing them and shit.
same machloket
Like
by
that.
a baby.
I make $100 million for me to picture the Dodgers. You,
So are they not
I'll buy you anything you want.
The amount of
Any
stuff
truck.
I do,
You're just gonna stop making shit.
Let's see what you're arguing about.
The tables have turned. Yeah. I would do anything. Stop making content, please.
Going to something.
Red Bull is tough. We
that
had a game night.
a
We
live
had a game
dead,
tonight.
or do we do it and
Tigers
do
versus
get
the
like
Rangers.
the summer of it?
I
Well,
have no
that's what I
expectations.
look at.
That's how you
I've
do
been
this.
listening to some of
I
the
heard
higher
someone
listening
say this while your dad's out there. Kids are playing sports, especially baseball. The baseball dad is a dad that criticizes their son. Know damn well he could hit the ball that 9-year-old's throwing. There's no way. But yet they have all the answers and they probably quit. For those dads out there, if you want your kid to quit playing baseball, do that. If you want him to quit playing video games, so if you want your kid to quit,
Everyone agrees.
I think he's about to explain. But I think he's gonna say is like, if you want your son to quit baseball, let's do this. He's gonna say like, you're like yelling at him, but it's something he's done. Oh, quit playing video games. I thought he was trying to like kill birds with one stone. If you want the baseball and quit playing video games, but yeah, he's saying quit baseball. If honestly, they should
play
like
less video games. Criticize him while he's playing video games like you criticize him playing baseball. So if he's playing Fortnite or Rivals or the MLB show or Madden, stand over his shoulder, you know, he should hit X. You should go here. No, hit X faster. Oh, come on, dude. L1, do that. Criticize him when he's playing video games if you want him to quit. Do the exact same thing you do when you're sitting and your kid's playing baseball.
The chances of a real flop. No, he definitely got it from someone else. That's a good capture there. One second, he's just scrolling through shorts. That's all baseball. Watching video. It would be funny if he was prepping baseball down. Yeah. The videos. And they just get rid of the personal.
He knows he's made a mistake and he embarrassed him yelling at him. Do the exact same thing when he's playing video games. Stop playing video games. Because if you're going to do that when they're playing baseball, they're going to stop playing baseball. Words of wisdom, therefore.
There's like a weird T. Wisdom. I heard it. Yeah, wisdom. Wisdom. You put a T in it. Yeah. Not even little. And don't sugar. There's not a T in the word, though.
Baseball.
Maybe less than 30 days old.
There's like a T. I guess you're right. It was a little. It wasn't as big as it. Yeah, that's what we heard. A TD. It was just a little bit.
I had you
just couldn't criticize kids playing video games. And I'll shut that shit down. Play baseball.
Hey, just be my dad.
Shut your yapper. Just shut your yapper. It's tough to do. I get it. Boy, do I
Here's the
do
title.
it. 2 for
You
4.
got one of our
I get it. I definitely get it.
the mission
You gotta put all effort in it. Because you're wasting my fucking time. Right? My entire week, you're not going to apply effort. Now, how much?
2 out of 4 is good. Oh, that's your dad. That's obviously your dad. Everything he says doesn't make any sense. And I clip, he was clearly just stringing it along because he's like, the show's got to be an hour. Someone said, I disagree with you. I humbly disagree. Is that how you disagree? I'll take. I see where you're coming from. I disagree. You definitely saw a video or heard a dad over talking. No, easily. And he just regurgitated that on the podcast. And yeah, thinks there's been to it, but he already repeated it. Yeah, that makes sense too. Just stop. About an hour, he can go for. You know what I mean? Filling up time is no issue, Daddy. Yeah, there is no world filling up time's an issue, and he has so many ghosts. It's like, no, he's doing the ghosts because well, there could be like 30 minutes of phone time during a show. Oh, yeah, it's only a show. He's like, yeah, it's doing great. Baseball. So, yeah, baseball. Here's the thing about wisdom, dude. I'm less William. You should like not yell at your kids for baseball as much as you do.
What is that? Old cat.
That's good.
Well, for one, the old
Leave
cat.
it in. No goods. This is hosted by Where Does
You know,
RA? Let's see what's it's called.
Pretty clear. Like, pretty soft. You know,
Dang, the kids have
it's
their own
bad.
Instagrams.
It's
It's great.
a little kazash. So somebody was
Next
not
one. Hosted by Dirty Buns Fart. Great name, never seen it before. Is everything okay?
What's the criminal block? Why did the criminal
Not tell you, say it, definitely not. He's on TRT. He does jiu-jitsu. That makes him okay.
Why?
Definitely not a con, guys.
You should definitely like
You never
the
quite
nasal,
trust.
like all that gunk is probably all the oil and everything.
9 months age, 7
Dirt from
months
the
age, the cow or whatever the
just cleanse it.
the cow is.
Yeah, maybe a TV with septum or something like that.
Not
Yeah.
a fully formed fetus. So they're figuring criminals who don't have to get over the hump. Once
Where's this new
8
voice
days, that shows it's viable. Once a baby is 30 days, that shows it's viable. So over here, it very well be
Bitch, you gotta train. Check out my 2 chains. I'm just like the rest of the
that's,
guys.
let's say, for example, the cat had
Jiu-jitsu,
full
bitch.
gestation.
Okay.
It's possible, not only
Okay.
now, look,
You know, hard to run that company. I bet you have no clue about the Bible stuff. Okay.
therefore, again,
We'll buy
you're
that.
not
The
right
UFC
to say,
fighter, I'm paid.
it's really born on
You
young
guys
people.
pretty
You
good.
can see it right on the
Okay.
case.
Yeah.
Is shocking in no log food
We kept doing some new thing. He's trying to
what they both
just
agree.
the light. 2 big red chairs and they kind of replicated yours. And they're like, they talk about you every week.
You know what?
That's the thing. While he's chasing around the chairs, he's going, okay. You don't have a penis? Okay. Brandon has a vagina.
With one exception. The car has a moon.
You piss in the sink. Oh. Let's see here. My computer's going out. This is posted by somebody. Oh, there's that. Papa doesn't wear. Okay. So it's another okay. Let's see here. Oh, man. Why is it to us, dude? Let's see if you click the link.
The woman's born with the animal.
I know you say you love dating, you guys are all good, but why don't you ever go to UFC fights anymore?
That you saw the animal. Animal that was born
Okay.
with a moment. We
Okay.
are
Yeah, that's pretty. Shaw, the MMA fighter. Good for him. He's okay with that. Plus, an arrow pearl. No, it's baseball ended. On Saturday. Is that the color Tuscan arrow pearl? I understand. All right. Yeah, pink. 5:30. UFC fight nights are on. I don't go anywhere. Tear down off the top first. I feel like I'm
namely, it is only considered to be viable out of days.
I just
An animal is only considered to be viable after
Okay.
Within 30 of the baby
Okay, I'll buy
that
that.
has the status of at least a suffix nasal safe for the animal.
People might be
Which
wondering
was
who's
halal
this
from
gentleman
the
sitting next to us.
I was in
Brendan Shaw.
general with regard to statements like the halacha follows so and so.
Stressful. I'd rather watch it. I'm stressful. Just
Arguing.
okay.
That's
Don't you have like show dedicated to MMA?
between Rabbanon
They don't
knew about
even know what that talks about. So we have Shav. He's you recognize
status of an animal. His age
You've seen clips of him
30
already.
is a navel. Is a navel. Ultimately again,
For one way checks all the boxes that you want as a first pick. Of course, the first pick. Since he's retired from the UFC, go to it live the minute we watch or get home for the show on Monday.
and the guys have been 30 days.
Okay.
It's not like the baby just died. That's when the baby goes off
On
by
the
a line.
cage
Does
side,
everyone
that's when in the stadium, in the arena, you glide up on the outside. Deal with the hassle part and all that shit. Okay.
Inherent viability. What is has to do is also
This guy is multifaceted. He's a multi-talented team. Walked in here with like 30 people deep. I thought one of the only guys on the Ultimate Fighter that I actually you always respect you that get married and have a team around your wife.
Okay.
It's like
Very
my wife is vicious.
and then
Shows her as evidence whenever you keep just so he insists that and you don't cheat on your wife at all.
Only thing you said that they
Podcaster,
need to your life.
YouTuber extraordinaire, stand-up comedian, and he don't cheat on his wife.
Some level of physical vitality.
Oh man, can you imagine? That's actually kind of a funny thing to be introduced as on the show. It's almost like, can you put that in maybe for the Innovator West?
Oh, look from the
I know you see
Okay,
Lily.
how
Let's see, the next one here is posted
Let's say
by
again, a woman who's virtual.
Shark. Welcome to Austin.
Husband, her husband dies.
Man,
And then what
dude,
happens?
I mean,
The
the
baby dies
over-under on
30
me
days
is
after only giving you
dicey.
your
Getting it. Lost.
says
The show.
Gemara,
The show.
again,
What else?
it's not like this. It's important to achieve it. Not only like I go off, wow, you give that.
I don't know, he's think of the freedom you feel not doing the federal community. It's about like being in the public eye. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing, but like, look at he's in that fucking he doesn't give a fuck. He has no self-esteem. He does anything that he does. He's desperate.
For example,
It's very funny you brought that. Like,
were to do
it's a
that,
good
as
picture.
a parent,
Yeah, you're out or whatever. I don't think he's been
and
out.
the rest of the guys, the baby
Brian
is
counts
die
more.
online.
Not just a cow. I'm more than a cow. Brian is gonna do. He's like the kind of guy that like starts doing private like videos for people. He's the kind of crap people like your girlfriend. You know, that's gonna okay. This one's posted by Complacent Exhausted. Chin acts like a girlfriend. And then there's one of the April Fool's jokes in human history. That's a
or a
clickbait
cat
title.
and each one
Well, let's talk about the box.
Tell it.
Before we can get to
For
the box,
them, I mean, look at
camping trip that
the mama
I
just
Nick. It was the
more than the little song.
things that would happen this year, especially since getting to
And
Texas.
there's only 7
Maybe.
days.
I
The
must say.
Omri. And they said to him, anyway, is that
Still be determined
as
after
your
our
art of Achliman.
Yeah. After
No
our
Achliman.
because we said after Army,
Tonight,
after Army, then after Army.
but now that check for this week, you can't do that.
We were still gonna go camping. Yeah, sure.
Good.
He's a professional gambler. He's got a big following. Forces. Oh, it'll like, that's not legal, right? I don't know.
Now you went
It's
ahead
like a machete. They need a machete. They're so stupid on this podcast that producers need machetes to videos on them. Maybe this is a little bit. Okay, MMA, that's exciting. I wanted to stream with this guy for like a year. I guess he gets migraine sometimes, hearing his reads and stuff. Like he's all in.
went ahead and right, not on its own, right, not because of its own lack of vitality, but because and yet the baby is is by a little or simply viable. Have an animal that was slaughtered. Hey, actually, so the animal died before, not because the animal was crippled, but because it was killed. So why wouldn't such an animal be killed? These up on it.
HR manager posted this. Imagine if he actually tries to
No,
answer off the top of his
the
head.
says,
Who could ask because it's not a
the
softball
says,
question. If it does, Shaw will have a script answer that he would stumble over all his words. Respect him for answering and appreciate you for asking. Why did Brennan Shaw take a shot at the ATR podcast and call them all losers? For exposing the obvious $12 claims of Tim Kennedy. The podcast is all former Army Rangers should give back to the community attached to a screenshot of the comment he made about actual multiple combat tours. You wouldn't think about being in the military and for him to chime in like that, especially.
Great direct
But please answer this correct. The last thing I expected was
second white man on the body. Had a baby, and never the baby died within 30 days.
which, let's be
I
honest,
Chuck is
that's
just
yeah, like, you know, they
there's
there's 500 people. There's all Tiger Belly. Yeah, Tiger Belly definitely acted. Let's see here.
So how about you
No, but it acts. Ozzy already stuck for the next level of town. Oh no.
right? You want
Neighbors, we're creating a special face just for us.
No, I was very happy and I'm very will be as well.
why you see so again, what do you see from the story?
All right.
Are you done? Yeah, guys.
Are we ready?
It's final stuff. You show us if it's not perfect, then we're going to give it
Today, I know
all right.
that the baby
All
has
right.
Guys, let's see it.
Okay.
Let's watch it out. Here we go.
I know later the baby has to be like that. The baby was pretty committed. No one will take a step back. Something. If the baby underwent whole gestation, that's the Shiva. But if somehow you know
That's not
that
real,
the
right?
entire gestation period
This was supposed to be completely exhausted. Pop has gone off the deep end with his best beast outlier genetics being
Here
passed to
you
the
have the
Chombies
son
and
of
the
the
Iridim.
baby. One man is saying Shiva for you the thousand
My son to a standard that I could reach.
You don't sit
Follow my son to his own standard, and he's gonna have a good time.
I know
I think my son game changer for my son. I hold my son to a pretty high standard. A different standard than other kids. That's because he's yeah, genetics 100%. You know, he's probably gonna be. He's definitely gonna be a T1 athlete. You know, and so there's actually more pressure because that might be his path, and that's no joke. The minute I see you being lazy, buddy, you want to see me mad? Get lazy. Or if his coach makes him spring, he's in the back. He didn't want to. You know what the difference between you and a athlete? I mean, when I was over 9, he's bigger, he's faster, he's everything. And I did pretty well. Like, just like you apply yourself. For the night, I went pretty fucking far. You know, wait for the night. I said, the difference between you is when my coach made us run that we swim this first. And I go, I once did a kid beat me. That's the difference. So do you think you're becoming as a speed? Yeah, I said, and so does my speed. And I said, do you think you're becoming in last place because you're the slow style? You're relaxing a little bit. You're chilling. Yeah. I said, no one would ever be the thing to the walk to sprints. One of the conditioning, I was always first. To the truck. To the cappuccinos. He seems like he's lying. Yeah. And I feel like he's just being. It's funny to think of the kids watching me like I do whenever he's just making stuff up. He's using his kids are boring. And what is this, the tank top episode? I don't know. We should start fucking bring that. We should have done that. Maybe we should.
Shiva
God
or
damn it.
so let's say
We got it for a year. Yeah, that means we have to do the show for another year.
You're allowed to
come back with maybe you'll God. So it's the show would not be worth watching me to take time. Yeah, that would be awesome. So what are you guys I mean, not like compared to like David compared to you. It's such
Again, like one of those
what's it called?
you can, but
That's
there's
so
a
funny.
lot
Yeah, he's on the other show being like, don't do
it's not. Make yourself motion, the other than
Also, isn't that liar speech like every time? Never wasn't simply the first place all the time, every time. Once. But what about the Chappelle? Yeah, that's true. He's doing that if you're not first, you're not.
And what happened? But I'm the Venice catch.
And everything, that's how he has them. I tell him that's what, if you want to make him beyond these fucking kids, even if he isn't a athlete, he'll take that, you know, learning. He's learning how to something else. As an athlete, he's too gifted.
So I'm even machine
It's just different. You'd expect a higher level of gifted, certain kind of athletic traits.
comes on Rabbi. Rabbi
You can ball it away, play video games, and
she got married.
there's not much huge.
Why not? Huge.
In baseball, you get footballs.
I don't know what happened. I forget. It was in context, probably. But now with what we're talking about, maybe in context of what was in his brain. But he told us that he was his ex-girlfriend's thumb.
If the guy she married
She would put it
has been
in the
number
butt.
two,
Oh,
is
fuck.
so
And we haven't let go of that yet. No, you can't. Never. No, you gotta make sure that whenever he's happy, where's Sarah's little bit? When he now, Sarah's not.
And you saw
Some people like it though. There's a show.
What if T came up and fight like you?
However, if the guy
Specific to the kid? And stuff, but like, what are your thoughts on
He doesn't have the chip on his shoulder. I was at 9, it's not even funny. And I was fucking good. He the water. I had to fight because I had no other options. He has so many options.
Hey, Decky, I like your podcast, Keith. He feels like, what if T came up to you and asked you if you would do a podcast? No.
So again, when you
Just doesn't
don't
have the great
the
time.
guys in 30 days.
The issues I got.
All
Alright, let's go to one more. Let's see what here. This is posted by Wonderful Salary 5432. Shaz is the talent. Producer, talent.
We will not mandate
Okay.
Harvey understood the Rabbi Amar.
It's
Harvey
like,
saying
you know,
the brother no
I don't know if we have the budget, but some of the top
again.
shows,
So he's
you
the
know,
brother
go trade.
ask the Jew,
Yeah.
Khalif,
There's the
no
respect
matter
that we have for
what.
TFK. I
No
don't
matter
know,
what
6 figures.
position of your
They're 8 inches.
then Allah Almighty said within 30 days, which means that you need the deceased husband
Let's see this. Posted by Haphazard. Bob wants his old friend General D on the podcast. Sorry, we'll end with this one.
So you could have anyone as a guest on Fighter and the Kid. Who would it be?
Maybe Elon Musk.
Even Robert said what he just said.
I'd ask him about these tariffs.
It's a comedy podcast. It's just
Stop, Rob. Other day, Robert,
yeah, very funny guest.
you look for the position of Robert. But then Robert took his position and said that
But
money, if
those
you
would be
marry
boring.
the Cohen,
Theo
you need not
or Bobby.
I mean, they'd be great. I like Wait for Theo. Boys.
Jerusalem.
That's a good point. I like this, Brennan. Listen, everyone sounds like speaking sense. You know, like there's moment clarity in Brennan's fucking riddled brain, like all the CTE pockets. There's a fucking, yeah, that would be a good guess.
Ravina.
Fucking sucks. And he's like, well, we'll travel on the secretary. Fuck up. I mean, let's do it. Stupid old bitch.
You know what? You're familiar with Jerusalem.
And then you ruin it with that. What he said? He said you almost viral clip this podcast. Shut your fucking mouth. No one is talking to you. God damn it. Don't ever quit the podcast. Oh, yeah, please. Fucking day.
That's well,
my friends, it's around.
meaning that if the baby guy thinks she's married to Yisrael, he will make Chalitza, which is married to a Kohen, he will
yeah, well, yeah, and I mean, they helped him out a lot. They basically hang out all the time. They're boys up, but he's never actually met. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Bobby. Be cool. I know Ozzy towards him. I don't care. I think he's hilarious. He's so talented. But, I'm sure he feels the same way. It doesn't get better if we never friends. You know, it just is. So, all good. Imagine coming in and being like meter, like trying to get you guys to have a bigger show. I feel like, oh, this one is super viral. Why don't you guys get him back on? I'll get better with him. No, but literal evidence, it is a lot better with him. It's the most viral, but they don't get it. Well, I mean, if you're the manager and you're talking to them, you got to come in with like cartoons and like crayons and right. So I know that you get money for it. Money, if you get money, you get money for you. Okay.
Don't think it's a legal hold that in all circumstances. Right, the artist credit is not by Mila that is after all.
I was never that close with him. I always appreciate him. He's such a talent. He's a great podcasting stand-up.
The Eric
I was
Vignette,
like, I missed
therefore,
all
when I think that, when I was going to get Eric version says I pledge my era, my value, I pledge your era. So he gives specific categories. Now, between the ages of 20 and cities, going to be X. Most 20 is going to be Y. A female is going to be no. If you pledge an emoji, he's not judged like a male. After all, you know, he's like a male. Yoko Hazok. The Bible says, Erichin Hazok Hazok. The Lord Tumtum. The Bible says it doesn't conclude or that excludes particular androgynes. Yoko Yulo Yehe Erich Ish. No, you hate the Erech Isha, you hate the Erech Isha. So I thought maybe that means that what? That an androgynous is not treated with the Erchin of a man, but maybe the Erchin of a woman. Alama has Zohar the indicating. Zohar Badai, the cave of Badois, the Lord Tumtum of Badois. So most I love when it comes to Erchin, either you're male or you're female. And if you don't definitively fit into one of these no gender communities by Erchin, either you fit into a category or you don't fit into a category. If you're androgynous, which obviously cannot consider to be a person who fits into a category, has no Erech value. Has no Erech value. So stop, just on the diet about it. Stand sit up in the Allah not by yourself. Sorry, stand sit up, Allah not by yourself. You also learn this thing. So both say same like in so in other words, an unstable device is an anonymous disrect, again, section from God, anonymous device of like that. Signal that you just says in Mishnah that you give him how much that don't think it's a the always told that an androgynous is a Zohar. So look over here, you see it by Erchin, and you do the whole thing with Zohar. It then begs the question, I'm not saying this word says, I'm not going to eat it. I'll quote here in the Kaddish, which means here is what everybody will have except for a thing.
It doesn't matter. I want to thank John for Brian Callen. I mean, we've been doing this 2 years. That's good. Right? I want to thank that. I can't believe we've been doing this show 10 minutes for that long. I also thank everyone that watches thank everybody.
By
I don't know how much longer we can
By
do this show.
So
Okay, I don't know how much longer they can do their show. It's not looking good. All right, at the very least, though, every week in May and April, and then we'll see May and April and May. But you know, it's rough. So I mean, I'm just putting it out there. You know, there's a timeline on everything.
Right?
And
It's
it's
a
like,
larger
I don't
category of
feel that.
Zachar. In the rest of Zachar means
Yeah,
what?
like
Zachar.
every
Definitive
week,
Zachar.
10 minutes.
Definitive
That's a lot.
Zachar.
That
Zachar
covered.
only Zachar.
That's a lot of 10
But
minutes.
apparently, again,
You know, and I've never been a numbers guy myself.
Zachar is a reboot
Honestly,
coming to include those
like sometimes it
right?
feels
Those
good.
are
I'm
people
playing
who
4D
know
chess with
that
myself. I'm trying to
socialists
think of
and
the next
therefore
one.
again the risk
Exactly. You've been looking at places, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
I always talk about the Minnesota ski being right there, right? You know, there's a lot of cool people up there. Tim Walker, and he's like always thinking you to move out there and buy you a house. You're gonna put your house up for sale. No one's gonna buy it though. How are you gonna give your dog away? No. It's a show dog, so it would be cool. Yeah, that's my guy. That is Bubba. I know. Takes 6 months to do a truck show, and that's something that we're thinking about. Here's the thing before we start with the timer. Oh yeah. What's the over/under on them having red chairs? In Austin? Yeah. I don't think they're gonna do that. No. I mean, they have the money to move everything. I wonder. I'd love to see what the shipping. I feel like I think shops would be like, nah, don't want to do ship anything. He's gonna be at a loss buying new shit. No, we don't need any attention. They may trying to sell it. Do you get what I mean? And this, whoever stays here that's not moving, they're just like, oh, sick. I have all this fucking equipment that shop, but then they'll like find dust and Cheeto stains on it. And, you know, why does this red chair smell like shit? He poops in it. He's on pets. I can totally see him being like, no, we don't want to do that. You know, he has to like spend thousands of bucks on new shit. Yeah. I don't know where he gets the money. He just bought a new pink. That's why I want to quit. He has so much money. That's what no reason to name it. I think Jim once was like, dude, he's rich. He is so rich. He's telling a story about the meeting. He's like, how does he have, he like grabs me by the he's like, how does he have so much money? Well, no, I just do a show about him 10 minutes a week. I barely never met the guy. You met him. He's got so much money. I'm like, okay, fine. But anyways, that's not why you're here today. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shop, so start the timer. Play the chin clip. Alrighty, let's see. I didn't even have this open yet. Jesus Christ. Page. Let's see. The first one is posted by Haphazard. It's called The Cowboy Hat Era Has Begun. Oh my god, dude. Unreal. I saw it. You already saw it? No. Oh shit. Yeah, let's see. We predicted this, or everybody did. Yeah. You think we're gonna go to Austin without a hat? Oh, really? Stop it right now. You fucking what? It's out of control. Yeah, those have Dinosaurs Monday written all over it, Eddie. I mean, that's like Crocodile Dundee style hat. Yeah, it looks like a sepia tone on Instagram or something. Everything that he's wearing. Yeah, man, he matched it. He's got the shoes. I mean, this is very skated. Where do you think he bought it himself? Great question. Maybe wife him on this. He's an online shopper. He's just buying shit online. He knows his like mailer sizes and he's like looking at some shit. It's just like, I don't even have to leave the house, daddy. He probably does that stuff on that because he's just buying clothes. But the shot, hey, come me out. He said he was going to help him out. Like, I'll be there in a minute. They're going to I'm buying these fucking checker pants right now. He has the card a lot. Just because he's a shopaholic. Look at he has a lot of shit. So he's gotta know his sizes. Unless he just goes to stores and he's like, hey, can you help me? That's Byron Kate. Alright. Oh, where you at? Oh, you're at on TV. Oh, where you at? They have it. They're like friends. I think they're being robbed. Just checking them out the whole time. That hat is crazy.
Yeah, we're a couple cozy guys. Now, you and I are a couple of cozies. Now, here's a couple things I want to start this podcast with. I'm looking at your cowboy hat.
Thank God you addressed it. Imagine they just had a podcast with a cowboy hat. We should do that. Yeah, we did. Fuck, we have to get cowboy hats now. I want to get a cool cowboy hat. Shit. We're moving to Austin, dude. We blew up our lives, bro. Why are you fucking saying that I want to move to Austin? I don't need a job. Always give it to it with or without you, dude.
And we know also the rules.
See, somebody gave it to you. Oh, yeah. But that's another thing. It's please don't hurt me. Take my hat. You're gonna need this in Austin.
It's all good. If you are a cowboy, you can wear a cowboy hat. If you're born and raised in Texas and you're going to an event, a cowboy hat, boots, and a belt are also part of it. That's it. If you are from Aurora, Colorado, and you work with horses, you can wear a hat. If you are a guy who lives in LA with those pants, I still can't wear it. I didn't say no one's giving. Of course, you can wear the hat, but it does give a cowboy, it does a dick, right? Technically, and that's fine. But I like that was given to you, and I approve because it matches your Stetson. Nobody can believe so the end of the day, you're fine because you flower ears and you're a giant. And also you're not old Brendan, you're the real Brendan is back.
I like that. I'm not wearing this hat if I want. But I'm obviously thinking about other hats that you shouldn't wear. Right? I'm sure you're going to I like it. He's like, I can wear whatever hat I want. But I don't think you understand why. My hat. I like that.
And he might give you a choice. This is what I say about this is what can I just tell you how well, this is what I say to people about Brendan. So go ahead and say, just go ahead and start dissing Brendan for a second. Just in your say he seems like a dick. Just go ahead. Seems like a bit of a dick. Hey, listen up. I love that you're saying all this and you keep that to yourself. You don't want to say that with an earshot. And it's like, why? Why not? Because you might get grit.
He's keeping you busy right now. Watch calendar.
You're saying all this.
He's shaking. He's like bodies are smooth.
You might get yourself. You don't want to say that much when you're
He's gonna keep you busy right now.
Because
you might get this
I wonder, did that start off ironic? We go, yes, and now we can't stop. Because I speak it, but I'm doing it ironically. I don't feel like he's doing it ironically. Okay, so I think it is ironic because he's saying, like, this is how we talk. Yeah. Double the funny. He's doing politics. So he's like different voices and that. And he doesn't go like, represent. He doesn't hit that voice when he's doing real talk. With his politic thing is so funny. Like his voice. Like he talks as if he's that dude from the up with the thing of this Jack and Cook and he's saying his stupid bullshit. He has no idea. He's an idiot, dude. God help him, dude.
Right.
See what else we got here.
And advising for people are exact. People are exact. The difference
Okay,
is
so
the
posted by
difference
Angels.
is the
Oh,
other
Jesus
one
Christ.
has
Why is this not letting me stop? Oh my God. Screen. Okay, so this is posted by Mock Kid Farces.
Ultimately, again,
It's a hater sub, but I really like the show. I made a highlight video for the guys to play while they make food. I don't know where else they might see it. Please be nice. Maybe you'll like it. Something tells me there's going to be sarcasm. T-Fan, let's finish. If you want to reach our guys,
That's the end of the third hour. They can't tell you how to do the shot. And therefore, you off by a half hour. You might be how to start because you eventually have to have later. The height is almost
it's definitely not going to be an episode. We watched the
I used to think Raph was Raph was an
Something's telling me this guy is not a real fan.
And someone just off by a little bit. For example, you're learning how
He's such a funny bit because he's like thinking of cryogenic or something like that, but it's just a frozen box.
version number one,
People are
that's the ultimate mission around for half hour in version number two of a baye,
funny, the mouse that got cut on its tail. Let's go to the next spot, which Johnny did. Some sure shot, obviously. Yes, the cowboy hat. How many episodes do you think he's going to wear? Jack, swear to God, he's digging those trucks.
The high commerce
He's going to start working for it. You know what I mean? It's a lot. It really is going to be that way. Pull the bicep, so he's already ready for the farm. I feel like everyone that we're maybe.
And let's say
here. Travis Barker. This is posted by Chin Puller of Clips. Me and Travis Barker are boys. Talk damn near every day. Travis Barker. The repost. It's like the greatest hits. Oh, they haven't been posting. Yeah. like the show, yeah. I guess that new episode is the one with the hat. Let's see. But they should all be moved there, right? Because it's smart. Like, I remember he said they're gonna do a bunch of like best for now. Did they do that? I think so. I think that's why people are making their own best of right. Right. And then it's like the classic, like, celebrity experts with that not really friends with. You Adam Sandler. What do you think was Carmelo Anthony? Someone thought he was Carmelo. Oh, he thought Jay was Carmelo. Some guy in the elevator thought the shop was Carmelo Anthony.
Exactly what
Travis Barker, but not Crystal. They didn't know Crystal. They only had out like because before Crystal, it was kind of like he was barely unequal. When he became a person, they met him.
if they were to be exact and both line up, we would go the Eagles out. But now because they're imprecise, going to read in a level of precision into the precise thing based on that. Story says,
I want to start doing that.
was in general in capital.
I believe
all black Rolls Royce. What the fuck can I tell Tyler to
That's
stay down?
general of
And he's like, fucking, who the fuck is this, man? They pull some rolls and like, what's up, dude? It's Travis Barker. What the fuck you doing? Because Travis Barker's my boy. Travis Machine Gun Kelly is a good person.
Thanks for that follow, Travis. What insert random name. He's like, I'm boy Travis Barker. That's how I know, of course. Okay, it's no, that's just good stuff.
Go ahead.
What's the best drummer alive right now? Last time you jammed?
It was like 2 years ago. This is when they thought the show was moving out.
Plays every day.
My ass. Doesn't mean I don't know how to band. You can play music. You play music.
About 2 hours and the event itself occurred in 1997, the second hour or the third hour. The country now they so semester and one of them made a mistake about 2 hours and the different the other plus
Everything made that happen, dude.
take up even up to 3 hours.
The show? I'm painting there too. Oh, yeah. I have no clue. I think probably, I don't think Shop made it. NFL probably knows. You're right. You know why? I think Shop would have brought that up on the show. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, you would have taken credit for it. You would have been like, I was right after me. His tailmail like Chappelle Lacey. So thanks for having Travis Barker put me on that show. Thought it was a dirt set. Let's see what the next one is here. Completes and exhausted Malik resurfaces with a claim of Diddy-like behavior of Papa's comedy room.
Stand up better than Brandon Schwab. Yeah, for sure. You got it right.
Oh, shit.
Oh, so he was on his podcast for like a year. Okay, and you fell off.
Yeah, because he wanted to sign an NDA. I signed it. Or in his group chat. They were talking crazy.
Did you see the
just they were saying some things. There would have been a lot on your
What's your cycle?
You know that fixing the mic is so funny. Yeah, that shit was awesome. He disrespect with the Schwab thing is always so funny. All of them said Schwab, and then like that's and then also just the way this podcast directly. This guy's a bus driver. Hey, oh, you really? Where you going? Where you going? Oh, British Shop was there. Next time, East Street, Brooklyn, we gotta fall out. Brennan, like he's paying attention to the road, and then the other guys are just on the bus, like paying attention to the conversation and not part of it. Because I know a guardian angel is almost as fuck, because he possessed them to fix the mic to get like the story in the mic. And he's like, I don't know why, but I feel like I have to fix the mic right now. And that fool's like, he's possessed by the same when he's grabbing the mic. Yeah. He's trying to get why? I don't know why, but they know they like said up to this point they don't give a fuck. But it's show it's like get that mic up in your mouth. He says like coronavirus comedians getting canceled. He's like, oh, we're gonna make sure we catch this. Let's see.
I'm an excellent in your day off to do something. It's a I don't know, fully. It's if you don't know what your dispute cycle was, you're at. You don't know when your global cycle is, you're out. You don't know what the time it was, you're out. Yes, the people came over to the like the people, even older than you don't know. What color was the murderer wearing? I know it was yes. So maybe, I don't know. What it's saying is, even if the answer one of the questions does not go ahead and immediately nullify it. Nice, people know what you got. I understand. Why do you think one of the people then you can go to the answer second why I think I know what his reference is. Come ask me, hey, do some the high like
sorry, I'm really get a deal with a lot. He's on the better things figures. But I heard you right at the end of Sandface. Let's see what else we got here. Chad's Malik come on the show before we got some stuff. He's supposed to buy a chin clips. It's a great race. Long Amy. We're for real doing like greatest hit. Everything's just greatest hit. See now, if we're like, all right, everybody's supposed to have issues for 100 meters.
You were with us at that particular time.
I bet you 5. I bet you 1,000. So we racing these fans right here.
Subject
the guess is he's got a lot of it and he's very fast and short. I'm telling you, it's funny. I don't really know how the But he's a that might be less painful. They're huge fans of the hybrid.
with Connor, so I'm gonna go on stage.
You know, we allow
I was like, oh fuck, we're in Toronto doing this conference, and it's high out, sold out arena. Man, this is crazy. I see
remember again.
recording to the thing.
I'm pretty sure the 6th representative of Toronto. And running could be a number of things. Right. Yeah. What do you do? Pulling both your hammies in the 6 basically.
In our values model, remember in the first version of the two versions of our values,
Just do
in
that.
the
They say,
first version of our
eating
values
drinks
model,
and beaches still high, dude. We're in
that said
Toronto.
people
Oh shit, drinks right through the 6. This facts. Running through the 6 with my woes, I think is the original version of the song. It's a song. But
the only
yeah.
beginning, every step
It's like,
version,
I gotta get a picture.
like the second version of our values in both versions, also the version of our
Will Compton reacted as how I reacted when he said that how I would in real life too if I had shot to the
Everything you're going to the things.
one version of our values is everyone else. No, and then it starts to become so much of a marginal community. So, here we go. We start with the basketball.
Anything Conrad, American bullshit. I was like, yeah, check. Holy shit, what I've done any
Now,
pictures and
let's remember
everything
again.
else.
It's not point out.
Remember, you were also
It
there.
was very, very, you know,
I asked them for a picture. And they were like, oh, it's the hybrid. They talked to you.
what is that
I was like, don't throw kids at me.
What's the
Like,
point
cool,
of
man. That's what you need there, like a producer.
What
You need somebody on the outside. Hey, guys, I want to get a photo. You know what? That party turns an Oscar party into a casino. So, there's no Will Smith asked me, Will Smith asked me if I did private training. Will Smith was like, hey, man, here's the reason why you put it on my face. Oh, did I train left? Oh, boy, I didn't train. Here's the reason why Chris Rock. No, I didn't train with him. I didn't train with him. I picked him up on it. I had different what'd you say? No.
That you just said that I'm not going to
I promise you, I was like, I had a cool at the time. I was like, Kurt, he was like, I don't like old man stuff.
and you
If you want to put me in fucking my legend,
never
throw
again.
down.
And then when
Trying to put me inside Will I am.
end of the
He's just like,
that is
the I get from this is Will, and I forget the other guy's name now. They're all like, they're back in the locker room, right? And they're making fun of the guy that's stubborn, you know? They're like, oh yeah, what'd you do? Yeah, what's that? And then afterwards, they're like, dude, we gotta do so much stupid shit. It's they're like giving each other high fives, like, we gotta fuck with it.
get benefit from the
You know, I'll say what they say, but we gotta fuck more often, you know?
hour. Go ahead
But I don't hold
and turn the conversation.
I don't miss that.
So I'm buying a new
my legend 3.
all about
But I don't hold meds. You get there and it's kind of amazing. It's got latex for
maple
food.
tuition.
Dude's a mid-steady.
Version of a and if I was first version of the old version, people then make mistakes. So let's remember again. According to Rabbi, when Reuben says, I saw the murder of Howard number 2, saw the murder of Howard number 3, how did Rabbi interpret that first version of Rabbi? How did he interpret it?
Maybe just
That Reuben was saying what?
He
The
thinks
end
he's
of Howard
creating,
number 2, and Shimon was saying the beginning of Howard number 2. So they were saying at the same time.
Do you want to talk about the most famous people you met
In
in
the
a story?
first version, ultimately again,
I
of
got
Rabbi
written
Meir
there.
putting out values,
This is posted by
people don't
Fudge
make mistakes.
Runyon.
Because I could be exact with her. I could be exact with her.
Wake up, babe. We're in Austin.
Then
That's so
why not
fucking
allow
so
people
mean. That's so
to go ahead
fucking
and
extremely mean. And then Brian and we're getting arrested. That is a big
challenge. But let people first come
so
why deprive people of let people come to the end of the stage and burn it and end it
in the comments, Cable statisticians,
Why
that's the thing that's going to get. Oh my god. I didn't know. Imagine the ad space they have like for sale. Like you think about like fucking portfolio of people that are like in front of the feast of place. Where the cakes. What do you think is the most expensive place to be? I think rain, probably the rain position. No, that was Magic Night. You're just a sure shot or yeah. But there's like the rain. I'd be the only one. He's been obsessed with bats because there's only bats in Austin, so we want to get bats. So we do. Whenever he was around town, came up and was like, hey man, I'm from Austin, can you come that? Oh, come on. How great is that? My name are chronically late to everything and everything. I didn't understand where
So the nice thing is, you're going to start relying on the fact that
okay, that part I got. What the brand thing? We went around basically
never been on anything in his life. You're going to rely on him now
to get bats.
that.
Okay, I see where you're confused now. So they're known for bats or scary creatures that fly in caves. But also, people is ever present in their lives. These bats hit balls, right? So it sounds like he's obsessed with. I don't know how you're obsessed with baseball bats, right? So it sounds like he's obsessed with scary bats. Yeah, I'm thinking that. I'm overthinking this. I think they probably went to get like stuffed animal bats.
The Rabbi was never going to the Rabbi, you can get
that's why I think that's the team's fault.
Never get rubber. I want much more expensive right now. But it feels like something there, first thing can think of up to 2 hours.
How would he have his name on?
2 hours minus.
Maybe it was like in the store. The guy was like, I got a cowboy hat. I can put your name on it. They make hats in the store. Using cravers because they're not getting. Listen, it's a lot.
You're the beginning of the 5th hour.
Or his realtor just got him a hat. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe a word of that story. I believe Papa. Better come to Netflix next year. Let's see. The next one is posted by Miserable Number 1. It's called Look What the Cat Dragged Me into Blockbuster. The Scorpion. I don't know what Rothschild plays in Milking the Scorpion. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, boy, was I careful, boys. Completely exhausted posting this one. Let's see what this is about. Hey, finally, he's also respect cold plunging. Like a lot of doctors are like doing cold plunging every day for no reason. It's like a thing. Unless you're in inflammation and really much. Also, can it make you look bad? Was that, or was that their screen? That was them, dude. Because if that was us, what the fuck was that? Then I also apologize for telling us to be the door. Should we have inflammation? Or table? WD-40. That's the one good thing about a new studio. Shit's not
get ready for this. That's the you have dollars for it. Also, if you get really, if you can make it take about 3 hours, that's a bit. Then in reality, it's becoming stuff you should really get right.
That's one of their ambiances, right?
Hey, some of the new stuff.
They should get that in the studio. They walk in this. Look, this is the fighter and the kid. Do you think they have the like animal heads on the wall now too? Because I like this. No speakers on the wall for sure. No animal heads, and then maybe when you go to work, you can do that duck hunter game. They have the bars, duck. Duck hunt, yeah. I feel like Boots. He's already wearing boots on the right here. Oh yeah, Cal's born it, but I feel like he's already living in Austin. Facts. So less sneakers, a lot more boots.
Whereas Eagles
For sure. And this is a legit guess. They're gonna bring on assless chaps and talk about assless chaps.
for Eagles,
Maybe I can say it hasn't done as a bit. Brennan chop beef jerky. Beef jerky. No more nicotine.
a lot of people aren't friendly. A lot of people
I don't
aren't
think they'll ever get the nicotine. Yeah, true.
Rubber says Rama,
And also enjoy your week. You're just working out. Trust me, I know what workouts are done. Trust me, you have an effect that makes you right every day. You don't need it. Right. Now you want to fit mentally to the judo run. Yes, sisters.
Get used to
Yeah,
the end of the
also
fourth hour.
cold tubs for real athlete. That's a
Spend the summer.
That's
You can't benefit from it.
tough
From the fifth
whole
hour,
body.
and then
That's
ultimately
that shit
burn
does
it.
that you do all day.
Yeah,
All
it's
sweet.
why do you need
How
that
important is the
fifth hour? Why
quadruple? Or is that just a trend?
is that
Zumba for today. It's real. It has, without a doubt, it has great physiological and mental benefits. I do it every time. Definitely reinforce it. I do it too. I know it sounds like, but I mean, honestly, if I had to do that, I'd probably be in a lot of fights. Yeah. But not me, Jay. I'd be all Greek.
give you an hour to sweat firework. Enjoy your hummus in the morning. Eat through the fourth hour. When it says 6 hours, you can't even get benefit from it. That's why you just say go collect your work for your hummus.
If you tell me not to do it, I gotta do it.
Collect the wood in the fourth hour and the sixth hour. And if I want to make them
That's so
burn
great. I
your
love the
hummus in the
endings of this
sixth
book
hour.
sometimes.
You
Sexual assault.
You get hours a day because ultimately again it's a game of coming.
Any thoughts about that? What do you think about
Hours
cold
to
plunge?
come to work.
I mean, yeah, that's like part of your routine now. After my muscle workout in the morning, I'm just like, honestly, like, that's why I never get angry, because I do so much, like, I'm exhausted at the end of the day. Energy, like, fighting. I definitely feel less scared out of the cold plunge now. But now that he's called me a big old pussy for getting into the cold plunge, I'm like, yeah, what are we doing here? That's true. I see that too. It's like, does it even have any benefit that I have? Like a picture and stuff. Yeah. Golden shit. Yeah. I don't know. This is post comedy is legal again with our boy Brian Callahan. They never supposed to name around here. That's the correct weird. That is a horrible laughter on lockdown.
I mean, almost
I mean,
India comes
just don't let them talk
when do I
America about
hold
his
only
pop culture.
comes to say, but when
It's a
Rothschild
documented.
is
Yeah,
not safe,
I don't
the
know.
culture is that kind
It
of
came
all right
out
to
on
show.
April Fool's Day, so
Ultimately, you're gonna both say,
hopefully it's a joke.
when do we say? When do we say that?
Let's see here. A picture. So
When you go ahead and
Brenda
start
does his getting a Tesla's fuel on Golden Hour.
ultimately, yeah, like Rothschild
Please
said,
and
beginning of the
exhausted.
sixth,
Okay, so
the
he's.
whole
What do you think?
comments
You think
is
Atlanta?
that bonus, but not
I'm
the
still
right
sticking. He's
How
gonna
about
get a Tesla.
John's
Maybe,
Bureau
but I don't think so yet. It's a lot of build towards like being a Tesla guy. I mean, he wants to be like a spearhead of like paying money to promote
about
Tesla.
the
Oh yeah, that's definitely. I
Hold
don't know. For me, because I'm also thinking about doing the blind Tesla, so I would just take a V8 engine and put it in. Easy, so easy.
Everybody says that burning
And then buy a Jeep that's kind of like pink
for the
outside.
difficult.
Oh yeah, click give me 10 amp.
Or
Yeah,
the
put some
difficult
blowers in.
prohibition to
Yeah,
some extent in
valve
what?
valves. Always. We always use a for like guys that listen to Drake or whatever. I guess I have
But
Teslas.
it's just 2 hours ago, it's right
What
for
I
every month.
now I saw one.
Oh my God. Also, why do
Why do you want to do this? Because the liberals are
Make the
fucking with
focus.
them.
That he was
cars.
ended up
Yeah, so I
Coleman
want
in
to
the
fuck
fifth,
my car.
third in the sixth. Why does Rabbi
Here's
Yehuda
what-
need that extra buffer? We already have a buffer hour.
Well, we taking a second to take a breath after I say
Because remember
something.
again, it's all right.
Happens, I'm
But
like,
this
oh
is
no,
not
what
possible
did
for every hour of the day.
my own
The seventh
tail?
hour.
Yeah.
So the rabbis are already still in a buffer hour. Rabbi Yehuda is still in an additional buffer hour of the fifth. So why is that? So we have the fireworks.
My violence era.
We have things like that.
There's certainly some violence in my
I'm a rebel.
just against myself like a violent person. You know, I didn't know me.
Cloudy day.
Just even the way I'm
Cloudy
built.
day. Remember again,
Versus the size
all
of
of
my
this
hand.
predicated on being able to see this.
Okay, I thought he was gonna say
The
I thought
very
you were
first
gonna
study that knows everything else. And it just goes in an extra buffer hour
That's the
to
only
take
thing
care of the
proportionate to my body. My
You have a close time with Well, if that's the case, then why not both sides?
big feet.
Why don't you just go and
How many
look
fights
at
do you think you're in if you're like 6 inches shorter?
and our fourth hour, let's say
Fighting all
fourth
the
and
time.
fifth hour,
It's
total in
tough,
6
because
hours,
I'm in so
ultimately
many
again
fights.
here. After us, midnight because it's a cloudy day. That's
I
not all.
got the same. It's crazy to say. I got the same.
Why?
I gotta think about this all the time. I got these really small hands. Nice little teeth. Big gums. We got my chest. Violence in my history as to my ancestry.
Hour of the day, mindful movement. That's when the region has and why the region what the region that's over here.
Or what is it called? I don't really know.
That's the region, the Lisbon of that Sunday, I looked at Lisbon all the time. I love you, you know, kind of stuff. The region,
XJ, let's see, this is posted.
so apparently they had a very
What is that? You went from doing intercourse to having to move to Texas for your dying podcast.
young, my police
This picture.
second hour of the day, the Lisbon, Steve. Why are these, you know, remember, second hour, why are these
So they couldn't afford UFC,
a
huh?
long night of thought. You know, you can go to there for again, this is the second hour of the day. These things, very big. Third hour of the work, those are people who don't have to work for
This is supposed to be a complex situation. We can see this every day. This will be his new style for Chin dropped and you going for your ride with Papa. This is Brendan took us with this souped up Ford X. That's so funny.
You just said the 6
Yeah,
hour.
it almost feels like before the video started, I was like, all right, you get it.
Ella
Wait
is
up,
rather
this
turning
week where I
around.
got,
Reveal
then you
sniper
go and
for
get a
other
surgery, I'll go turbo.
people generally have
Well, you know what's funny
today.
is, do you know what the word for
Unusual
superchargers?
sniper calling,
No,
showers
turbo.
and workers
They're the same.
and
It's the
features
turbo, yeah.
sniper communication. And ultimately, again, 6 hour of the day.
Before, I'm pretty sure maybe I'm not saying it right again because I'm a Prius guy.
What you think
I
looks
don't even
like
know what a charger is.
your seizure of the conveyor will take you after these times. The episodic evidence ultimately identifies a one stone into an empty. That thing has some kind of substance or
Anybody that has it in their neighborhood is going to be driven crazy. Well, you want to just do it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is so tense. This is pissing.
So if you wait too much, it's throwing the stone.
Yeah, I don't trust that.
Yes,
Kids,
however,
but I just don't trust anyone, any food defect case. Yeah. I'm sure shop.
That was oh, that's so creative.
They wouldn't have a meal. A little something. So as long as you eat a little something for breakfast,
The golden hour.
your first major meal of the day a little longer.
This show sucks. So much.
So we're not finished with this.
Is it the worst show in the world? It is terrible.
To give you a more fundamental approach that really first comes about by evils, that would be called
because they saw a guy doing 5 minutes ago. That's really good. You think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss, he goes, twice. Tiger said 5. Did 30.
No, the best part is his kids are probably like, watch how we get dad to do it. You can only do 2. Even worse. Hey, Huckleberry Finn.
Don't worry about nothing can stop us to love. Just rebranding it off. It's bigger, bigger, stronger, better, bigger for us. Oh, that hour. It's
What up, fellas? Is it cold out there? Why are you guys in those big ass coats?
No, it's not freezing, but it's raining too. So
Now it's been cold out here, man.
yeah.
Texas.
This is the worst show.
Got two compliments on it. First diss, I will tell you the 2 compliments. One has been somebody I really a barista, and another one has been a barista, 2 baristas.
Yeah, they don't count. I guess like you know when a girl wears so much makeup, you know when it's like you
Totally. Like he's got a lot of eyeliner on, right? Yeah.
much foundation.
Well, you're like a goth chick, but explain it more. Because I don't understand. I don't like when women wear too much makeup. That's
You're doing your job.
explain how it's like
You overdid it. Like Eric's was nice. It makes sense. It's just like, oh, are you in Alaska?
You think it's not this cold? You're saying?
Yeah, exactly. It's too much. Like if it's cold over here, I would never wear that.
What's the term there? It's like an inch right there. You see that?
Negative 40.
Casey could never.
You would have to duck.
Yeah, true. It's 63 out here, so it's freezing. Yeah, that's storm again.
It's 55, but in the morning it was 32.
Yeah. You were still out running in the thong, I'm sure.
Hell yeah, I got my dick flopping, and I drove my Hummer, and it doesn't have windows, so that's cool.
Oh, God.
There's a
That's
windows.
Awesome. Oh, that's right. You have all those colors out there. My jacket's cool. I got it somewhere when I didn't have a jacket. I go, hell yeah.
It's the first time. It's not from some guy that's a fan.
Yeah, no, this was also
bullshit company.
Yeah, no, this is from ice cream.
That's a year away from going out of business. That's usually your clothes.
Yep. Which is how I got the shirt. I like this stuff though. This guy's good.
So it says words on that say, the day started with like a skull on it and a heart.
Fire cold. You know, and that's the name of the company.
Not bad.
If it's saying, like, wear a mask, psych.
He's like, I met him in Illinois. He's a fan of the show. He sent me the thing. He's got a little company.
No, I wear good stuff.
Yeah, all those companies that he gets shirts from, they're all real
Clippers now. They do real estate. Yeah. Chris Beck did. Sir, I don't know what Lizard is, dude. Kansas. Killing you today. You know what I was thinking about this is what if I was a chick, I would be crying. But instead of, and I like it. Yeah. You know what? True words I've never been. Like the way, sort of like we're just having fun. It's like whatever, just turn into a thing. And you don't think that like we're all close. Right? So this is why it's fun to do. Right. So you know what would be the most fun? Well, yeah, the closest person ever. The closest person ever. Yeah. Your wife. Yeah. You should be able to clown this bitch. You know anything? No, sometimes you can, but then they bring it up later in a real argument. Or you go too far, and then it's like, my day. I would tell you this one. So we're going. We did this shit at Marina Del Rey. That's my old stomping ground. I needed 2 more nights on my Marriott. Bro. And then you clown me by yourself. So, anyways, we're going. We're gonna go. It's a nice hotel. Ritz Carlton. So Rachel is getting ready, and we're gonna go on this thing. And she's got on. It's like a form tank top and some panties that match. Yeah. All I said. Oh. Okay. Genuine question? Yeah, because I thought, we're gonna go swimming. By the way, what was it? It was for what? It was just her dinner. It's undergarments for. She was gonna put on. Okay. The thing is, I didn't even get to the point because she already had a conversation with herself. Right. Yeah. I said, you know what I mean? Right. So it turned into like, like my mind, she heard me say, "What are you wearing?" Right. You look ridiculous. Right. I can't believe it. I don't want to be seen with you. I never should have married you. That's the conversation she had. Yeah. Because I said, part like, should I get up? Are we going? Right. Right. You came from, am I doing something wrong? That's not you doing something wrong. Yeah. But also, makeup's weird on girls. Like, I tell my wife all the time, we had to go out with friends to this dinner, and she had makeup on. I said, that ain't for me. Why do you paint your face? I said, is it not weird when paint their face? Yeah. It's not for the guys, it's for. Yeah, I understand it. They don't want to even their skin out, but, I don't know. I like it out that way. I agree. Look at makeup, except for Will from fucking Stranger Things. No, God, the more makeup, the better. Pictures, which is the memory of the time. That's when it can look nice. Oh, facts. You guys are like this. At Christmas, my neighborhood throws Christmas family competition. So they're doing competition. Oh my God! Kristen would win that, even if not there. What do you do? Do you dress the house up? No, dude, in LA too long. You do like physical activities. No. What is this? I thought that the Christmas competition wouldn't be decorating, that it's competition. It's physical competition. Who the hell would think that? I've been in LA too long. I was even bring it up for making gingerbread houses. Brenda lives in Oklahoma. So what's the competition? So you have to put on like a fat man costume, run a relay race. It was dads versus the dads and kids. So it was a 2-pair. You had to hold eggs between your legs. It was like beer pong, but it was filled with fucking eggnog and beer. Total points. So it's not really physical. You kind of fool this. There's a straight race. All right. You said marshmallows. No, physical. He's talking about building a house. How much coke can you get out of your neighborhood? I'm sorry. These guys down there.
at the shops one. Trying to be in my office. Hey, when I say we won, I mean, hey, we won.
He moves into that. It's like a fucking B storyline in a Sandler movie.
Fuck.
And that guy, he's just running by. He's like, hey, how you doing, Chris? Yeah, man. Got my morning.
And the relay race. So it has me the youngest sibling. He's the fastest fucking kid in Texas, 100%. So I go, oh, perfect. And the dad goes, no, Boston can't do it, man. No, that ain't fair. I'm like, first of all, calm down. Second of all, anybody else?
Yeah, fuck it. Let your son
Calm the fuck down.
I can't like that. Go, yo, Calvin. That motherfucker's fast. We lost. Hey, you do better or just fucking use your brain more. This is just gonna be. It's okay. It's all good, dude. Be earnest. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fuck it. Or be. There's plenty of room for the second bet. You know what I mean?
Or just go get the hot chocolate from Mike. Do that.
No, but it's
Electrolytes for the boys.
I get angry for the boys. If I was that dad, I'd get angry. Okay, you have to. It's like, you know, because when the purge takes me, it's like house is gonna get burned down first, and they make it a living hell, right? Like they could. If they're smart about it. They don't. They throw you out of the neighborhood.
Good luck.
Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Do you live near any Somalians?
I've never seen one in Texas, thank God.
You don't know those the soda thing? That's why I'm bringing it up. Yeah, that's just great. It's funny. The Somali thing in Minnesota is seriously wild. It's seriously.
Is it though? Like, that's what, like, warned us. I know everyone was saying on Elon, the whole Doge thing. He warned us of this, and he tweeted out, he's like, this, I was trying to tell you guys, like, it's just the tip of the iceberg, all the fraud going on.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's because he said that it's not wild. It is completely wild. I never knew about anything Elon said, and I don't know if I would have believed it if he said that.
I'll tell you who you should have believed from the beginning is Trump himself. When they were talking about the tax, the tax loopholes, he goes, yeah, I used them. If you don't want me to use them, close them.
Right.
That's like, so that's an example of this. That's what I think this is. It's like, you set something up in goodwill. Like you have this thing where, okay, hey, if you open up child care center, it's going to help you with this money. And then, of course, if you're a good person, you'll be like, well, this is great. I love kids. Okay, well, but then other people go, oh, they're just going to give you money if you open up a thing? Are they going to check if the kids are here? Right. It's like, I don't think so. But people are just bad. I'm just saying,
no, I understand. But I guess, so what I'm saying is the amount of, and the fact that it is like, all Somalians crazy in Minnesota. Dude, is insane. And then people are like, you're being racist, and it's like, dude, when have you? I've been ripped off by Somalians before. All I gotta go is Canal Street and fuck me.
Well, I think
this doesn't happen. Oh, this doesn't happen. Oh, this doesn't happen for 100. So you're saying it would?
Well, I like that the Somalians. Where can we go to find the stupidest people?
That's hilarious.
It's like, let's find the dumbest state in the union that has the stupidest laws. That people are the dumbest governor, and also, you know what though, guys? We also have to blame ourselves. I'll give you an analogy. This is just like the recycling. Like people, that's been as long as I put my plastic. I'm helping everyone. No, you're not. My wife's cousin works in transit. All that's bullshit. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna say this is. We just go, where's our tax dollars going? And we hear, oh, it's over the homeless in LA. And we don't look into it. Well, when they listen to anything, yes, there's something they should listen.
Yeah, well, there needs to be people. There's different levels, though, bro. There's people accountable that don't check up on this. Of course, like if it's Tim Walsh, whatever the fuck, but like, okay, go ahead.
I know, which is ridiculous.
No, as they Somalian flag, he took down American flag, put the Somalian flag. This is the guy that lied about serving in the fucking war. When they called him out on it, he's like, oh, I was just messing around.
No, he's just a weird guy.
It has something to do with what I'm saying.
No, I know, but a weird guy is a weird guy, and weird guy stuff.
Yeah, correct.
So it's like the fact that they've changed the Minnesota to look more like the Somali flag is weird, dude. And I'm not saying Tripoli here. I'm not. I don't think
Well, you can look this up. These are.
but I always clown. No, I know, but I always clown Tripoli because I'm like, bro, why do you believe it every
This is why. This is considered factor fuel.
But again, I'm just saying.
I know.
As the head of the state, you're not like, hey, give me a file on the school.
Falls on you, bro.
Yes, again, ultimately, that shit happens. Whoever's in charge, you're to blame. All I'm saying is the stuff you're not driving around the city and making sure all the trash done.
I get that.
Give the Somalians certain benefits that bring it to the state.
And also, like, if I'm the governor, mayor, president, whatever the hell, and it's probably why I'm not, but if I am, and something like that goes down, I quit. Get a guy who's better than this. You want me to check this funding and that? Trump's fault, but it's like, I'm supposed to look and see why is one of the states in the union using flag? Everybody. I understand. But what I'm saying is the guy in Alaska Airlines that fucking they crashed in 1 month. He goes, okay, I quit. The owner or the passenger trying to go, okay, I can see there's 2 crashes. I'm accountable. I'm out. This was decades ago, but that needs to be bad.
I agree. I think he just got money, but that was not voted into that position.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's not like, hey, we vote for the United Airlines freaking.
But here's the thing.
United Airlines.
Here's the thing. If
The Disney guy did the point to Disney, I was like, yeah, they really tank. I'm out.
when the Somalis moved to Minnesota, they realized there's and are going to vote, then there's different shit going on.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I'm not defending the guy. I'm not defending the guy. I'm just saying.
I understand you get all from all directions.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I understand, I mean, there's always going to be corruption.
Yeah, there's always bureaucracy goes through,
What's up, Nick? Say something.
Just one evidence that Tim Walsh might have something to do with it. This is the phone number for Sweet Angel Daycare in Minneapolis.
Regarding the margins,
this is the phone number.
Hey, Tim, what's up?
I can't hear it.
Oh, we can't. Hold on, it's ringing.
What are you saying?
It's just ringing.
That was literally the number listed on Google Maps. I saw it on a tweet. I did it yesterday. I left the message. They've now taken number off of Google, but I still had it.
What was it? Explain to the viewers.
It was a number for a child care day center on Google, and the number goes directly to Maltz's office.
Weird. I wonder how. Yeah, isn't it crazy? And then that lady who voted against all this, she's dead. She got murdered. Her family got murdered. She's dead. Let's take a little break from Chalmers in NorHo. That's Northern Hollywood. I'm here in Austin. You don't need to overhaul your life to start investing. Just automate it. That's right with Stash. Your New Year money goals are quietly run in the background while you focus on everything else. Let your money work for you while you're having some fun. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor. Combines automated investing with expert personalized guidance. So you don't have to worry about gambling or figuring out on your own. We got you. Don't let your sit around, put it towards Stash. Go to getstash.com/. See how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and to view important disclosures. That's Get, service offered by Stash Investments, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk. Offers subject to terms and conditions. Stash. Get.stash.com/golden. Stash.
This is my problem with the media, because that's what they're supposed to be for. They're supposed to be like somewhat of a fourth branch of government. They're supposed to keep everything in check. You know, that's what we thought it was when I was
Supposed to work for us, Eric.
Yeah.
And the issue is, it's left right, both are corrupt. So who's representing the actual? We don't have any representative. So, like to me, there's all this fraud, right? There's all this fraud. But if Chris files his taxes wrong, they're going to come after threatened with fees, maybe threatened with jail time. Meanwhile, all this fraud is going on. What if everyone in America fucking balls are paying taxes and shit? Until you fix your shit, we ain't paying. What are they gonna do? What would they do?
I wish that kind of stuff actually worked, but it just.
They used to do that. But I'm saying there was a 3% tax rise. They did that back in the day and it fucking worked. But everyone else filled with giant.
I would change back. Do this. Are you a more conspiracy person? You think so?
Define conspiracy. Like, do you guys? I don't believe that people on Earth is flat. 11th, it seems real. I don't know that. Jump down for that argument.
There's definitely conspiracy theories that are true. No, but I'm so like on the fence sometimes. What do you think it's means? No, because sometimes you look at like there'll be some video. Like I've been watching these videos now about like September 11th, for instance, and they'll be like, here's some things you didn't know about September 11th. How did they had the passports of these guys? Weird. You know, some of the things you go, no, but look at this.
They took the plane over with razor blades. Okay.
But look at this. Wait. Hold on. I understand. Okay. Respond to this. That's not the thing that got me, because if you're with no knowledge of September 11th, if you were on a plane, and somebody was like had razor blade, you know, your first thought for me would be this. Oh, I missed my connection. There's no thought in my mind that like they're gonna crash this place on their building. All right, no, but all I'm saying, I'm gonna do something. No, of course, Brendan, that's you're freaking. You can lift a Volkswagen. The point is, what I'm saying is, pre-September 11th, I don't think anybody. The planes being high. Movies like, they're trying to get money. I think we have to screw this now. I think now they want to free hostages. I think now we're going to be like, are you trying to shit? They're going to fly excess amount. Because one of the planes in 11 now I didn't know this. They're saying that passengers that stop, So what I'm saying is something conspiracy. Because the reason I heard one today when I was here, they had Kobe Bryant about to start his own company. And he was also going to start a new basketball league.
I'll just leave that out. So that's interesting. That's how it starts, though. That's how it fucking starts. Because then if you look at Titanic, you're like, well,
The reason I'm bringing this up is I heard one time when I was on the way here, they were saying that Cohen was about to start his, and he was also going to start a new in China. I'm just not so. I think
that's interesting. But that's how it starts, though.
No!
That's how it fucking starts. Because then if you look at there were bankers on there, and
You got it. You got it.
Like, oh,
Yeah, but you got it. Look at it. Like, even this video, I saw the Somali thing. I was like, I was watching this video and I was like, if this guy's chill, if he's not being like making crazy, he's not antagonizing, he's literally just trying to find out information. Yeah. He's a little bit, as I'm watching, I'm like, a little bit like if I was going to do a documentary like that, okay, I would go to these places and I would say, listen, I want to be wrong about this. So tell me how, okay, tell me here's my question.
that's why you don't do docs.
No. Fucking the pushback back is this. No, it's not.
It is because you're making. I have a 5-year-old son, Joey, that needs.
I understand, but then it interrupt. But in my head, it's like so he's lying. It becomes a bent comedy. It's like, dude, if you just act like
funny about that. No, if you come at him right away and go, this is fake, they're not going to talk. But he goes, hey, I have a 5-year-old son, where can I sign up?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. It wasn't as black and white as that. I mean, like,
Black and white.
No, because they didn't say we don't have kids here. We fucking. They're like, oh, we don't know. So it's like there's ways of finding that out. There are ways of finding that out. And this dude is at the precipice of it. He's at the beginning of it. This needs to be investigated for real by actual law. It is. FBI's there now. I understand. That's why it's that guy. Okay, one. You don't just assume this is happening and then just go to the place. Right? He already did their investigating. This was the gotcha video.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, this was the,
I get it, yes.
And then, by the way, they already were I'm saying they were already in the process because the FBI, like, it was a conjunction. Yeah. I understand. Because as a viewer, you watching YouTube, seeing an old guy with papers and going like, see, fucking idiot. That's all it takes. You're an idiot. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. If you see an old guy and you're like, I did my research. And then a kid like, you're an idiot. If you watch the whole thing and then go, oh, see what happens now and this and that, and then it starts rolling, you go, oh wow, the kid did a good job. That's all I'm saying. I know, but here's the assumption that you're making is that people are gonna, once somebody gets caught, they go, no. I don't know if I'm in that process of saying you're gonna film a documentary. The way they did it is the way you have to do it. There's no way to come here and be like, hey, if you want to, because even if they probably tried that, the guy's like, hey, if you want to, that's the beginning of the video. The guy being like, hey, if you want to, looking for space for my kid. And then they're like, and then it was like, once they saw they were getting, they wanted to show, we know you're freaking going to get caught, you know what I mean? But part is twofold. One is, it's great content. Yeah, content work right now. Okay, that's right. And at the same time, it's great investigation. Great investigation. I think it's like, I mean, what I'm saying is there's not enough of that. Of what? Because right now it's all AI. It's all AI, and it's all like people putting things up for content. But that's what I'm saying. So it's all
where we don't know what the truth is.
Exact culture is. So to
kill a journalist like this that goes boots to the ground, it's like, yo,
maybe not. You don't know the difference until you watch it, is what I'm saying. Like, there's many people out there that have this thing that just go, you hear about the Somali thing? And it's like, whether it's real or not, you're just sick, bro. But that's, listen, I'm with you 1,000%. But then that's not going to be stopped with how you do it. Because I'll give you another example. No, it's like everybody's doing it all. Yeah. And you know they're liberal. It'll be like Epstein file. And it's this fake AI picture of Trump doing something. Right? You know, it's like clearly not real, but they just go, and so that's what people do. They put that up just for content. Yeah, that's like just for comic claim, just for clickbait. No, of course, but even it's not everybody's evil intent because like Clayton, Tom, he does these videos where you like, those ones where it's like a bunch of rappers, and then it's like so it was like Kendrick Lamar, who gets up for Kendrick Lamar, one of those pictures. So it's like at a table, and it's like Jay-Z, Biggie, all these people, and it says, in the comments. So he's making a video. He's saying, he said, Biggie, and I had to text him. I was like, you content, content, click one, because it's like that's what people. Just for clickbait. No, of course, but even evil intent, because like Clayton, he does these videos where you like, those ones where it's like a bunch of verse, and then so it was like Kendrick Lamar. It's like, who gets Kendrick Lamar? One of those picture table, and it's like Jay-Z, all these people, and it says, and he's saying Biggie should get up for Kendrick Lamar. And I had to text him. I was like, you content, you content clear, because it's like that's what people do. And out of your kind, they do the same thing. That is a bad thing. So you just it's like you want to start a conversation by saying something wild, and that's innocent at first, but when it becomes the norm, then you have an issue. The guy did a good job with it, I think, because to start, it wasn't clickbaiting. I in the beginning, I came clickbaiting.
Folks, look at this. Trying to summarize this shit for you. Motherfucker is the greatest athlete you've ever seen. I don't think anybody would ever doubt it. My pants are falling. Let's calm down, woman.
Or religion. So they had those exposed. So the Gemara says.
Perché dare come cerca di scegliere di mettere la
Yes, you can save them. He said, no, you can't save them. He wasn't sure. So the Gemara says the following. Rav in general would never go to the This is really quite incredible. Rav would not go to the debate in Be'avida. The Kol Shekin, L'Bei Mitzvah. And although the more person wouldn't go to the Be'avida, says that would house like that. So Be'avida wasn't a house of idolatry. It really was designated as a place of philosophical debate. But Rav were not engaged in this philosophical debate. So let's say philosophical debates. For a couple of reasons. Number one,
Shema Israel.
So we'll say, so you can go to that. Actually, they all said the philosophically, like, would not cultivate this, but should go to the philosophical discipline. So they said to Rabbi, my time of also for the Abidon. They said to Rabbi, why don't you come with us to the Abidon? So Rabbi says, I'm going to lose Dikla Planya Ika Ba'arka because so let's say, so Rabbi didn't want to say because it's a waste of time. Because it's a waste of time. So let's say, so remember again, this goes to, you're going to see, this highlights a deeper more people you're going to see in just a moment, which is as follows. So Rabbi didn't want to say, I don't want to go for this. So instead of Rabbi saying, I would go, but there's this big country that makes it difficult for me to walk, so therefore I choose not to go. He said, the country, we upgrade. No problem. We'll uproot that guy, right? We'll just take that out. I know I'm not going to uproot myself. But a guy who has to be called to go ahead and do that, right? So my guy will come, go uproot it, and now you look at the be done. So look, they cut it. Rabbi said, there's still this pathway, right? The pathway is unusual. So Rabbi kept reflecting. He did not want to be able to go back.
This is lettuce. Dick slinging pimp.
Because once you put it on Instagram and it goes viral, but when I first started watching it, I go, I'm always watching these things. I'm like, let's see, I give the benefit of the doubt, and I'm like, why is he being? It wasn't totally aggressive. The old dude was very mad, but I'm like, I guess I'd be mad too. I'm like biased, and by the end of it, I was like, man, this is fucking crazy.
By the end of it, I should have started a fucking daycare.
Well, yeah. But see, imagine if it was a bunch of small and a job. I don't know. We'd have kids there, though, fighting and shit. I'm still the fastest. It'd be a fight club. Yeah. It'd just be a kids' fight club. Yeah. Human cockfighting ring. No, but the thing is, okay, but here's, all right. So the guy obviously did to this place, but this is levels and levels of bureaucracy. When somebody just turns to Somalians or whatever, I'm out. Because this has more to do with how the government is run. Correct. And it has to do with people that found the loopholes to take advantage of it. Like those people are bad. Okay, I get that. But what I'm saying is, it's glossed over so easily. $28 billion that was supposed to go toward LA. What? And we just kind of go, well, I don't know. And there's nothing I can do. And then here's someone like this who's kind of like, he should be knocking on the mayor's door and Gaslam's door with the white. I want that white guy to be Gavin Newsom going, it says $28 billion for homeless. Where's that money? That's not what's coming next. And then he'll get murdered. That's why you don't see that's sad. There's so sad truth to that, you know what I mean? Well, you can't even, it's like, so now you just go, what do you believe? It's like everything surrounding Charlie now, you look at some of this stuff, what? All the conspiracies that they're saying, and then his wife is out here living, that's why she's like too much. I know, but she can't get her groove back. Her husband was always trying. You know what I mean? Everyone grieves in their own way, I guess. Yeah. She comes out like the fucking soup. Have you seen it? I mean, yeah. I'm coming. Yeah. She's fireworks. Her husband just got shot like 2 weeks ago. She's like, I'm thinking, if I died, how long before this just, that's what promoters are fucking so funny though. Because I mean, it's utterly hilarious. I think that horrible that this stuff doesn't. I don't think she should act any certain way. I think it's horrible for her. But this is just, she's done with these go home alone or whatever the fuck, and she cries out. This is court of public opinion. That's all it is. And she's been found guilty. I get that's Lucas survey, but that doesn't mean anything. I know what perception is reality sometimes. Yeah, if you're a fucking moron. Yeah, if you're a moron. No, but still, like, but yeah, if you're not a discerning person and you don't both get everything, yeah. And knowing that most people aren't. Why you don't feed into that because or you go, I'm real, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. I don't care what they think. No, there, maybe what she's doing. I don't know if that's what she's doing.
Well, you see the thing. Have you seen? I don't mind her when Graves and them way out. Fuck, just hear what happened. I've seen her when she's like, I don't drink. I didn't date before Charlie, and then they show videos of her on like some dating show, just getting hammered. Like,
I didn't see that. But I mean, that's the bad thing. Where it's like, that's like, she
can't live, you know what I'm saying? She can't live.
No, but it's gotta be hypocrite. Hypocrite shit. It's like, no one's a hypocrite. How could you do this? It's like, shut up. Okay, so she drank and went on a dating show. You know what I mean? Yeah. What? What you're talking about is my favorite word. Nuance. Yeah.
Look at this, folks. Look at his footwork.
Anyways, just the conspiracies around, like all this stuff, man. It's so with all the AI and how we don't know anything, man. Like all this, like even like with the Epstein files, whatever that even means. Like all this stuff that is all that shit is all this shit sucks.
Here's my issue. I have this stuff for over a year. I think it's weird that they're like, here's this now. This and
it's so shitty. There's the new JFK. That's correct. What happens to move on, though? I understand. I know, but inflating some things, though, is like, again, people are going to believe